What's up, Jeremy?
Chilling, man. Yo, Flat Earth's been really slow lately. I'm telling you, bro, the time to do something, I'm not saying the time to do it is now, but we need to start preparing to do something because I don't know. I don't know how people could be going away from it. Like, where are all the Flat Earthers? Why would they not be here?
Yeah, it does seem to kind of go in waves because it does seem kind of like a. Yeah, it seems to kind of go in waves. Like,
If there's like millions of Flat Earthers or a million, even say, 100,000, like, where are they? Your first instinct would be to reach out and start talking to other Flat Earthers. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, well, I think a lot of people don't like in terms of the larger community. Like, they may not even know about Discord at all.
Where are they talking though? Like, where there should be millions of people engaged in or I don't know, however many flat earthers there should be, plus the Globers defending it. So, like, where is this happening?
Yeah, well,
Like, are we in some small little corner? I thought we were like the spotlight of this whole flat Earth thing, but was I like totally mistaken about that, or?
what do you mean, Discord in general, or like?
Yeah, like what happens here in Discord? Like Oakley shows on it. Gems. We do like I thought this was like the center of the flat Earth world.
I think it is. I think it is in terms of people actually discussing it. Because yeah, I mean, the only other thing that exists is basically like YouTube, basically people like content creators.
Do you think a lot of the chat happens like in YouTube comments? That's a terrible place to chat, though.
I mean, there is some in there,
You
like,
can't even do voice.
but even in those worlds, there's like times where it's slow, where there's like not too many new videos, or where it's kind of a bit as well. So I'm just saying, I think, yeah, I know what you're saying. Well, I think that like there's also not everybody is talking about it all the time. Like there's a lot of flat earthers that might not be in the discussion, so there's that factor as well.
Plus, once you talk about it so much and you've heard all the answers and excuses and arguments, like what else left is there, I guess? Maybe some people were in it and then they're like, all right, these guys got nothing more there's nothing more to offer by talking about it with people because, nothing's new. Like if something new happens, I'll hear about it on, QEs or whatever, whoever they listen to, Jaronism, whatever. But, maybe they listen to a few guys and are like, oh, something new happens, I'll hear about it there. There's no need for me to engage these people, 24 hours a day,
Yeah, but I mean, it does seem to go in waves, though. I mean, like, I remember back, like, Glowbusters used to have like 2,000 viewers, and now they've only got like, I think maybe like 500-600, live viewers. I mean, maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe they have 800 or something, but like, and so it's that, I think their viewership has changed a bit as well.
That's another thing. Excuse me, hold on. Oh, that's some good weed.
Nice.
That's good weed, yeah. That's another thing we should see the numbers in. If there's like a million, like say there's a million flat earthers, like you'd expect to see you'd expect the views to add up to like, at least 250,000 or a half. How many flat earthers do you think there are? Like the ones in this arena plus a few extra, it's like a few thousand, bro. That's not even, that's like nothing. Like we should be seeing the numbers now. You know what I'm saying? Like where are the numbers? Is YouTube lying to us? I have no doubt YouTube would lie to us about the amount of views these motherfuckers are getting. But how much would you be off by? You couldn't have 100,000 people watching Glowbusters and they're only saying 800. Or, you know what I mean? Like that's too much.
Yeah.
You'd be able to.
No, I know what you mean. It would make more sense that there would be like 20,000 watching.
Or 50,000. Or at least like, I'm saying like how many heads are watching Oakley's? Like a couple hundred? 100? Like there should be numbers somewhere of these people. I don't know. I bet you if we did something definitive and put it out there, you'd start seeing the fucking numbers. They wouldn't be able to hide them. There'd be so many.
Yeah. Well, I think I don't know, man. It's pretty wild. I mean, there is a lot of censorship, and then there's just everything else going on in the world as well. But I mean, it is somewhat still like a nit, even though it's true. People don't like the masses don't know it yet, so it's still kind of a like a niche topic, I guess, in a sense. I think it's an organic process to where it's just it's like slowly kind of growing in that way.
Some people think it's straight up irrelevant, like my wife. She's like, it don't fucking matter. I don't care. Who cares? It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
But yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, we should see the numbers somewhere. What else? I had something else. I don't know.
Well, I wonder how many people just don't know about Discord as well, because like I mean, David Weiss, with his app, I mean, in terms of numbers, I mean, pretty much everybody within Flat Earth would probably know about his app at this point. I mean, I'd be pretty hard to not know about it. And I forget what his exact. Do you remember what his actual numbers are? But he does know the numbers he has, and I mean, yeah, there's like the little blue dots on the map or whatever, like on the app. So there are a lot, and a lot of people that are like connecting through that, but a lot of them might not even know Discord exists at all.
How many got that app?
I forget the numbers because I think he has said it before.
That's what I'm saying, brother. We should see the numbers somewhere. Like somehow, somewhere, we should be seeing the numbers of, to get an idea of how many flat earthers are. Like if his flat Earth map got 25,000 downloads, all right, there's definitely probably about I would say maybe some Globers got it. I'd say you're at least 20,000 flat earthers just from that number alone. You know what I mean? But there's no numbers that I'm seeing, and maybe you could add Oakley's and Globebusters numbers to that, even though a lot of them are probably in the same circle. Anyway, I'm not. I don't see like I thought there would be like tons of flat earthers. Like there would be if they didn't fuck the algorithm up. I have no doubt. It's tough to get people on this idea too, though, because even me knowing I knew space was fake since the '90s. So even knowing that, it was flat Earth was a tough sell for me. Like I was like, I don't know. I said these guys were nuts for like 6 months before I even watched the video. I'm like, they need to stop pushing this flat Earth bullshit on me. Those people are stupid. It's dumb. Like straight up, bro.
Yeah.
So and that's somebody that's highly conspiratorial minded. Knew space was fake already. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Already thought there was an elite group of people controlling, calling the shots on Earth. Like, I had the whole background of a flat earther, except for that, and then I still thought it was dumb.
That explains a lot.
Really? What does it explain? Because I don't. That's just. It doesn't
That
really
makes
make
it
sense.
much easier, right? Because I mean, if you believe in no conspiracy, then we have pictures of Earth. But of course, if NASA is conspiring against us, then those photos don't mean anything.
But I already knew
But
NASA.
it's not just NASA. I mean, as you try to dig into it, you see that beyond astronauts, there are other jobs that require understanding the shape of the Earth. So either they are flat earthers or they're part of the conspiracy as well. And it turns out they're not flat earthers, so they have to be part of the conspiracy. So it just keep expanding into every area of knowledge that would have to know the shape of the Earth, or it's related to the shape of the Earth. So already coming from a conspiratory background makes it much easier to discard most of the things that usually are the strongest evidence for most people. That's what I meant.
I'm just saying a regular person has no chance of getting into this because even with someone like me with stuff.
Oh, by the way, I keep hearing that there are millions of Brazilian flat earthers.
So like trying to get a normal person into this geo, you're gonna need some really solid shit, bro. That's where we come in.
Yeah, in terms of like, yeah, the masses, as it
We
were.
need to give the people some solid shit, words and this and that. That ain't gonna do nothing for them, bro. We got to bring something real, something that's no joke. That's the idea we need.
Yeah, I mean how it'll hit the rest of humanity. That's what's going to be interesting to see, like how that's going to go down. Like, is it going to happen just through like platforms that we're talking on it, and all of a sudden people start listening, or is it going to happen more like that? There's like we actually pull off the physical measurements, pull that off, and then it starts to spread that way, like that more and more like just scientists and people start to actually see that part of it, and then it spreads from there. I mean, we know it's not going to be on the mainstream news, and we know they're going to try to censor it, you know, in these platforms anyways. Pretty cool to see Bitcoin reaching all-time highs.
Yeah, what's it at?
Well, it got up to 68. I think now it's at like 67.
Bro, I'm on this one website. I got $400 and I'm making $24 a day. Crazy. Crazy the interest I'm getting, bro. I hope this shit goes to 100K. It don't matter because I'll get the interest regardless, but it definitely helps if Bitcoin goes up. No one's complaining about that.
Yeah, I think it's pretty required for all of crypto to do well for Bitcoin to keep rising, unless something else kind of takes it over.
But I don't need my shit to keep rising though. Like it doesn't really matter for me. You know what I mean? With the thing I do, like it doesn't. It's okay if it doesn't. If it just stays stagnant at the same prices and shit, and nothing really crazy happens, that's okay.
Yeah.
Just because of how I do it. I mean, yeah, if you just buy coins to hold on to in hopes that they're going to go up, then yeah, you almost got to have Bitcoin go up for that. Unless you buy those coins that just come out. I did really good. I did a little test one day. I just bought like 10. I bought 0.1 BNB worth of 10 random coins, and I held on to them for a couple weeks, and I did really good on them. I made like a few $100. There's a set way that it works. Like coins will come out on CoinGecko first, and as soon as they come out on CoinGecko, they'll get a little boost. Like, oh, we're on CoinGecko now, so they'll get a little boost. Then, like a couple, I don't know, it could be the next day or a couple weeks, or eventually, maybe not, but eventually coins go to CoinMarketCap, and then they get a nice boost when they go on that because that's an even bigger it's harder to get on it. You got to be a better coin to get. Once you get on that, you have like a better reputation essentially. So I don't even know if one of the coins I bought went on it. I don't keep track of them. I just was looking at the prices, and I ended up getting my 500 whatever bucks back with the BNB, and I still got like $250, $300 worth of them. You go broke real quick doing that because that was expensive. I did 0.1 BNB. It was like $50 each one. But even if you only did $1 worth one of them, they come out with like 10 to 12 a day. So you're talking about plus the gas fees to do it. You're talking about like $15 a day to do this. And that shit'll add up real quick. That's just doing it $1 each. Because for those coins, it kind of doesn't even matter if the market's not doing great. I don't know if you see the long-term game. I don't know.
What would happen if you're making those returns? What if you just put like 10 grand into that? Like, would you end up making $300 a day or whatever?
Yeah, but I never put that much into one site. I'm actually about to cut down on how much I put into those sites. Like right now, I got like a couple grand in some, and $400 or $500, $800. I'm about to start cutting that way down to like $50 a site or something. But yeah, if you were to throw like 10 G's into one site or something, you could. I mean, the one's paying 8%. What's that? $800, or I think it's like 7 point something now a day, daily. That's not annually. It's daily. The ROI, the APR is crazy on it. But there's other ones that are not that great, but still very good. Like I try to go for anything over a half of a percent a day. So like every $100 at a 0.5% a day, every $100 you get 50 cents a day, which is pretty good. $200 for $1 a day, dude. You ain't getting that nowhere else. But then those investments have a chance to go up or down on a daily basis. So I mean, I've had a lot of them go up on me. One of them just went way down. But yeah, if I was like, if you had like 100 grand right now, you could probably throw 20 G's and make like a good, I don't know, between 50 and 75, maybe $100 a day off of like 20 G's. But yeah. Risky. Like I said, we'll see what happens if Bitcoin slides back to 40, 50 grand or something.
I don't think it's going to. I think it's headed
Maybe
to 80s. Yeah, I think it's headed to the 80s.
it will dip at some point. These big corporations are like, yo, we're up $50 million. Let's, or something. I don't know the numbers they're working with, but
Yeah, but I mean, if it goes up to 80, then it only comes back to 60 and then keeps going up, like meaning it might not go all the way back down to 40 or whatever. But yeah, it probably will.
It's been doing that consistently, so
Yeah, it'll always retrace.
the last time was tough though. When it hit 20 grand and slid back down, that lasted years. It was a different time back then too. The future of it was uncertain. You didn't know if it was going to go anywhere. Look, it went somewhere, and here it is. You know what I mean? So we're there.
Yep. I mean, the next Fibonacci extension is like into the 80s. So since it already broke the last previous high, that's basically the next target. Because usually not always, but often when they break, Noah, your mic is giving some feedback, some static. But yeah, if they break that previous high, they'll often move to the next Fibonacci extension. I mean, they could do a false breakout and it could come back down, but if it breaks and continues to, then yeah, that's usually the next target range. I think the next two are like 85 and then like 115 roughly are the next two. So
I got $400 in this one site, and I'm making $24 a day off it. I lowball everything and say 20. That's $20 a day off of this $400. If you were just added another zero to both of those numbers, you'd be 4 G's to get you $200 a day. That one's risky. I would never put 4 G's in it unless I was working with like a lot of money. Like if I had like 100 grand right now, I'd probably throw 2 grand into that at least and get $100 a day. That's good. I wish I had 100 G's right now, bro. I'd save 50. I might save 75 because I only need like $100 a day or something is great for me. So I could do that off like 25 G's, maybe 30 G's. I would chop it up into thirds and just keep like 66.6 grand on the side and just invest the 33 G's. And then if the market slid down, I would just buy another, just to keep my $100 a day up. But you have chances to bubble all the time. Like when it goes up, I've had investments where I was making $3 a day off of, and then the coin did a 10x. Now I'm making $30 a day off them. So you could get into something like that where you're making $100 a day off a coin, and then that shit loses a zero, and now you're making a G a day. I know people that make over a G a day off shit like that. I don't want to say no names. I don't know if they want heads to know like their financial situation and shit, but you know them too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way I do it is the move, bro. I'm telling you, man. It feels like I got a cheat code, like I got the game genie in or something.
That's pretty much what crypto is, in my viewpoint. It is the game genie. It's the game genie against the fiat dollar fucking control matrix.
Yeah, bro. I like what you were saying earlier when you were arguing with Riggs. What do you got? This is what we got right here. So what do you got? Is this artificial intelligence sent to destroy us or something in the code that blockchain works with? Like, what do you think's happening here?
Yeah, and what's the alternative?
Yeah, there's no alternative. These elite people are going to get their hands into anything. So don't make an argument that they're buying crypto or controlling crypto or creating, like, you can't make that argument because they're going to get into everything. That's what they do. They purposely crash things. I bet you when it hit 20 grand last time, they crashed it because they purposely crash things so they can get into them. They did it with the stock market. That's how they do shit. I think they've done it with the stock market multiple times, but definitely in the 30s or whenever the big crash happened back then. I think they did it in 08, 11, probably throughout various courses in history. I wasn't really familiar, watching it before then, but it's probably been happening every decade. I bet you they do it every decade or something. Think about it. What better to do? Okay, your goal is
What are
to
you
control.
guys? So what are you guys gonna do if they crash Bitcoin to 20,000?
I'll be all right. I don't know what you do.
I'm not even into crypto, and if it went down to 20, I would buy.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Heads ain't gonna let it get down. People are always like, "What if Bitcoin went to zero?" Like, yo, there's no way heads would let it. And people would be buying them up at $1, $10. He's gonna do it at 20 G's. Like, there's no way. At this point, it's the only reason it slid back down when it was 20 before. The only reason it slid that back down is because crypto was uncertain. People didn't know about it. The heads didn't know if it had any future. And now we're in the future, and it does have a future.
If it went down to 20, I'd buy coin.
Grab a little point.
Yeah, you buy coin. A lot of people will buy and then it will bounce right back to again.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. Pretty soon you're going to be thinking 68 was a cheap price, though. Your kids are going to be like, why didn't you buy Bitcoin? Was that like 68 grand? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right now, heads are wondering why didn't you buy Bitcoin? Was that $1 or $200 or something? I mean, I was, but I wish I had known about it earlier because by the time I got it, it was like $100. And I was like, damn, that's kind of expensive. You didn't know. Bro, you didn't know if it had a fucking future or not. It could have been just straight trash.
Wait a minute.
You never heard of fucking Bitcoin.
Wait a minute. The market cap of Bitcoin, not crypto, but Bitcoin is at 1.2 trillion. The market cap of the entire crypto sphere is at 2.7 trillion. Now, the retail market, aka us guys, I'm invested, don't worry. I'm just saying, like, the retail market doesn't have $2.7 trillion to invest. Clearly, if we're going to talk about some sort of new world order, they're already in just by the market cap alone. Us normal people couldn't.
Well, there's 400 trillion people in America, right? So if each one of those people,
400 trillion people?
my bad, million. Million, my bad.
300 million, I think. Yeah.
400 million. All right, we'll say 300 million. So what? If everyone invests $10, that's what? That's only 3 billion.
Yeah, it's at a trillion. At 2 points. The
Well,
whole
okay,
market,
they say there's
all
they
cryptos
say there's
is
6
6.7
they say there's 6 million people on Earth.
billion. 7
Million.
point something billion, I think.
7 billion. So everybody would have to invest $100 would be what? 700 billion. So everyone invests $200 on Earth, you got your, whatever trillion. That could be all from. I mean, I know they're a leader in it. The hedge funds, they're making hedge fund cryptos and shit. So the elite are definitely in it. Elon Musk.
Grayscale. Do you know what Grayscale is? It's like a trust.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, they buy like fucking billions at a time. Like they literally like, oh, I'm just gonna purchase a couple $1 billion worth of these cryptos, and it's like
You got to say it, pronunciate it with more ease, like billion,
billion.
like Dr. Evil, billion dollars.
$1 billion.
Say it, Silent. Talk to him.
I don't know how to say $1 billion.
Billion, yeah, just like that, billion.
$1 billion.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, the leader in it. What are you going to do? You can't stop them. That's what they do. They're trying to get. Their goal is control. They want to control everything. And you know how you control shit? With money. If you're a bum living in a cardboard box on the street, you don't control shit. Right? Now, if I'm in a mansion with armed guards and helicopter things, and I'm sitting on boards of company, I'm controlling a lot of shit.
Oh, Jeremy, that's the only thing I don't like about the crypto people, right? Because sometimes they sound so naive, like say, "Oh, how is the government gonna control? What is the government gonna do?" And I'm like, "Bro, the government probably is in before you even were in. They have, of course, they're able to control shit. They're not gonna let people just go around and making their own currency and
I think the Federal Reserve tried to crash it. They probably saw this as a big threat coming up. I would have if I was like running the show with the elite. I would be like, "Yo, guys, this crypto." I would have called an emergency meeting, like, "Yo, this crypto thing's a problem. We've had a monopoly on currency ever since. We can't let it take over." So I honestly think
How are you sure they didn't just themselves release Bitcoin to see if this would actually work and scale?
that could have been. Could have been. They could have Satoshi Nakamoto's wallet right now and be sitting on. Go ahead.
What if Bitcoin is beta coin, as in the beta test for all these coins? Because think about it, it came out first, and yeah, I don't know. Look at the Ethereum fucking look at what it's a fucking pyramid with a pyramid underneath it reflecting. Like, come on, dog. Like that. If you want to talk Illuminati shit, their fucking front sign is a pyramid. Like, I don't know what to say.
I do think that Ethereum is owned by the Illuminati, if you want to just use that word, the Illuminati term. Yeah, I absolutely do. But it's interesting to think that Bitcoin was the first, Ethereum came after. So Ethereum is like the co-opt of Bitcoin. But I agree with you. Yeah, that one is definitely all of Ethereum is their network.
Ethereum is gonna be the second chain that is gonna go high as Bitcoin. I think.
I don't know.
Right?
I think Binance is going to take over. Honestly, Ethereum,
really?
Their transaction fees are tremendously expensive, ridiculously expensive. I think Binance.
Solana.
But for some reason,
Binance is. But I think Binance is definitely Illuminati. I mean, their logo is the all-seeing eye. It's literally the all-seeing eye.
Yo, that's where I trade my shit from, Binance.
Yeah, I'm just talking about as far as use case functionality. Like Binance is vastly superior.
Binance is good for like trading, right?
The chain, Binance chain. Are you on the act? I'm not talking about the actual Binance. I'm talking about the chain. I think the chain is more. There's no rules on the chain, on the Binance chain. Whereas if you're dealing with the Binance people themselves, then yeah, you don't even need a Binance account to do what I do. I trade Binance coins all the time.
Wait, what do you use Binance like .com or whatever as your?
No, hell no, bro. You got to get like MetaMask or SafePal or something. You get Binance Smart Chain coins and you deposit them in there. And now you're all on the Binance chain. Any coin on the Binance chain. And they have every coin. They have USDT, they have Ether, they have Bitcoin, Doge. Like I
So
can
how do
literally
you,
invest any coin.
Jeremy? How do you learn about this? Like MetaMask and what was that other one? Like, because I literally just have like the Binance.ca account with like a couple $100 on it, and then a couple cryptos on it, like invested.
Somebody's making noise.
I'll tell you how
Oh,
to
it's
learn
Adrian.
about it. Just send me a DM and I'll teach you all about it. Like there's nowhere I could point you to learn about this other than my DMs.
Tomorrow I'm gonna be home, Jeremy. If you can help me with that, that would be nice.
Yeah, bro. I'm telling anytime anyone wants to learn what I do, and I'll show them and I'll walk you through it. I'll hold your hand. We'll have
All right,
scented candles.
Don't hold my hand, Jeremy. I mean, I'm not into it.
No, there's going to be questions along the way. You're going to have questions in the process. There's going to be questions. It's tricky. It's not. If it was easy, everyone would be doing this and killing it like I am. But
What's your
that's why
overall?
I'm getting at coins. I get at
Have you
coins
been
like
tracking your like overall profit loss?
yeah, I'm up like 30, 40 grand.
Awesome.
Like
really good.
Shiba Inu coin, I was in on that before that shit anyone even ever heard of it because how I do it.
he's that guy.
I just got lucky, man. I got in with some good people that they didn't even know what they were doing, but they figured shit out and also it's become easier along the way. Like it's like 100 times easier now than when we first started doing it. Like they smoothed out the process.
Honestly, I
Is there
do want to learn
discords for
to
this shit?
What's up?
Is there
go.
discords for this shit?
Bro, there's no one place I can go bring you to. The only other place I could bring you to would be to talk to other people like me that do it. Bro, walk me through it anytime you want, step by step.
I do want to get in like really, really in deep because I do think that in probably 5 to 10 years, this shit is gonna blow up. It's gonna, yeah, it is the future. I do think, like because now they're like a lot of video games they're talking about, how you say,
That's the new big.
integrating, yeah, integrating the Bitcoin into
Yeah,
video games and shit like
I
that.
do a play to earn game right now. I make about $7-8 a day on.
What? Jeremy.
I think I got about $300-400 worth of their coin. You can't just you have to buy their coin. Like you can't just go make $7-8 a day. You can make $200 a day if you buy enough of their coin. I don't even think that's a really good way though. Like that's one of my because then you actually got to do it. The things I do, it's all passive. I got one spot now. I was telling Gio before you guys got in. I got $400 on the site. I'm getting $20 a day. 24 actually, but I lowball everything because interest rates change, prices of coins change. Sometimes it goes up. That's fucking $20 a day could turn into 200 tomorrow, or next week, or next month, or in 5 years, like Silent said.
Yeah, I want to invest a couple, like I don't know, at least like $100-200 per week on some shit like that. We'll see.
Wait, okay, I have something not really related, but I just looked on my YouTube home screen and on MSNBC it says that NASA is going to crash a satellite into an asteroid to redirect it and save Earth, dog. I'm not even like it. I'm gonna screenshot it and put it in the chat. I'm not even joking.
It's clown show, bro. It's clown world, man. I always wonder why we never see shooting star coming from the horizon, going up.
I've seen that.
You seen that?
Yeah.
Okay. Good for you, buddy.
All right, guys. If you check the chat, NBC News reported on how NASA God damn it.
Let me see.
Fucking god damn it. This was on my YouTube homepage. I think they know I'm into looking at this shit.
Like, bro,
NASA mission will crash craft to redirect asteroid. And then, like always, know the little drawings.
Like, honestly, I'm not fully like on a flat or round side, but flat or round, like, come on, man. NASA, like, bro, the fucking moon landings are so fake. Like, they've been debunked. Like, even if it's round, I know they can't go to space. There's something blocking them. Like, I don't know if it's radiation or like a dome or what it is, but like, you just know they can't go there because everything they fucking give us is such fucking bullshit. Like, such contrived shit.
Yeah. Well, it's because people blindly believe in those authorities. That's that.
And it seems like it might be just harmless to believe it, you know, like people that are just like, oh, I believe it or back it or whatever. And yeah, on one level, it's just a belief on that level. But they're actually, like, in terms of there being something much deeper, more nefarious to it, that's the part that's actually concerning. I mean, if they end up doing like a fake alien invasion, or where they're, you know, I mean, like, a lot of people could actually die, and, you know, there could be some. I mean, I'm not trying to do a doom and gloom thing, but like this belief in the space thing, if indeed we're correct that it's completely psychopathic people and it's complete deception, not only are they lying to us, but they may actually have things in store. And the more people believe it, the more harm it will bring on other people. So there might actually be something very, very real and very harmful in kind of carrying this belief and pushing it and supporting these psychopaths.
Yo, do you guys think that this pandemic is gonna be over in the next year, or do you think they're gonna try and like stretch it out or do some sort of like, oh, the pandemic's over, but we need climate lockdowns now? Like, I don't know. I just feel like there's no way the government's gonna relinquish this amount of power that they've already taken. You know?
Oh, it still brings economical issues. I mean, trying to keep people isolated isn't the best course of action in an economical sense.
Even in
Yes.
a health sense.
Yeah, so do you think they're just gonna like crash the entire fucking economy and then be like, oh, all the governments are in debt, we're just gonna reset the entire like thing, but if you want to be part of this reset, you have to agree to these terms, aka get jabbed and use your Fed coin repeatedly forever and participate in climate lockdowns?
Maybe.
What do you mean?
Or vaccine lockdowns. Either way.
Like,
Australia is having a huge problem right now, bro.
I heard some parts are actually getting unlocked or something. I don't know, but some parts are still locked down, so they're not. They're like divided in their own country. It seems like.
Yeah, different states are making different rules. We're now no longer locked down in New South Wales, and the federal government said open up everything because we've gotten past the 80% double vax thing, and then the Western Australian government has said no, we're not doing that because they have a large number of people who haven't drunk the minestrone. So they're not. And then there is somebody who is doing the West Australian government for that, saying that's a constitutional violation. So we'll see.
It's a funny thing when you see
the minestrone.
You know,
it's a good one.
But it's we were stuck inside a 5K radius for a little while, and now that's all gone. We can go for
that's fucking insane.
travel.
I don't know how they would pull that off in America if they tried to do that.
Australians
I don't know how they
control
don't ban if they're so worried about the health issues. They should be banning hamburgers and concentrated sugars and
They're
shit
not
like
worried
that, bro.
about our health. They're not worried about.
banning
Well, they are.
food.
They actually probably are starting to get worried about our health because of you know, the healthcare costs is starting to get put all on the government. So now they want to make sure, you know, make sure we're healthy. That because of Social Security, they're having problems with that. Medicaid,
Jeremy
Medicare,
lives in
Social
New York
Security.
City. If you started banning food, Jeremy would be dragged out on the street and killed in New York. That's all the people do in New York City is eat fucking bullshit off the side of the street.
The
But
New
that's
York
what I'm
State.
saying. Isn't it a funny thing when like a fat person is doing a TikTok telling you, "Oh, you should care about the health," and you're like, "Sure." Have you looked yourself in the mirror? Come on. Yeah. Save the drama.
I don't know. I feel like there's gonna like this whole tracking shit. Like the government's not gonna want to give that up, man. No fucking way. Like no fucking way. There's
No,
just no way.
yeah.
There's
I
just
agree
no
with
way
you.
that they got everyone to comply with fucking doing what they said and getting tracked and not being able to go certain places, and you think they're just gonna give it up and then like I don't know. I feel like this is a loosen the noose once again, like they did earlier last year, and then they're gonna tighten it up again, like in a year or so. But this time they're gonna be like, oh, it's not because of Corona, it's because the climate.
Well,
Like, oh,
well, let me say this: if they try to actually do something like more strict, like where the let's say the army gets involved or stuff like that, I think at least here in the United States, several states will separate from the union. I think, yeah, they will go their own way, and people will start moving to these places by their own.
MGTOW states.
It'd be MGTOW states, yeah. But they'll be joining bowling leagues and shit.
Oh, no MGTOW, bro.
The best place to have a country would be inside of America, so that America's absolutely surrounding you. I mean, you have the best
Wait,
border defense in the
Yeah.
world right there.
Like Mexico to the south, Canada to the north, and then the east and west coast of America is on each side.
Like Canada
Man.
has the best. We provide Canada and Mexico with some of the best border defense in the history of border defense.
If states start to succeed, I might go to those states, honestly. I'm tired of this fucking federal government bullshit.
Yo, you don't need Canadian border defense. All you need is winter.
Canadian border defense isn't even like a real thing. We're their border defense.
Yeah, why would who's Canada defending against?
With their
They all live within 100 miles of the border or something. It's like most of Canada is just fucking empty shit. Like empty mountains and forests and fucking like fields and shit. No one really lives in most of Canada.
So they want you to believe.
Well, you think
That was
there's some
actually the
natives?
truth.
You think there's some natives there?
They got mole men.
What? Like more like what? Soldiers like training in the
People
north?
that live underground.
Oh God. I'll need to see proof of that. Just
Yeah,
like
we
that
go
picture.
underground because it's warmer. Thermal
We-
mass of the earth and all.
We? Are you speaking for these mole men?
Yeah. I'm the leader. I'm the molest man.
Research
Whatever. They
team,
got
man.
stuff. They have Canada has stuff on Molyneux.
I'm
They'll
actually
be all
friends.
good.
I heard you can't
You're
go
friends
with
with Stefan Molyneux? Beast?
I heard you can't go within a certain radius of the North Pole, like by yourself. Like you have to go on a guided tour, or else like same thing as South Pole. They'll meet you with force.
Old as shit.
I should ask my buddies. I got a couple buddies in Nunavut, like the northernmost Canadian territory.
Holy
I should
shit!
ask them if they know anyone
It's
that's
a
ever
claim
been to the
lots of
North
people
Pole.
have made, but I've not heard seen any compelling evidence for it.
You could get boxed in by an iceberg, like up there. It's dangerous.
Nothing is a compelling evidence for you, actual, unless it's coming from NASA or shit like that, bro.
All right, not fucking NASA, fucking frauds.
Well, I mean, Santa Claus is up north, right?
Santa is an anagram for Satan.
Mrs. Claus, Santa Claus.
One thing people who believe in Santa and communists have in common is that a guy in a red suit's gonna come give you shit for free.
It's pretty funny, actually.
Well, it's based on the story of St. Nicholas.
What's that an
Then
anagram
why is it?
for?
Why is it an anagram for Satan? Then why isn't it just Saint Nick?
Well, it's St. Nicholas because his name wasn't Nick. It's spelt with Nicholas in English, and I can't remember exactly how it's spelt in his original language.
Santa is an anagram for Satan. Anagram means you rearrange the words and it spells the other thing. That's like.
But it's a bastardization from the Germanic Sinterklaas, which is not an anagram for Satan.
Can you spell that in the main chat? I'm curious.
Sure, Sintaklaas.
N.
Sierra, India, November. Tango, Alpha. Kilo, Lima, Alpha, Alpha, Sierra.
You have different military ones, like this right here, Santa Claus.
Sinterklaas.
Claus.
Santa
Sinterklaas.
Klaus Schwab.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like Santa Claus Schwab.
Santa's gonna come out in like a fucking black jacket, fucking Matrix suit this year.
No.
See,
Klaus
Santa is
is
an
Santa
American derivative because you're all Satan worshippers.
I mean, I could believe that, to be honest.
Satan worship.
After seeing that Travis Scott concert, I could believe that.
And St. Nicholas used to go and give presents to the poor. That was what he was famous for.
The real Santa Claus is actually Klaus. He's gonna dress up in a red suit and have a reveal. He's the real man in a red suit giving out free stuff.
Well, no. Again, the red suit comes
Schwab.
from Coca-Cola, and its advertising. Originally, Sinterklaas was dressed in green.
That's fucking satanic as fuck. Coca-Cola.
Yeah, as I said, Americans are all Satanists. We know this. That's why we live in the God-fearing area of Europe.
Are you Protestant?
No, I'm not a Christian. God's teeth.
Oh.
That's evil.
Okay. Evil.
Funny guy.
You know, Sinterklaas, what it scrambles
Klaus is
into?
gonna wear a red suit and do his great reveal as the actual Santa Claus, communist ruler of the world.
Satan's Claus.
You know what the anagram for that is? Sit in Alaska. There's no North Pole. He's sitting in Alaska.
That's way too esoteric for me.
Dropping some truth bombs.
New school flat Earth represent.
We should like film this and make a YouTube channel and then like put sound.
It is in YouTube, bro.
What? Am I being filmed right now?
We should put it on YouTube and make
If you said anything stupid, it's on YouTube. So
and make $1 a year off it and divide that dollar between.
When do you guys ever say anything smart?
Wait, where's this YouTube channel? Oh, fuck! I feel like a dumbass now. Fuck.
You didn't
All
tweet
eternity.
when you came into Livestream VC with a big red dot next to it, and one of the people in here called Livestream Red Dot Live.
Man, I thought that was like a bot or something.
What do you think that bot might do? Just take a stab in the dark.
I had a foolish decision, I'll admit.
Robot stuff.
Oh man. Wait, so are you saying that you're gonna stop being a genuine person because now you think somebody else is listening? It's not a pretty good behavior.
I was about to say I've already said enough dumb shit, so might as well get recorded saying more dumb shit. My question is,
Okay, bro.
why don't we all do like a January 6th towards the South Pole? You know, like.
Because you're 19 and you're dumb.
We need money.
Don't we just need a
Mel,
boat?
Mel speaks the truth because he comes from the holy land of Australia, unlike the satanic continent of North America. But the Canadians
Hey.
are pretty cool, so we'll leave them out.
No, listen. You're just shitting on people who broke away from the crown. Because
I'm Scottish. I don't give a fuck.
Your generation's screwed. You are so fucked. You guys don't even know it.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, the new generation.
Yeah,
Welcome to Earth, bro.
That
Good
was
luck
actually
with
the
that.
worst Robert De Niro impression I've ever heard.
Yeah, the new generations are screwed. They're in trouble.
Post-millennials.
And this is just the beginning. Imagine now with the meta from this digital world. Oh my god, bro! I cannot. Oh man,
We're already in meta. What are you talking about?
damn, that shit is gonna be. I don't know. Brain dead people all over the place.
What I think they're just gonna eventually get that Neuralink and be like, do the similar thing to this vaccine and be like, you need to get this Neuralink to stop the carbon credits and upload your brain as data into the cloud. Or else we're gonna charge you carbon credits. You're the reason.
And there's gonna be people saying yes.
I do love it when the challenge tried to talk about the internet, which is something they don't really understand.
The challenge try to talk about Instagram.
The internet. Evidently, understanding English is a challenge too.
No, you just pronounce. I don't listen. I don't need your fucking dumb.
Pay out on the
We
music.
don't all speak croquet ball.
Yeah.
What's croquet ball?
Scottish.
Croquet ball.
Well, that's more golf, to be fair, and I don't have much of a Scottish accent, so sorry.
Yeah, it's weird. You don't have much of a Scottish accent.
I can drop into one if you like. It's not a problem.
Nah, I get enough from my cousin-in-law.
Do it.
God damn.
Well, at least someone in your family married
We
into
need-
civilization.
We need a aristocratic bona fides here.
Actually, my cousins are Dutch that married the Scottish, so I don't know if that
I've
counts.
heard enough of the Scottish accent.
The Scottish, they invented what? Tape. They invented whiskey.
Can you do
Stag
one of
pipe.
those? Can you do like
Wish the bar.
Yelling.
What was that guy? What was
They
that guy who
invented
died?
freckles.
What was that guy who died with the blue paint on his
Bullshit.
face?
They
They
invented
invented
Braveheart.
CrossFit.
Yo, can you do a Braveheart CrossFit? Can you do a Braveheart impression?
Sure,
Sorry.
Merle's much better being an Australian. He can do a good Braveheart impression for you.
I want it to be
Do you,
inspired.
do you have any idea why he can do
They
a better
can take our
Braveheart
lives,
impression than me?
but they'll never take our freedom.
Yeah,
Oh
but
my
you need
gosh,
to do it
I
with
just
an
got
Australian
chills.
accent because, unfortunately, the very, very bad
not
film
Australian.
Braveheart.
He's not Australian. Ever since he started going on anti-Semitic tirades and saying that awful stuff to his wife, we disowned him as an Australian. We're still
Okay.
unsure about Russell Crowe.
There's no such thing as an anti-Semitic tirade.
Hey, the Germans took him.
They're always warranted.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I can go on
Tirades
it.
are somehow
Let's not
unwarranted.
get into anti-Semitism.
Well, I'm sorry, Eggshells, but you're not the one who dictates who's Australian or not.
No, I am. I'm in charge of who the Australians are, and Mel Gibson's not one. Is Mel Gibson an Australian?
Hell yeah.
The
he is.
self-proclaimed Australian arbiter.
How does it feel to get
She's
cuffed
not
by the
either.
crown? Hey,
Actually,
Australian.
I've got something. I've got a link here.
Freedom
Did you
is a
notice
right.
that he didn't really get fucked up in the head till he moved to America and got infected by the Satanists?
I could believe that. I really
Yeah.
could.
I don't think
He's
anyone would
Cat-
argue that.
He's Catholic though. He's in the right place.
No, listen. Catholic's the worst. What are you talking about?
I'm not
Here
the
we go.
teachers of Catholic.
Sure, I was just thinking I better get you a warm jacket, something like that.
Yeah, man. Go read Martin Luther.
Yeah,
Theses.
I actually read Martin Luther.
His father's a sedevacantist.
Give us the background of the Reformation in Europe. I'd really enjoy that. How about the
You're
century it
asking me?
happened
Nah,
in?
I don't think.
How about that, Noah? What century did Martin Luther pin up a note on the door saying, "Hey, hold on a minute"?
I believe it
It's
was
your
15.
age minus 3.
I believe it was 15 something, early 1500s is what I believe. I could be wrong about that, but
Not bad.
when I was looking into it a bit, that's what I came across was 1500s.
Did you ever look at the
That's-
Wars of the Reformation that happened after that?
What do you mean, like when England broke off and like?
No, that's nothing to do with Martin Luther King at all. But no, I'm talking about the Wars of Reformation in Europe. Not the UK's part of Europe, but this was mainland Europe.
Right, Germany and France and stuff.
Very holy war, that, I guess.
Yeah, Catholics is the best, bro. The one church.
I disagree. I don't
Nah.
agree with the Vicar of Christ.
Let's agree to disagree and leave it at that.
Well,
All right,
Silent
I'll
Zero,
agree- I'll agree-
what
I'll
about
agree to
the Great Schism? What's your view on that?
I don't know. What about it?
You mean like fucking 1,000 years? Like what? 1,000 years? That's like so long ago. What do you mean? What's my opinion on that? I don't even know if it happened. I can't even tell if it's flat or not.
Oh, the Great Schism. That was 12th, 13th century.
We're going backwards in time now.
What is that? More bad human behavior, or what was it?
Great Schism was the break between the Orthodoxy and Catholicism.
Yeah, and Roman Catholic. Yeah. Are you sure it was 1300?
No, 13th century, so 1200.
You're talking about when the like.
Wait,
the,
I don't
what is,
know if you're right about that date.
What is the
Yeah,
other
it's
church?
not.
Orthodoxy?
It's 14th century.
That's
And
like
maybe even a little bit of the 15th century.
It was that late. I thought it was 1220.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like 1380 or something.
1227's lunchtime.
80, and it lasted like 50 years.
Yeah, let's just discuss the fall of Rome while we're at it. Or how about the pyramids in Egypt?
Well, which fall of Rome?
Western.
The best sect in Christianity is the Unitarian sect.
Oh God.
Is that the gay one? Get that shit out of here.
It's beyond
No,
gay.
that's the one that doesn't believe in in the
Anything.
Trinity.
Don't believe in
In what?
Basically,
In
any
infinity?
sect that doesn't believe in the Trinity, any non-Trinitarian sect is the best sect.
And you're being serious, right?
I'm being serious.
Oh shit!
I saw like a church with a rainbow flag in Vancouver, Canada. I think it said United. I don't know if United and Unitarian are similar, but they were like super pro gay in Canada, Vancouver.
After Unitarian mass, they head over to the synagogue.
Are you Christian percentage? I thought you were like
I'm a man of
non-religious.
No, I'm religious.
Okay.
Wait, are you
But
Christian?
I'm also like, I don't believe God had any partners or that there's multiple gods or that he was, 3
So you're a
different
deist,
beings
basically.
or whatever. So I'm a
deist,
Unitarian
right?
Christian.
Deist
you're
intervention. So a deist says that there is a God, he might have created stuff.
I'm non-Trinitarian for sure.
I'm unclassified. You can't find a pigeonhole for me.
I have my own religion.
Yeah, I'm the pope of my own religion.
That's a Satanism for you, right there.
I don't get
I have my own religion, and one of the things that's against my religion is getting the shot. Getting shot and getting the shot.
Just don't forget that Satan was an angel. A lot of people forget that.
Well, don't forget that Satan can't go against the will of God.
That's a perfect example of how, like, just because somebody is from some place doesn't mean that he is not able to do bad shit, you know. And just because that person does bad shit doesn't mean that the entire you know, God and everybody else is bad. So
Yeah, it's kind of strange as I was going through my transition of sort of detaching from Christianity. I went through a phase there at the end where I no longer feared the devil. You know, it was like, yeah, he show himself, you know, I'd whip his ass kind of thing. And then he just kind of melted away. Right?
That's because you've never looked him in the eye.
the
Do you
devil
believe
doesn't
in-
want you to fear him. The devil doesn't want you to fear him. That's
Yeah,
why he
that's it.
will give you whatever you want.
Yeah, but the Satan doesn't have free will, though, does he? He's not human.
He does.
Yeah, I think
Maybe
he's no longer an
specific
angel.
religion. But I'm talking about more orthodox versions of Christianity.
No, in
Show
most
me an angel.
versions, because he's a fallen angel, he had sparked the rebellion, which is free will. You know, he used to obey, but he sparked that like, you know, disobedience.
A rebellion without free will. This
You
doesn't make
can't
any
you
sense.
can't disobey without free will. So when he
didn't
disobeyed,
disobey.
Exactly.
he did.
He's
He has to
following
have.
God's orders.
No, he
Nah.
disobeyed.
But then he's not disobeying.
Yeah, he
That
stood up.
they don't have free will. Well, where in the Bible does it say that they don't have free will?
Only humans have free will.
Yeah.
But that was the
No,
gift
that's not
granted to us.
Fallen
But
angels and
where
humans.
does that come from? Where's
The
that
Quran.
information come from, Drumbo?
The Quran.
Fucking Quran.
No, not just it's
Yeah, we're
Christianity as
we're
well.
talking about Christianity and angels. But I'm not sure that. Like, I've heard that all my life. Oh, angels don't have free will. But but then if they rebel, you would have to think they do have free will.
Thing is, he's not an angel any
Old
longer.
Testament
He's a
or New
demon.
Testament
Demons
doesn't say
have free
that.
will,
Or the
just
other
like men.
possibility is the book is inconsistent.
That's just nomenclature percentage. It's like angel, demon.
It's not
spiritual entity.
nomenclature because angels obey
No, it
and demons have, you know, disobeyed and they've fallen into sin, just like humans do.
Okay,
So
but
if
where
if
does
they
it
were
say?
angels, then they wouldn't have disobeyed, would they?
What's that?
By your definition, angels obey, but these guys didn't obey; they disobeyed. Ergo, you've just contradicted
Ergo, they
yourself in
stopped
your
being
logic.
angels. Yes, they're fallen angels.
But
hold up.
do you not see the conflict in what you've said?
There's no conflict. You're misunderstanding. You're assuming that angel is like a separate entity completely when it's an adjective. It's for one who obeys. You know,
No.
they were angels,
Percentage.
and then when
That
they
is-
disobeyed, they sparked the free will, which made them no longer
Hold-
angels, because angels
hold
always
on.
obey.
Yeah, he's assuming. Hold on.
Verse.
He's assuming that angels were not able to disobey. That's from where he's coming
That's
from.
my point.
Percentage.
Angels don't disobey. They
Where does
don't.
it say in the Bible?
No. But
Where does
are
it say
they
that in the Bible?
are they able to disobey?
Yes,
They have
if they
to be
spark,
able.
If they spark, you know, that like their free will,
What's this?
their disobedience,
What's
they will no
spark?
longer be
What are you
angels,
talking about
and they will
spark?
disobey.
What does spark mean? Where does spark come from?
Because
That's
we
just
each-
your
Hey,
word.
wait. Can we get a
Angels,
citation
just
for
like
that?
anyone else,
We get a
have like
citation.
thresholds for what
God
they'll
damn.
the orders
one's
that they'll
gonna cite
obey.
what they're
Go ahead,
saying.
Noah.
Can you
With
say
all
that
due
in the
respect,
Bible?
Where, how the fuck do you know?
This is what's consistent with the Abrahamic faiths. So, like, I dare you to find me an exception to this. This is the story of Genesis.
This is your description of it, buddy.
I can
Like,
look at,
you
No,
say
this is
that
Genesis,
spark,
bro.
that
I can look
spark,
at humans.
what's this?
I can look at
Can you put the
humans.
quote in?
I can look at humans and know that they're fallible. And if apparently if we live good lives,
Stop
we get a
miking, riding
chance
on
to
eggshells.
become-
I think it's inference that
Well,
if they are able
apparently,
to disobey, if
can
they
I just
were
get my
able to hold
fucking
on,
point out,
if
man? Can I just get my fucking point out? I'd really appreciate
I didn't
that.
hear I didn't hear you were speaking. I apologize, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
go.
talk that often, so. But I'm just saying, you know, like humans have a chance to redeem themselves. Just don't think you've got, just because you got some books, don't think you know what's on the other side. Have an open mind and an open heart. That's going
What
to
does
help
that?
you.
What does
Your
that have
books
to do
aren't
with
gonna
the
help you on the
conversation
other
we're
side.
having?
I'm the one who raised it. Okay.
Raise it to whom? Who's has to whom you're making this point? Has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Has everything to do with what we're talking about. Because Percentage is talking like he knows
I
what
do
the
know.
other side is and what
I
happens.
know what the
there.
religions say about it. So
Yeah, but you
Lucifer was an
don't
angel.
know.
We all agree Lucifer was an angel, right?
Yes, I do. I do.
Okay, and we agree that he refused to bow to Adam, right?
I do. Yeah, because that's the Bible. At least what I know
Exactly.
about
That's
it.
Old Testament. That's Quran. That's Christianity as well, because they have the Old
Hang on,
Testament.
hang on. Whoa. No, but it's not. What do you mean he refused to bow to Adam? Where's
Yes.
that?
So
What's
God
that?
created Adam, and told everyone, all of his angels, to bow to him, and Lucifer
Where did he
was.
say that? Where did he say that?
Bro, it's let's see here.
I don't know about the Bible, but the Quran says that, yeah. The bowing down.
12:1 maybe.
Yeah, and also says
Is this in
angels
Genesis or is this in the Quran?
It's in the Old Testament and in the Quran.
Yeah, but I'm not aware of the Old Testament reference. That's why I'm asking you for it, because I don't know of it.
Let me get it for you.
Sure.
I don't know why you guys try going against Percentage, like ever. I rarely try going against Percentage. He's on point, dude.
He's not on point. It's not on point.
Because
says that
Luke
guy says that guy
refused to-
says that guy who brought a
But I
conversation that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I brought up the conversation, Silent Zero.
Yeah, but what he's saying, since Lucifer refused to bow down to Adam, he was exercising free will. What he was saying.
Exactly.
Adam's just a man. Why would Lucifer have to bow down to a man? That's what I'm asking for some support for.
Yeah, that's what he thought too.
Does anyone have an actual quote from the Bible where it says angels don't have free will? Does anyone have that quote?
Yeah, that's that. I'm also after that same quote. I'm not aware of that either.
Right. So if it doesn't say that they don't have free will and they do something God doesn't say, then we can just assume that they do have free will. Like
exactly.
Correct.
Right.
You
So
can look up
what
Mark
are we
123 to support Percentage's position. That's
Sorry,
probably
Josh,
about
what was
the
that,
best quote. Mark 123.
Also, okay, I found it. Isaiah 14:12. How you have fallen from heaven, morning star, son of the dawn. You have been cast down to earth, you who once laid low the nations.
Right.
Yeah, cast down, but we were talking strictly about the bowing down, right? I think that was...
You're talking about
Yeah, but
bowing
okay,
down
so
to Adam.
he had
No,
fallen
that's
from
nothing to do
heaven,
with that.
cast down. What did he do that caused him to be, obviously, whether or not it speaks specifically to disobeying in terms of bowing to Adam, he disobeyed in some way that made him get cast
Hang
down.
on. Hang on.
Cast down to earth.
Hang on. Yeah, okay, but hang on. I asked you specifically to justify a claim you made that he refused to bow down to Adam. Now you brought up a verse that is
I'll address that.
really not
but
relevant.
the bigger point was that he disobeyed and sparked his free will. That was what the context of the conversation was. I'll find the thing specifically for
Jeremy,
that.
this is why I'm going against Percentage, because he's not correct.
I hear you.
No, you're addressing a red herring, bro. But I'll find it.
They're not paying attention, bro. I don't think they're listening to your Percentage.
I've been Googling it while you've been speaking. I found Christianity.com says angels do have free will. I've posted the relevant part there. But crucially in Sunni Islam, the other thing that pops up when I Google do angels have free will suggests that in Sunni Islam they definitely don't. So maybe this is just a difference between.
You
Yeah,
need to
correct.
smack
I mean,
yourself over the head with your own
percentage
book.
is referring to the Islamic understanding.
What's the difference between an angel and a fallen angel?
Well, my rebuttal would be Ephesians 1:11,
Right.
which says all things are done according to God's plan and his decision. And God chose us to be his own people in union with Christ because of his own purpose. So
See,
all
that-
things are done according to God's plan and decision.
Yeah, see that.
So,
suggests
so
that we
would
don't
you
have
would you
free will.
consider yourself a Bible literalist? Would you consider yourself a Bible literalist? Josh?
Let me say this. I'm guessing he's talking about what his intent is. But when he gives the intention of God for other people is to have free will, he has to restrain himself from that.
And then I'll respond to that with Proverbs 16:4. The Lord works out everything to its proper end, even the wicked for a day of disaster.
Can I just
Again,
make
suggests
also?
there's no free will. That's what I'm saying. It sounds more like the book is inconsistent.
I mean, since we mentioned the Islamic understanding, I just want to make something clear because percentage is kind of mixing up Islamic and Christian doctrines.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Satan is not considered a fallen angel in Islam. He's considered of the jinn, not a fallen angel.
That's not explicitly true. If you research it, you'll find that ulama, it's in contention. Some ulama believe that he actually was an angel. And
yeah, I know the ayah you're referring to.
Yeah, so it's in contention. It's not absolutely
Is that a hadith?
There is a majority
Quran
opinion, but it's
Quran,
not.
What I would just
It's not
offer that if anyone wants to take the Bible word for word, literally from front to back, my only comment is good luck with that.
I know.
Exactly.
It's the big book of inconsistency in my view, but people's choices.
So if Lucifer fell, for what reason did he fall?
Context is enormously important. You can't just pluck a verse from Psalms and a verse from Proverbs and a verse from Ephesians and then just link them all together because it's convenient in a conversation.
Yep. And they're claiming to know the nature of God, and they always anthropomorphize God into human nature. It's whack. You guys are whack.
Who was, like in Ephesians, who was Paul talking to? What was the context of the conversation? Like, this is what everybody does. They just grab bits and pieces to say, oh, well, because it says this here and this here and this here, that proves this. No, there's a lot more to it than that, guys.
You're guilty of that yourself, because the context of the conversation was that Lucifer disobeyed, and so he had free will. And the evidence of that is Isaiah 14:12, where he was cast down and he was a fallen angel. You agree he's a fallen angel, but you're not. And in order to be a fallen angel, you have to disobey. But you're claiming that he doesn't have free will to disobey with. It's nonsensical.
No. My position is that angels do have free will. That's how they chose to disobey. Whereas you seem to be arguing something sparked disobedience. Well,
so
my query was, what does this term spark mean? You've either got something or you don't. That's my point.
At the point,
exactly.
I'm with you. They can.
You're
disobey.
contradicting yourself. Yeah, exactly. You're saying Satan was an angel. Has no free will.
Satan was an angel.
So he didn't have free will.
All the angels can disobey. Their thresholds for disobedience are much higher than men, for instance. And Satan and Lucifer's threshold was lower than other angels, and that's why when God ordered the angels to do something and he disobeyed, the other ones didn't. That's why he's a fallen angel.
It's just nonsense. You've got to be able to back that up. What their threshold is higher, according to what? You just made a claim their threshold is higher.
According to them being close to God, maybe.
Well, maybe they've got pink hair as well. I'm asking. You've got to be able to back up what you're claiming.
Bro, you're trying to say that they have their threshold for free will, for disobedience is like where humans are.
No. What I'm trying to say is, I don't know. You are making a claim.
Well,
that
use your brain, man.
Oh,
they're angels.
What he's trying.
My
Wait,
brain can comprehend angels and God. Yeah, good luck. luck with
Yeah,
that as well.
self-evidently, it has a point. I mean, if you're going to talk about a doctrine, you should at least refer to a scripture or something.
I
You
have
should
been,
have
have I not?
some. Well, to the specific question he just asked,
Which is?
Pasty on his heel.
regarding the threshold.
Yeah, he's
Where'd
asking
you get
from
that
where
from?
you got that threshold. Yeah.
Well, that's something you just have to work out because angels are, you know, they always, for most of the time, they're obeying. It's rare that you have an angel that disobeys. Whereas humans, we like, you know, we sin and stuff all the time. The exception to the angels is the one that sins. Whereas for humans, it's you know a normal thing.
So,
You're
is there
drawing lots
more
of
than
long
one?
bows here and presenting it as though it's a firm position.
Are you
What
saying
you're
there's as
talking
many
about is
fallen angels as there are angels?
Well,
Sorry,
my question would be:
can you repeat
is there
that?
more than one fallen angel?
I imagine so.
Yeah, the bit I posted suggested
appreciate that.
overtaken by sin, Satan swayed some of the other angels to follow in his footsteps and refuse to worship God. Often people point to Revelation 12:4 to indicate that a third of the stars, an image often used in scripture to indicate the angels, fell away from the presence of God when they chose to no longer obey him. Chose being an important word, but this is from Christianity.com, not directly the Bible. This means 1/3 of the angels decided to sin and became fallen angels, demons.
Yeah,
And
this is
reply to
according to
FE's
an
point-
understanding that stars refer to angels. This is
And just
one
responding
way.
to FE's point on the context, I mean, most of what Paul wrote was to fight against pluralism in early Christianity.
Like Matthew, hang on, let me just see what Matthew 25:41 says. Because that's saying this indicates angels have free will, given the choice to serve God or follow Lucifer. 1 out of every 3 willingly chose the latter. Wow, what kind of a manager are you if 1/3 of your workforce follows a guy to defect?
You know, the point is that corroborates or substantiates what I was saying about angels having a higher threshold than men.
Arrogant.
100% of men sin.
Arrogant people, selfish people. I mean, the examples are all over the place. You know, you can be the
Again-
greatest person in the world, but if there's always people who won't take, you know.
But I mean, one thing I've never heard a Christian argue against, and correct me if I'm wrong, FE, but nothing happens against God's will and plan.
That's true.
Well, you have free will. Of course, there's gonna be things that happen against His will.
So this is the whole tension between Calvinism and Arminianism. You know, is everything controlled by God, or do we have free will? And there's no answer to that question.
That's where you have the fact that God knows what we're going to choose, even though we have free will to choose it.
Free will.
I think what the Bible.
I don't subscribe to either position, to be honest.
No, I don't either. I think Calvinism is a horrible take.
It's a horrible. Yeah, I agree. And Arminianism is a scary thought as well, to be honest.
I mean, for me, having read multiple versions of the Bible, and one message I got out of it is one of the worst things you can do is have pride and hubris. That's the big
you
sin.
heard it here, guys. Drop everything and follow these guys. They have it all figured out.
No, I don't have anything figured out, mate. I have an opinion, that's all.
No, yeah, you sound like you know things, right?
Well, I'm British, so obviously I sound like I know what I'm talking about. That's natural. Sorry, that's why we went and said, "Have you got a flag?" Well, no flag, no country, and everyone went, "Okay."
But it's all. Do you have a flag? Yeah, that was some of what pushed me away from it too. When I used to study Christianity at school, I was like, most of these stories seem to be about obedience, and it seems very much against questioning and education and testing and learning for yourself. And I just
actually, that tends to happen when you listen to people who don't believe in the Bible and they cite the Bible to make you change your mind. It's just fucking ridiculous, right?
It was
I don't know.
what you call it, priest or whatever at school who was teaching.
I guess it's a choice and preference. Like it's to me, like religion is kind of like a guide, like a manual, right? Some people don't want to read the manual; they just want to do it their way. But the manual's there. It's
Like me.
Sure, but it was the,
for the
reading the
people,
manual. It was just
for the
continually
people,
finding bits in the manual that I
for
was
the
like, I
people
don't
who
like what
have
this manual is teaching
existence,
me to do.
Harry, for the people who have existence, they all have the green light. Guarantee it. You've got free will on Earth. If you're not making your own decisions, who is? What is? What is? Come on, get
I
real.
hold myself
Say
responsible for all my
Satan.
decisions, for my action and my inaction.
There's
That's
some
the
voice in
foundation
your
of good
head that
morality.
comes from
I
some other
almost finished that
dimension.
point, Mel.
Yeah, well, is it some other voice that comes from? You guys sound so weak and flimsy right now. It's scary.
Well, what did I say? It sounds weak and flimsy. I don't think I've said
It's
anything.
like you're a human, but you got to read a book to figure out how to be human.
No, no one said
Come
that.
on, guys.
Easy,
Seriously?
Mel. Coming in strong this morning. I don't think really
Seriously, though.
responding to
They are atheists, Merlin. I don't think you're talking
Joss
to.
Joss is an atheist. I'm an
I'm
atheist.
not an
don't
atheist.
understand.
I've just
I
read
don't know.
I've just read multiple
Non-Bible
manuals,
believers.
Science Zero.
Well, they're not manuals. The moment you realize that it's maybe you start understanding better. They're guides, not manuals.
Sure, I didn't even like what it was guiding me to do. It seemed like it was guiding me to not ask questions, to not learn things for myself, to just be obedient and submissive. And I didn't like that as an idea.
Yeah, when I use the word manual, I was just
How long?
analogizing.
All right.
like
How many
guide,
years did you
manual.
dedicated to this? Hold on, guys. How many years did you dedicated to study this?
I mean, I studied. It was all through school. It was like a constant class. We had twice.
So
weekly
wait, you changed your
church
mind
and-
during school, though?
Sure, yeah.
Holy cow, bro! That says it all.
What were you going to ask,
Harry,
FA?
what I would say is you oftentimes people are put off by the way something is presented to them, which is clouded and muddied up by the agendas of the people who present it. So, you can use the Bible for a whole lot of different. You want to find a verse where God is a genocidal monster, you can find it. You want to find a verse where God is an all-loving, all-accepting, gracious, wonderful Lord, you can find it. You want to find a verse where God approves of slavery, you can find it. Like it's the guy who's presenting the information can often slant or tilt it in whatever way he wants to.
Yeah, and that's kind of what got to me about it, right? Which is if I can just find this from wherever, like if I can get a bit where, I was chatting with somebody on the politics and religion server the other day who's like, we were having a discussion about whether the Bible condones slavery, and he was quite assertively saying it absolutely does. It absolutely supports slavery. And then somebody else is like, well, don't listen to this guy, he's an atheist. He's like, no, I'm a Christian. It just clearly condones slavery, and therefore I condone it too. And if I don't have a rational way to argue against that using this guide or this manual or this whatever, then to me it's not a useful guide.
I might DM you a video that I watched recently, Harry. Hang on, just quickly. I might DM you a video if you can spend 45 minutes watching. It's a sermon on the Bible to do with context and timeline and the progression of mankind through the ages. It's just it may just give you. I'm not saying it's to convince you one way or the other, but those sort of things you've wrestled with, this might actually address some of it for you. I don't know, but it's a really good. It's just a good watch. So I'll send it to you. Watch it if you want to. Don't if you don't, obviously.
Self-evidently, just on the point that we discussed earlier. I mean, you would agree that Paul's major battle for his letters to the Galatians, Corinthians, and Ephesians was against pluralism.
What's pluralism?
Yeah, pluralism, and also how to exist in a Domitian Caesarean political arena. I mean, it was there's a lot going on in there that to us in 21st century Australia or England we don't know. We don't know because we literally don't know some of the other, subtleties and things that were going on there that are spoken by Paul, by John, the writers of the New Testament. That there's political aspect, there's spiritual aspect, there's all sorts going on in there, Druff.
Yeah, but you got to remember, it wasn't Diocletian. It was the Flavian emperors when Paul was about.
Wasn't it Domitian?
It might have been Domitian. It might have been it may be just before the Flavians. I know that. I can't remember.
Yeah, I might be wrong.
Yeah, I can't remember if they got in just before the Jewish uprising or just after.
Yeah, I think under Domitian, that's where Jerusalem was destroyed and the temple was destroyed. I think that was under.
And that's right.
Under
Tiberius
Domitian.
was the guy that led the army in Jerusalem, and then he came back, kicked out.
Came back because his father died or something. Yeah.
I like that. Cool.
They had like that there's a 1 year break in the speech. They had a 1 year break or something because Tiberius' father died or something back in Rome.
What do you guys think the point of the Bible is?
They're barely hearing you.
He's back at LIGO. How straight are the tubes?
All right, so is the audio any better?
Now you've got this incredible echo on your mic matrix. I don't know why you've got it.
Yeah, it sounds like false reverb.
I'm actually in the hallway, that's why.
Ah, right. It's real reverb.
All right, so what do you guys think is the point of the Bible? Why is it out?
To control humans is what my thought. To control human behavior.
Oh, funny that, Rexios. I believe that NASA is the same shit.
Yeah. Could be.
They don't do a very good job over here.
Yeah, don't NASA name all their stuff according to Greek mythology gods? All their studies, all their crafts.
Well, hold on a second. What's Voyager got to do with Greek mythology? What's Galileo got to do with Greek mythology? What was the
you just
Beagle
gave
probe
two examples. I can name you all the Greek mythology gods in NASA documents. All of them. Every single one.
And most of them predate NASA by how many hundreds of years? Maybe.
Yeah, I'm just asking, why would NASA...
You're missing the point, though.
Who, me?
No, you Egypt, you're on point. He is missing the what you're saying.
I mean, NASA's supposed to be doing scientific research, right?
Yeah. And we've named an awful lot of our planets and objects in our solar system after Roman and Greek gods.
Look at the telescope. Look at the telescope they named. What was it? The Vatican came out with a telescope.
Oh, not this trope again, which we've disproved to you like 30 dozen times, Jeremy. Come on.
What do you mean? I never heard any debunk
Not
of this.
called Lucifer. It isn't.
They nicknamed it Lucifer.
I don't know. I'm just saying that I
might
heard
not be
before.
the official name. That's the nickname now.
Didn't we already go through that one last time? And it turned out to be some university kids who were sharing the same facility as some Catholic observatory, and it's quite probable they did it as a bit of a troll.
Yeah. So that whole thing is false. There's no telescope that people nicknamed Lucifer.
My understanding is two different teams use. Last I remember of it, and it just might be a dim memory. Two different teams use the same telescope, and one of the teams called themselves or their measurements or maybe a piece of equipment there Lucifer, but they had absolutely nothing to do with the Catholic Church, who also used the same facility or the same telescope to do a different thing.
Actually, what is the official name of that telescope? Do you know?
Let me dig it up again.
Because I heard this shit before from conspiracy people, people that see a fucking letter and they derive like 100 things different from one letter.
There is a Lucifer telescope, and it stands for Large Binocular Telescope Near Infrared Utility with Camera and Integral Field Unit for Extragalactic Research. So it was an anagram.
But I mean, Large Binocular Telescope is LBT.
So that telescope exists, and when we looked into it before, there's an observatory, which is the Mount Graham International Observatory in Arizona, and the Vatican also has one of their telescopes on that same observatory property as this Lucifer one. But technically, they say that the Vatican doesn't own the Lucifer one, but it's all part of the same observatory group or whatever. So.
Yeah, right. So yeah, this bit of equipment they now called Lucy, originally called Lucifer. They've dropped a bunch of letters. I see what you're saying. So it's a large binocular telescope near infrared spectroscopic. The LBTNS is dropped there so they can use utility with camera and integral field unit for extragalactic research. They've really worked hard to make that.
I wish they called it the Large Great Binocular Telescope, and then it'll be LGBT.
Oh, even better.
Well, these are actually things NASA does with their acronyms for researchers. They use acronyms that match.
This isn't a NASA telescope.
No. I'm referring to the whole NASA and Greek mythology gods thing. They do that. They have these researchers.
They do that because there's been such a long period of naming conventions using Greek and Roman gods. So I think planets are Roman gods and moons are Greek.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's been around for donkey's years, and they just followed a tradition. We have traditions; people kind of follow it.
Yeah, were you guys just saying that it didn't exist?
So it's a piece of equipment
no one said that.
on the LBT. The LBT is the Large Binocular Telescope.
No, not me. I'm asking if it does.
Who says it's tradition? Who says that?
No, I agree. If it's a tradition and it's followed to the T, I mean, there are reasons. It's not random, just using the names randomly. It's actually using the mythology and the stories behind the gods, what happened, who they married, what children, who killed who, and all that. Like Jupiter, for example, I think refers to.
If it's a tradition, who started it and why?
Well, the Greeks and the Romans did, because they kind of named some of the planets. So we use the Roman names for the planets. So it goes back to Rome.
Yeah, the Greek and Romans, they're basically the same gods. They just have different names in Greek or Roman, but they refer to the same god. Yes.
Not really, but yes, in a kind of way. It's not quite that simplistic. The attributes of those gods can be quite different.
But the Vatican is linked in with a lot of these observatories, so they definitely seem to be very, very interested in.
I mean, I got beef with the Pope straight up. He don't want it because they're supposed to claim, they want to heal the little children and feed the homeless people and all this shit, right? Meanwhile,
Same here, Jeremy.
Meanwhile, they're the richest organization. I got beef with Catholic Christians too, so let's not get crazy silent. But they're one of the richest organizations in the world, sitting on billions of dollars, and there's kids starving, kids are sick, all this.
I disagree, Jeremy. Let me answer to that, guys. Let me answer to that, please. I disagree with that sentiment, Jeremy, because to be able to have any impact nowadays, you need to have power. And to have power, you need to have money, right? To have some sort of, how you say, like not to depend on governments. If churches didn't have this kind of money and power, they will probably governments make them disappear so fast. So I disagree with that.
A second after this, Matrix. If you're in a really hard hallway, and that's what's causing the echo. If you've got a hoodie, go and put the hoodie on. Put your hood up, and that will get rid of a fair proportion of it.
Is it true that?
I'll be done in like 5 minutes. Then I'll go inside.
Holy shit!
Hey, no worries, man.
Is it true that the Vatican owns the most observatories in the world? I remember
I have
hearing
no
that
idea.
somewhere. Is it true?
I know.
I don't know, to be honest.
First thing I would do if I was ruler of the world for one day, I was empty out the Vatican and put all that information on the internet. They got one of the biggest libraries in the world, I heard.
Well, maybe you're gonna see some information there, and you're gonna realize that you're gonna make people actually fucking go crazy.
It could
Then
be
you're
for
gonna
our
go
best
like
interest, you think? You think
that. You don't know that.
That's a real possibility that some of these elites and these powerful people are keeping things from us for our best interest. Like I've actually felt that way maybe sometimes, like a long time ago, but I feel like they could have been hiding things from us that would be in our best interest. You know what I mean? Like maybe remember when they tried to build the tower to Babylon up to the sky or something, and God struck them down, or wasn't that a thing? I'm wondering if if some creator or whoever came and said, "Listen, you guys can't go outside of this Antarctica area or this little zone you got here because we're gonna have to fuck you up if you do." And maybe they keep telling us.
I'm gonna
go ahead.
I'm gonna have to attack you a little bit, Jeremy. That's a little bit arrogant of you to say that you can do things better without knowing the implications of what what implies to be the Pope.
Say there's aliens all around us. Wait, what about the Pope?
No, I say I don't agree with the Pope. I don't want to fight over the Pope. I don't like him at all.
So
and I'm Catholic, you know.
What was your point though?
I say that's a little bit arrogant of you to claim that you can do things better.
I'm not claiming I
do
can do
things better without knowing.
He's actually agreeing
without knowing
that part that you can keep information for the better of people.
I think most of the books that you get
I don't agree with it.
in the Vatican Library that are interesting are probably on pluralistic views on Christian faith.
Bro, they probably got evidence of giants, all kinds of shit. They probably got dodo bird skeletons. They're hiding from Pete Shea. They got wild shit up in there, I bet.
Silent, I thought as a Catholic, to call yourself a Catholic, you have to agree with what the Pope says. I thought he's sort of got a direct line to go.
No.
What he says.
No,
is
the
bound.
point with the Pope is why do they have these billions and zillions of dollars and they're not using it to help people?
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, Jeremy.
I'm with you on that. I explain why, but I mean, I guess.
What makes you think that their mission statement is to actually help people?
Matrix, your mic, bro.
Matrix.
I realize you're in a hallway.
Yeah, Matrix.
You telling us you're in a hallway does not help the situation. There's nothing on the walls in that hallway. Is it pure tile? Is it like I bet it's all ceramic
marble.
tile. What are you in a subway?
It's all marble.
You know that last quietest room in the world? I feel like you're in the most echoey room in the world. Like the opposite of quiet.
Anyone heard of the center of the universe thing? That circle, where is it? It's in the States somewhere.
Assholes. Does that sound any better?
Oh, that sounds so much better.
Well, like you still sound like shit, but it's way better.
Yeah, what I was saying earlier is, what if the mission statement of the Vatican or whatever their department isn't to help people? Why do we think that their thing is to help people in the first place? So,
It's clearly not to help. It's clearly not to help people, because if it was to help people, they wouldn't be sitting on billions of dollars. They'd be out using it to help people.
Yep.
Because there's definitely people that need help.
Man, that's so pity, Jeremy.
They would have punished. Anyway, I won't say that thing. They would have been responsible when certain things were made aware. They were made aware of certain things.
You can end world hunger. You can end world hunger. I think the price tag on it was $11 billion. The Vatican's sitting on way more than that. So
Well,
I mean, you could end.
I'm sketchy on that. You could end world hunger with money thing, because a large amount, in my opinion, of world hunger is caused by previous giving money, because it crushes local farming and doesn't actually help much. So I'm not sure, but I mean, I think you could do a significant amount of good. I think there are lots of. Yeah, I'm not sort of saying they could.
Well, we'll double it. We'll double the
it's
price.
just world hunger would fix.
Price
Well,
and airdrop.
you
We'll
can't
double the
fix
price and
that
airdrop it in.
problem. You can make it better, definitely. I agree with that. You can never.
A lot
I mean,
better.
I think you can feed
Some
people,
places
but
are
like
unreachable.
when you give away rice, there was some local farmer who was charging, you know, crazy amounts per kilo of rice, you know, because he's the only one able to produce rice. When you drop in rice so people stop starving, you also
So heads are
destroy that
starving.
one or two farmers who actually are
Didn't
producing.
didn't Elon Musk recently tweet something like that? Like he'd give away 6 billion, I think.
Yeah,
If
apparently it was a
it would.
misquote though.
No, what
Apparently the
happened?
original
What
guy
happened?
said 6 million would help us
Oh.
with this specific program, and CNN changed that to this guy from the UN whatever agency said Elon Musk could solve world hunger with 6 billion, and he said, well, I'll do that. You show me how this will solve world hunger. To which the guy said, well, I never said it'd do that. What I said is it'd help us with, you know, this 40 million people or something who are on the brink of starvation.
Well, yeah,
Obviously-
his
obviously
tweet was
it's
along the lines of if it does solve the problem, I'd give it away, knowing that it won't.
The cost of solving world hunger. The cost of solving world hunger is 11 billion a year. So you'd have to do that year after year. However, you could probably spend 100 billion or 2 trillion and solve it forever by setting up these people with infrastructure to grow their own food. Then you won't need to keep giving them $11 billion every year. You just give them you teach a man to fish. Give a man a fish, feed him for a day. Yeah, we're just giving him the fish. You need to stop giving him the fish and give him the fucking fishing pole.
Well, I had a bit to do with a charity that did that in Sri Lanka. Like they gave them boats. They said we're not going to give them food because that'll destroy their livelihoods. We'll give them fishing boats, and it just destroyed the fishing industry, the fishing boat building industry, and still caused massive problems. And I think it's really, really super difficult to give away money.
Yeah, it's not. You need to give them the technology. You need to give them the money to get the infrastructure. You need to give them the infrastructure to do things, but you need to have them doing the right things. You can't just give them boats and let them drain the ocean, the rivers of fish. You need to give them aquaponics technology so that you have a renewable source.
What about information?
Yeah, I think
so that you have
education you can give away, but I think if it was that simple, people would be doing it. And the vast history of almost all international aid is it makes things worse for exactly the people it's trying to make it better for. It's just the law of unintended consequences. Just so often destroys.
Okay, if we give people, there's X amount of people in this town and only one farmer can grow rice, but then we come introduce it with this aquaponics technology and infrastructure that you can have a size of a shed that'll feed a family with a renewable resource of fish. How's that? Who's that hurt? The family gets fed.
I'm not always able, like in prediction mode, most charity looks awesome. It's always in hindsight that it stuffs up. Like I went on a date one time ages ago with this girl who worked in international aid, and I was like, this is not the best thing to admit on a date, but I'm not sure it works. And she's like, no, I know it doesn't. That's why I've stopped doing it. And then told me stories where she said it's quite often just like you lack the local information. One of them she said she was working in South Africa and went to bring food there. And she's like, we spent months doing as much research as we could that the food wouldn't compete with local resources. So wherever we could buy it locally, we would. And like just tried so hard to get it right.
Hold on, eggshells.
And then when we turned up, we brought it in cardboard boxes. Tons and tons and tons, hundreds and tons of cardboard, not realizing that most of the world's cardboard already comes from South Africa. And we destroyed their biggest local industry. And she said that's just always the case. So every time you think, this won't do anything, there's some sort of ecological impact that now this aquaculture does something. Or another one that's quite often with the problem with that tech is it makes people dependent because they used to do things by hand with little handmade tools. All of the fix and all of the knowledge for that is local. Because if you're doing it with
that's
tech
why
that they don't have, they're still reliant on Westerners to come fix it or repair it or replace it.
That's exactly why I said information, right? Information and education. Like if you provide that, then the problem can be solved then locally rather than you having to think about it or come up with solutions from an outside perspective, not knowing the local economy.
your little
so forth.
girlfriend,
I
your
do
little
think you can give
girlfriend.
away
Hold on a
education.
second, eggshells. Oh, little girlfriend you went on your date with. She was giving him a fish, feeding them for the day. You need to give them the fishing pole so you can feed them for the rest of their life. The information, exactly what this guy
All
just
I'm
said.
saying is she worked in that field for years and was well aware of all of the problems with previous applications. And she said this was the one where I was trying so incredibly hard to get it right, and we still fucked it up. And
It's because they're hard. Go ahead. My bad.
You know, it could be for a bunch of reasons, and there could be ones that work. It's just that they so often have unintended consequences. Like one of the best
I'm gonna
recently
tell you.
was a program to reduce malaria rates by giving away nets, mosquito nets. Just said cover your beds with these mosquito nets, and it did bring down malaria
May I
rates.
answer
But it
something?
also
May I say
killed
something,
local
Jeremy,
fish
before you go?
populations because it.
Go ahead.
Guys, let him finish.
No, because he said, I just wanted to say that maybe the reason why governments or these institutions are not able to progress is because they still want to like help and be they want to still be the like how you say it, like people depend on them, right?
Yeah, they want them.
Yeah. So they won't actually teach people to create resources or make good use of the resources, right?
Yeah,
I think that's some of it. Like if you think if you're a local official and you know that you will get X amount in aid, you know, which turns into cash, which always turns into corruption, and you know that you will get that money dependent on how many people locally have, you know, the AIDS virus or something. What is your motivation to stop that when you know that all of this cash will stop flowing in when you actually fix the problem? So yeah, I think that there is a huge problem with that as well. I think there's many problems with it. I honestly think one of the best things you could do is just turn your back and just go, you guys sort it out. We trust you.
Do you think, eggshells, do you think this is intentional? Like this is a system, right?
At some level,
is it built that way?
Guys, Jeremy has been trying to say something. I interrupted him, and then like we haven't allowed him. Come on.
Yeah, go, Jeremy.
Sorry.
Two things, and I gotta go. The same thing's happening in our country with the conflict of interest. So that's happening right in our backyard in America, all the countries. So it's not just these third world countries that are getting it. And for every scenario that they fail at and go fuck the economy up in, it's because they're not doing what this guy said with giving them the information, giving them the infrastructure. Any scenario you give to me, it's always going to be they're trying to just feed them for the day. They're handing them a fish.
Yeah. I think you're right. And I do think some of it is intentional, where you go, if we can get really cheap, like most of a lot of the battery components are coming out of Africa. And I think that at some level, people really high up in organizations will go, if we fix stuff there, like legitimately fix stuff there, suddenly the price of our components will go through the roof and we'll struggle to be competitive. So I don't think they have an interest in doing it, but they do have an interest to look like they're doing something because it looks good for them in terms of PR, and they can say, oh, we're helping, but Africa's a different problem. So I certainly think there could be deliberate behavior in it. But at the same time, I think you could get the same problem through positive intent, just mislaid.
Question.
Sure, but yeah.
Hold on. Is there any examples of a group of peoples or a nation where foreign aid worked? And if there is, were they able to compete with other nations in their areas after this?
I've been looking for those examples. Disaster relief does seem to work, and there are some bits of education that do seem to work. So sex ed has been really good in some places, but obviously some people with religious mindsets will disagree. But interestingly, the counter case is often stronger, which is there are some countries like Nigeria is a good example. Just even when they still needed it, flat stopped. This is my understanding. I might be getting bits of this wrong. Flat stopped accepting aid. They said, stop sending us money. We will not accept it anymore. And they are now like one of the most prosperous nations in Africa. They're really, really good because they stopped accepting it. So they became more competitive. The cases for that are stronger and more plentiful in my understanding than the cases for aid helping, because I think disaster relief works, but disaster relief opens the door and creates a paradigm that is then hard to shift back out of.
What are the prosperous nations in Africa?
Nigeria is pretty good.
A lot of
South
problems
Africa,
with a lot of problems with Africa and a lot of the third world countries is that you have these rulers in there where they could either spend I don't know what their budget is, $100 billion on upgrading their infrastructure, which automatically makes your country more prosperous. That's why China and Rome did so well. China had canals and Rome had the roads. Your infrastructure is a big part of how good your country can be. You need to be able to feed people, get the food to people. So a lot of these rulers in these third world countries will just be like, well, I could either have $100 billion for myself or upgrade my country's roads. And they're like, well, I'm just going to keep $100 billion. You know what I mean? Fuck these guys.
Plus, I think the other thing is like when people say charity brings corruption, I think it does so because it is virtually the same thing. Like corruption to me is getting paid to not do your job, right? You're a building inspector, you turn up, you find a problem with the building and somebody says, I'll pay you to not do your job and report me, right? That's what corruption is at almost all levels. Isn't that basically what charity is? You're not doing your job, so I'll pay you money. Like you're not surviving very well. You're not looking after the health. You're not building roads, so I'll give you money. So how do you get a leader who gets to power in a country that is dependent, most of its GDP comes from external aid? How, in that paradigm, could you ever get somebody who's going to be good at building a prosperous nation? Like he's almost by default going to be corrupt.
I think that some groups of peoples are just not going to have successful civilizations when compared to other groups of peoples. Yep.
Some black pill alert here.
Yeah, I don't think it's so much the people. I mean, people are the same everywhere.
Have you been to countries
People-
where they can't count to 10, stuff like that? Or like they think rocks.
I live in a third
like
world country, by the way. So.
What does third world mean?
Exactly my
No,
point.
no,
I
I'm asking you, what does third world mean?
The
'Cause I know what it
dynamics
means.
of the world.
I'm a citizen of a third world country, but I just want to know if you know what third world
So am
means.
I.
When your GDP outstrips your debt outstrips your GDP.
Thank you. Sorry, it's like I agree with Eggshells. Charity is corruption. But, actually no but. Furthermore, why are we giving people charity? We're trying to uphold people to a standard that they haven't earned yet.
Yeah.
I mean, I've literally seen people with calculators doing like 8 + 2 on a calculator. And you're like, you shouldn't even have a calculator. You guys aren't ready. It's too advanced. That sounds harsh to some people, but I mean,
same thing works at all levels, right? Like I was lucky in that I've got parents that did okay for themselves, but they didn't really look after me much. Like no cars, nothing like that. Had to have a job, like none of that. And I fared far better than some of the kids that went to my school and got given stuff who are now like really struggling. Same for any animal. Like if you just go outside the humans and go anywhere in the animal kingdom, catch an animal in the wild, hand feed it, and then release it back into the wild, and what happens? Starves or gets eaten. So why do we think hand feeding things works again?
well, that's the point I was getting to, is that
Yeah.
when you have these international organizations giving out charity to all these countries whose populations are about to triple, maybe even quadruple in the next 50 years, they're not trying to get people up to a socioeconomic status. They're grooming them to be the perfect slaves, to be completely dependent on their charity or their aid, whatever you want to call it.
And vote for them, for that government. So keeping them in power.
I think it also keeps resources really affordable. Like the 3 T's, tin, tantalum, and tungsten, or like if you Google conflict minerals, vast majority come from Africa and a vast majority come from places that are straight up run by warlords. Why would if you were Samsung or any big battery tech or anybody, why would you be lobbying for anything that would stabilize the Congo when you know that would drive the price of tin or tantalum or tungsten through the roof? particularly given how hard it is to mine. Apparently, like the best method of mining it was with children's fingers. So like, great, let the warlords force kids at gunpoint to dig it out of the ground for us. You know, I could think you get the same thing through people well-meaning making mistakes, but easily it could be corruption. It could be intentional. Like, if it worked by now, wouldn't Africa be sending money back to the West? Like, if it fixed things and got people on their feet, wouldn't you find that there was a yo-yo effect where for this decade you're sending money there and then stuff goes badly here and your economy crashes, so they're sending it back? Why is it like 60%, I think it is, of the world's aid has been going to Africa for like 40 years, maybe more actually, since like the 70s, 80s, I think. I think it's 80s.
Oh,
when we
even
ramped it up.
Even before that, though.
If it was working, why are we still doing it?
It's because it is working.
Yeah.
In the way that I described, it's creating controllable masses.
No, I told you it's because those people aren't spending this. When we send aid to places, I don't think you guys understand what happens, especially somewhere like that. That shit gets lost. That shit gets embezzled out, funneled out into the people that don't need it. They're not building their infrastructure up or preventing this from happening again. We're just handing them the fish once again.
No,
and they're not even using it.
Some of what you're saying, they do that. Like there's been like consistent efforts. I know, and I've worked with a lot of people who are doing it in India. Work with a bunch of people who are doing it in Sri Lanka, and have met a bunch of people who are doing it in Africa. Like the idea of like train them, teach them how to purify water, horticulture, so you can farm stuff more efficiently. All of that stuff they really do that. But it's not that way back in the day they used to just send rice, and they still do sometimes send food and like direct aid vehicles, build a road for them, dig a well for them, that kind of stuff. But they do that. It's not that nobody's thought of that yet.
But I mean, that really doesn't. If we were doing that, if we've been doing that this whole time, there wouldn't be anyone left to feed, or we wouldn't need to be sending aid anymore to people, because they would have spent the money properly on making sure, they know how to distill water and they know how to get foods without fucking their whole economy up. Their economy should be doing good by now, because they should have used some of the money to build roads with and infrastructure and the shit that we do.
Yeah, there's a variety of other things there. But I honestly think just turn your back and get out of there. And if you really want to help the people of Africa, I think you'd vote for or just buy things that were conflict mineral free. So you do not buy diamonds, and only get phones from companies that will guarantee that their supply chains and demonstrate that their supply chains don't come from Africa. I think you could just do it by acting locally, and then don't send anything overseas. Give it all for your vets and your homeless people and your mental health concerns and fixing stuff in your own country. And I think you would turn around and you would find Africa's back on its feet and doing pretty well. Because I used to hold to the idea like, well, maybe there's something genetic there that's holding people back. But like, if you look at history, there was some of the most advanced civilizations there, particularly what's his bloody name? Where's Druss? He's gone again, hasn't he? He would tell me the one. The Ethiopians and some other people, they were building huge cities, doing all sorts of really impressive stuff, had economies and like proper trade and what do you call it? Like currency and stuff rather than barter, and like we're doing some amazing stuff that really doesn't make it the strongest argument to go, well, maybe it's just because they're Africans.
And I wasn't saying that, by the way. I never said anything like that.
Oh, right. Yeah, I wasn't saying you were. I was wondering it, though, before.
I'm sure. Yeah, it came out of my mouth, and I was like, uh-oh, here we go. But no, it could be anyone.
I mean, it's the same with the what do they call it? Checkbook diplomacy that the America's been doing for years, where they turn up to an unstable country and go, oh, we'll secure you a line of credit and build roads for you and all this stuff, and give them loans they couldn't possibly pay back because it keeps the oil cheap or allows them to build a military base or something.
I think it comes down to being, you're gonna make your decision based on whether or not you believe we live in a zero-sum reality.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by zero-sum reality?
That there are a finite amount of resources available to us. You just can't feed everybody if there's a finite amount of food and the population has exceeded what we can sustain. Then it just becomes, if you attempt to do that, it just becomes a giant game of musical chairs, and there's always going to be somebody left standing when the music stops. So
I think that's okay though. I'm not fussed with the idea of some people struggling. I'm fussed
Oh,
with
yeah.
the idea of it always being the same people suffering. So like I think it makes sense that there is rich and poor. I just don't like the idea that you get some groups of people who are stuck being poor for like 20 generations no matter how hard they try. Whereas
Yeah, but
I think people should have the freedom to do nothing and go and live in the woods and, you know, nearly
Well,
starve
that's-
to death on a bad winter.
I think that's kind of what happened, though, is that in places where it's the easiest to survive in the wilderness, you're going to have people that are less likely to take advantage of technology. You know?
Yes,
You've got,
I've actually... Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt to agree. Go for it.
one thing. Just look at the difference, or rather the relation between IQ levels and climate. You have the lowest IQs nearest to the equator and the highest at the polar regions.
There's also, well, I've also heard something about megafauna, which is where megafauna is plentiful, you don't need to farm so much. So, which is very much Africa. Whereas in, you know, in Australia, we've still got some pretty big animals. Whereas like in most of Europe, they were down to rabbits pretty damn quickly. Like sure, there was still deer and things like that, but not nearly enough that you could survive. Most people could survive off eating deer. The death of megafauna, I've heard one archaeologist or whatever you call it, suggests that as megafauna dies off, it forces people into farming, which changes a lot of things. Whereas if you can keep hunting, why would you start farming? Farming is just shit. It's so like by so many reasons, so much worse for the human body. You get shorter, your teeth get worse, you die earlier, you live a miserable life, you die of starvation, suddenly stuck in wars, all of that bad stuff.
I would actually disagree with that because what farming replaced was essentially exhaustion hunting, which requires little to no intelligence. When you live closer to the equator, you don't have to deal with a climate that's can kill you. You know, sure, like heat exhaustion, but you don't have to plan for winters. You don't have to make sure you've got enough grain.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's better.
Well, I thought you were saying that farming leads to like people being short and having jacked up teeth, because farming actually leads to being able to grow more than you need, and then giving you the time for leisure activities or education. The less time you got to spend in the field next year, you know what I'm saying?
Well, my understanding is that's for farming cultures, but not for the farmers within them.
Yeah, so I might go.
my-
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, go on, Jeremy.
No, I was having technical difficulties. My bad. Please continue.
My understanding is that's for farming cultures, because farming cultures require that you then have other people that can do things, you know, help out with stuff. But I'm trying to remember the sort of the gist of it. But certainly they suggest that people got shorter and jacked up teeth and stuff like that because they were living on where people who were hunting were going. Were eating lots of different things, right? You would you kill an elephant, you eat an elephant for a week or till it goes rancid, and then you move on, you eat something else, and you got some berries here, and so you had a really diverse diet. Whereas once you're farming, most of the farmers, like that's all they ate, right? We farm wheat, so every meal is wheat of some variety, and it requires lots and lots of work. So you would have people within that culture who would be nobility or something, who would force that person into serfdom, who would have an awesome life, but the farmer themselves had a shitty one. It was my understanding.
But don't you trade a couple buckets of wheat for a couple buckets of berries or something with the guy next door? Like, not everyone's growing wheat.
But
actually,
what went
yes,
hand in hand with farming was slavery.
No, that was the problem though, is that you went from a permacultural aspect or a permaculture fuck, the words not in my head
Wait, are
right
you
now.
guys talking about back in the day? Like right now, you
Well,
obviously not
there
have.
was a distinct difference between when we were farming what was available to us and what was in season, and then when we exchanged that over to monocropping. And monocropping absolutely is going to bring about what you're describing, eggshells. So,
You think we're all going to get short with stubby teeth?
That was a much more the monocropping thing. The if you're not
That's if you grow corn and then you eat corn with everything. Cornmeal, this, corn, that.
and they would part
We're
of the
not
reason
doing.
apparently it would make their teeth short was because they would grind it in a mill and they would get stones in their bread and it would just sort of crack and grind their teeth down to apparently quite random knobs.
yeah, actually, cows have a very short lifespan when they live in areas with sandy soil. Like in Florida, the average lifespan of a dairy cow is like 3 to 5 years.
Wow.
So we don't do that anymore, though. So we're good. Or are people still doing that? Like, do Irish people still just eat potatoes or whatever? Or
Oh, there's absolutely places in the world where people just eat the same thing every day because that's all they
like
know.
in Africa again, to go back there, like a lot of their
you
diet is
fucking
just
love
yams.
Africa, bro. Go back to Africa. I'm just kidding.
Cradle of humanity, right?
You know what's interesting about Africa? You ever see those stone circles?
No.
Which ones?
Oh, there's tons of them, bro. There's like thousands of these giant stone circles. They
Yeah,
don't
you know
get
what
no
those were?
Stone
No.
circles of Gambia.
I can tell you exactly what they were, dude. Those were walls to trap herds of animals. You have your tribes spread out. Absolutely,
Like
dude.
they do with fish. Like they'll do that same kind of thing with fish to make a little thing in the riverbed or the side of the ocean
fish
that
trap.
where the fish can get in.
Exactly.
Expensive.
No, I would
Yeah.
argue that the most, like, right up next to the wheel and fire, fences is one of the most game-changing inventions for humanity.
So you think this was a thing to trap wild, to just like trap wild animals to eat? Yeah, that's could be. That's a good fucking idea. I never heard that before.
I mean,
They throw some bait. They put some bait in it?
No, it's an elaboration. Exactly, it's an elaboration off of exhaustion hunting, where you just chase an animal until it can't run anymore.
Well, why would it run into that thing?
Because you have your entire tribe spread out over miles in a line, moving the herd, and herd behavior is very easy to manipulate. I myself have moved hundreds of cows just with body placement, you know?
Yeah. You
On a
just stand
horse?
in one place and they just sort of all just move. Even though they can see the yards dead ahead of them, they will like just end up in them.
Exactly.
I don't know about that, man.
They used to use a similar hunting technique during Australia's famous war on the emus. And my understanding is they still sometimes do for kangaroo culls. They just chase them over like hundreds of square kilometers into this giant V-shaped fence and then get out like World War II Bren gun sort of belt-fed machine guns and mow them down.
I mean, if it was for hunting, why did they have like 4 right beside each other?
I don't know why you would bring up Australians
like
losing a war. I don't know why you would bring up Australia losing a war to birds when the Australians had machine guns. It has nothing to do with this. These are very elaborate stone circles, though, at that. It doesn't seem like just some generic fish trap or, animal trap or something. Like, they're a little more elaborate than that.
Yeah,
and you wouldn't expect 4 in the same close vicinity. Like, what purpose does that have?
Yeah, and there's like tons of these. I wouldn't doubt that maybe it did have some generic purpose like that, like maybe a trap where you would, if hogs or boar or deer or whatever fucking elephants like this thing, you throw a whole bunch of that stuff in and like set it as a trap or something for them to walk into. But even that though, these things were like elaborately shaped. Like I don't think that you would have just made a circle or a square or something. You wouldn't have done this like elaborate. Look at the shapes of some of them.
I'm I just looked at the pictures. That is not at all what I'm talking about. The structures
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that looks tight. That's not.
These are elaborate. Yeah, this isn't like some just generic like square rectangle thing or just a circle shape. Even like it's. I know I described them as a circular thing, but there's more. It's a little bit more than just
Do you find this stuff about like why did people do stuff in history so interesting? Like there was one talk I was listening to a while ago where they're like, there's these people who learnt to make axes And then it seemed that their tribe lived there for over 100 years, just making axes, never using them. They didn't find them with like dulled down ends. They just found thousands and thousands and thousands of axes. I'm reading now. I'm trying to find out why they made these
I'm
things.
sure they
So
used them, or they sold them. You don't just make an axe and not do
how
nothing with
did
it.
you
It
make
must have
them?
Probably used them in trade.
could have been
Yeah, they
trade.
could have just had a giant stockpile of them, being like,
It could have been like
axes are
their
going to come
money.
up on the.
It could have been like their money. Like, yo, I'll give you 3 axes for that horse.
Mm.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
it could have been. It just sounded
I
really
just
funny
made
to
that
me.
up. But
There was something else though about it which made them think they weren't very functional axes. I forget why. But yeah, it's just they could well have been trading them, and maybe they had hundreds of thousands. And when we saw thousands, we go, "Oh, that's a lot." But they would be like, "That's 1% of our stockpile. That's all the bad axes we didn't trade with." I don't know.
I mean, generally, when we make something, it serves some kind of purpose. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's what I
We
mean. I
almost
wouldn't be
never make something. What?
Well, I guess also religious purposes are still purposes. I was thinking about the heads on Easter Island, where they just made thousands and thousands of these heads, and I was watching a program.
You realize
the other
those are
day.
dated. You realize those are dated wrong, right?
I haven't heard that.
You haven't
Where are they
heard
meant to be
that,
from?
bro? All these structures are dated wrong. They had a superficial dating to them because, according to the mainstream paradigm, there couldn't have been anyone else around at 9,000 BC that could have ever made these structures. We were just cavemen, this and that, hunter gatherers. Come to find out, recently with the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, that shit, humans were around that could do shit like this. Not only that, at Göbekli Tepe, they were carving shit in high relief. That's not something you would even expect to see of somebody that's just chiseling shit in the stone. They're not going to carve shit in high relief. You know what high relief is?
No.
Well, okay, if you're going to carve a K in a stone, you just take the chisel up to the stone and you remove the K. Instead of doing that, high relief is you chisel away the rest of the rock.
Everything but the K. Yeah.
And leave the K, yeah.
Yeah, that's something that actually bothers me just as much as the flat versus globe argument, is that we don't know when we are, we don't know where we are, and we don't know what we've been capable of. Like the pyramids, Machu Picchu, like you said, Göbekli Tepe, whatever. Can't talk right now, but you know what I'm trying to say. There's no way.
I think most of the pyramids, the whole Giza Strip's laid out like the celestial bodies, right? The big one, and then you got Orion's Belt with the 3 pyramids. The Nile is supposed to be the Milky Way. You got the Sphinx, the equinoctial marker. That's all in that whole astrological site there. But I believe that that whole site's way older than it's claimed to be. But there is some of the pyramids though where they might have been trying to copy later or something. But the things on that site were not like what they claim to be and the date they claim them to be made at. I don't believe.
Yeah, there's no way. Like the Nazca lines, I mean, that doesn't even make sense. The 3 Great Pyramids of Giza were aligned to true north, like perfectly.
Well, you got to match an Orion's Belt, except they're upside down. That's why they think that. There's a lot of people that think that site was older for that reason too, because, according to the mainstream narrative, the stars are moving in such a way to where they're all shifting. So Orion was upside down at one time, just not in recent history. So it looks upside down now, but when it was built, it could have been the time. Robert Schoch, a geologist from some big American university or college or something, Boston, something. He went and did studies on the rock surrounding the Sphinx and found that was way older than it was claimed to be, by the markings on it. And you got Göbekli Tepe right next door in Turkey. Is literally right there. Like they got the shit dated to like 12,000 BC, right before they claimed that the ice age melted, and that was purposely buried.
Yeah. Have you ever seen when you take an image and you put it behind a glass of water, how it flips the image?
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, if there's waters above and waters below, that would explain the flipped Orion's.
That
belt.
too. There you go. That too. Yeah, I mean, something could have been different to where, the shit lined up, or it could have just been the stars could be moving like they say very slowly over time. I wouldn't rule that out as an option. And one time they were upside down a long fucking time ago. Who knows? Also, you've got we know that the precession of the equinox happens, and the Sphinx is an equinoctial. Why can't I say that word now? The Sphinx lines up with the equinox, right? Straight up. And at the time they claim to have made it, it would have been the Taurus or something, the year of the bull. We would have been in that period. And they had no problems with making bulls, but it's a cat. Now they claim it's been recarved. I don't know. It's a big fucking mystery. The point is, well, I don't even know what was my point. I'm just rambling.
Just talking about the destruction being
Fucking
older
Jeremy,
than,
you're hilarious.
All right, I better iron a shirt and get ready for work.
Bye, eggshells.
Have a good one.
Listen in the background, but I'll be ironing.
We need to fix stuff.
You guys see the moon?
Is it still up there?
Yeah.
What's it doing?
Still up there.
Tell you right now, go watch Carl Monk, The Code. Now this guy's a Glober, but and his shit's super boring. I mean, you'll fall asleep 8 times in him. It's like this is like a 5-hour long thing, but it's called Carl Monk, The Code, and he lays it down with these old sites, the Great Pyramid, the numbers. It's not one of those numerology things. It's not like that. He's taking actual numbers from the places and then putting it to other places, and it's amazing.
Kind of reminds me of a Secrets in Plain Sight. You've seen that one?
Oh, absolutely. Secrets in Plain Sight. That was about 3 hours, right? That was good, fucking good though. Dead boring. You'll fall asleep at least 4, 5, 6 times with that, but great stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, it's a bit over my head. I had to take it in smaller chunks, but yeah, there's something going on. And the people in charge, they want us to know that something's going on, but they don't want to give us all the information. They just want to replicate some old buildings, use sacred geometry and harmonics, and stick to these numbers, which seem to have some sort of importance to them.
My bad. I was vacuuming. If you said something, I didn't hear it at all. Secrets in Plain Sight was really good though. That was really good because I was into this shit for a long time before once I found out, I was like, ooh, that was That was fucking some in-depth shit right there. Another one I liked is Lloyd Pye, Everything You Know Is Wrong. This was heavily Bigfoot orientated, and before you judge, I used to think Bigfoot was fucking stupid, right? It wasn't even worth looking into and fucking ridiculous. But I mean, he goes into a lot of stuff with evolution, some other shit. I mean, Bigfoot would, if Bigfoot was real, they would definitely want to hide it because that doesn't fall in their like little evolution thing they got going on. So,
Oh, dude, I've been a longtime listener of David Politis. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He covers missing persons cases that fit certain profile points that are just downright mind-boggling. There's somewhere between interdimensional rift, Bigfoot, and UFOs. Like, I can't make heads or tails of it.
crazy,
But
yeah.
I'm definitely a Bigfoot enthusiast. I'm sure there's something out there.
Have you ever seen that Lloyd Pye thing?
No, I haven't.
Oh, bro, if you're gonna, yeah, you should go watch that straight away, man. It's called Lloyd Pye, Pye. Everything You Know Is Wrong. Really good Bigfoot stuff. Really good. I wasn't even. I mean, in my mind before I saw this, there was very low chance that Bigfoot was even a real thing or whatever. But after I watched this, I was like, damn near convinced on it. You know, he made a very good case for Bigfoot. I'll just say that. He goes off the deep end at the end. Don't disregard all that shit he says about Zachariah Sitchin. This thing came out right in the beginning of the New Age movement, and a lot of people were gassed up. But a lot of the shit he says is legit. He's got like forensics on footprints and shit. Like it's good. He goes into the DNA and the evolution thing a little bit. It's really good.
PYE.
Yep. LLOID PYE. Everything You Know Is Wrong. I think it's about a 2-hour lecture, right? It's him at a podium with a green screen, with a screen doing slides.
Dude, that's my style. I like that. I'm sick of all these computer graphics.
It's good. It's really good. Yeah.
Yeah, you just hold up newspaper clippings. I wouldn't care. I'd be like, all right, let's go.
You're gonna like this. Then this is good. Yeah, I really like this. This is a good one. I've seen it about 10, 20 times because it's like I said. Disregard the shit at the end with Zachariah Sitchin. Zachariah Sitchin was a known. He's been debunked. Back in the day, no one could read the Egyptian like Sanskrit or the hieroglyphics or shit. Whatever they were doing, there was very few people on Earth that could even read these things. But now we have a web database that tells us all the whole translations of it, and just disregard the Zachariah Sitchin part. Another thing you should look into is the number 273. I'm not a big numbers numerology guy, but if you ever seen the coincidence with this 273 number, it's fucking amazing. There's like 20. I had a list of 20 of them, and I've seen new ones since then. Like if you compress gases for every Celsius, you get a 2.73 degrees or something. The temperature of absolute zero is 273 degrees. If you try to put a circle inside a square, the space the circle doesn't take up is 27.3%. The moon is 27.3% the size of Earth. The sun's circumference is 2,730,000 something. The speed of the sun the speed of the moon is like 2.73 centimeters a second. There's so many 273s, bro. It's crazy, and a lot of it is shit that has to do with shit we talk about in this arena. A lot of it's celestial based. The average temperature of interstellar space is 2.73 Kelvin. It's too many to even remember. Seriously, there's like so many. It was when I saw this thing, I was like, yo, that's fucking crazy. Even if you count, even if you're like,
The speed of light, one of those, 273 something.
I don't remember the speed of light being in it.
Okay.
What is the speed of light? Now that you say that, though,
Some
I'm sure they would
long-ass
have found.
number.
I'm sure they would have found it. I'm sure they would have, like, whoever put these lists together or whatever would have, like, realized it. But it's kind of an argument from ignorance, argument from silence,
Check.
fallacy. Got him. Got him. Who's the happiest kid? Who's the happiest kid ever, huh?
It's apparently it's 299, not 273.
Yeah.
Okay.
The average human gestation is 273 days. The sidereal lunar orbit 27.3 days. There's so many on this list, man. It's tough to even remember them all. And I'm not even a numbers person. Like, I don't like that goofy when you start adding the three numbers together and all that silly shit. Like, that's just goofy. But this 273 number, definitely there's definitely something to this. Is it either the biggest coincidence ever, or I don't know. Hey, no. Give me the kid.
This is saying 280 days for gestation.
Sorry, what was that?
This is saying 280 days for, or 268. I'm getting somewhere else, so yeah, it might be around 273.
Yeah, it's around 2 cents. Some of the numbers are a little wishy-washy. Like, they could also make an argument that the sun's circumference isn't 2.7 billion miles or whatever. You could say it's 2.71 or something. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, some of the numbers are rock solid though. Like a sidereal lunar orbit, 27.3 days. Like, some of the numbers are rock solid, absolute zero, 273 degrees.
I'm getting 272.
If you put a square inside a circle, the space left over, or vice versa. I don't know which one it is, but like, there's a lot of the numbers that are like rock solid. It's usually 2.732, but I just say 2.73.
What I'm getting here is 27209
For what?
For the circumference of the sun. What was the other one?
Sidereal lunar orbit.
Lunar orbit in miles?
Time.
I see.
27.3 days.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, find out the speed of the sun. See how much space is it if you. Okay, the size of the moon compared to Earth. The moon is 27.3% the size of Earth. See if that one's accurate.
27%. Let me see if I can get it any more specific than that.
Okay, this one should be a real precise one. If you draw a square inside a circle, or a circle inside a square, one of those, the empty space will be 27.3% of the empty space. Won't have both of the shapes in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just don't know how to Google that or calculate
it. Absolute zero is 273. All right, you can find that. That one's an easy one. Compressible gases. I wish I had the list for you. Something about compressing gases. For every degree you lower the temperature, it compresses by 1/273rd. Something, I don't know. I'm trying to think of some easy ones though. Hold on. There was a whole bunch that were. Find the speed. I think the speed of the moon is 2.73 centimeters a second or some shit. There's something like that. It's the same thing with the sun, but the sun is in meters.
But the sun's in meters.
Yeah, like the speed. Well, the sun's claims to be going faster, so they're saying the moon moves at this speed, 2.73 centimeters per second, and then they use the sun, but they do it in meters.
Why? Yeah. So I mean, I can understand switching from meters to centimeters. Why is it switching sometimes between imperial and because I mean that would either throw out the
Bro, it's just a list of the coincidence of this number. Like, I don't know why they go back and forth. Sometimes I have no idea. Some of them might not have anything to do with anything. Some of them might be I don't know. They're also moving the decimal point all the time because sometimes it's number 273, other times it's 2.73. So there's that too.
How many months is 273 days?
I don't know, 9-10 months.
I don't have a calculator.
The time. Oh, I got one
in front of me. Got my hands full, but
you're roboting. You're roboting.
So look it up.
Listen, the time between
8.9 months.
You're roboting. Say it again. You actually cleared up at the end. Say it again.
8.9 months.
Oh, I was just saying. Yeah, that's about the gestation time of a human, isn't it?
Yeah, I said that one. Listen, here's a good one. The time between equinoxes. Which one? The vernal equinox? Hold on, I gotta go. Look at how many days there is between an equinox. It's 273 between the equinoxes. There's something weird.
Yeah, to me, it's whenever those things are like, oh, we've got to use imperial for this and metric for that, minutes for this. Sounds to me like the numerology stuff where you just add and subtract and multiply until you get a number that seems meaningful.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the numerology.
Somebody posted a video the other day. It was so interesting. You just take a number, be like, it's 10. And I'll be like, okay. So last time he multiplied, and then this time he turns the letters, like, so he gets the number 10 and he turns it back into letters, TEN, and then turns those back into numbers and then gets his
Like I said, I'm not a big fan of numerology either, but they're not doing any weird, crazy shit with this. You know what I mean? You're not doing any crazy stuff when you find out that there's 27.3 days in a sidereal orbit. Like, that's not, you didn't do anything nuts there. Like, add, subtract, divide, something. That's just what it is.
Yeah, I mean,
so that's why I'm not a.
I do think switching from imperial to metric is a little bit.
Bro, throw the imperial ones out then. I don't know, or throw the metric ones out. Pick one, whatever. There's still a huge amount. The list is huge, so it don't matter if you just They're also switching between Celsius and Kelvin sometimes. So it's just the whole thing of this 273 thing. Like, there's a lot of fucking stuff, dude. And like I said, you're not doing anything crazy with it either. You're not adding 10, subtracting it by half, or doing all that goofy shit they usually do with this either. So take that into consideration. What were you going to say about Tesla? We love Tesla.
Oh, he was just obsessed with 3, 6, and 9.
There's something behind that too. I've seen some sacred geometry presentations that were pretty impressive. Hard to digest. You might have to watch them a couple times, but
yeah, I mean, I think the one that spooks me the most is all the 666s that appear in globe model stuff. That's pretty weird.
The number 273 appears more than the 666.
Does it?
Yeah, I hit you with about 5 of them just now. The speed of the sun, speed of the moon, size of the moon compared to Earth, temperature of interstellar space, sidereal orbit. Did I say that already for the moon? Whatever. There's a bunch of them. I don't even know them all because the list has a ton of shit on it. The list has like 20 things on it that when I saw it, and I've seen new ones since then.
Are you religious, Jeremy?
No, not really. I do think there's a creator. Not in the way most people would think of a creator, but Because I think there could be multiple creators. I think there's more than likely there's multiple creators. It could be just one, but who knows?
Interesting.
We don't have one creator for a pencil. You know how many people are involved in making a pencil? Like a lot. So like to think one person would make something like this, that's tough.
Yeah. I disagree, but I can see where you're coming from.
Well, I mean, like I said, it's possible it could be just one person.
I wouldn't use the word person. Person to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I would just that word. Geez, man, I'm foggy today. I can't think.
Entity?
No, it's like the preeminent, I believe is what it's called.
Cosmic principle?
Yeah, well, you can't have time, space, or matter independent of each other. So if there was one creator, they had to come before time, space, and matter. You can't create matter because then you wouldn't know when to put it, right? Without time. The creator, I mean, an all-powerful creator, it would have to exist outside of those three things, in my opinion.
I agree. Yep. Because if you created time, then you would be in a non-time space before that time was created.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people always hit you with, "Well, who created the creator?" And I'm simply just that before time, space, and matter were created, there was nothing but the creator. It is the preeminence of all. That's why they, I guess, refer to God as like the Alpha and the Omega, stuff like that.
Yeah. But even our idea of before time, if that's the case, then there really isn't a before time. There's just the now time, which is the before and the current and the after all in one.
Well, I think the only... that's tricky. I think the only way you can experience that is by either being the creator or by being, I guess, dead. The way we experience time seems to be very... I'll just make up a term here and call it human-centric. And unless somebody wants to come at me with that argument about the Aboriginals not having a sense of time until they were discovered by Australians or the British, whatever, I'd say that I have a pretty good argument there.
Think of a simulation. We make a simulation, right? Time in the simulation and time to us, the simulation, we can run it in a second. A millionth of some simulations, they're running in fractions of seconds that take a lot of time in the simulation, years. So, I mean, time, it'd be like the same thing, I feel, with a creator. Time to him would be like a blink of an eye, could be like a million years, a trillion years or something. I think we're in a simulation. Personally, heads hate that shit because it's kind of like this heliocentric model. Now we're just specks of nothing that where there's no we don't really matter because they obviously have tons of simulations going and we're not even real stuff at this point. It makes it feel like, but
I feel like the simulation argument is very antithetical to the existence of a soul or spiritual material. It takes away, that spiritual essence or nature, rather, of being human. Love, joy, greed, envy, things like that.
How do you know our spirit just isn't part of part of some program that's our actual player character, and every time we go into a new player character after we die, we're still that spirit? It's the same thing in a simulation.
Well, the problem with a simulation is that, as you described, it can be run in a fraction of a second, which means everything is predetermined, and I'm not a predeterminist. Do you believe in?
No, it's not predetermined. Hold on. We run simulations because we don't know what's going to happen. We run simulations to see what's going to happen. It's not predetermined.
Right. Okay. So the purpose of running a simulation is so that you can find out what happens. But once the simulation is run, it is predetermined.
Sure. It's still running for us, though.
Yeah, but we're not the ones.
But we don't know.
Conducting the simulation. We exist in it. If what you
The
say
other
is...
guy saw it. Whoever made it saw it run, and now they know what happened. That doesn't mean we didn't have free will. I don't know what the argument is for you're making. Are you making like a free will argument, or
sort of? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm self-admittedly, I'm in like unknown territory with this whole thing. My spiritual religious views have changed time and time again. So I'm exploring the space too.
Me too.
So okay, if it's a simulation, what is the? I guess I have to think about this. I do.
Bro, there is a lot of evidence for a simulation.
Yeah, wouldn't like the idea of a simulation just be probably one of the best allegories of a spiritual situation?
I need to know. There's details about the simulation and who's running it and for what purposes. That would have to factor into that answer. I don't think we have those answers.
Right, but what about why would you run a simulation? Like, in order to run what if the simulation is being run in order to discover those things?
Yeah, I mean, that's quite often why you run a simulation in our reality, right? To learn those things. Like, it could be testing, like, anything to do with like social science or hard science, or trying to make predictions on something.
Well, that to me, knowing those things, if you were to know the answers to these questions, if you were to know, and only you, it would kind of elevate you to a godlike status. And since I don't think that the creator exists in time, matter, or space because they were the creator of those three things, I don't think you could humanly think. You can't think about these things because we just have 3-pound brains. We exist in those. We are directly affected by those three things. Does that make sense?
You don't smoke weed, do you?
I often think the same thing, which is like if a God did exist, like you were saying before, Jeremy, like God is outside of time and space, or like a billion years could be a blink of an eye to them. My feeling is like me trying to discern anything to do with reality or the true structure of reality or them and their intents would just be impossible. It'd be like an ant trying to understand why I have a job. So what is that thing, that big noisy thing? It's on my motorbike. I have a job so that I can buy motorbikes. What? What's a job? I go to work for a day. What's a day? It's pretty much your entire lifespan. You work for an entire... Do you know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't make sense. So similarly, us who lives a existence of 80 years on average, trying to understand something that transcends space and time is just pointless.
Okay, what you just said gave me a little brain blast there. There's no way that you could understand the motives behind a creator simply by looking at his creation.
But you could find out a lot about reality.
Well, sure. Yeah, I could find out a lot about reality, yeah. But I don't even think I would say I agree by looking at his creation. I also think if he sat me down and tried to explain it, I would just be like, don't get it. Still don't make no sense.
Is that your American accent? It was pretty good.
If you were able to run a simulation and put everything in it that's happening right now down to the last I dot the T's and cross the I's, you would be able to tell the future.
I think so, yeah. You'd basically be able to know what's
dot the T's and cross the I's, huh?
Well, that's kind of what I was saying with the predeterminism thing.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of a determinist.
I'm not. I've seen too many weird things happen. I don't.
I also think that a simulation is where you would release AI. Like, you wouldn't release artificial intelligence into the internet right now. what you would do is you create a simulation and put the AI in it. Now, how are you going to do it? You'd have to give a feasible story, and you'd have to make things happen in succession to where, oh, here the AI came about. Like, we could be the AI that they're testing, that they've unleashed. Or it could be a world where they did or are going to unleash the AI and see how it runs. Like, because you wouldn't release the AI and just in the world.
And it could be
What if
it could still be a physical simulation too. Everybody tends to take the idea of a simulation to be like it's all just running on ones and zeros and therefore isn't physical. Both could be true.
what if you are the AI?
Exactly.
That's a feasible. That's one of my scenarios, that we are the AI, because you want the AI to think that it came from somewhere. You can't just have the AI just like pop out of nowhere. It's gonna start having questions. Why am I here? What am I doing? Who are you? You know what I mean? Like, there's gonna be all kinds of weird questions.
Right. That's why, like, the Big Bang Theory is the perfect scientific answer for AI, because it explains everything without a creator. You know what I mean? In the simulation.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the simulation theory brings back a creator, doesn't it? Like, it would be exist outside of time and space, all powerful. It would also be all knowing, because even if it didn't know exactly what was happening at any moment in the simulation, it could pause it and rewind and go back through and look at something that happened and go back and restart again. And so it basically ticks all the boxes, right? All powerful, all knowing, all loving is up to it, but outside of space and time. Could enter the simulation, but is not of the simulation.
Well, it's like you can write a computer program and run it, but you're not the computer program.
Right. Yeah. But you could make a computer program like my
Right.
current new game of World War II and then enter it pretending to be a World War II soldier.
That's my only issue. Well, that's my issue with my personal issue with some of the Christian ideas, is the idea that, God made himself, like, and put himself into the confines of his creation, which to me would be unnecessary. It just seems
like Westworld. It's like Westworld or something. Like, you could have a lot of fucking fun. Think about it. If you made a computer program and could get into it, that'd be a blast. Knowing.
I mean,
up to people and go, I created all of this, and they'll be like, no, you didn't. We're like,
look at The Sims. Play the game, the video game, The Sims. Yeah. We literally do that right now.
Yeah, loads of them. Loads of games.
If we can make something like this, we would exploit the shit out of it in one way or another. We would either study it, research on it, or use it for our entertainment. Like, maybe they like rap or country music or some weird shit, right? Maybe they like the paintings we do, or they're huge fans of Seinfeld. Like, who the fuck knows?
Yeah, I mean, the point of the simulation theory is also that it becomes, if your computing power keeps increasing without limit, then it becomes, what's the word I'm looking for? Just easy to do, but I'm forgetting what the word is. But like, what's a word for easy? Like inconsequential or something like that? My brain's failing me. But like trivial, that's the word I'm looking for. It's trivial. You could just like, a kid could have just turned us on at morning before he goes to school just to see what happens this time, and he just.
But what I also
a few billion years and goes, oh, that was fun, and he's right about to switch it off and go to school.
But often I think it's like how ungrateful not to just sit back and enjoy.
Yeah, I'm down with
like
that.
How ungrateful is it not to just revel in the fact that that you have the sunrise and fall every day, revel in the fact that you have these philosophical discussions to muse over. You know what I mean? Like, I think we lose track of that being content part of things too.
Yeah, I've long thought that, creator or no creator, it is almost our duty to mindfully enjoy what we got.
Right. But to enjoy it, it's like, that's what upsets me. I've often said about like, the flat earth discussion is it's like, it's the only subject where two people could almost come to blows over looking at a picture of a beautiful sunset,
But I still pause in this conversation that I love learning new things. I love having like interesting discussions, and it's super cool that we get to do this. Like,
yeah, I wouldn't question anyone's I wouldn't even question why. I wouldn't even question why people are here. This is the most interesting thing happening on Discord. We bring up so many different topics. We can go on a political server and just talk about politics all fucking day, or a religious server and talk about religion. You know what I mean? We cover such a variety of topics in here. Like, the sky's the limit.
Yeah.
Well, I've had debates for 3 days on light bulbs with some of these guys. Like, seriously, like literally any kind of topic. It's crazy what we get into here. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I remember first discovering these like chat rooms, and like I remember I used to literally like the first fucking chat room I really entered into where I was like, holy shit, it was Cathexis and Gem Panda going at it, and I was like, holy fuck. It was like one of the most epic, like, dude, it was just the most epic shit, because like the vocabulary was insane. The fucking, like, all of a sudden you're like, holy shit, like I'm actually learning shit. Like I actually need to look up that word and figure out what he meant by that. And fucking, and then all of a sudden, never mind, you start getting into the subject of science and Earth, and it's like, dude, you're in for a whole fucking college course, dude. And like, how cool that
Texas put out a lot
I
of.
love all you motherfuckers. Like, at whatever side of the fucking spectrum, if you even have a Discord account and you're up in here, like, God fucking bless you, dude. You're so ahead of the game.
Yeah, definitely. These are some awesome conversations that happen in here. All throughout the whole thing, a bunch of these servers,
Oh, yeah.
24/7 here, Gems, Brandon's, whoever I missed, dying for
How good. Yeah, big up Geo, man. I'm loving this server, man. This has been my spot lately. I haven't been over to 24/7 in a minute, but I don't want to neglect them either. All these different spots are pretty fucking cool.
I went into Gems earlier. They're like, "Hey, you turned into a pussy from being over at Geo's." I'm like, "Bro, it's just mad hostile here, and like, are you very, very aggressive?"
How do they take that feedback?
Very aggressive. I didn't tell him that. I told him, yes, I'm a pussy. I mean, we sit there and argue with him over if I'm a pussy or not.
Yeah.
That's gonna get us real fucking far.
Yeah, Gems, I went in there and they were pretty fucking vile. Like, they were really super vile, and I was like, fuck you guys. And they've offered me a mod over there just to get in. But I hate, like, I don't mod anyone.
I've had some great fucking conversations over there. Like, don't get me wrong, but if you start debating and it gets hot and heavy and you go against what a lot of people think, it's gonna get ugly fucking quick.
Oh, yeah, plus I got a history with a lot of those cats. They don't really like me too much. But I love Gem Panda, though. He's my favorite ball earther.
Yo, I love the British accent. I was never exposed to the British accent really, except for like Pirates of the Caribbean movies or something. But the British accent's awesome. Like, when I hear Jem's voice or Chemo, I picture like somebody sitting around a crackling fireplace with a bearskin rug and a chair, reading a leather-bound book, drinking a glass of scotch with a pipe, tobacco pipe.
Yeah, shout out to Chemo.
Chemo's a scholar and a gentleman.
Well, you've been deceived, Jeremy. They're probably sitting in a small apartment with no pants on.
Smoking weed, fucking, yeah.
Right? With the football game on mute. Just fucking. Yeah, it's funny. I've always said, like, if, like, let's say, like, BBC came out and said the Earth was flat, it would be like Gem Panda and Mark Taylor, like, in a bunker. Like, you know what I mean? With, like, helmets on, like, ready to go to war.
Yeah.
So I love those guys. Shout out! Is Mark Taylor still over there? I fucking love that guy too.
I think I banned him from Brandon's one day. He was like doxing. I don't know. Brandon said he was doxing.
Dude, he does all kinds of fucked up shit. He used to do all kinds of fucked up shit to me too. But I can't help but to love that guy's wit. Like, we worked through it, man. Like, I don't know what to say. I've got, like, there's some heavy hitters over there that normally hate flat earthers, but I'm friendly with, just because on the fact that shit's, my whole line was always that funny wins. Like, if you're funny, you win. You won, dude. Like, it means you're wittier than the person you're talking to. You know what I mean? Like, you're smarter than they are. You know what I mean? Like, if you're funnier, you win.
I so agree with that.
Shout out to Mark Taylor. He was an OG.
Oh, dude, he's so. Dude, I remember when fucking Riley had a bet with him about the fucking eclipses every month, and I took Mark Taylor's side, and Riley wanted to kill me because it was over $1,000, and he
Well, I
wouldn't
don't
pay
know
him.
why
I
these.
remember that, man.
Oh, dude,
I
it
don't
was
know
so
why these.
funny, dude. And I ripped Riley a new one on my show. I'm like, dude, you have to pay him, dude. Like, if you make in my world, if you make
Did
a
he pay
fucking
him?
kid,
They never
no.
pay. No, they never pay. I don't know why people even bet here still. Like some people pay.
Well,
I
dude, that
paid a
was like
bet.
back in the day.
I've
Like, I
paid
was
up.
gonna
I
have.
made a bet with Scott about Trump in the election, and it was only $100.
I lost
but I
that
paid
same
up.
bet to Veach. What the fuck?
Did you pay up?
Yeah, hell yeah, I paid him $5 in Bitcoin.
What,
Ain't doing no
you guys were both
$1,000
betting on
bet.
Trump? You guys were both betting on Trump being re-elected.
Yeah.
Well, they rigged the election, but I'm still in contention. I told him if he ends up winning, he owes me the $10 back.
What do you
I
mean
want the
if he
same
ends
amount
up
of
winning?
Bitcoin back.
It was the first time Vegas got it wrong, man. They had Trump winning.
Right. They rigged the election. When that comes
Oh, they
out and
fucking
it gets
hell yeah.
exposed,
Hell yeah, dude. You know what's so
clear.
great though? Is I'm of the opinion, dude, all this shit is like a bad drug deal, like a drug deal gone bad. Like it's like they're just letting them get away with the corruption and just seeing who took the money from China, and they're all going down in the end. You know, that's what I think. Because these faggots all got like it's just and anyone who doesn't get it like is just naive. Is like, you know, you got China running game using partially our fucking half of our government to do it because they've infiltrated half of it. But the beautiful thing is that we're a constitutional republic, so our military knows what the fuck's going on. And they're just letting them fucking like hire female, you know, transgender commanders and shit and give each other fucking pats on the back. And I think they're all going to go down, man. And China's going to pay for what the fuck they did to the world. And that's going to satisfy the national debt issue in the mind of the public because everyone thinks China owns the national debt. And according to my understanding of it, they got to give up the national debt pursuant to the Jewish law of banking because it's called the fucking Jubilee, where they have to forgive all the debt. But they can't do that in the fucking minds of the public. So they got to squash the debt using this fucking bullshit because everyone thinks China owns it. When in reality, all you motherfuckers are owed the national debt, but we have to forgive the government of that debt in order to break the burden. Whatever, maybe wrong meeting. But yo, fucking, I think that, like that Durham investigation, you heard that guy, 2 guys now are listed on the indictment. Like, you know, that are known. These niggas are going down. Yo, you get your $10 back. Get it in Bitcoin. You know, what say anyone else about that?
Well, if you're asking, I'm not trying to be contrarian, but I don't think it's that simple. I don't really think that we're at a point where it's nation versus nation. I think it's just all a fucking play. It's a
No, I
puppet show.
agree. Well, check it out, though. What I'm saying is that, look, everywhere under the IMF financial system, right, all the quote-unquote people who have a citizenship, who are given a citizen, are owed the national debt in all of the countries. But because people are so retarded and will not forgive the federal entities that owe them, and because those people who are owed think in their fucking head that they're a citizen and that they're nothing and that they're just that citizen and not the person that's owed the money from the federal government, i.e. the national debt, the principal, and the interest. Because these world leaders cannot explain to the masses, because the masses do not have the attention span, they have to do this play of this destruction of the economy, blame it on China because everybody thinks China owns the national debt as part of the play. So everyone is in cahoots.
Yeah, I mean,
what's up?
No, like I was just saying. It sounds. You've done your research. It sounds like it. I'm not. I don't pay attention to it anymore because I just don't think it's.
Fair enough.
I don't think that anything on the news is just like some CIA, government agency play.
Of course, and that's what my thing is. Like, this is why for me when the rubber hit the road was when I started the subject of law, and I studied that before flat Earth. And when I heard about flat Earth just sat right in, because it seems to me that there's a private group of intelligent people that have an alternative reality than what the masses think is going on. And with that said, once you realize what they're doing, like I think somebody said earlier, Jeremy, about how, it's almost like these people lie to the masses because it's better for them, because it's easier to lie to them than tell them the fucking truth. Like, instead of me trying to explain the economic system and how you are the priority security interest holder in the national debt, and that entity owes you the principal and the interest that we know of as the national debt, a portion thereof is owed to you. And you have the right to forgive them in an ecclesiastical system. Now, like, instead of me having to go through and explain all that shit, or them explain all that shit, they can just say, hey, China destroyed the economy. You think that China owns the national debt, so we can quash the national debt by creating this fake emergency. That's right.
Are you talking about like Nasara and Jassara and stuff like that?
No, that shit's psyop. It's like same term as like sovereign citizen in regards to this legal matter. It's the same thing as flat Earth in regards to the study of cosmology. And like, it's the same. These are psyop terms that are put in play, like these Nasara Gassara. Because at the end of those fucking rainbows, it's the aliens, which is even another psyop. Because that's easier to deal with than self-responsibility. That's what I think anyway. But like, essentially what you're dealing with is the Jewish banking system, which was put in place back in the fucking day. And our legal system actually goes all the way back to Hammurabi, like the Hammurabi Code. It's like Stat 19. It's like an IRS tax fucking law that has been in place for fucking ever. And it goes all the way back to fucking Babylon and shit. It's crazy. Like, when you start really that's why law is so interesting. Language is so interesting, because they say like legal language is permanent, you know what I mean? And like, it cannot be changed. Whereas like, so you have three types of language. One is slang, one is business, and one is legal. Slang is always changing. Business changes over time, and then legal stays the same, which is why you can use Latin terms, in a valid way in a court of law. Law is like fixed, and like, but you can study that all the way back to these fucking Hammurabi codes. Like even the corpus, what's called the Corpus Juris Secundum, which is like the body of law. The Corpus Juris Premium was lost in the Library of Alexandria. It's so interesting. Like, you study law, it takes you right back into that shit. But yeah, I'm such an optimist in regard to this shit. Like, it's like, even in the stars, right? It's so fascinating, because you had like in 2017 this alignment of the stars. Then you had like, this, just to follow me down crazy street, everybody. Like, you had this the fucking eclipse in 2017. Then you had the alignment of the stars. Then you had like the Q drops. Then, like, what the alignment of the stars kind of implied was that there was going to be 7 years of tribulation. And then after that, we would come into this golden age. So right now we're going through the 7 years of tribulation, essentially.
Do you think that's like the same 7 years that they talk about in the Bible?
Well, that's this thing with the stars, is that star alignment had to do with a reference to the Revelations, and the idea that these stars aligned, and that it began this cycle of what is the 7 years. It's kind of like entering into Aquarius recently. Like, we're going to be entering into Aquarius. It's like all this astrological shit, and it's only interesting in light of the idea that, like they say, millionaires don't use astrology and don't study the stars. Billionaires do. You know, so it's like it's interesting because they study this shit, so they are writing and they're kind of going in accord with the stars, as above, so below. So they're kind of forced to follow the tail of the stars. Some people have said. But it makes me an optimist in light of the idea that you live in this world of symbols, right?
Yeah, that's interesting.
You know, and also too, like the idea of, I mean, like for me, my biggest, or something I've always thought of, is the idea that God would only give me a test that I could pass, right? Like, you know, I have faith in the concept that the good Lord would not put me in a position that I could not get myself through. And in light of that, this legal discussion says that you're a spirit in a body. You're going into a courtroom that says, "In God we trust" on the wall. They're asking you for money that says, "In God we trust" on it. Who's the only one who's failing in light of the word of God? The person going in there who thinks they're a fucking citizen who lives at a fucking address. Because you're actually denying that you're a son of Adam or a daughter of Eve, given dominion over the earth by saying that. You immediately limit your own capacity by identifying as that. But you can't go in there and say you're a son of Adam because they're going to throw you in the hole. Say you're crazy. But you can go in there in the language of the Uniform Commercial Code. It's the priority security interest holder, which is just like saying, am I not a son of Adam, given dominion over the earth? And there's the business side and the you know, the godly side. Can you forgive your enemy? Can you forgive the United States that owes you, you know, 300 grand? Because that's what they try to say, that your United States citizen owes the United States for the national debt, right? They say that every child at birth is like in debt 200 grand to the United States. Well, in reality, that citizen is an agent of the United States, is an employee of the United States. And in reality, that baby gave over a birth certificate, which was the wealth that created the currency that you're saying the baby owes. Well, I conditionally accept that upon proof of claim. I'm not the grantor in this agreement in the first place. Nice try, dickhead. Show cause why you wouldn't be liable. Boom. You have so much fucking authority. We have so much authority. The Bible says my people suffer for lack of knowledge, right? But it's easier just to blame it on China. You know what I'm saying? That's like the other idea too, is like when you look at judges, like you have to look at judges like they're flat earthers. You're walking in there and the judge and you are flat earthers. And the world thinks you're crazy. So you can't let the world know that you're both flat earthers. And you gotta let them know in your actions that you're not one of these crazy people that thinks rockets can fucking operate in space. You know, it's a fairy tale for the masses. And God bless them, you know. Hello?
Hello, I'm listening.
Hello, how you doing? Who's that? Oh,
Yeah,
Becky.
were you talking?
It's Becky. How are you, mate?
What up,
Were you
Becky?
talking to me that? Were you talking to me that whole time?
I was talking to.
No, I'm just talking. I'm just talking.
Kind of
I think
rambling.
What up, Becky? What up?
he was talking to the room. Hey, guys. How is everybody?
Good. Good to see you, Becky. Shoot, long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time. It's lovely to hear your voice, mate. It has been so long.
Right on. Yeah. How's fucking life down under there?
Oh, it's shit. It's
Ooh.
Sorry to
shit.
hear about your dad. I just saw that. That's
Thanks,
sad.
mate. Yeah,
I
he
didn't know about that.
yeah, he was fighting emphysema for a long time, and he passed away Saturday the 30th. And because of the situation in my in my country, I couldn't go to his funeral. I had to watch it on a live stream because they wanted me to go. If I went to the funeral, only 9 other people could go and there could be no wake. Or if I didn't go, he could have 100 people at the funeral and a wake. So I chose not to go to let everybody else go. But it's just so divisive over here at the moment. It's terrible what they're doing.
It's brutal.
It's brutal, all right. And, you know, there's other ways, like I could have, you know, safely gone there, but, you know, it was just one of those things. But, yeah, hopefully things, I don't know how things are gonna go here in the future. It's either going to go one way or the other. We're either going to go full swing next year into New World Order, or it'll just fizzle back out and it'll just quieten down again.
Yeah, hopefully it all fizzles out.
That would be ideal, but I'm a little concerned it's not going to do that. But yeah, I'd like things to fizzle out, but I don't know. It's pretty crazy in Australia. I don't know what it's like over there. Do you guys have a bit more freedom? One would hope.
Yeah, I think so.
That's
good. Yeah, especially some of the different states out here have different levels. But
yeah, I heard Florida's good.
Yeah, I hear that
Florida?
too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just pretty much the same all around here. And they're just asking people to do ridiculous things. I mean, it's just nuts. But I'm sure you guys have heard all about it. We've got protests going on, I think, weekly now. I can't wait to attend my next protest. I've only attended 2 this year. And both times I actually didn't get fined. I thought both times I was going to get fined, but both times I got out of a fine. So, and then,
Yeah, I have a friend of mine that's out in Australia. I haven't talked to her in a while, but I know she's been kicking ass with law. So I mean, if you ever, whatever, some shit at the protest happens, keep in touch.
yes, we'll do. We'll do.
Because and that's what also even too is like, I mean, it sucks because I don't even know what to say. That just sucks. I just can only imagine the field day I'd have on some of those officers. And I can only imagine the field day they'd have on me too, you know what I mean, if they went there. But,
yeah.
At the same time, man, it's like that's, just, I always just think of like this. Just remember, like, I'd love to so long as. You know what I mean? I'd love to, so long as you could show me that, you know what I mean? I don't have to go over here. I'd love to so long. Just always negotiate. Like never say no. Never say no to these people. You can never say no. If you say no, it's a dishonor and it's an immediate granting of jurisdiction to them. But if you have an offer, I'd love to, so long as you could show me I don't have an appointment over there. I'd like, and stick with it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and like, and be polite and honorable and, and like whatever. And sir, I would love to.
I'll be
You know
like
what I mean?
that.
Like, and that's like just, the answer is it's conditional acceptance and it's biblical. It's in the Bible, Matthew 5:25. Agree with thine adversary quickly, lest you be brought for the way. When they say, here, eat this shit sandwich, I'd love to. So long as you eat half first, you pay me $1 million. You let me drive your car. You buy me a new house. I want a vacation in Bahamas, and you know what I mean. Like and like just whatever. Make them an offer they don't want to answer to, and make them an offer that lets them know that. Well, and just such a good one is well, I'd love to, so long as you could show me that you wouldn't be liable. You know what I mean? Like, for deprivation of rights under the color of law.
Right.
For deprivation of rights. Like, and remember this too, all the people out there. You can look to the American system, right? Look to our legal system, which is codified and public, available. And all of you have those same protections in every country that's under the IMF, which is fucking every country that has a dollar bill or a fucking currency. So, yeah. So, you can look to the American legal system to see your rights and protections and the language because like the idea of like Title 18 is a great one. You know, denial of equal protection under the color of law, because they're doing it under the color of law. There's no fucking law. It's an executive order mandate from a federal authority that doesn't have jurisdiction in the local province that you're in.
I just want to get back out there on the streets. Hopefully they'll be there. I think there's a really big protest at the end of this month. They're trying to get, like, call it the Million March or something. So hopefully there'll be, I'm still legally not allowed out, by the way. I'm not allowed out of my house or out of my area legally, they say, until the 15th of December. So I'm still locked down because I refused to do what they wanted me to do. But I was locked down the other times too, and I still went out and got away with it. So
Well, be careful.
I'll be careful. I'll be hidden then because there's so many that did what they want. So I just go in amongst them.
Yeah,
It'll be fun, but I can't wait to get back out. Oh, I've had enough of being locked up by these bloody assholes.
You know, I'd even look at it like, you know, give them notice. I wonder if they'd fucking I mean, you'd have to know what you're doing.
Yeah. I just go straight up. And the times I've had to engage with them, I just engaged with them, and the first thing I did was told them who I was, because I noticed that everyone kept getting arrested that didn't like say who they were, and I thought, well, I'm going to do it the other way. I'm just going to tell them who I am, and if they're going to arrest me or write me a ticket, they're going to do it anyway. So I just said, yeah, this is me. This is where I live. This is why I'm here today. And then they were really, really polite to me when I engaged with them at my local council chambers. They were lovely, in fact. And the police officer that I was speaking to urged me to go onto the website and have a look. And told me that under compassionate grounds, I can go and see my mother and stuff like that. She was really nice.
Yeah,
I mean,
man,
I had a really good experience.
My thing is, and this is something I found, is like, dude, the judges, the fucking police force, they want you to force them to be fucking right. They want you to force them to fucking have to do the right thing. They want nothing more than for someone to put them in their place and be like, well done. I mean, literally, like the office, like I've just seen it.
No, don't trust cops ever, dude.
What's that?
Never trust cops.
I'm not talking about trusting a cop. I'm talking about the idea that when you fucking like, when you push back on them I've done it, dude, like on the side of the road with these, like I've said these stories too many times to recount. It's like, but the idea being like, dude, they are impressed when they come across someone who knows their shit and who is not offensive. And they're actually, it shows that you are a responsible member of society and that you care about society and its laws and that you're not a fucking douchebag troublemaker.
Yeah.
Which means, which says to them that they can feel good, that they can feel like, okay, that you're going to be responsible, which is what you want from them. And once they deem you responsible, even though you might be a little objectionable to what they're doing, they fucking have an element of respect for you. I'm not talking about trusting them. I'm talking about mutual respect on the idea of, on the battlefield of law.
No.
I just saw so many people getting arrested and getting, big fines because they refused to say who they were. And I thought,
so smart.
Well,
good for you.
I just gave them my name, and they were, the one that I dealt with was completely reasonable. The very first protest I went to, it was so funny. I was in my car and we all I reckon there would have been at least 50,000 of us in Sydney. It was so funny. And I was screaming and beeping, and I had this bright yellow t-shirt on that says Jesus Saves True Story. So I was having all this attention drawn to me. And then as the march started, this policeman ran to all our cars with this camera, and he was like photographing all of our number plates, and he came up and he photographed my number plate. He came up to my window, which was down, and he said, you're going to get a fine in the mail. God be with you. And he left, and he never sent me the fine. I never got the fine. He must have just decided to roll the camera on that day and not fine me. So I was very blessed to get let off the first time. But it was the best feeling going down to this protest, because we weren't supposed to be there. And I couldn't believe that I actually got so far into the city. I actually got to the protest in my car. And I'm thinking, I'm going to get pulled over like well before Sydney. But that day, they didn't expect us to rise up. They just didn't expect it. So
You
because
didn't
they didn't
rise up.
expect it,
All you
we
did
all.
was just go to a protest. That's not like rising up implies like an implicit violence.
Well, we did. We rose up. We went against what the
That's just a
mandates were.
protest.
And we left our areas under threat of heavy
No,
fines,
like,
and we
rising
all
up is like a
we
violent
all
act.
met together.
Like,
Look,
all you're doing is just
I'm
protesting.
sorry, I don't need to have an argument with you about my words. Okay, you
Yeah.
really don't know what we did.
No,
You're not
no,
here, and you don't have to just interrupt me and be rude about how I'm describing
Hey,
something.
Becky, can I ask? Your red tape. Have
Yes.
you ever been to a protest?
Huh? Yeah.
You've been to you have?
Yeah.
Have you been arrested at a protest?
I almost got caught by the cops.
Almost got caught, but you never got arrested.
Oh, no, it's
Like I've been arrested at a bunch of protests, and I'll tell you what. When all that goes down, and you have like when they like, for instance, like where I was, like they wrapped us all around this orange shit. They wrapped up like, dude, we had a Domino's.
you mean that shit that marks you.
Well, hold on. A Domino's. No, they didn't do that. But it was like a Domino's pizza guy wound up with us. Like they arrested fucking everybody. They wrapped everybody in this orange shit. And the point is, when you're going through it, it does feel like you're rising up, even though it's just a protest. I just have to big up Becky because under their totalitarian shit going on over in Australia,
Yeah, it wasn't.
them just going outside when they're not allowed
They
to
got.
is rising up. Man.
I don't know if Red Tape's seen anything that's going on here, but the protests that happened down in Victoria were literally like a war zone. They released their elite terrorist squad and they shot Australians in the street and they smashed women to the ground. I mean, it was a literal war zone. That wasn't the protest I was in. I was up in Sydney in July, the one I was just talking to you about. But the ones that happened down in Victoria, the elite terrorist squad opened fire on Australians that were unarmed and were just protesting, So
Yeah,
it was pretty serious over here.
That's just typical cop shit.
No, it's not. We've never had an elite terrorist squad, unleashed on Australian people before. Like it was just pretty much criminal and illegal. And those sort of terrorist squads or teams that we
Why
have.
do you call them terrorists? All they are is just cops because this is just.
Well, no, they weren't. They were an elite team, the most powerful squadron of I don't know what you'd even call them. They're not police. They're actual like elites trained to take out terrorists. Like the highest threat in our country.
I mean, like
this is our. No, they're not. They are the most elite squad that we have in our country. And they are designed for the most.
Are they military or are they like feds? Like the equivalent.
I don't know if I think they are classed as they would be classed as Victorian part of the Victorian police force. I don't think they're actually military, but they're I can't think of the name of them, but they're literally they're a special elite force that was created and designed to for terrorist attacks and stuff like that. It was not something that you would. It's above a riot squad even. Like that this unit had these tankers that came out like tankers and these people dressed in black and they just released the tanks, released these soldiers, I guess, whatever you want to call them. And yeah, they had guns and they just started shooting at Australians on the streets. It was crazy, like really bad, like rubber bullets. And these people got really severe wounds and they were unarmed and they were just protesting, but it became like a war zone. And it wasn't just once they got fired on several times. I mean, there's a lot of footage out there and it caused quite an uproar around the world. I don't know if you saw any of that, but
yeah, I saw.
Yeah, it's pretty serious, especially in Victoria with the guy down there. Oh, yeah, I will, riding on eggshells. I'll keep you posted. If you're in the Sydney area that day, I'd love to meet up with you. And I've got a friend hopefully coming down from the Central Coast for this one too. I haven't met her in real life yet either. So hopefully it'll be a good day out, the next one. But they have settled down because of what they asked everyone to do. The majority of the people have done it now, so they're not going out hardcore anymore with the squads. It would seem they're allowing protests now with small police presence, so it's a lot easier to get out at the moment. Unless they lock us down again, which, I mean, they've just released people. I haven't actually got out of my lockdown yet. My lockdown doesn't end till December 15 now, so I'm not even allowed to buy clothes or shoes. It's been so long and I really need clothes, but I can't even buy clothes. And I tried to buy some clothes online and I've been waiting over 20-something days for them to arrive, and I can't even get in touch with customer service. I mean, it's so strange. I can't go into any stores that sell anything like clothes or shoes or anything really that isn't essential. I'm allowed into supermarkets to buy food, and I'm allowed at the hardware store to buy, you know, a hammer and nails. But yeah, as far as
I guess I'm spoiled by American stuff because we haven't really gone that hardcore yet. A lot of our grocery stores also sell clothes, but
I wish ours did. I'm
yeah,
desperate
a
for
lot
some
of
clothes.
stores do that. They'll sell food and clothes.
Oh, I
Basically,
wish.
fucking Costco. That's just my jam.
Yeah. I don't know. We have a Costco here, but I'm not a member. You have to join to go to Costco, apparently.
I'd say it's worth it. It's not really that expensive. It's like a yearly one. It was like for a membership. I don't know how much it costs in Australia.
Well, I've got a household of 2, so I've been there before, and it was just the most largest stuff. Like everything's just huge. So it doesn't. I mean, I guess. And what sort of clothes do they sell there anyway? They're probably daggy.
It's basically whatever they can get in bulk. Some of it's okay.
Yeah.
If you don't want like nice clothes, you just want stuff that lasts. Then yeah, go to Costco.
Oh dear. So yeah, we did really rise up, and I've never risen up in that way before because I knew I was breaking the law, and I knew that if I got caught, which I thought that I would get caught, I would get the 1,000. The 1,000. That's what they did. It was a $1,000 fine then, and then I just said to him, it's the best $1,000 I'll ever spend. Like, who cares? And as soon as we started having that attitude, they put the fines up to 5,000. So. And then it was like, okay, 1,000 I could, pay off and manage, but 5,000, now we're getting into some serious dollars. So that's what they did to us. They just kept increasing. They put everyone off their jobs. So many people got let go because nothing was open. And then if you tried to even protest what they were doing, as I said, they just bumped up the fines. And then they got really vicious down in Victoria and started shooting people. So there's that. So hopefully I'd love things to just go back to normal, but I'm a bit concerned that they're really enjoying this kind of control, this level of control, and I think that they want to maybe continue it. I'm not sure. I hope not. But if they do, then I guess we just have to deal with it, and I don't know what to do. Just sort of check out of the mainstream.
First thing you should do, guillotine the queen.
Yeah, well, she's probably going to pass away soon anyway.
Nah, she needs the guillotine, dude.
Oh, well, I'm definitely not for capital punishment.
Yo, you know what needs to happen, dude? Is like you pick the most local representative and you start writing letters and you start suing these people for deprivation of rights under the color of law.
They don't have.
And I know it sounds like naive, but
Well, no, they don't have the same rights. Rights are completely different.
Well,
I've definitely been writing them, but the officials, I've sent so many letters out. I even had a police inspector call me recently. I've had the federal member of parliament call me recently. But
here's the thing: is that most people, when they write a letter, they're just complaining. And the thing is that you have to make a reasonable offer. And I just, and I think if you were to move on that offer, you would use proper process of service, and you would make and then you would then file in a court that could handle the dollar value amount locally, and then and you could just 10 grand is probably what the local fines is. You could probably even bring in the fucking, you would bring in like the concept of the United Nations, whatever, and show how it's a violation of whatever code of the
No
United
one
Nations.
cares about the United Nations.
Well, I'm just trying to. I hear you, but I'm saying like you would establish your case for financial remedy against an individual who made a chosen action, i.e., whoever that public official was, and that they have agreed privately and publicly to settle a certain amount of debt. The idea is that then you would move against them. And what's so funny is it's after like the third letter that you hear from their attorney, and then all of a sudden you can either settle out of court or you can whatever. I've done it, and it's just if you write your letter correctly, as opposed to being a debtor, because there's only two types of people: creditors and debtors. And debtors can never win, and creditors can never lose. And that's because debtors only complain. And so the creditor is the idea that you're offering a remedy. And that remedy has to do with the fact that they've denied equal protection, due process of law, and it may be a $10,000 penalty. And even if you weren't to cite a particular code, because law is what it is, your letter and of an offer for them to show cause why they wouldn't be accepting a $10,000 penalty for deprivation of rights under the color of law would substantiate an agreement between the parties if you were to make it under a proper process of service. See, now this gets very boring and people aren't very interested in this shit, but this is the technical battle that needs to be waged against these people. Because otherwise people get all romantic and they want to go to war and hit the streets, and they're retarded because they're naive and they've never been there before. And so until we understand that it's actually the legal battle without attorneys, because an attorney pursuant to the corpus juris secundum, which is the body of law, regardless of what country you're in, it's the foundation of any English law or whatever the fuck. So the idea is that the attorneys work for the courts. They don't work for the client. It's the corpus juris secundum. It's volume 7, section 4 or something like that. And that's where it says that the attorney doesn't work for the client, that anyone who gets an attorney is considered to be a mental incompetent. So that's why when you get an attorney, you don't necessarily win because everyone looks at you like you're fucking retarded in the courtroom. Because why would you get an attorney other than the fact that you're an ignoramus who doesn't understand your own affairs? But seriously, letters to the local officials and sue them. 10 grand. You have a right for that amount of money because that's a simple amount. That's a stated amount. Usually, I don't know the particular code, but you could look it up. And I'm sure if not Australian code, there's fucking bring in the United Nations code because it's unprecedented what they're doing. This is that's the real shit.
They seem to really want to divide us over here in Australia too. And it's happened. It's happened. Like there's so much division within our people at the moment because of certain medical choices. That's all I'll say on that. But
well, I'll say this:
it's crazy.
Fuck the collective. Go individual. Fuck the collective. The collectives are retarded all the time. But you go individually and you deal with your issue in the court. You get your own private fucking exemptions. Don't do it for the people. Don't do it for the masses. Don't do it for your neighborhood. Do it for you and yours. And that's what you're entitled to do it for. You start trying to do it for your friends or anything like that. Like, even like me coming out here, it's stupid for me to even come out here and tell anyone any of this shit that I talk about because it just doesn't matter.
Well, I think it gives us hope.
Well,
and things
I would hope, but at the same time, all I can do is do it for me.
I don't hope how. Did you actually change anything?
No, I think hope as something that keeps us from going under into a deep, dark depression, something to look forward to, something to work towards or walk towards at the moment, because we've been so abused here for so long. Like, our government's abused us, and my government's telling me, you're not allowed to leave your house, you're not allowed to see your parents, you're not allowed to see your family, you're definitely not allowed to go see a movie or go and sit down and have a coffee, and you're definitely not allowed to get a haircut. And if we catch you out and you're not out of you, and if we catch you out of your local area, you will be fined $5,000. That's me at the moment if they decide to come hunting for me, which they won't. I think the police here are so over it, it's not funny. I think they've had so much of enough of it too. But it's abusive and isolation. Like, I've family members that are that sick right now. They're on heavy psychiatric drugs. They're spaced out. They've lost so much weight. They're not even able to go to work anymore because they're that traumatized from what's happened for the last 6 months, this isolation. Like, it's really affected people badly here. So much. It's what's happened as the second hand sort of situation. Like, they wanted to save everyone from a virus, but in turn they sent many people unwell with the conditions that they placed upon them. It made many people very sick in other ways. So it's really hard. It's really hard in Australia. I mean, I say that, and then if we look at overseas, well, we're spoiled rotten, really. And if the worst that they can do to me is tell me I can't leave my house, well, that's not bad, really, considering what happens in other countries. But as we've lived in a completely different way our whole lives, it psychologically is quite damaging to people. When it's traumatizing. It's traumatizing to say to someone, you can have a funeral for your father, but no one can come except for 9 people. Or you can not go to your father's funeral and you can let him have the send-off that he deserves. So, and then if I had have gone to that funeral, all of his family and friends that wanted to be there couldn't have been there. Would have they held it against me? Would have they thought, oh, look what she's done now, even in her death, look, in his death, how selfish is this girl? You know what I mean? Like, I felt if I did that, my whole family and friends it'd come back on me, when it's not me. I'm not the one doing it. It's the government. So I thought, well, I'm not going to let the government win. I'm just not going to go. I got to spend a lot of time with my father. I was his carer. I was with him all the time. So I had him for this past 12 months where everyone wasn't allowed to see him. That's the other thing. No one was allowed to see him. He spent all his time alone in his house dying. And it was me that would come in, and then my brother would usually come in maybe once a week towards the end. But he was isolated because the government said nobody could see him. And he died that way. It's so sad. Like, what they've done to people, it's psychologically in this country, it's damaging. It's damaged people. And people like my dad never had Facebook. He never understood the internet. The only time he used the internet was he used Google. He would use Google to look things up on his phone, and that was about as far as he got. So he couldn't connect like we connect and have phone calls like we're having right now. He had none of that. Whereas I was grateful I had all of this established before I was locked down, and I kind of lived like I was locked down anyway. Spent a lot of time at home. I'm a bit of a homebody. So besides things like, not being able to attend the funeral or not being able to, I just would love so much to go and see my auntie right now in Tasmania. She hasn't seen a family member in 2 years. It's been over 2 years, and she's suffering. She's so suffering, like, emotionally. And I want to be able to go there, but because I didn't do what they asked, they won't let me travel. They won't even let me leave my own suburb. And even if you looked at my medical history, if you looked at my medical file, you would see the last time I even had a flu-like, contagious-like situation would have been probably about 7 or 8 years ago. And it was when I was severely run down and not well. And since then, I've pretty much been in perfect health, except for a situation that happened to me last year after another procedure, shall I say. And yeah, now I've got some severe nerve damage to my body, and I'm not willing to put anything else into it right now because I don't want to hurt it any more than it's already damaged. So I got a legit reason why I don't want to, do what everybody else is doing. And but because the government wants me to do it, there's no exemptions for me. I spoke in depth with my my GP and my neurologist, and neither of them could find anywhere or any way to give me an exemption. So that means I suffer in lockdown and stay in my house and do, the time, because I guess I'm the criminal now. I did the crime. I didn't do what they wanted me to do. So they punish people for that. And the majority of people in this country, they all had to get it if they wanted to go to work. They
Have you heard now that if you don't have it, then you can't go to pubs and clubs and restaurants and like they're literally not letting people into those venues unless you can prove that you've
That's me. So I didn't get to go to my father's funeral or my father's wake. I can't go anywhere and do anything at all, really. I'm classed in New South Wales as lockdown till December 15 and under fear of heavy fines if I get caught out doing something.
You can go to restaurants in Melbourne.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and it took me 3 hairdressers to get a haircut.
But you kept going. Good on you, mate.
I didn't give up.
Yeah,
you should have heard what the Queensland Premier said yesterday. It was unbelievable fucking crap, man. Unbelievable.
Oh, dear. What's been said?
Oh, they're just talking about how going forward, there'll be restrictions for people who can't prove that they've had the procedure.
Oh,
you just won't be allowed in certain venues.
Yep. Same here. They say here, but they change their mind every 5 minutes, right? But they say here after December 15, I will be allowed to go everywhere that they can. But mind you, they told me that was going to happen on December 1st, and we're only in November. Like, they might come out and say to me, next week, sorry guys, like we've looked at the model and it's no longer safe for you to come out, so you're going to have to stay home for another year. Who knows? I'm so over them. But yeah, as Mel did, I did something cheeky and went out and got my hair done.
What bothered me the most about what I heard in that press conference was just the outright lies that she was spewing about the vaccinated being 80-something% less likely to get COVID.
Yeah, I know.
That's just a lie.
Yeah.
I mean, she lied about a couple of things like that have just come out in some recent studies showing that vaccinated and non-vaccinated transmit the Delta variant just as
Are you talking about the Israel
as
thing?
easily as one another.
No, we're talking about Australia, I think, aren't we? I know for a fact that I was listening, and I very rarely do this, but this day, I don't know why, I was listening to the daily press release here in New South Wales, and they're out of, I think it was, I want to say out of 5 hospitalizations, it was something like 2 had been double vaxxed and 3 hadn't, or 2 had been double vaxxed, 1 had been had 1 dose and 2 had none at all, or something. So when you looked at even just that day's figures, it didn't add up that the procedure helped them much at all. Or maybe because there's so many have had the procedure now. I don't know. I don't know.
And that's what bothers me the most about all this is that they're just outright lying about the efficacy of this, treatment, which it's just completely ridiculous.
Yeah,
I appreciate you speaking cryptically, just so it doesn't affect the server.
Yes, speak cryptically. Exactly. I've learned how to, do that. Because let me warn you, and I don't mean to be a scaremonger, but this has never happened to me before. When Dad died, I took a week off here at least, right? I didn't come online. Anyway, when I've logged back in a couple of days ago, there was this official Discord message for me there had been a situation on another server that I'm a moderator on, and it was basically a warning. It was about sexual violence or something, right? Whatever it was. But I hadn't been online. I had no idea it had happened. But the warning was, if things like that continue on that server, I can lose my account as well as the server be taken down. So if you're like on a moderator position on a server, it actually gives you liability. I didn't realize that.
Guilt by association.
Yeah, and I wasn't even on. Like you would think that this occurrence happened when I literally had not been online for all the days before and after. You would think, why would they even bother with giving me any kind of warning when I wasn't there? But that's how it works. So we've just got to be cryptic.
Yeah.
And everybody knows when you're talking about it, when you're being cryptic, what you're talking about.
Everyone but the bots.
Hopefully the bots don't get it. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yes, we need to be smarter than the bots and trick them. Those damn bots. I didn't even know what bots were until I joined Discord and saw these bots and like people were using them. I'm like, this is freaky. Like, why would you want to use a robot? Like, that's weird. And now I realize, these bots are just like this necessary function and thing that people need. And then they're going to turn around and attack us. In the end, the bots will come for us like in the Matrix. The machines will turn.
You hadn't heard of people on Instagram or Twitter having like bots, slave bots that give them a lot of followers?
No, I had no idea. I was completely naive to all of that. Completely naive. I didn't even know when a bot was talking to me when I came in here. I didn't realize how they worked or how common they were.
Wait, there's bots that talk here?
Well, not on this one, but on other servers, if you type the right word in, it'll respond to you. It'll respond, and yeah, you can. If you don't know that they're bots, you can be tricked and start talking to a bot.
Damn.
Yes. So there's lots of time to kill now. I've got time to kill, and I'm in. My sentence has been increased. I think I don't know what'll happen. Maybe it'll be a 6 month straight sentence. At least I got to serve it at home, which is nice. At least they didn't send me to the well camp. I don't know when the well camp's going to be ready, but I heard there's these camps getting built. And I think they plan to use like other public areas like sports stadiums and things like that as well. Schools.
For what? For what?
To put people in, to save them and to save everybody from getting sick.
Right.
For your own safety, Mel. For your own safety.
Yeah. Mm.
Oh, it's so crazy.
It's a clown world.
It is. And yeah, I've just never been scared of getting catching sickness. It's never really been something that worries me. Like, I'm more worried about traveling in a car than catching cold or something like that. I guess it's because I've got a good immune system and I don't have that many times that I've actually been sick. And every time I got sick with something, it was because I was run down. It was because I wasn't, getting enough sleep, or I wasn't eating properly, or I was, doing things that I shouldn't have been doing that made my body weak. And I used to smoke cigarettes. I mean, I don't even smoke cigarettes anymore. Like, my breathing is so good now. If I was still smoking, I'd probably be concerned about catching a sickness, but I feel that I've got a good immune system and as healthy body as I can besides the nerve damage. So I'm not worried about catching anything really.
Good.
But
And
I
that
am
positive thinking will it'll be a self-fulfilling prophecy. You won't get sick because of it.
Yeah, well, I have a choice. I can either trust the immune system, and because I'm dealing with this nerve damage from a situation from last year, which was a similar situation, let me say. I took a procedure, and I took a procedure because they told me I couldn't see my grandfather, and he was turning 100. And so I decided to take a procedure to see him, and then it was about 8 weeks later I fell gravely ill with this severe situation. But anyway, my thing is now it's got to be a risk. What is it? The benefits have to outweigh the risks. And the way I look at it with my nerve damage, the risks are greater than the benefits for someone like me. And that's what I've said to my professional people, my doctor and my neurologist. That's how I actually typed up a 3-page statutory declaration, had it witnessed and signed, and went into the doctors and had it uploaded into my medical file. So it's now on my file, notarized why I have declined this procedure. Which legally then, if something happened to me and I was ever forced in the future and something bad happened to me, they would have that on the file. And they were warned. I warned them. It's so scary. Get this. I have a niece. She is just under the age of forced in this state. And she is so highly allergic. She gets anaphylaxis. They have to carry around an EpiPen. If she touches dog hair, she breaks out in welts. If she touches any dairy, she breaks out in welts. She can't even eat beef because it is from, like, there is dairy involved in it. She's allergic to all sorts of, I think, peanuts and shellfish and, like, you name it, she's allergic to it. Anyway, guess what they wanted to do? They want her to go into hospital to have the procedure in case they need to try and resuscitate her. They want her to go into hospital to take the procedure because it is that risky, but they still won't give her a medical exemption. That's how sick it is. Like, they seriously want to do that to a teenager.
How old is she?
She's under 16 at the moment.
Damn.
Yeah, but when she hits 16, if they're still doing this game, you can't go anywhere unless you've got your green cards. She will be required to get a green card.
Well, that's the craziness about this, is that they act like that's the only way out of this problem. And I was thinking about it the other day. I remember so many of them said that the biggest concern, right, was the overloading of the facilities, right? That that they, not be able to handle all the people that need help. But what about the discussions about, well, increasing our capacity then?
I agree.
Increase our capacity to deal with those sorts of things then.
The first thing. Yeah, I agree. The first thing they should have done last year, instead of like standing everyone down and bringing all this economic support, they should have put all those dollars into emergency field hospitals and got them up and running immediately. We have the facilities to do that. We should have done that, and we should have had, look, for an example, I'll tell you this. My area here was a little area. It is now, it's now exploded to, I mean, there are hundreds of thousands of people in this area. One hospital services, there's 131 beds in it. 131 beds, and just the area that it would have to service now, because this used to be a farming town. They sold off all the farmland and they've built suburbs. They've wiped out the farmland. It's just suburbs, right? So they have 131 beds to probably service hundreds of thousands of people. So that's the crisis we're in. It's not because of anything but their lack of building the proper infrastructure when they allowed to open up these areas to the amount of people they have. So they're such thieves. Like, they take all these people's rates, but they don't build the hospitals, They're thieves.
Did y'all hear about the Amish communities in North America?
No.
Like the Mennonites and the Amish. Basically, they just went about their regular lives, right? And they would still go to church, and they didn't really care about the the so-called threat of it, and they didn't bother with testing, they didn't bother with the shot, and their death rates are not higher than any other place, and they're virtually free of the illness now.
That's the other thing that one would assume, that when a new illness arrives, you would think that enough people should be able to naturally catch it, so that we could have built up nice, strong immune, to it, and let it be natural. But what they did, I believe, is because they did all this interference so soon, instead of taking their thing and doing it somewhere else, controlled over many years before they brought it into the general population, they screwed around with stuff, and all that happened, and they call it a breakthrough case. So these breakthrough cases were just like morphing through their procedures. So it kind of, I feel they've done more harm than good, personally. And the other thing I want to note about the lockdowns, what I found with human behaviour, the minute they released the lockdown here for the people who took the procedure, the place where I did my weekly shopping for my father, the car park and the car, it was like there was no one there. Because what happens is, when you are locked down, you're only permitted into a handful of places. A handful of places, you all go together. So it increases the cases, because you cram into areas that you normally wouldn't. And that's because they lock down. Now, if they don't lock down, people spread out and their behaviors remain normal. So they do what they normally would do, and they don't cram to areas. And that's what happened here. Because they locked us down, we all crammed into supermarkets, because humans are, creatures of habit. They're social. They can't stand being, isolated in their houses all day alone. So people like my mother was literally going to the supermarket 5 times a day and changing her clothes to, make herself look like a different person. I'm like, oh my God, like, this is the bizarre behavior of people. And all that happened from lockdowns was the cases blew up. As soon as they let people out of lockdown here, everyone spread out and the cases went down. So everything they've done to try to save us has hurt us even more.
Why was she going to the supermarket 5 times a day? For social interaction?
Yeah, for social interaction, because she lives alone, isolated, and she couldn't go to work. Well, she was going to work, but her whole office where she gets her interaction, they were all working from home, and she was the only one in the office. So she was having no human contact. So she was getting really, obviously, having issues with it. So she was changing her clothes and going constantly to the supermarket all day. You only have to go there and buy one item. You could go there and buy sugar in the morning, and then you could make an excuse. Oh, I was baking a cake and I didn't have any milk, and then come back. You know what I mean? And we were only supposed to be going to the supermarket once per day, but people were going at least once per day. But if they weren't locked down, they probably would go once a fortnight or once a week. And we wouldn't have, and that's the other thing. Everyone crammed into the hardwares. Everyone went to Bunnings. So there was these big long lines and all this interaction with people, because they were only allowed to go there. So the lockdowns actually, in these models that they suggest would do anything, what they've actually done, from what I've seen, is they've driven up cases, they've driven up mental health trauma, they've driven up all other kinds of illnesses, because people, and I've read articles, elderly people were too frightened to go to the optometrist, so they were having accidents at home because their glasses were broken and they couldn't see properly. The other thing was a really big thing in Australia. This is a massive thing. They canned all swimming lessons. So there's all these children that missed this year their swimming lessons, and we're about to hit summer here, about to hit the rivers, the beaches, the pools, and these kids and all these people that needed life-saving swimming lessons, they don't have them this year. There's all these things that have damaged our people. Nothing has helped by their models. They say they use these models to try and help us, but what they've done is they've damaged us psychologically. They've damaged us financially. They've just done so much damage. Even for the children learning, like these milestones that these kids needed for social interaction, they didn't get. And now they will be put back for that. Not every child will, but some children will really struggle. Children that were learning to speak. A lot of learning to speak is watching people's mouths move and learning to mimic that. I mean, it's just really sad what they've done to us.
The leading cause of death in men under the age of 60 is suicide.
That's true. Yes.
I couldn't believe that. Like,
I know.
Wow,
it's so bad.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah,
That's just insane.
Yeah, and that number would have been driven up, I believe, quite substantially with all the stress and the pressure that everyone's been under. And that's true. It is. That is the leading cause of death. But we never speak about that. So where's the funding? I can tell you for a fact, I've tried to get in touch with Lifeline twice now in like a dark situation. I waited for maybe 20, 40 minutes and no one came online. So they say to you, call Lifeline or call Beyond Blue or whatever. But when I've tried, I couldn't get through to anyone. You know, so, I mean, I was dealing with my dad dying and him being isolated in the house and no one being able to see him. And, you know, it was heartbreaking, and now he's gone. And, you know, he was robbed by not seeing his family in that time. And I was robbed by not being able to be at his funeral or his wake. And, I mean, it's disgusting that the government has done this to us.
Most concerning to me is just how willing everybody has been to just go along with this. I mean, I'm seeing people every day who are like, I saw a guy the other day outside his house mowing his lawn with a mask on. And I just thought, what the fuck is going through that guy's brain?
Mm-hmm.
Why is he wearing a mask while he's outside mowing the lawn? Like,
they're just
insane. And people in their cars wearing them. It's just like,
I've seen that.
They don't think for themselves, it seems. Like, what the fuck is going on with people? They're just...
I think it's propaganda. I think trauma-based mind control propaganda seems to be so friggin' effective. Like, I've seen, like, family members just fully brainwashed, like, and acting mean and nasty towards me because... And they know I'm physically disabled with nerve damage. They know exactly what's happened to me, but still speak to me with venom because I am to them something unclean now. I mean, it is crazy. The division, you know, it was so divisive too. It was by design, I think. It feels.
Yeah, I might have told Merle this story a long time ago when COVID first hit. It ruined my 3 restaurant businesses. I had to close all 3 of them. There were 3 Thai restaurants. I had a $2.6 million house. My house was sold mortgagee sale as well. From that trauma, I developed fibromyalgia and granuloma annulare, and it's all based on trauma. And so I had a pain consultation with a doctor the other day, 2 days ago, and she was like, why don't you, because she was talking about, if you want to come in and see someone face to face, it's probably better than over the phone. And, you know, because we needed to talk about how we're going to handle the pain that I'm getting. And I said, I don't want it. I don't want to get the jab. And she was like, well, you need to get it because otherwise you can't come and see someone face to face.
Carlos, your mic is going out. It's we can't hear you. Something happened to your mic.
Is that better at all?
Yeah, you seem a bit better.
Is that helping at all?
Yes, you're good now.
Yeah, so basically, the first 10 minutes of the conversation, she was telling me over the phone that it's to help my immune system because of my fibromyalgia, and I was like, so it's not for the boogie virus, it's for my immune system now, is it? What at the end of the day, what's it for? She said, oh, you need it for your immune system. I thought that was for the boogie monster. I didn't know it's for my immune system. So now you're saying it's actually an immune booster, is it? And then I told her at the end of the conversation, like half an hour on the phone, I said, one of the reasons why I'm still experiencing fibromyalgia and all these symptoms and everything is because people keep telling me that I need to get this jab. And that's actually causing me to have even more anxiety and etc.
What state are you in?
I'm in Auckland.
Oh, okay, yep.
Yeah, it's like
right because
she was telling me all about this thing, and she's basically saying that the whole purpose of it is to boost your immune system.
That's not true.
That's not what it's supposed to be for.
Look, I've had so many I've seen so many specialists and friggin' medical professionals this year, and the most they made me do, like for example, when I had to get a lumbar puncture, they're trying to work out what's wrong with me, right? I had to get a PCR test to make sure that I was negative of the boogie. That's as far as they could go, and I have never been told by any doctor that I cannot enter their office or have a procedure without that. And the minute that they do that to me, I'm seeking legal advice immediately, because you cannot force someone to take a medical procedure just so that they can come, like to get medical treatment. That's so evil. Can't believe that. And I've heard, now get this, I've heard down in Victoria, they've said the same thing to a gentleman. He's got Crohn's disease or something, and he needed surgery, and he absolutely, with his condition, does not want to stick anything in his body right now. But his surgeon said to him, if you don't do the procedure, we will not operate on you, because we could open you up and you could be full of the cooties. And I'm like, I don't know if it works that way. A lot of this stuff that these people are saying, these medical professionals, it's like they're also under some kind of mind control too, because they're saying stuff that doesn't make sense. To deny people medical treatment, I think that's criminal. That is, medical treatment is essential, and it should never be given under, because that would be like a doctor saying, you know what, I know you've got AIDS, I know you've got HIV because I've read your file, so because you've got that, I don't want you coming into the office anymore. You can speak to me over the telephone. You know what I mean? Like, we're really drawing a fine line when we're, talking about people, and there is actually laws. There's a Disability Discrimination Act in this country that actually protects people, even people that have infectious diseases like HIV, from being discriminated against. So there are laws here, but for some reason, these people, I just think that they're above the law, and they seem to be above the law and be getting away with it.
Yeah, because I thought hepatitis used to be pretty bad thing. That's why, like in Christchurch, they took away the sugar bowls, because people would be licking the spoon and putting it back into the sugar bowl. It's spread by saliva, right? So why aren't all the people with hepatitis being stopped and being told to stay at home?
Mm-hmm. And why aren't we all being forced to get our hepatitis B boosters? Why? I know that that's a thing, because if you're in the healthcare industry here, or in, I think it's the police, you have to get I have a family member that had to get their antibodies checked for their Hep B jabs back when they were in high school, and they had to go and get a booster to be able to work in, I think, Sydney Health or whatever.
I think plumbers might have to do that too.
Yeah. I mean, I had mine in high school, but obviously I'm like in my 40s now, so I'd say that mine wouldn't even be like work anymore. There'd be none left. So, but it doesn't bother me, and I don't feel like I need to go and make an appointment and quickly get, hepatitis B jabbed again. I just don't feel that there's the risk for me for that in my life. But if there was, I'd go and do it. That's the thing that's the difference between me and a lot of people around these channels. I'm like full for modern medicine. I'm all for modern medicine. I have medicine. I use it, and it absolutely helps me, and I'm so grateful for it. But what I'm about is freedom to choose whether I want to take that medicine. If I got diagnosed with cancer tomorrow, my doctor and my government wouldn't force me to take chemotherapy. They would give me an option, if I chose that, to have chemotherapy to help maybe try and prolong my life or save it, but they would never force me. So that's the other thing, and then people will bring the argument, well, cancer's not contagious. Well, how about hepatitis B then, if we go there? Hepatitis B is contagious, but no one's being forced to be going out and getting boosters for that, are they? And that's a really nasty disease.
Yeah, well, I had full insurance. It was for every type of insurance you can imagine for businesses, and because of the problem, that's why I lost my businesses and my house. And the insurance didn't cover this situation. So there's nothing you
Terrible.
can do. The insurance companies, the government, they offer you nothing. You just lose millions of dollars, your life savings, just like that.
Shocking. It's
I
shocking.
know.
It's so shocking. Something so difficult to get through. I really feel for you. That would be just shocking.
Yeah, well, we had to go into emergency housing with 3
You
kids.
poor thing. Oh, what a massive lifestyle change for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, luckily, I don't know. I mean, I was already going through the turmoil of, trying to get my head around that we're not on a spinning fucking ball, and that was already hard enough, you know.
Mm. Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad I had all that sorted. I'll never forget when they announced this. I knew it was coming. It was like seeing a train crash, like a train like getting off the tracks and gonna crash. And I'm like, here we go. Here we go. I remember it. I just started TAFE. I just started my certificate in floristry. I was going to become a florist. And I think I got to work with flowers once or twice, maybe 3 times. And then they shut the whole college down. And then obviously the whole country pretty much. And yeah, people's lives changed like nothing else. And then I got so sick last year after I took a procedure, as I said. And after doing that time, I thought to myself, I'm not going to do that again. And then this happened in 2021. And I'm like, you're kidding me? Like, I've never been in such a situation before. But they don't care. The government doesn't care. The people don't care. Everyone's just so brainwashed. I can't believe they wanted to put my family member in hospital to give it to her when they knew that she could have such a severe reaction. You know, and just because you're in a hospital doesn't mean you're going to live too. You know, if your throat closes over too quickly and they can't get, the thing in quick enough or whatever they need to do, like that's risking your life of a perfectly healthy child that is at zero risk of dying from the cooties, but could literally die from the so-called cure. I mean, or prevention. It's insanity at its finest. And any doctor that can go ahead and along with that, like, it makes me sick because they are so controlled by the government and so politically controlled. Even my doctor said to me, he said this document, when he was talking about, I was in the doctor's surgery trying to get an exemption. And I was explaining to him the reason I'm pushing for the exemption is my dad's sick and he's going to go into palliative care and I'm scared that he's going to hold off too long because he knows he'll never see me again. And literally my dad died about 3 hours afterwards. Then I begged him on the Monday after that, for an exemption, and he just said he was so sorry. There was nothing he could do. Can I postpone the funeral to the 1st of December? And I said, I can't do that. And then a few days later, they changed the date from 1st of December to 15. So even if I did that, I still wouldn't have been able to go to the funeral.
Yeah, see, I think the other thing is that these doctors, I don't think they're actually allowed to give anyone an exemption. And I think if they do, they're like intimidated into not giving anyone an exemption for some reason. I don't know. Maybe there's threat of punishment, because if your GP was to actually recommend that you potentially don't need this procedure, then that would be going against the government, and that would be a contradiction there. You know what I mean? Like, as far as medical advice and political position, is this political or is this a medical?
Well, it is
subject. It's
political.
That's where it comes out.
Well, what happened was in March 2021, every provider of the thing was sent a correspondence by I think it was the AMA or whoever, that might have been New South Wales Health or Federal Health, whatever, and it warned them that no one was to get in the way of the rollout of this. And then, as I said, I was in the surgery with him for a long time, and he wanted to give me an exemption. He said, I want to. He said, and he showed me every possible way. He said, the only way you can get one is if you are known to be allergic to the ingredients of all that are available. So you have to be allergic to an ingredient in every single available one. And that's the only way. Now, the only other way you can get one is if you have the reaction, the adverse effect, and be hospitalized after the first one. So they want you to be hospitalized and hurt so badly from the first one, but still then it's hard to, they want you to then get this, they want you to go for a different brand. So I know people that have had strokes, that have got cancer. All these people have tried for exemptions and none of them were granted. I wasn't granted with my situation, my family member with her situation. There's no allowance. Like, the government literally wants people to do it regardless of how dangerous it is. It's insane.
Yeah, it's the contradiction of saying to people to go and get advice from their doctor, but then not allowing the doctor to basically offer any point of view other than what the government wants, you know?
Exactly.
Like, it's crazy.
It's scary. It reminds me of something that's happened in previous societies back in, different stories of human history. And
absolute authoritarianism.
Yeah, and it's political. It's something political taking over medical, which is very unsafe. It should never be that way. And I cannot believe our country is allowing this political arena to get so involved in people's medical health. I mean, politicians aren't doctors, and doctors aren't politicians. So we've had doctors running this country now for God knows how long. They've run it into the ground. They've done a shitty job. They've damaged us and hurt us mentally, physically, financially, more than what the cooties did. And everyone's just sitting there completely mushy-brained from the TV. Like, if you ask people, like your average Australian about, or if they bring it up and their reasons behind it, the majority of people I spoke to, it was so they could keep their jobs. It was so they could keep their businesses open. It was nothing to do with their health.
So they could travel, so they could have a freedom or something that they had taken away.
Yeah, mostly that's right. It was for jobs, businesses, and travel. And none of those three reasons have got anything to do with your health. Nothing to do with your health. And oh my gosh, you should have seen the roads here when they opened up into regional New South Wales travel. I think it was a couple of weeks ago anyway. There were so many cars on the road this day. It was like these people were leaving in droves. They just had to get out. They obviously all did it. They all did it because they were all going out. I got a little group of friends on Facebook. We have our private little group, and they report where they've been and who let them in and who didn't. And I mean, I was in the local mall, and I needed a kitchen funnel. So I went up to the kitchen shop and I went to check in, and it said that I, needed to be, have a medical procedure to go into the kitchen store. And I've just looked at the man. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I've got no proof of anything, but I need a kitchen funnel. So he was just really lovely, and he brought the stuff out to me, and I paid like outside of the store, and he just delivered it outside of the store to me. So these people are obviously not concerned about, it being a health issue, because if he was worried about me being dangerous, he wouldn't have come in and handed me a funnel and taken my money and then given me change. You know what I mean? So it's definitely politically driven. And I think the most of the people in this country think, they don't care whether someone is or isn't. They just care if they can or can't get into a place. But they did some really cruel things. See, the new Premier in New South Wales announced everyone, regardless of their status, would be allowed out on the 1st of December. So people I know that own, dance schools and things, they pushed their concert dates back so that everybody could come, right? So all the children could come, all the spectators could come, and no one would be discriminated against. And then about, I don't know how long after that, maybe 4 weeks or more, he came out publicly and decided that he would change the date. So what he did is change the date to the 15th of December. So all those people that had planned to go to all these, end of year events now can't go again. And he's done it just to give everyone enough time to go and get their double jabs just in time to be allowed out. So he's trying to get the last of the last of the last that he can coerce before it's over. And I just thought, that's just beyond wicked and evil, you know, really. And some people have caved. I'm like, I've come this far. I've even missed my own father's funeral. There's no way I'm caving. I'm just going to settle in, even if I have to spend another 2 years in the house. Who cares? And you can go out. Like, I've tricked my way out.
That's the thing. This is not going away. We have to learn to live with this. There's no alternative.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I agree.
like, yeah.
I agree. And what, every time a new virus is born on Earth, what are they going to just like lock the whole world down again? Like there'll be nothing left of us if they keep doing it. There'll be nothing left. All that will be left is the corporations. Reminds me of the Matrix so much so. Like, I think about the corporations, it goes, they take control first, because it's easy for the government to govern a corporation, because the corporation, all they care about is money. So you take the and that's what they did here. They got all the tradespeople, forced all of them out of their trade. So all the people that weren't going to do it, they all quit their jobs, their high-paying jobs, and they all went and started working for the supermarkets. And in the last couple of weeks, they've just mandated the supermarkets now. So they've pushed all those people out of the supermarkets and basically onto government payments, because that's the last thing that you can do, is get on government payments to eat. Otherwise, you can't even eat. It's so crazy. Like there's so many industries now that will force that you have to do that. So I don't know if they're going to continue that next year, or if they're going to let all that go so people can eventually go back to what they're qualified to do. You know what I mean? Like down the track, when all the emergency powers are taken away, the qualified teachers that were let go, maybe they'll be able to go back into the classrooms, you know, in a year or two. I don't know. Unless it is the New World Order. And if that's the case, then it'll never be any different than what it is now. And this is what we will be living like. It's funny, they kept slipping up on the Australian news medias and kept calling it the New World Order. I wonder how much she even knows. Like, is she that brain dead that she doesn't realize like what she's doing, or does she know exactly what she's doing and she's proud of the New World Order? It's so bizarre. I just hope we've got a chance to vote this horrible government out next year. I mean, it's probably our last chance. If anything is going to happen, it'll happen through the elections now. But how many Australians are still all fast asleep? I mean, I thought that the Flat Earth debate was divisive until this shit came to town, and it was like, wow. All of a sudden, all of that just sort of went out the window, and it was like, all of a sudden, it was like, okay, are you for freedom of choice or are you against it? And oh my gosh, a lot of people are against it. A lot of people like the mandates, and it's like, that's so weird, but they are so strange. Like, they don't understand. This kind of mandate sets precedent for things in our future. All the government has to do is, you know, in 5 years' time, is declare another act of emergency and say, you know, there's such a thing as climate change, that the Earth is now so hot that we're gonna explode soon, and now the new lockdowns are in. You can't leave your house, you know, unless you've got 3 reasons to. You can't have children unless you apply to have children. You can only have 1 child, and you have to meet you have to meet a criteria to be even able to have a child. And then when you get to a certain age, say 40, just say 40, you will have to take a forced medical procedure. You must have a vasectomy, and this way we're going to save the world. And they'll be like, all right, they'll just all run out and do it. Or will they kick up a stink then? You know what I mean? Like, these people are so mind controlled. They don't understand, like, setting precedent for this.
Somebody said that earlier. The idea that maybe they'll do some climate change excuse to do some lockdown things. It's funny. It's the second time I've heard that today.
It just seems like I feel that's the natural progression here, because this word climate change is coming up so much. I've noticed in the media, and I'm thinking, are they preparing us for the next big disaster? Which I believe is, obviously, with my beliefs, you guys know me. I don't believe in climate change at all. I don't believe we're on a planet either. I don't believe that at all. So I believe there's a lot of deception abounding here. And I think these elite people probably like us useless eaters locked up and allowed out every now and then. And it might make things a lot easier for them to do whatever they want to do. I don't know. I think they also like the power and control. I think when people have got so much money, like if you've got so much money and you've bought every little thing that you could ever want or imagine, what else is there? Well, there's power and control. They can get that hit off the power and control. So maybe that's also what's going on. I guess we won't know, but I like to sit back and wait. I want to sit back and wait and really look at this situation on a whole. And I've sat back for the last, it's nearly been, 2 years now? And I'm like, okay, well, I've established the fact is, yes, I believe that this is real. This is happening. It's a real thing. I know enough people now that have had it and had symptoms and had experiences with it for it to be real. Is it the kind of thing that warrants destroying our world over? No, not at all. Not at all. I think it was used as a power play, and it seems like they're trying to, especially in my country, like they are going for a full power play. And I just hope that Aussies all around start coming out in droves now that the lockdowns are being eased, and that we can get some real protests. I mean, the guy in here before said, oh, you didn't rise up, but we rose up. I'm telling you, the police didn't see it coming. It was the most incredible, and to be part of it, like the feeling, like it's like going to a live concert, but 1,000 times better, because you're actually, doing something that in your heart you believe is right, and it's purposeful. And that was the most amazing feeling. And I hope that Australians around the country stand up this year in droves to fight against what's going on, so that the government in the end has to hear us, and then the people have to hear us. And they have to think. Like when they see people taking to the streets week after week in Western Australia, Perth, week after week after week, they're taking to the streets. They're doing us proud, and they're showing people there's an issue here, and it's getting people thinking. The minute that they stop, and the minute that we stop this, people are going to just go on with their normal lives, and they're not going to remember what's happened to them. But if we can continue to try, what we need to do is trying to gain some kind of control over our government. And what a protest is, it's a political communication. So when I'm sending letters out left, right, and centre, and I'm not getting anywhere with these politicians, that's when the people and that powerful movement, if people do take to the streets, they can physically, politically communicate as a group that we are not happy with what's happening. And they then in turn should be listening to us, and then we should be trying to make a compromise and come together and negotiate the terms. And that's what needs to happen in our country especially. And I hope that there's people like me that will go out in the future and do that. It's not too much trouble to go out for a few hours on a Saturday for a walk, So
Depends
I really
on how
hope
cold
that
it
happens.
is.
Yeah, well, we're going into summer here now, so it's a beautiful time of year.
That's true.
Unless we get a really hot day, and that's painful. You can get some really scorches here. But I'm hoping that we can get some protests going. And I just missed a protest last week because Dad had passed away. So obviously I was just offline, didn't know what was going on until the day I jumped online onto Facebook to have a look at or put a post up about Dad. And I noticed all these protests were going on everywhere. So I was watching them and I thought, good on them. And I hope they have more, and I'll definitely be there.
Yeah, I feel bad when I miss protests.
Yeah, well, we've never had a situation like this really before. I went to 2 protests this year. I went to a tiny little one at my local council chambers, And then I went to that really big one that they didn't see us coming. That's before they locked the city down. So after that protest in the city that I went to, I said at least 50,000 when it was gigantinormous. The week after that, when they tried to do it again and again, they locked the city down. They closed the train lines so that the trains they were running through the city. They didn't stop in the city, and they had all major roads roadblocked into the city. So you couldn't even get in. And as I said, they put the fines up to 5,000. So they really stopped us from doing that here. But oh my gosh, Victoria, they went off. They were incredible and they were taken on by the government with bullets and pepper spray and all sorts. It was just insane. These peaceful protesters were literally made up of all demographics, young people, old people, men, women, all different religious faiths. It was crazy, and they were getting attacked so violently by the government. And yeah, I just hope that the government gets held accountable for that. I haven't forgot it, and I hope that the people that saw it around the world haven't forgot it, and that they will be held into account for why they were shooting innocent Australians on the streets. They were in severe distress, mind you. These people were going to the streets because they were severely traumatized and they were desperate. So they were just regular people that were so traumatized, so desperate, and they felt they had no other choice. And you know what? If they didn't do that, I reckon we would have had a lot more suicides, because when you back someone into a corner like that and you don't let them out and you don't give them any relief, that's when people self-harm. That's when harm happens. So the fact that they could get out to those protests, I think would have saved a lot of lives, personally. So this is a psychological situation that we're dealing with here in our country. They, treated us and abused us and manipulated us to do something that we didn't want to do. And most people ended up doing what they didn't want to do, which is really sad.
It's this generation's challenge to actually stand up and fight and defend our right and our freedoms, to not have this, authoritarian dictatorship just control our lives to this insane degree of control. So people haven't had to really fight for real freedom for so long. And I think that's, why all this has been allowed to happen to so much degree. But people need to stand up. People need to say, no, this is too far to mandate and separate people in our society based on whether you've had this procedure or not, which is just completely inconsequential on the health of anyone else. I mean, it's dividing people just deliberately based on something that's just completely ridiculous. I mean, we need to stand up and say, no, this is wrong, and push back.
Yeah, absolutely. That's my plan anyway. I mean, and I have been pushing back in every way I can. I've sent so much out to, I've even put in complaints against the police and everything. I had a police inspector ring me, actually, about an hour before Dad died, ringing me up about a situation. And I'm like, he said, oh, you sent a few letters out. And I'm like, oh my God, I must have been so manic. And I must have sent letters to everywhere you can possibly imagine. But that's what I've done. I've even sent letters to Dan Andrews, to Gladys Berejiklian, several letters to my local members of parliament, ICAC, investigations, you name it, I've sent it. And I was just like, what else can I do? It was the only way I could do anything, and I felt so helpless. And so, without rights. So I've made it known to these departments and to these people what they've done. And it's all there for them to know. And hopefully some of them will grow a set, and when it comes to, getting back into their political parties, they'll actually start fighting for the people. And if they don't, I just hope the people vote them out, because that's the last thing we can do. If we can't vote these creeps out, like, our country's fallen. We might as well be called the CCA. Oh, sorry, the ACP, Australian Communist Party. You know, we might as well start flying the Chinese flag here because they've pretty much, like, conquered us.
No, like the Chinese are just engaging in capitalism.
Whatever.
Do what you can, Becky. Put them on notice. That's all we can do.
Yeah, I put the bastards on notice, and as soon as the next protest happens here in Sydney, I'm there with bells on. Can't wait.
Yeah.
I've even got my outfit planned and my hat. I'm excited. The only thing I need to do is make a sign.
I was actually wondering whether you could sue the government for the lies that they've just outright told in advertising campaigns, in press conferences. I mean, you should be able to sue them for lying, right?
Yeah, I know, but it's like we're living in two realities at the same time. There's this one reality that is foundational, that our Constitution and God and history provides us with basic and inalienable human rights, and that's real. But then the reality we're living in is all of that is completely being ignored, and we're being coerced and steamrolled and blackmailed and manipulated into having to do things that we don't want to do, that we shouldn't have to do. It's a violation at every level you can imagine, and yet somehow it's being gotten away with. And all of these other, like if I violate someone's human rights through racism or through sexual harassment or through something like that, where these rights are afforded to that individual, I will be steamrolled and taken to jail and fined and you name it. But for the rest of us, those rights are they just don't exist. I don't even know how to articulate it. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like we're living in two different realities at the same time, but we're getting screwed in the process.
Oh yeah. I've gone through so many. I've gone through so many.
If you or me or Becky, if we violated someone's human rights, they'd take us to the Human Rights Commission. Those rights are clearly stated and recorded, and we would get screwed over and we would end up either fined or penalised or jailed or whatever the hell. Who knows what the penalty would be. But in this circumstance, all of your human rights are just in the toilet. Nobody cares.
I'll tell you something real funny too. Get this, like, because I've gone through what laws and we've got, because I was trying to find some. Anyway, when I'm reading through the Privacy Act of 1988, right? Yeah. So I'm protected under that, and I don't have to do many things. And one is I don't even have to tell you any of my medical business. I don't have to tell you. I don't have to tell a police officer or anyone, right? That's what it says.
None of your business.
So this is so funny. I go in and get a PCR test so I can go to the whatever. Anyway, they've got this sign up where in the tent where you get your swabs, it says there will be no filming or videoing in here as per the Privacy Act of 1988. And I nearly scoffed and I thought, you assholes, you're telling me I can't take a photo in this tent, but I can walk into Kmart and some random chick can ask me if I've had a medical procedure. Like, what the hell? Like, how hypocritical.
16-year-old pimple-faced year 11 kid can violate your privacy. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. So how is that? As you said, we are living in an alternate reality, because in their reality, they use the law when they choose to, but when we want to use the law to protect us, we've got not a leg to stand on. So, like, if I go up to someone at Kmart or something and say to them, look, as per the Privacy Act of 1988, you don't have the right to ask me that question. They can either agree with me and allow me entry, or they can call the police on me or security. I've looked at the documents. It says that I don't have to produce any proof to go into a place, but I can be rejected for not proving it. They don't have the permission to see it, but if I refuse to show it, then they've got the right to not allow me into their private premises. So they've made everything work in the government's favor. So yeah, it's true.
On the
They don't
basis
have
that
the
you won't
right.
allow them to violate your privacy rights.
Yep. Yeah, so
They
I
can
have to
refuse
allow
you
the
entry when I
violation.
have the
Yeah.
right. I have the right to my privacy. It's a God given. It's government granted inalienable
Yes.
right. I have that right, but because you won't let me let you violate that right, you won't let me into your shop. Like,
Exactly.
How the fuck does that work?
So really, legally, the violator should be the one. If we're going to look at, like, I believe, if we're going to look at all the law in that scenario, the violator is the one that asked me for my medical history and then refused me entry. I look at that as the disability. Then we go into the Disability Discrimination Act of 1993, right? And that states that nobody can discriminate you on the basis of if you have an infectious disease or if you even may have an infectious disease in the future. Okay, so I'm
how do they
protected
even
by
have the right to ask you about your medical status in any way?
I know they don't. They bloody don't. As per the Privacy Act 1998. And if they refuse me access, I've got the Disability Discrimination Act of 1993 on my side. Like, I know the laws. These laws that should allow me as a healthy individual today go into Kmart and buy myself a packet of friggin' Knickers. But nope, I can't use the law. I don't understand it. Because that's the law.
How is it that there's not some I mean, I know it's going on, but how is it that some QC, some constitutional QC expert has not had this validated or overturned in the High Court? How is it that we are still having this conversation? The foundational rights are there. They're in the Constitution. They can't be taken away from us, and yet somehow they are. And somehow we're still on the losing side of this right now.
I hear you on that, but like,
interesting how there's no one willing to fight for it on that level.
Is any of that even legitimate anymore?
There's a lot of solicitors. Sorry, Gio. There's a lot of solicitors that are, but it keeps, like, in the Supreme Court, it's getting thrown out. It has to be fought in the High Court, and I assume somebody is. But I guess these High Court cases can take 5 years, or they'll drag it out as long as they can before they get a verdict. Sorry, Gio. Go, buddy.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it doesn't seem to me like that's even matters anymore.
Exactly.
Meaning that, like, perhaps before this current takeover, whatever's going on with these current systems, especially after World War II, maybe before that, it maybe did mean something, or even further back, in terms of laws and courts and everything. Because obviously there's some structure that it all comes from, but at this point, it just seems like all that's out the window. It's sort of like, being taken over, and then the new people say, well, we make the laws now at the end of the day, or we just do what we want, essentially, unfortunately. And they there's this kind of they're feigning as if the laws are there and, we have, these rights, but in the end, they're just stripping them away more and more each day.
It's like we need to take the
if you're a
government to court.
pub or something like that, do you have to follow the government guidelines?
I looked that up.
Do you have to check everyone that comes in?
Get this one. There is what's it called? The Liquor Act. The Liquor Act, right? There is an actual act that states under the Liquor Act of, I can't remember what year it was because I've looked this up too, that you as a publican do not have the right to discriminate against anybody wanting to enter a public bar. Okay, so if a person wants to enter a public bar and they are, I don't know, what are they? Well, back in the day, before they had these laws, if you were an Aboriginal person, you weren't allowed into the public bar. You had to go into another part. So when they brought in the Liquor Act, the Publicans Act, or whatever it's called, I can't remember off the top of my head right now, there is provision that protects people of all kinds of any type of person coming into a public bar. It is their right. And I think a licensee of a hotel has the right to stick with that law and allow anybody in. But we've got a hotel here in Singleton. It's called the Caledonian, I think it's called, and it won't discriminate. So it's letting in everyone. But the police have been going through and they've been fining the hotel and the hotel patrons. So I don't know what happens from the fines, if they can fight them in court, but this hotel has come out publicly and will not discriminate at all. So there's a
that's
license
someone
to
who
the,
I would imagine would have an excellent case constitutionally if they were to just keep fighting that, you know.
That's their plan. That's what they're doing. They will be fighting it, and that's what they said. They're on Facebook. They've made a public announcement. They follow the Constitution. They follow federal law, and they will not be discriminating against anyone. So they will be taking it further, and they do have the Liquor Act to stand on as well as the Privacy Act 1998 and the Disability Discrimination Act of 1993. So there's all these laws in this country to say that it is not okay to deny anybody entry because of their, you know, possibility of having an infectious disease. You're not allowed to do it.
Not
because
to
that would
mention basic common law rights as well. So yeah.
So yeah, there's all these protections, but they're not protecting us. Like, what the hell? It's so crazy.
And how do you Becky, on that basis? How do you, if you're going to deny someone access on the grounds that they may have a communicable disease? Well, an STI is a communicable disease. The common cold is a communicable disease. How is it that you get to arbitrarily state which communicable disease you're going to deny entry on the possibility of me having?
Exactly. And that's why we have the Disability Discrimination Act.
Anything communicable would fall under that category, but obviously we know that's lunacy.
Oh, it is. Sorry, Spakeface.
Hello.
What's even more insane is you can be fully procedured and sorry. I'll just quickly say that, yeah, you can...
The minestrone. You could have eaten the minestrone.
You can have fully done the procedure, right, and enter a premises, follow all the rules, but be positive and be spreading it through that facility, right?
Yep.
Doesn't that defeat the whole purpose?
And I can be fully unprocedured and be perfectly healthy and not hurting anybody, and I'm not allowed in.
Yeah.
We got a new gentleman in the server, guys. Go ahead, Spakeface. What are you trying to say?
You're roboting, buddy.
Yeah, you're roboting pretty bad.
You're roboting hard, man. Just disconnect and reconnect.
I'll try. How about now? Is that better now?
That is better.
Right. I was just saying, man, it's a bit of a... it's Gio, it's up to you, bro, but remember, Ice Wall got shut down because of discussions about COVID, bro. That's all I just wanted to say, man. It's a bit of a
That's
risky
not what we're talking
subject
about. We're talking about minestrone.
Yeah, I know, but you know what I'm saying, man. It's quite easy for these motherfuckers, man.
You're allowed to talk about it with your mouth.
Yeah, it's Panto. Yeah, how you doing,
Panto, hey mate, how are you?
Yeah, I spoke to you for ages.
What's up?
How you doing?
Yeah. You're on a different account. What's up, Panto? Yeah, I thought that was
you.
Man.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, this is my. I've got a different phone, so I've got my other account on my other phone, man. Don't tell Discord.
Gotcha.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to say hello. I've came in a couple of times, but I was suppressed. I wasn't able to talk. Nobody was around to give me permission, so that's why I've not been around. But I hope the server's doing well. I've not been around much since I wasn't able to talk.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think we were you and I were messaging on one of your different accounts, right? Like when you first I think you joined on that one. So yeah, we were texting.
Possibly.
I didn't know if you would come into VC yet.
Yeah, possibly. Maybe the other account's VC verified. I'm not sure, man. Possibly.
Yeah, I
hope all's well, man. I've not spoke to you for a long time, Gio, longer than Becky. Like I spoke to you about maybe a few months ago, Becky, but Gio, I've not spoke to you for about a year, bro.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's great to hear your voice.
Yeah, man. Fucking right. Still doing the same shit. Still canvassing. Still talking to people in the street. Not recording it. I'm just having discussions with people that I've come across in the street. Quite easy. People are quite susceptible to have a discussion nowadays because they're pissed off with all the regulations and the masks and all the restrictions and shit. So I quite easily get them from talking about that to the flat earth.
Nice, a bit of a transition. Yeah, well, it does
Yeah,
seem like
man.
with everything going on, people, I think more and more people are just considering like, yeah, what is really going on? And at this
The
point, it's
fuck,
almost like
yeah, man.
less of a surprise to them that, okay, wow, the whole
Yeah.
globe Earth isn't real either.
And it seems like for some reason most people I come across that have this discussion with, they quite easily transition from talking about that dodgy subject to flat earth when they're really open to have a discussion. They're not acting like assholes about it, man. They agree with everything I say. I just Socratically question them, and they have to come to the same conclusion that I did, because I'm only asking them questions I ask myself.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. That's awesome that you're doing that. Yeah, I hear you. That's interesting. So yeah, you're saying that you've noticed like less cognitus and resistance basically to the idea.
A lot easier.
Ideas.
Yeah. Whereas other, like a year and a half ago, people instantly just either started laughing. Some of them got angry. I mean, I've been in a few fights because of it, fist fights. One guy tried to cut my face. He pulled out a knife and he tried to slash me. He only just caught my skin, but he fucking tried to rip my face open with a locked back knife just over flat smacking him. That's all I did was flat smack him. Politely.
That's
I'm
savage.
always fucking, bro, I'm always polite even when I'm flat smacking a troll. But he pulled out a fucking knife and tried to cut my face, man. It was fucking insane.
That's heavy duty,
That
man.
is crazy.
That's Scotland for you, man. It's quite a violent place in general, man.
Celtic or Rangers, flat or round, I'll knife you either way.
Well, I used to be a Rangers supporter, but then as I got older, I used to
You got
ask
stabbed
myself.
too many times.
I've been stabbed a few times, like, but no, they tried to slash me. It was literally like a slash across the face, but they barely caught me. It was just hardly even broke the skin. But I was really lucky, man. I was lucky as fuck.
Yeah.
I wish I had it on camera, man, just to show how extreme these fucking idiot globers are.
I just think it's your people.
Well, did you? I don't know if you saw Witsit. Witsit Gets It was on the street. I think it was in like
And he got
Dallas.
arrested.
Well, he's had a couple things happen, but the one I'm talking about, he was in Dallas. Did you see that one where M Stone showed up, and he's from Gem Pandas,
right?
No, what happened?
And basically,
Oh,
like
saw that.
M Stone showed up, in person, and he was kind of like lurking in the background for like an hour, and then near the end, he came up and they almost had a full-on fist fight. I mean, they were in each other's faces and all the. It was intense. Yeah, they almost. It was almost throwing fists.
When did that
I
happen?
saw him get arrested. He was at like the monument.
Like
I
a
saw
month
him
ago.
there, and then the police told him to take his fucking shit down, and he refused and got himself arrested. That was obvious. Like, I was like, just do what they say, man. I know it's a little bit of good shit for the camera, but still, I would have just turned it off anyway and kept on doing what I was doing.
Right.
He was obviously getting arrested, man.
I agree. He really put up a resistance to that. I mean, that's a big thing, like to be right in front of Mount Rushmore and be able to do that. So yeah, they weren't going to let that happen.
No.
He got busted twice. He did that at Second Park, right? Yellowstone, I think it was.
Oh, was it Yellowstone? I only saw the
Wyoming,
one
yeah.
when he was at the monument. That's the only one I saw.
He did it twice.
I don't
yeah.
really watch flat Earth YouTubers, man. I get too bored. Like, I'd rather be like in 24/7 checking people in, because I get really bored. 10 minutes into a YouTube video and I'm already lost interest, man. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's not teaching me anything I don't know. So I kind of see it as a waste of time watching flat earthers on TV.
Yeah, I don't want to watch flat earthers much either. Globe earthers or any. I don't watch the stuff. I'd rather be like talking about it myself.
Yeah, same.
That's why
But
I
I
like
do like-
check-ins there. New people all the time is always a different thing. It's always a new person. Apart from when you get the N-word screamers, like obviously they can go and throw shit at themselves. But at least I try. I always give them a chance. At least I think they all deserve at least a shot. One shot.
Yeah, I think it's funny when they come in trolling and stuff. Like people, I find it quite entertaining these days. But You know, especially the young ones, they're always going to try it, aren't they? They're going to like, let's go and
Well,
like stir up these flat earthers.
some people take it personal, though. I mean, they're programmed to do this. Like, it's in the like education system, the media. Like, why take it personally? Why get all heated and angry about it? Like, it's not beneficial to anyone.
It's like a walk in the park, but compared to the
I
you know
know.
what's going on at the moment, it makes me like think about the flat Earth days. It's like so like just so placid and all the arguments over mud and stuff. It's like bring back those days.
Crazy shit. What's it like in Australia lately, Becky? Is it eased off a little bit? Because I know it was quite like
Yeah, it was
the
quite
shit that I
crazy.
seen.
It hasn't
is it
eased off
chilling
for
out a little
me.
bit?
It's
Alright.
chilling out for anyone that did what they asked, and people like me that didn't. I'm still
Alright.
in like severe lockdown until December 15, apparently.
There's still cunts in Australia.
Yeah, there's still cunts in Australia.
Scotland's
shit.
made of cunts.
How is it over there? Are they controlling?
Well, technically, if you believe the media and if you accept the regulations the media are saying, which I'd say fucking 70-80% of people still are walking about with masks, even when there's like one person on the bus in the winter, they've got all the fucking windows open. So that's even going to make more symptoms with people because people are sitting on the bus, freezing with a mask on, spreading germs all over their fucking face, touching the mask all the time, touching all the poles and the railings on the bus. So like they're basically spreading shit all over the bus I have to use.
I agree.
And then if they've had the double jags, obviously they're shedding as well. The stuff that's been injected that comes out their pores. So it's risky for me to go on the fucking bus.
It's all about that, so they get the boosters now because
Yeah,
they
man.
need that.
Yeah.
This is
It
just about
keeps
having the
spreading
boosters.
more and more.
Every
Yeah, man.
4 months to 6
Hey,
months, you're going to need a booster.
But guess what? You can't have a booster if you never had one in the first place. Like me.
Fuck that.
True. You're never
I'm
going to be truly
unclean.
vaccinated,
That's
aren't
gangsta, Becky. You
I'm so
gangsta.
unclean.
Me too.
I call myself the
shit,
unclean, you know, just to have a kick at them because, you know, people get really like pissed when you tell them that you haven't done it.
Yeah, they could not pay me enough money to do
clean
that.
blood, no,
what I get-
no shot.
What I get is, are you a scientist? When I say that I'm unvaccinated, they're like, are you a scientist? You should listen to scientists. That's
No,
what I
you should
get.
listen to TV. You should listen to actors on TV.
So my response to them go, are you a scientist? And they're like, well, no.
Are they?
And I'm like, well, why did you get the shot? You're telling me that I should get the shot, but I'm not a scientist. You're getting the shot, but you're not a scientist. So, and they're like, oh, whatever, man, whatever. You're just gonna kill old people. So it's pretty crazy, man.
Oh yeah, the level of the emotional blackmail. Yeah, that's what I found. As soon as they realized I wasn't afraid, they're like, "You're dangerous. You're going to go killing people."
Well, this is the thing. Do you think the rumor or the psychological rumor is that all people who have gone out and gotten this like complied essentially?
Sometimes
Basically,
you call it the minestrone.
Yeah,
hold on. I'm drinking a little bit of beer here, so it might not come out.
No, you got to. If they've eaten the minestrone, that's what we'll say.
Well, what are they saying? They're saying that they actually, I think it's a Carl Jung psychology strategy that they're actually preying on the idea that you think you're a bad person, and so to make yourself a good person or to appear to be a good person, that you're going to do these virtuous signaling things like wear a mask. Wearing a mask is not good for you, but you're gonna signal to the world that you're gonna comply because deep down inside you're saying I'm a good person. See, I'm a good person. But what it actually indicates truly is the deeper down psychological.
You're a fucking asshole.
Yeah, it actually means that you truly think you're a piece of shit, and you're wearing a mask to hide your piece of shitness.
Well, that actually comes from that idea of piece of shit comes from that when the baby's being born, there's often feces in the birth process. So there can be a way in which that can just be a negative association in the human unconscious, and then other people just use it for that. But yeah, like stemming from that and just the pain of birth, people do have low self-esteem and feelings of being trapped and having an authority over them that they haven't really processed yet. And yeah, you're right. I think the governments tap into that and use it to control people.
You know how I know I'm not a piece of shit?
Oh, is that you, Rex?
Yeah, you know how I know?
Because you do the flushing.
Bro.
No, because I was a C-section baby.
Do you know how I know I'm not? It's
there you
because
go.
I want everybody to have freedom of choice. Everybody. Doesn't matter, even if I don't believe with your religious views, but I'm allowed, and you're allowed, and I'm allowed to be given the right to call you both either or retard or not, right? That's the whole point. Is that you can believe what you believe as long as I'm allowed to call you a retard, and you can believe what you believe, or I can believe what I believe as long as you're allowed to call me a retard. That is, I think, the truest form.
I'm just
of love.
trying to count like all the rules that you've broken since you've been in here for 2 minutes.
Yeah, but I'm not calling anybody per se. I'm making a general statement towards what true love is true love is that I give you I don't even give you it's just with the, what do you call it when it's implied?
All right, that's enough out of you, retard.
It's when it's implied. But if you got, seriously, how many times have you called a retard as a kid growing up, and you're gonna still get like really triggered by it? It's so funny. I grew up listening to South Park and Jerky Boys.
I don't think anyone gets triggered by that. I think it's just toxic, and nobody really cares. It's just toxic. It doesn't really. I don't really see that many people getting triggered. But
I got it. But it would be for anything productive, of course, right? But at the end of the day, Gio, come on. I mean, there was a curvature calculator set up waiting for this debate. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, the LGBTQs, the left, they definitely like get into a hissy fit whenever you say the word retard.
Well, actually, I remember when I was a kid.
Do you want to know what's really interesting?
I remember we stopped saying it when I was a kid. Like it was always sort of.
I never stopped saying it. The fact that you told me that you were more offended by it, the fact that I said it even more, because
I'm not dude, I've never been offended by you saying anything.
We didn't really say it we didn't stop saying it when we were kids. I remember like how many times we used to make fun of each other by doing like the hand gesture, like,
right, yeah, we used to do that too, yeah. We used to be like, retard. Yeah, I mean, that was when I was pretty young though. I mean, I think once I got to like high school, yeah, that was just not continued.
Yeah, because it's childish.
Or even before high school, now that I think about it. I don't know, but yeah.
It's just a word, man. It's just a word.
True childishness is being offended by words, yes. Do you remember the saying? Do you remember the saying, "Sticks and stones will break my bones,
Sticks and
but
stones,
names
man.
will
That's right.
never hurt
Were
me"?
you going to say nipples?
What's more important? You know, seriously, what's more offensive? If I call you a retard or if I call you a cunt? Right, but I tell you which one will get the biggest reaction in 2021, and but I'll tell you which one.
Can somebody tell me all the words?
Malice behind it.
I still think
Panto's
still
back.
gets a bigger response.
Hold on, Panto's back. What's up, Panto? Are you back? Yeah, I don't know if data. I mean, I would say, yeah. I mean, words do create triggers because to be treated in a degradatory way, most people have some form of reaction to that, even if it's sort of physical, psychological. I would say that I used to maybe when I was younger, but I would say now I definitely would see it as just a projection of that person's own inner pain and struggle, or their own inner hatred for themselves and others. So I would, if someone were to do that now, yeah, like it just flows through me in a way of like, okay, well, I just see what the state that they're in. It wouldn't affect my personal sort of ego or my status just because of my own awareness of myself. But I would say when I was a young kid or whatever, I would say I was maybe somewhat impacted by insults, probably to some degree. I imagine it's like that for a lot of us. I mean, I think that's a healthy process to kind of mature beyond that.
To be a little bullied.
What's that?
To get a little bullied, you mean, when you're younger?
Yeah, well, I grew up in the the 90s, but like everyone in my class was born in the 80s, early 80s. So we're under Saturn Pluto. Yeah, the Saturn Pluto combination, which is one of the just that whole generation.
Dude, we're heading towards a climate where controlled speech, controlled thought, right? It's going in the wrong direction.
Folks, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, you sound fantastic.
Yeah, perfect, man. I just swapped over to my other phone.
And you know what's funny? Correct me if
this
I'm
mic
wrong,
is
but
better.
it seems that the whole really interesting thing about flat Earth, it really highlights the left and right religious aspects, the religious aspects of being left or right in your political views. It seems that a lot of people who are on the right side or right-leaning, in other words, believed in God, tend to believe in flat Earth. And people on the left side that were more secular, it's kind of funny. But now, as we progress, we've got pagan flat earthers, right? So basically, flat earthers that don't ascribe to the biblical narrative of creation, but yet still believe in a creator. Would that correctly summarize or be a quick summation of what's happening?
I'm not religious in the slightest, but flat Earth made me know for a fact. Like, I used to believe I was an atheist, then I found out what agnostic meant, and then I thought it was that. But then flat Earth came along, and that forced me to be a deist. Like, I know there must be a creator if there's creations all around me. But who
So
the
you would
creator is,
believe?
I've not
Do you
got a
believe
clue.
Do you believe in multiple gods? Because even
I
just
don't
to
know.
clarify,
I wouldn't even hazard a guess.
well, a deist is a god, right? Like you believe in a
No,
deity.
no.
A
No,
creator?
that there's something. There's a
A
creator.
deist is like it's like the
the
clockworker, like the clockmaker
the
argument.
antecedent. Yeah, clockwork.
Like
Clockmaker
the deist
or a
god
watch.
doesn't even really have to be really involved in creation. You just set everything in motion, basically.
I just know the antecedent for creation must be a creator. Who or what or how many or what? Like I wouldn't even hazard a guess. Like I would think you would be quite ignorant to claim that you know for a fact who God is and what He expects.
Do you think it could
No,
be?
what would be
Hold on
it
a
wouldn't be
second.
ignorant.
Hold up, BJ was going, and then you got next.
Panto, what about? Have you ever thought that it's actually you?
Bill.
On a deeper level.
Well, before I found flat Earth, I used to think that I am just a fractalized part of the collective consciousness, that we're all one conscious being, entity, energy source, or whatever you want to call it, but we're all separated and having independent experiences. I did used to think that previously, and I used to think that the
Can I
quote
ask
says
you
you're
something?
trying to increase your vibration. That's what I used
Can
to
I
think.
ask you something?
So you used to think that, but no longer do?
Now I don't know, bro. Now it's like kind of up in the air. Like it could be still that, but like I've not got any evidence to say it is or isn't.
Okay, but Panto, you said you're a deist, but you mean just
Yeah,
like
well,
that
I
you
think
believe that
there must
God
be
created
a
things,
creation.
right?
Well, yeah,
Well, when
deists
you
are
say God,
completely fine with that.
So theist then, basically.
No.
well,
He just
when you
believes that
say
there's
God,
something
a
with
lot of people
divine
think just
knowledge.
because you say God, you mean religion.
Like a
No,
deist.
religion's a quantification of the phenomenon which you want to call God. But as far as religion goes, it's separate from actual God, in my opinion. Religion's the quantification, but also that religion is just the traditions, mixed in, the cultural traditions mixed in too, right? Where they
I
live and
don't
how they
know.
ate and how they married, right? But as far as God it goes, there is a universal truth to God, don't you think? In other words, there is only one race, and that's the human race, right? We just have
Yeah.
different hues, human, right? Different hues of man. But do you
Hues,
notice that we all
different
have,
colours.
don't we all have a similar truth in all of our cultural differences?
No.
Which is,
I think everybody at some point in their life tries to wonder what the fuck this place is. Why are we here and who brought us here?
exactly. So every man
Everybody,
and every,
regardless of race, religion, like stuff
there's no
that
race.
they've
There's
like
only one race,
experienced.
right? There's
I
only
think
one
so,
race.
yeah.
Human race.
But
It's a hue. It's the
I
hue
think
of different men, but it's
but
only
I
one
think
race.
that I think they've been messing with genetics, which has separated up the one race that possibly was at one point. And I think they've been messing with genetics since the Egyptians. They've been trying to prolong like DNA, or they've been keeping genetics back since at least the Egyptian time. So maybe they've been messing with humans to separate us, plus separated by culture, land,
Oh yeah.
religion, like a
Oh,
million
yeah.
Hold
different
on, let's
things.
just go back to God
They've
now.
been-
So,
that's all been
you've come,
happening. But I would
you've
say
come
the
to,
creator's creating all that as
Akano,
well.
you gotta stop interrupting, man.
You've come.
Gio was talking.
Well, I wasn't finished, right? And he interrupted me. So.
He started talking before you, so you got next.
I wasn't done talking.
I promise you, Gio had started talking first.
Well, go ahead, Data. I'm at this point.
At this point, what point are we at?
That's what I'm
Oh
saying.
my god! Just
What
go.
was what was the point that?
Just say it.
Okay, fine. Red tape. Did you want to say something?
Well, I think I was just saying that. Yeah, to me, like everything Panto is saying, is yeah, I would agree that that's all happening. But
yeah.
I think that's the point of all these separate religions and like theologies, all these different things. They're all there to keep us apart, to keep us thinking differently, to acting differently, reacting to situations differently. I think it's
well,
a cunning
you know what?
sort of
You're
plot
kind of true there.
Akano, man.
It's kind of true what you
Sorry,
say
missed
there
that.
because in the Tower of Babel, or in back in the day, God appeared. God basically said, "Look at these people. We put all these people together. Look, they're unstoppable. What they can do, right? We got to separate them." That's literally what he said, right? So we separated all
We're
those people
powerful
because
if everyone, like, look at the billions of people in the world. If everybody had one thought, one goal, one system, like, they would have no power over us whatsoever, man. Literally, they would be nothing.
well, it doesn't make sense where they want to inject the whole entire world, but yet don't want to feed the whole entire world, right? There's a pretty big difference there, right? Between injecting the whole entire world and feeding the whole entire world.
But they can't. They're unable to make money off of feeding the world. I suppose if they inject everybody, you get rid of a good portion of them.
You could if you put them to work for a meal, right? Lenin was the one that said, if you don't work, you're not going to eat. So put people to work, and they'll put food in front of them, and they'll go to work.
Well, look, half a century ago, look at the land that people had. People were farmers. They had their own land. They had their own shit. Then the Industrial Revolution came along. I think
What do you mean they had their
deliberately
own?
by then
Wait,
they gave us it.
most farmers were tenants. It wasn't their land.
Sure. At the end of the day, we're talking about coming to flat Earth. So when you came to flat Earth, right? You came to a creator on what regards? Because you bought the Big Bang. You bought the Big Bang story before.
I used to, yeah. I lapped it up, bro. I loved space. I loved NASA.
You really loved the Big Bang. You knew all about the Big Bang.
Yeah, man. I used to look at the Hubble deep field images like for hours on acid and like just ponder these different civilizations.
So what happened to the Hubble telescope images? How come?
Data, can you tell that you're interrupting? Sorry, can you tell you're interrupting people every time?
Well, he went on about the Hubble stuff. So I wanted to ask him, how did he determine the Hubble? At what point did he realize the Hubbles were fake or real?
Like 7 years ago, I decided to prove NASA was in space. That's what brought me to Flat Earth. And as soon as I analysed critically for the first time the same footage I'd already previously seen multiple times previously, And as soon as I knew NASA were bullshitting, that was me a flat earther before I even realised, because I knew that NASA and footage from TV was all I had. So as soon as NASA were taken out and suspect, that was it. I was a flat earther then. And I never knew that night, but I woke up the next day. I literally woke up before my eyes opened, man. I literally, and I lay frozen in my bed, staring at the roof. Then I thought, I have to tell everybody. And I started DMing and Facebooking people. And they're all like, shut up, don't be fucking crazy. And I'm like, no, please. And for months and months, I had so much energy. I was telling everybody I met. And then it took me months to realise that nobody really gives a fuck. Even if you've got evidence, they just don't care. But it took months
there's a
to
little
realise.
there's an apathetic vibe going on.
No, it's the truth.
That would be a good name for like a song or a band or something. Apathetic Vibes. That's funny. Yeah, well, yeah, there is. Well, people just got hit by a storm of like demonic energy. Like it seems like these demonic energies like flex their energy and try to expand it after setting people up for the last decades upon decades in terms of all these other deceptions and the world wars. And yeah, it seems like they had people in a particular position to do what they've done these last 2 years. But the question is, what's coming next? And will this actually unravel some kind of a much larger expansion in a positive way of humanity getting their sovereignty back, or will this dark force, carry through their sort of additional agendas?
I think it's going to get more and more elaborate and extreme. I think it's going to go there's something going to go crazy. They've already dropped the bomb by the double jabs, so now it's a waiting game to find out, because within the next 2, 3, maybe a couple of years, maybe not even that, bro. Because like, how many percent of the world's actually been double jabbed? And then they're going to go and get all these fucking boosters. Like, look at the amount of dementia that's all around, and I believe that's all from the flu jab. So what the fuck is this bomb that they've already dropped? What the fuck's going to happen next? Because there's definitely something. They've got something in their in the plan, major, as far as I'm concerned. I dread to think what's going to fucking happen.
And so out of all of this, you do believe there is a creator, right?
There must be. There has to be. It's like, there's no doubt about it in my mind. What that
Do you
consists
think
of,
it's kind of strange that all of these high intellectual people in the media and in powers of influence, they're not pretty particular on God, right? They're kind of like, God's not real. Man is God. It's not man. God is science. Man's science, right? That's kind of the vibe, right?
I think it's religion that's the fucking problem with God belief. Like, the religions are there. Like, somebody who's a flat earther doesn't accept stuff unless it's proven. I don't then understand how they can just believe books that have been passed through generation after generation. It's like a double standard for me. Somebody who's a flat earther won't accept nothing but proof.
You could see kind of in a way, because you kind of believed blindly as well, right? So a lot of believing in God is.
Bro, I've stopped believing.
You believed in NASA.
I don't believe
I know, but
that there's a creator. There must be. It's like the antecedent of a creation is a creator.
Well,
like,
it's only logical, right?
Position.
It only becomes logical that there is once you understand all the information involved. And if you actually stand back and go, I can look at all this information. I could provide theories about all the information I'm looking at. But if you never question who put the information there, then what's the point of, what are you calculating exactly? So a lot of the calculations do not even, doesn't matter what level of physics you're in, it doesn't have the calculation for information, who put it there and why it's there. It's just a matter of what they think it contains and how it influences the other matter around it. But what put it there, why it's there, obviously it's for us to observe, it's us to analyze and to question. I think everything has been put there for us, obviously, to the reason why we have these multiple cultures, these different insects and bugs, is because we're never going to be bored. You and me, if we were ever given the graces to live 1,000 years in such a diverse realm that we're in now, but in an environment where our brains are untouched with any kind of drugs or, poison or political agendas or heck for that matter, you're actually just in a juvenile. Well, you're in the actual childlike state that you're meant to be in, and part of the discovery of being human. The difference between that conscious reality, the point of moment where you realize your awareness. Hey, I actually dirtied the floor. I actually put garbage in the garbage pail. Holy cow, I actually have to wipe my butt, and actively understand that if I don't wipe my butt properly, it's going to be dirty. That point of awareness is huge for an individual whenever it happens, but it's completely not even documented. Like, I don't think anybody here knows the point of awareness in their own existence, to the point where they went from juvenile bliss. What I mean by juvenile bliss, let me rephrase that. Childlike wonder. The moment that crosses the line is when you become aware of that childlike wonder. It's when you start questioning the wonder that you're involved in. The wonder no longer is the wonder that you're in. The wonder now becomes, who made the wonder? So that's the difference between being childlike and an adult-like. Do you follow what I mean?
Well, that's kind of the reason that I stopped eating animals, because I sort of saw that as they've got as much right as a conscious being that's fucking fear.
Then you got to read then you got to read the Bible, because God put the animals here for you and me to be dominion
not
over
just
them.
because a book says. Because a book says it's all right. I mean,
and here's something you're going to realize. Here's something you're going to realize.
Bro, the
no
Torah.
Man, yeah. No man.
Why read the Bible?
Man,
you go to the Torah.
Listen,
the Torah was the first book, bro. The Torah
brother,
says you
no
cannot
man,
add and you
listen,
cannot
bro,
remove from
no
that
man, no man has the authority to tell whom I should marry or what I should eat. No man.
book. So why is a
God
book?
God put everything forth on the earth as good for me as man. You, sir, as a man, you don't want to kill and eat your food. You're totally fine to eat beans and flowers the rest of your life.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm
me,
talking about the commercialization of the meat industry. I'm not talking about that, bro. See if I was a local tribesman and I was
you're just
feeding
completely
from
monologuing.
You're not listening.
Go ahead. He was completely monologuing, talking over you. Go ahead.
You're just not listening. You're getting the wrong end of the stick. I think if I was taken from if I was a Amazonian tribal man and I was at equilibrium with my surroundings and I was taking animals and insects or whatever from the flora and fauna, I think that's a natural way to live. But the commercialization of the meat industry, where you just go to the shop and you buy carcasses they've taken the killing away, the hunting, they've taken all that away, and they're feeding you with nutritionally void, pumped with fucking hormones and steroids and whatever the fuck else. But I think if you're actually at equilibrium with your surroundings and you're taking from the stuff that's round about you, I think that's all right. I would be able to eat meat then. But as it stands, the way it is, I can't eat carcasses from a shop. And I've lost a lot of weight, man. That's been almost 2 years now. I've lost about 2 stone. And I'm getting I can see how skinny I'm getting, man. I need help. I need to get nutrition into me, quick style.
Yeah, man, I hear you on all that with the animal thing, but I will tell you that in my opinion, it's not only an opinion, it's actually backed by a lot of additional information. But I'll just say my understanding is that there are nutrients that are only in animal foods that the human body requires.
Yeah.
So if you don't eat them, you're basically in like a partial starvation type of state, where your body at the beginning, it starts eating its own meat because you're not eating any meat. So basically your body starts it eats your own meat to survive. So you're basically emaciating your body through that.
Yeah. Well, bro, I've lost at least 2 stone in the past 2 years. Easy. So, but I eat fish once a week, maybe twice a week maximum, and I still eat eggs. I buy organic eggs.
Okay, so you're not vegan. Okay, so so you're still getting
no.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you were saying all animals, but yeah, you were just saying
to be honest, bro,
meats.
the dairy industry is toxic as well, man. As soon as the mother has the cow, it's distraught. The baby gets taken away from it. The mother cow is fucking distraught. Bang, straight into milking. All those fear hormones and chemicals flood through the milk, the dairy, whatever it's made into, cheese, or then it's pasteurized as well. And so it's really not good for us at all, but I'm unable so far to get dairy out of my fucking diet. But I wish I could. I don't know what to eat anymore, Gio. I'm like, what am I going to do? Eat dirt and drink fucking distilled water? Like, what the fuck? I'm just lost, mate. I'm kind of stuck. I'm kind of treading water, bro, so far.
I hear you. Yeah, the food situation is definitely challenging as can be. Yeah, for a whole bunch of reasons. Yeah, I hear you on that.
I don't know what to do, bro. I really don't. I'm fucking lost when it comes to what the fuck I'm going to do. See, prior to COVID happening, I was going to be getting vegetarian and vegan cooking lessons. But as soon as COVID happened, that was them all fucked. So that was when I stopped eating meat right at that time. So I could have started like learning how to prepare meals that had goodness in it. But that all got fucked as soon as COVID happened, man. All my cooking plans got fucked. But it's laziness as well, bro. It's too easy just to go to the shop and buy chopped up, ready-made meat. It's just all sitting there ready for you, full of hormones and chemicals, as well as the animals are getting vaccines and God knows what the fuck else these animals go through.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If that's all you're getting, I would highly recommend trying to get something else. I don't know exactly in your area, but there are places that you can get like, wild deer, wild venison, stuff like that.
Well, we get like farmers markets, Gio, like at the weekend, like once or twice a week, there's farmers market where it's all heirloom organic vegetables and like organic meat as well. They're all grass fed. And in Scotland, I would say it's quite a high standard just in general, like Britain in general, I would say. But I watched that documentary called Earthlings, and that showed you some like abattoirs in England, and there's obviously secret filming. And these animals, man, they're fucking absolutely petrified. They're standing, shitting themselves, pissing themselves in the blood, standing in the blood of their mates, their brothers or sisters, whatever the fuck. And then they get their fucking throat sliced, especially if it's halal. Like, that's even more fucking distress those animals go through while they die. So, as far as I saw it, that is bad energy, and that transfers into us. As far as I saw it, that was the reason I was like, whoa, I'm not eating meat again. I only watched 10 minutes of that documentary, Earthlings, and I knew then I was never eating meat again. And I thought later on that night, I was like, I wonder if I'll change my mind tomorrow when I wake up. I woke up next day, still adamant I'm not eating fucking animals again. So, like, I've nothing against anybody who does, but I can't stomach it. I'm unable to put carcass over my lips anymore.
Gotcha. Well, I wonder, do you think that's because of the toxic forms of what you're able to get? Like, I mean, if you had like some wild...
That as well.
Wild meat.
If I could catch it myself, like if I could shoot it or catch it, like, and if it was, like, if I was a landowner and I had my own cattle and I was self-sufficient, then I'd be at equilibrium with my surroundings. And I think that's the key to reality, be at equilibrium.
Because, I mean, I hear you on that.
Impossible.
The factory farm meat is terrible. Like, I definitely hear you on that. It's just abysmal, like the quality. Whereas I think, like, for example, the total opposite of that, like in ancient times, they would make these little herbal ointments. It's a very concentrated form of extracted like plants, herbs. And then they would put that on the end of an arrow. And then they would go and they would shoot, big game and different animals. And the minute that arrow would hit the animal, it's kind of just a little gentle arrow, just a little, so the animal would hardly even feel it. And instantly from the ointment that's on the end of the arrow, it goes right into the bloodstream of the animal, and the animal basically dies. It dies a completely like pleasant death where it just goes into this blissful state. It doesn't experience any pain. It just goes into like a dreamlike state, and it's like it doesn't cause any pain. So yeah, I mean, doing it that way is ideal, where the animal's completely free and wild. It's able to roam in the wild, and then basically,
I think that's natural. I think that's how we're supposed to live, I think. But they've took that shit away from us, man. They've put us in all these little boxes. They've put us fucking racing to work every morning in a little fucking car, 6 o'clock in the morning, broken back by digging fucking, like if you're in construction, you're busting your ass for next to nothing, where these fucking assholes at the top, they're eating the best of the best. I mean, look at all the royal family. Every one of them lived till they're like 99, man. We're all fucking busting our ass for next to nothing.
Yeah, they have the best Haitian child blood that you can find.
The fucking, what's it called, that shit? Adrenochrome and everything, man, eh? I think we're fucked, bro, to be honest.
I don't think so. I think we're going to make it through.
You think so?
I think crypto's going to save us.
I think a lot of things are going to come through to bring humanity to sovereignty from this demonic entity that's currently activated.
Well, I think that because if the Gregorian calendar was incorrect, like from what I found out quite a while ago now, in the Mayan calendar, when they said that the age of Pisces was ending and we're moving into Aquarius, supposedly the last solstice, and there was like 4 planets or 5 planets in alignment, the first time that had happened in like 8 or 1200 years or some shit like that. Supposedly, it's like the law of attraction, when that energy shift came in the new age, supposedly, if we were completely 100% into like accomplishing a task, we were able to do it if we'd took the reins at that time. That's why they dropped the fucking COVID shit, kept most people's collective consciousness vibrating at a low frequency in fear that you're going to die from just the air that sustains you. Man, people are fucking walking about like scared rabbits.
I hear you. But I also think that what I think it did on a fundamental level is that, like let's just say since World War II, obviously they've got the United Nations, NASA, all that shit gets established. And then this is the current world. So basically people have been thinking that all the countries are, individual, but there just happens to be this like United Nations that, kind of links them together, but they still think it's like real, like that they're actually different countries or whatever. And that all the space agencies are really going to space and shit. But I think with this current thing, the last 2 years, they flex their energy so strongly that now people either have to start thinking more like, okay, either all of this is real and it's all legit, or now the whole thing is fake, and something much bigger is going on, like because the whole world is in on it at this point. Like it's proving that the whole world is in on it.
That's why I think flat Earth's the key to fucking everything, bro. Once you can actually disprove the very shape of the fucking place we live, and then even the fucking thing called gravity that we all expect keeps us stuck to the outside of this fucking ball. They're fucking, honestly, as soon as you give them flat Earth, bro, you take away the world, man. Literally, you take away maybe growing up with our dad, going to a planetarium, watching movies. It destroys so much. I mean, you have to be careful when you're taking the globe away from people. I never realised that when I first started this sort of fucking flat Earth smacking people career, but it took me long enough to realise that you need to be careful with people, because it's a fucking extreme knowledge, man. It's not for the faint-hearted, man.
Well, yeah, I do think that the true proof of the shape of the Earth will be the finale to humanity gaining our sovereignty, meaning that this actual truth, because it's the foundation of all of it, will be like not the only catalyst, but the biggest, most significant catalyst, like the one, that because it's like the foundation. It's the earth by which everything else is layered within, the ether.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see what the next big thing is, man. I'm really hoping that I'm alive long enough to see the fake alien invasion, bro. I pray that I'm alive just to see that. And you've got people, have you seen the UFOs? Have you seen the UFOs? I can't wait till people are saying that shit, bro.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the race that we're in right now, is to if we can beat that, because yeah, they have that in the plans. But
Gio,
That'll be amazing, man.
What do you guys think about these aliens? Do you think about these might be a fallen angels, something like that, deities from?
Bro. Am I still connected?
Yeah, go ahead, Panto.
No, I was just going to say, I watched this documentary. It was, I think I just became a flat earther, and there's a guy called, what's his fucking name now? You can look him up. This Santilli Rudgar or Rodgard Santilli, and he's got this thing called the Santilli telescope. Now, this video disappeared from YouTube within about a month of me finding it. But you can still go on Google and put Santilli telescope, and he talks about entities. Now, this supposedly, if you looked at these stars or planets through a Santilli telescope, it had a concave lens on it, and if you recorded it using an analog recording, so no digital, recording it on an analog tape, and you recorded whatever through the telescope onto an analog recording magnetic sort of strip tape, it showed you these planets, and they looked like they were organic life forms. Every one of them looked different, but they all looked like they were actually life forms, man. And you could still Google it. You could still find Santilli external entities. And he, as far as he's concerned, these beings, when it showed you this fucking video, you could, like, it's impossible to tell how much proof was within the video, if it was fake or not. But it never looked fake, bro. It looked like these beings that were stars. It looked like they were trapped, and it looked like they were in fucking distress. Honestly, man, I've never been able to find it. The video was called What the Stars Really Are, or something to that effect. And they looked like trapped beings in distress, fucking pinned to the sky.
Yeah, I think they can do a lot with faking an alien type of a thing. I mean, they built up Space Force, so that's already in place now, to where they have an excuse for it. And they have the directed energy weapons, in my viewpoint, for sure, that they've used during the World Trade Center at 9/11, and then also in the wildfires and different areas. So yeah, they already have technology that they can make things happen that, and then if they were to blame it on some kind of attack like that, people would probably believe it.
Guaranteed.
But that's the thing. I think the more they push it, the more it pushes people to see through it, at the same time. So it's kind of a double-edged sword.
The more extreme. They can't push it too much at once, or they'll fucking give their hand away. But yeah, man, I mean, God must have, whatever God is, he must have a plan for me, because I don't know how I made it so far. Like, I'm 42 now, man, and I don't know how I made it to 30, let alone 40. So I'm here for some fucking reason, I don't know what.
Well, it's awesome, man. Yeah, keep it rocking and do what we can. Yeah, I think in the next roughly 5 to 15 year period is when the shape of the Earth will be sort of finalized. Like, I think the discussions will continue going on, and everything else, the communities will, but probably within like the next 4 to 5 year period, but also between that 5 to 15 year period is when I think that the core, physical measurements and demonstrations of the surface not having any curvature and being, level and horizontal.
I don't think we've even got that long, Gio. I think that the time scale's going to be a lot shorter than that, to be honest. I just think that whatever's happening is going to be happening soon. So these clowns that are in power behind closed doors, they've got to milk what they can milk before whatever happens. I've just got this feeling in my bones that something major is going to happen, man.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Well, no, I'm just talking about the actual the finale of the actual measurements, because we need to basically set up like demonstration sites all around the world that would be like an actual physical place, like ideally our own land, private land, and then be able to have, farms and foods and natural animals and the landscape and the herbs, like herbal medicines and herbs. And then also have like physical sites where we can do measurements and testing as well of the actual surface being a planar surface. And then perhaps also those could be like spiritual centers as well. So they would be basically like, able to verify that the geometric nature of the earth, but then also, the spiritual, physical, metaphysical. But either way, just even the measurement parts of it, that's what we have to do across all around the world to confirm that it's a planar surface. And once that's out, meaning that's people are aware of it, there will be like the globe Earth won't be believed in at all anymore because it's been physically verified, and people could go to the sites and physically verify it themselves. So that's where I'm putting the 5 to 15 years, because I think it's going to take some time to finance that and fund it and get the groups together to do all that.
But whatever they're going to do, they need to, if they're going to eventually release the valve into the information about flat Earth, then surely they're going to have some other stupid direction for to take people in another belief system. Like, present these dark entities, if they are otherworldly, other dimensionally type fucking beings, maybe they're going to be the ones who they claim are the aliens. After all the UFOs get seen, they're going to present these people as coming from another fucking planet, but really they're going to be these dark fucking beings, whoever the fuck has been in control of humanity for fucking centuries or millennia or whatever the fuck.
Right, whatever the cycle we're in. Well, yeah, no, I do hear you on that. That's a potential potential thing. And you know the idea of like smart cities. It seems like that's what I think probably that they're going to do is, as they try to just more and more control is kind of, implemented, they're going to try to funnel people into smart cities, that perhaps they can control more, and have some level of who knows what other brainwashing, God knows what. I mean, they're going to be on this new like medical regimen, and they're going to be, who knows what food, like this Soylent Green kind of thing. Who knows what food will be going on, and just all those factors.
Fake meat. Like they're already starting to, like they've been doing it for fucking decades. They've been growing meat in petri dishes. So like everybody will be eating shit that's designed by them, vaccinated by them. You'll be connected to your media center in the house. Possibly they'll even have you working from your house. You just get up in the morning, connect yourself to the media hub in your house, and then because they've already got it where you can earn digital currency through motion. They've already got that through. They're giving you Bitcoin for specific like connections to these fucking apps. So I think at one point you're going to be like connected to your PlayStation 12, and you'll like just get up and plug yourself in and do your job sitting on your ass in your house.
Yeah, so they may want to carry that out, but the question is, will they be able to? But yeah, in terms of the shape of the earth thing, like you were saying, I hear what you're saying, like that by that time they may have like smart cities set up where, even if it's proven, they might have those people under so much like mind control that they wouldn't even matter, possibly. I mean, that's kind of a dark like outcome, but I'm just saying that does seem like, I would imagine that's their agenda.
Bill Gates has bought up massive amounts of property, apparently. And apparently one or two other billionaires have done the same. And they've got, some of them have plans to build this like utopian city, from scratch. So it might end up being like a gated community type thing, but like on a city scale.
Yeah. And you only get in if you're jabbed and your passports and you're falling in line with everything they require.
To buy a property or something like that, it'd be exclusive.
Only sheep.
Like that movie Elysium with Matt Damon. There was that Elysium place where everything was perfect and only the rich could afford to go there.
Well, there's sort of an idea that, like, well, that's actually sounds kind of cool. Yeah, and I've heard about that. But like on a kind of darker side, like perhaps that they want to actually like harvest basically like human brain energy. So this idea of people just being like fed, some like medical food, and their bodies are controlled, and then they're just like hooked up to VR headsets, sitting in their house all day, locked down. I don't know what they'd be doing, but
exactly what I see.
Yeah, like it seems like they want to like extract some kind of like mental brain energy from humans. It's crazy.
Man. Like that,
Pretty
remember
dark,
that Bruce
too.
Willis movie called Sims, I think it was called, where he's a cop or some shit, but he's just sitting in the house and his sim is out and about and supposedly in the world while he sits in his fucking armchair in his house. It's a scary fucking thing, man. Like, we're at the sort of cusp of what's going to happen, like, in my opinion. Game on.
Well, if we have the measurements of the Earth like that, I mean, that's just game over for the globe Earth. That's going to be the true final nail in the coffin. And you're right. At that time, people are either going to become more sovereign, and I think that's going to be happening. But the powers that be are going to have to probably integrate it. You know what I mean? Like they're going to kind of what you were saying. Like they might admit it, but who knows? Claim that like they were under some alien control, and then people will believe that. Like who knows?
Well, that's just it. Won't be real. It won't really be real until like they can somehow explain away NASA and its and its purpose and its lies for all these years.
Yeah, but do you think they could like throw NASA under the bus somehow? Somehow
man.
try to.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. As far as I see it, man, look at astronauts gone wild. Like, they would have, as soon as the first astronaut got set up, he would have phoned NASA. NASA handler would have got involved. They would have stopped every other interview happening, but they allowed every single fucking interview to happen. So obviously, at some point, when it gets to critical mass, just before that, before they know it's going to blow, they're going to blow it themselves, I think. And they'll say, don't trust NASA. Look, they've been bullshitting, but you can still trust us. We're the government. We always stand for your rights. Bullshit.
By
that time, I think most people are going to be dead.
How are you going to demonstrate flat Earth on a piece of property, you said?
What was that? Sorry.
Sorry, say that again.
How do you plan on demonstrating flat Earth on a piece of property? Is that what you're getting at?
You're going to level it out.
Yeah, like if let's say we had a couple thousand acres, we could set up. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but one way that I've been envisioning would be to have like 3 stations in a triangle shape, and then you could do measurements between those 3 stations to verify curvature or the lack thereof. And then also something called spherical excess, which is when you create a triangle. Like basically a triangle is a plane, 3 points create a plane.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't fit a plane on a sphere at a certain size. Obviously, if you have a little 2-inch triangle, yeah, you can have that on anything because it's just 2 inches. But once you make it larger, at some point, the hump of the ball Earth will essentially start to intersect with the middle of it. And then if you have 3 points on a sphere that you're moving apart, the triangle, it's not even a real triangle because it's on a sphere, but let's call it a spherical triangle. Those angles will be greater than a total of 180 degrees. It's called spherical excess. So by creating these 3 points, we could measure spherical excess and curvature and other measurements as well in that manner.
Wait, measure curvature. You mean falsify curvature?
He means measure alleged curvature.
Well, or measure the lack thereof in the planar surface. Yeah,
the lack of it. But then they're going to cry, "Oh, it's refraction! It's refraction!"
Well, but how about with water levels and also towers? Like if we built towers that are at a particular height and then link that with water levels, that would be physical. so where it really couldn't be called, it wouldn't be optical or visual, so it really wouldn't be prone to any refraction. You could literally walk along it and measure, and the whole thing could be actually squared up and leveled with towers, with water levels. There's a bunch of different ways I've thought that could be done.
Possible, man.
Plumb lines using drones. So you could create multiple plums with drones and then measure whether they're that would be able to measure the plumb lines being parallel or non-parallel, because on a globe Earth they're non-parallel, and on a planar Earth they would be parallel. So you could use drones over long distances along with other like formats as well, along with the drones, to create plumb lines and then measure those. That would be another thing that we could do along in that site.
Has anyone done this excess thing in the community?
It's a calculation. I've never even heard of it.
Who said it's a calculation?
There are claims of measurements. Yeah, like if you look at, I know MC Toon has them on his site, but I've seen them elsewhere as well. But he just combined them. That's the only reason I mentioned it. But yeah, there are. I've probably seen over my life maybe 8 or 10 different documented claims of measurement of spherical excess in the globe Earth community. So it is.
No,
claimed.
I mean anybody here that has done it. Or they just found somebody who claimed it and showed it to us.
You can't measure it. It's a calculation. You won't find anywhere where it's like X, because you have straight line angles, lines of sight. It's even the angles they say add up to more. That's ridiculous. Spherical axis is just a calculation.
Well, it's a claimed measurement of a triangle on a sphere that has greater than 180 degrees.
That's only possible. It's a. You're talking about curved lines, though. Yeah, I just
I don't care about curved lines. I just want to know about left and right, the angle.
Yeah, like if you had 3 points on a planar surface and you drew straight lines on the ground and they were truly straight lines, then you should get at those 3 points angles that would be, total 180 degrees. But if it was on a sphere and if those lines were straight, granted they are curved like vertically, like they're going up over the proposed sphere, but horizontally they're not curved, they're straight in that way. So in that sense, if you do 3 points on a sphere, you would get a greater quote unquote angle, even though it's not a true angle because it's on a sphere. However, if you did measure it down in the same place you measured like a triangle on a plane, you would get a deviation, and that's where it would. So if we don't ever get any deviation, then that's going to show the planar nature of it. But there are people that have claimed to do it. But yeah, Riggs said, that's a good point, Riggs. Like anyone, are you saying in this community or in this actual?
That's what my question was. I just wanted to know if anybody had brought forward their own evidence other than just being like, hey, this guy, surveyed this thing 30 years ago and he says. I just was curious. I mean, not to say that wouldn't be accurate. I just don't know why anybody would bring it up, because usually we're doing our own things.
Well,
because we're not trying to just trust, I mean,
I think like the main surveyor claimed to do it, like using the theodolite. There's like some of those that I think are shams.
Well, then why would some surveyors come forward and say that the Earth is flat then? So apparently it's not a consensus and they may have not done it.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually pretty difficult to do well. You could have some equipment that you think you're getting that, but to really do it correctly, because the distances they're doing it at are so small, and that's one of the challenges to it. Yeah, so they're claiming like this, 0.1 degree. It's just sort of like,
okay.
So it's just, it's that kind of.
Yeah, it reminds me of the whole idea behind what's it called? That bay or something, or like the 20-mile thing we were talking about yesterday. Like, who cares? 20 miles. Woo.
20 miles. What do you mean?
The
like Pontchartrain?
Pontchartrain Bridge, or even the power lines. Like you wouldn't see any discernible curvature. And the curvature they think is curvature is just the miraging at the end of their zoom. So
like the Burj Dubai, the really tall building up in or sorry, it's the Burj Al Arab, I think, in
Khalifa.
Oh, Burj Khalifa. When you see the sunset on the first floor, and then you can take the elevator up and watch the sunset again.
And do you know how a horizon works?
How
Just
does
curious.
the horizon work?
Yeah,
And
well,
it
just
has to do with your position.
well, I agree. What you said, Iron, like that would happen on a planar surface. Yeah,
it would.
Yes.
In the flat Earth model, the sun is above the planar surface, and is transitioning parallel to it. Is that right?
And if you can imagine a very tight angle, then you can also imagine that the objects in front of you are taller and would obstruct any light that could ever reach you at a certain angle. Right? So there is a certain extinction where the sun is too far, okay? And the angle is so sharp that the stuff in front of you will actually block the light.
The stuff in front of you?
Yeah, the stuff miles and miles in front of you could actually block the light from the sun.
In the case of the Burj Khalifa, what's the stuff in front of that illusion?
What do you mean?
Yeah, maybe if you could post one that if there's a particular one you're talking about. But
it's just the fact that if you can watch the sunset on the at ground level, so the sun has dipped below or appeared to have dipped below the horizon, that you could take an elevator all the way up to the top, and you can watch the sunset again.
Right.
Or appear to.
Exactly. Yeah. So I could understand why you would think that works on a sphere Earth. I would agree with you. It might work that way if the Earth was a sphere. However, if the Earth is a plane with a close and local sun, actually we would expect the exact precise thing to happen. You can even do it yourself if the sun is setting. Yeah. Actually, what you just said. But you can even do it on closer areas, like over a surface that you know is flat. If you go down to the surface, the object, depending on how far your angle is down, can be obscured, so you won't be able to see it beyond a certain point, because that's what perspective does. Everything converges at the horizon, which is an optical point. It's like an optical extinction point.
But don't you think that that's conflated? You say, like perspective. They say perspective. And then, the ground appears to rise to eye level, the sky and everything converges, but the ground's a whole different ballgame than the sky. Because if you're on the ground and you're looking out, what's the furthest you see? Maybe 3-6 miles. The sky is a whole different ballgame.
Yeah. See, Iron, I just posted that image there, Iron. So imagine if you had a camera on the ground and you see that dude's legs are cut off. If you pick that camera up, you're going to see his legs. So his legs haven't gone anywhere. They're not visible at that angle because everything is converging. The sky and ground converge at that point. So that's why on a plane, if you go to a higher altitude, you'll be able to see the sun again.
There's a problem with this.
If you zoom in on it, you can see it again as well. Go ahead, Riggs.
So this explains why it looks that way, but as far as the actual position, that doesn't explain it, because the horizon moves with your position, like it's your horizon. But I'm talking about physical. So when we see a sunset at a very low angle, you're basically looking at refraction, because the sun will hang there for another 5 minutes, even though it's past that point of being in your sky. You can still kind of see it. But then there is a point where the sun's light actually escapes you. So it does physically become too far at some point. So it's both. You have this perspective issue, and you have physical extinction of the sun where it's too far. And if you raise your angle, then you can see it again. It's not really
Can you
I
hear
guess
me now, folks?
why would a
I got you, Panto.
So I get what you're
Oh,
saying
cool.
about perspective at the ground level. But if we're talking about a big object that's transiting over the Earth, it doesn't appear. It's not obvious to me why the sun would appear to set.
I don't
Like
think the sun's an object.
totally believe below the horizon. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. It
You
seems
can
like
see the principles that Riggs is talking about. You can see what Riggs is talking about by simply looking down a hallway. The ceiling appears to ramp down, the floor ramp upward. And what would you expect these two?
Yeah, but a whole different ball game.
Cutting out, Lemon.
Ground.
What's that?
A hallway's a whole different ball game than the sky and the ground. It's like
It's still perspective, man.
Sticker
Still
plastered
shows
to the ceiling.
It's a whole different ball game when you're dealing with the
With a
sky.
ramp down.
Everything converges to that central point, regardless of a hallway or an open field.
Lemon, you're roboting, just so you know.
I think that's conflating two different things because, like, you can only see so far on the ground, but the sky is like, you got clouds that are. It's just a whole different distance field of view.
Yeah, but
Principle's the same.
Perspective's the same. Yeah.
I don't know. You're dealing with things way far up in the. You're dealing with things way far up in the sky, but the ground
all right,
close to
you can't escape perspective, Buster.
Say if you were looking at an
the
airplane,
same rules apply. The same rules apply. Same rules apply. Whether
So the
it's a
same
hallway
rules.
or you're
So
in
the
an
same.
open field, your eyes are going to focus.
So the same rules apply to seeing the ground.
To a point. It's the same
No,
rules
it's the
apply.
same if you're watching an airplane, say at 20,000 feet. As it gets further away from you, it will converge to that central point, just like a hallway will. It's exactly the same. It's the same deal. It's just a different scale.
But the sky's a totally different scale than the ground.
Yeah, that's only a difference.
But the
in
same
scale.
rules apply. The same rules apply. You're not applying the same rules. It's not different just because you've got more area to see. You're still going to end up with a vanishing point from your perspective with the capability of your eyes. You're still going to end up with the vanishing point.
You know what,
Same
Buster?
rules apply.
Why don't you tell Iram what you think is going on instead of just being contrary to every time we try to talk about something?
Hey, I'm asking questions. If you want to be a dick, that's cool. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm responding to the way that you've basically participated every time you come in here.
Every time I come in here?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah. Every time you come in here, you're like, no, when we're speaking.
No.
Well, you do the same thing. I listened to you do it the other night.
Oh, no.
For like 2 hours.
Don't start the
Yeah, I don't. Hold on. I don't agree with Riggs personally on that, Buster. I think you're all good, and actually, I want to hear what you're saying. So, could you? Could you maybe just? I want to actually hear your thoughts on this.
Elaborate slightly.
I'm not disagreeing that things converge.
That's the word.
I'm not disagreeing that things converge at a point in a distance. I'm just saying when you're talking about the ground, you can only see 6 miles. It's a different ball game when you're talking about the sky.
It depends on
atmosphere.
So especially when you're talking about the coincidence of the sunset. So if the sun is emanating light in 360 degrees, like omnidirectionally, and it appears to get closer to the horizon because it's not actually setting, it's transiting away from you over top the planar Earth, right?
Just decreasing in angle.
All I'm
Hold on.
Sorry,
So,
just one point, and I'll mute. 1 point. Geo posted a picture of a guy walking away on a football field. The guy walking away gets smaller because he's on the ground, but that tree in the background stays the same size.
Right. In that one, yeah.
The tree's not moving. The tree is not moving. The tree's fixed. You can focus on that. But the man between you and the tree is getting smaller because that individual is moving away from you. That's why.
Well, all I'm saying is I think that it's just to be a little bit more thought process when it comes to trying to say the sky's doing the exact same thing as the ground is.
Well, Buster, I'm trying to understand what
It
you're.
actually is.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So the way I was okay, so if you have a planar surface, what I would say is that the point at which the sky and the ground meet is your optical extinction point. That optical extinction point is dependent upon the current magnification and the current visibility. And that whatever that optical extinction point is what the horizon is. So the meeting of the sky and the ground. And then any object that's in the sky, let's say the sun, let's say even over a planar surface, a sun that's also moving just above the earth, that would set due to perspective, due to the convergence, because once it reaches optically that extinction point, it then starts to cut off from the bottom up due to that angle is continually decreasing, and it's literally going to a point, as it's moving away, like that perspective point. And then if you go up at higher altitude, that's why you'll be able to see it, because you're raising your angle. So in terms of me saying it that way, like, do you agree, disagree, or do you have a different idea? Because I'm trying to understand where you're coming from as well.
I just think it ought to be thought about differently, because like the guy walking away, it's ground level. He's walking away. He's getting smaller due to perspective. But like, I watch sunsets and moonsets all the time, and the sky just is different. You got to think different, because like last night I watched the moon set crescent, waxing crescent, and it got bigger as it went down. Or
Did you
appeared
see
bigger.
the GIF that I just posted in the live stream text? Where it looks like the sun's went down, but when you zoom in, it's still above the horizon. It's just perspective again, man.
But it doesn't. Eventually, it does at least appear to dip below the horizon, right? And
if you
go completely out, and then the sky gets.
I don't think the sun's a material object. To me, it looks like focused light. Like, you look at Fata Morgana, look at the differences in the shapes that the sun can get when it gets to the horizon. That proves to me that it's not an actual
That's fine.
object.
We can call it a light source, though, right? Whatever it is, it's a light source.
I think it's focused light, to be honest.
Is that a yes?
Created.
It's a light source, right? It's emitting light.
Created by someone.
Iram, do you see my picture with the green laser?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you understand that?
I don't know what that is illustrating. But
Okay.
can I, before we go to this picture, can I? So I guess I'm asking, the sun appears to dip below the horizon, right? And then night sets in, and it gets darker and darker. So if the sun is a omnidirectional light source transiting over the world, why would it get darker from any given person's perspective at sunset?
Because it's getting further away from you, bro. Light spreads out in the medium, and it can only go so far. The more particles in the air it has to go through, it's going to only reach. It's got a specific range, obviously. Whoever created the place created it exactly as it needs to be made.
Yeah, it's just the perfect range, it seems, in its cycle. It's like seems to be completely perfectly designed to where the nature of just the earth and weather patterns and nature and plants and animals and humans and hormones with hormonal cycles for sleep and just all these different components seem to be synced up with the amount of light that the sun gives off. I mean, it's sort of like a spotlight in a sense, like if you have like a heat lamp or a spotlight, that's going to activate a certain local region. But if you move it away, it's going to no longer impact that area with its light and heat.
So it's not an omnidirectional light source. It's a spotlight.
No, I don't think it's a spotlight. Whatever it is, it has its spread of, to me, it looks like a circle. When I've done sun gazing and looked really deep into the sun, it looks like an electromagnetic circle, and it pulsates electromagnetically. And then it looks like it seems to activate the ionic gases in the high atmosphere and the high layers of the environment to turn blue. Just like a fluorescent light bulb works. When you send electricity through a fluorescent light bulb, it fluoresces. So if there's gases up there that fluoresce, then essentially the sun's energy electromagnetically, in my opinion, is charging the actual gases and the sky, essentially, which turns blue. And then that gives us daylight as well. So there's sunlight and daylight. The daylight, I would say, is coming from the actual blue sky that's activated, whereas the sunlight's coming from the sun. And yeah, the sun does seem to spread its energy out in a somewhat circular pattern, but even that circular pattern is electromagnetically formed when it traverses the Earth.
Yeah, man. Of course.
So, just so we're clear, the sun is an omnidirectional light source, or is that actually not in agreement with what
Who
you just
knows,
said?
man?
I don't think there's
We
any
can
way
only.
to prove that. Yeah, it would be.
That's what I was going to say, Jill. How the fuck do you tell? You can only see it from wherever you are. I always thought that the sun was like a personal thing. Like, you see the sun like a totally different way from somebody 100 miles or 10 miles or even standing right next to you. It could possibly be our sun, specifically.
What about divergent rays? Doesn't that prove that the light from the sun is divergent, not parallel?
Yeah, so that could be viewed as omnidirectional. That could be viewed as omnidirectional. The only problem with that is that we don't know if the sun is doing that like above where we can't see it necessarily, right? Like how would we know if it's shining light upwards from sort of the other side of the sun, as it were? You know, that's what's wild. We only see like
I don't think
the reflection from the moon. It would be one way.
But see, if you're in a forest and the light's coming through the canopy of the trees, it diverges
No, it's
from
not
the
reflecting
point.
off the moon. The sun is not. Yeah, if I may be allowed to just get this point out, that the moon's luminosity regarding the sun is the same as Earth, which is only like, I think they're according to David Percy, 7%. That, okay. So the sun is not reflecting on the moon so that we can see the moon. No, the moon is its own luminary. It's not, because the surface, if man went to the moon, from the information we got from NASA, that material that they were walking on, the lunar surface, the luminosity is only like 7%. Same as asphalt on Earth.
Wait, so you believe in the moon landing?
Hell no.
No. I don't believe in. I don't believe in the moon landings at all. I'm just saying that if they went to the moon and the material they showed us,
the moon's just a light source.
Of course, I don't believe in the moon landing. But when
I think you're cutting out a little bit, Jen. You're a little delayed and cutting out.
If NASA went to the moon, sorry, yeah, I'm trying to sort my Wi-Fi out. Yeah, I can see that I'm losing a little bit of signal. But basically, you know, the moon, according to NASA, if they went to the moon, the luminosity 7%. So it's not the sun reflecting off the moon that we can see the moon. The moon is its own luminary. It lights itself. Nothing to do with the sun here.
Well, lunar waves show that the moon's obviously not a solid surface.
So the phases of the moon is not created by the direction of its reflected light from the sun. It just phases that way by itself.
For that, I would say that the moon fluoresces its own light. Yep.
In phases, so it
Yep,
so
in correlation with its position with the sun. But it's not reflecting the light of the sun. It really would be impossible to, like, well, on let's say a planar Earth type model where you have the sun circling the North Pole, you know, kind of like a dartboard, and you have the continents coming out, that kind of idea. If you have that kind of an Earth, the sun would only be lighting up, let's say, half of that Earth roughly. You know, the other half would be nighttime. So when the moon is full, for example, and it's completely lit up, there's no light from the sun reaching that area. That's why it's, you know, nighttime. So it would be impossible for the sun's light to be lighting up the moon. However, it does seem like the moon fluoresces its own light, emits its own light, a cooling kind of gray silvery light, and in addition, it seems to do so in correlation with its position to the sun. So perhaps there's an electromagnetic or an electrostatic component to it. Also, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I've thought about that. That maybe the light coming from the moon is caused by the sun shining on the moon charges the moon, just like those glow in the dark toys that you put out in the sun, and then you bring them inside and they glow really bright in the dark. Maybe it's the same sort of thing where the moon absorbs light or energy from the sun, and then somehow reflects it back out somehow, or projects it back out, in some similar way to those glow-in-the-dark objects and toys and stuff.
So is this a serious hypothesis?
The moon, the moon. When the Earth, when a globe earther would say that the Earth passes in front of the moon and the sun, like in between the moon and the sun, and casts
when we have a new moon.
No. When we have a lunar eclipse.
Oh yeah, right.
Solar eclipse.
No, lunar.
Solar eclipse. Yeah, but then we have the Sentinel eclipse, where you have the sun and the moon up above the horizon at the same time.
Sorry.
And the shadow.
Sorry, you cut out. I didn't hear the first part.
Top of the Earth.
Say that again. Sorry, I did.
Senelian or Selenhelian?
Yes, I've got a bad connection. Yeah.
The Selenelian destroys the globe, bro.
Go ahead with the point that you wanted to make with the eclipse, the lunar eclipse.
What's the flat Earth explanation for the Earth appearing to cast a shadow on the moon?
But it doesn't, though. That's the problem. How can you have a lunar eclipse with the sun and moon above the horizon simultaneously? Never mind that, but the shadow travels from the top to the bottom.
I just asked how that works in the flat Earth model.
Something else where that's be doing the eclipsing. It could be a dark star or something else other than the Earth. The main thing is the Earth is not, number one, a ball, and number two, isn't getting in front of the moon to eclipse anything at all. It would have to be something else doing the eclipsing, possibly a dark star or another body.
There's no official flat Earth model, so you're gonna get a million different answers to that question. There's no standard flat Earth model.
That's interesting.
Well, also Iron, like when eclipses happen, it's essentially a alignment of 4 celestial points. One of them is the sun, one of them is the moon. The other 2 are what's called the north node and the south node. These are the moon's nodes, or the nodes of the moon, is what they're described as. So what these are is the points at which the quote unquote orbit of the sun and the orbit of the moon actually intersect. So on a heliocentric globe Earth model, you would have, the tilted Earth and then the 5-degree tilt of the moon's orbit around the Earth. So you'd have the plane of the moon's orbit around the Earth, and then you'd have the plane at which the Earth orbits around the sun, which is called the ecliptic. So that's what it is on the heliocentric model. On a stationary planar Earth model, one way it could work is you'd have the planar Earth, and then above it, you would have the plane of the circuit of the sun, so that, the plane of the sun, and then the moons would be tilted 5 degrees to that. So that's why sometimes the moon is actually above the sun, sometimes it's below it, which is why the angle of the phase will sometimes be pointed up or down, because the sun is actually a slightly different altitude. So that's kind of how it is on both models. But the nodal points are where those 2 orbits intersect. So that's when we get eclipses. And in virtually all these ancient cosmologies, they describe those nodal points as actually being celestial objects. Like they've been referred to as dark bodies, black bodies. These are known as being some kind of a vortex or some kind of a body that is the same size as the sun and the moon, but it just completely either absorbs the light or blocks out the light for the solar eclipse, and then the lunar eclipse, changes it red, and that whole effect.
And it just so happens that during a solar eclipse, when the sun passes, when the moon passes in front of the sun to a viewer, the perspective of a viewer on Earth, that later, if you track the position of the moon in that transit, it would just appear in the sky right where that dark body had been. You know what I mean?
Well,
in other words, you sit there in the
I hear
evening, like in the late afternoon, and you watch what appears to be the moon pass in front of the sun, and then the eclipse occurs, and then you watch it transit out of the path of the light from the sun, and then later that evening you see the moon appear right in the transit path that was on a trajectory from the eclipse position earlier that afternoon, which I've seen.
Well, it would never be, you might be thinking a couple days later, it would never be that quick because we never see the moon when it's within 15 degrees of the sun. That means approaching the sun 15 degrees and departing the sun 15 degrees. That's why it's called a new moon. It's completely invisible from all of reality. Nobody's ever seen the moon during that phase. And so when an eclipse happens, it is at the new moon cycle to where the moon is invisible. We can't see it. And then as far as we know, at a solar eclipse, there is just a black circle that literally overtakes the sun. And it doesn't appear to have any features of the moon, meaning we don't see it from the side lit up as it's approaching. We don't see it from the other side when it departs. We don't see any other features of it. It's literally just a black, complete absorption of light. And people that have done even like really advanced levels of like photo and video analysis of it find that it has no like electromagnetic print to it. Like it literally is just, it's almost like just a hole or like a black void. And in fact, the electromagnetic energy is really strong around it when it does the eclipse. We get these incredible magnetic fields, but the actual circle itself seems to be just a complete, somehow like absorption of light is. So there's no indication that thing is the moon. I understand the idea that if the sun and the moon are in the same place in the sky, that one could think it could be the moon, but there's no proof or evidence that it is actually. That's just a story that, the heliocentric model.
There's also no evidence of it going in front of the sun. It could be going behind it.
Yep, it could be going behind it.
Isn't it sort of weird?
You know what the key is here? The most fantastical thing is what Gio said, and I've been saying this for a long time now. In the eclipse, as the moon approaches, right? Biggest rock in the sky approaches the biggest light in the sky, but yet we don't see it as it approaches. All we see is a shadow. A shadow eclipses, a shadow leaves, and on the other side, we don't see the moon at all on the other side. That is physically impossible.
Why?
Why? Did you say why?
Yeah, I think
Let me
why was pretty
repeat.
clear.
The brightest object in the sky, the sun, right? The biggest rock in the sky, what your model says, 1,000 miles across, right? Approaches it from the side, yet we don't see it. Do you think you can recreate such an event?
Well, what's the color of the sky?
What's the color of my shoes?
So Gio.
Oh, you do know that the blue that we see on the sky is from the atmosphere, right? If there wasn't one atmosphere, we would only see black, right?
Did the object block the sun? Did your moon block the sun? Did it go in front of the sun and block it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, how did it do that if we didn't see it? How is that possible?
Because it has the same color as the sky. It's just black when it's with its back for us.
Really?
Yes.
That's your answer.
When you shine a light to a sphere, you only light half of it. The other half it's shadow, and the shadow is black, right? Same as the rest of the sky. So if the light of the sun is coming from the roughly the same direction of the moon, we will only see the back of it, which is completely dark, same as anything else around the sun.
Absolutely impossible. Physically impossible for that to happen.
Why?
Try recreating it. Show me. Go in your garage, get a light, show me.
So, Gio, the upcoming solar eclipse that'll take place on the 20th, you will be able to see a phase of the moon after the eclipse has
You mean
concluded.
the partial eclipse?
No, this is the total one on April 20th, 2023.
Which kind? A solar?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The total one that's going to pass over the United States.
And you're claiming that you see the moon how far after the eclipse?
And what
I'm
date?
saying that it looks like Thursday, April 20th, 2023.
Oh my God, that's my birthday.
Woo.
Wow.
It's just for you, that eclipse.
It's just
Becky.
for me. Oh my gosh.
So
That's awesome.
it seems like a
look at
viewer.
the solar
seems
eclipse
seems like
destroys the model as well.
It seems like a
How can you
viewer
have?
would be able to.
Sorry.
Seems like a viewer would be able to watch the total eclipse in the day or the late afternoon, whenever it happens, and then that evening see that object appear in the night sky as the moon.
What object?
The moon. Well, you were invoking some a separate dark object, but I'm saying it looks like it might be possible to identify it as the moon, because of it would be illuminated in its phase.
It's not illuminated because it's a new moon cycle, and at the new moon cycle, the moon's invisible. Can't see it at all.
But I'm telling you that it looks like there will be a sliver visible in 2023.
Well, the moon. Okay, at a new moon, it's called a conjunction. So the moon approaches the sun, and it's actually the moon is moving. Well, anyways, the point is that when they align, I won't go into that level of detail with it, but essentially the moon comes in and approaches the sun. That's when you get the last, the waning, the final third quarter crescent. And then once it's in the new moon cycle, like I said, 15 degrees on either side, it's not visible at all. So the eclipse will happen during that time. And then once the new moon cycle starts its new cycle, yes, you're going to see a sliver of it starting. That's the new moon after the eclipse.
Yeah, you don't see the moon.
You don't see the moon?
That's
physically impossible.
You see the moon? You see the moon approaching the sun?
Anytime during the eclipse.
No, where do you see the moon? During the eclipse, you see the moon? When?
I'm specifically talking about the phase before the new moon. You see it approaching the sun. At some point, you can't see the moon anymore. And then after some time, we have a solar eclipse. And after and after that same time, we see the moon again, just as the way it was disappearing.
Yeah, but why don't we see it during the eclipse? Is the question here. The big
Do you mean we don't
elephant
see it
in the
during the
room.
eclipse?
Well, so
Excuse me?
if a round Earth model is to be believed, I'm not saying you have to, but the official explanation would be because the moon's illumination is caused by reflecting the sun's light. If the moon is passing in between the Earth and the sun, then there would be no reflected light from the perspective of the viewer seeing the eclipse. So
Yeah, but irrespective of the Earth's shape, the Earth could be a triangle. I ask you the question again. How can the largest rock, so-called in the sky, pass in front of the brightest object and not be visible during the approach? All we see is a shadow, and as it exits, we don't see it. It just disappears.
Yeah, we see a
the
black
shadow becomes nothing.
So
exactly. We see a black.
Was my explanation not?
What we actually I hear what you're saying, but what we actually see is a black circle.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Once it transits. Well, really, what you're seeing is the shadow.
Upside down.
You're not
In
seeing
the selenium, it's upside down.
You're not seeing the moon exactly. The moon is casting a shadow on you.
Yeah, but I get that part. Fine, when it's directly in front, I'll grant you that.
Sure.
But how about when it leaves or when it enters when it approaches the sun? How can you figure that in your brain? How can that work? Like, try to recreate that. Go in your garage, get a light.
Yeah, it's easy actually.
Yeah, I agree.
Have you ever?
So hold on, I can answer. So he just because he asked me. So because the moon doesn't give off light of its own, if the round Earth model is to be believed, not saying you have to accept it, but hypothetically, if the moon didn't give off its own light and could only be illuminated in a reflective way by sunlight, then if the moon was passing in between a viewer on the Earth and the sun, any reflected light would be going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong. In your model, right, the moon is a giant rock. Yes or no?
Sure. Yeah.
It is, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And the sun is a huge nuclear reactor causing intense light, like the brightest thing we've ever seen, right?
I would certainly say so.
Okay, so now how is it conceivable in your head that the biggest rock in the sky can approach the biggest light ever in the sky, and we don't see it approach? All we see is a dark circle go in front, cover part of it, then some of it, then all of it if it's full, right? Then leave, and not seen, not see it at all on the approach and on the exit. How is that possible?
So I just cited that it looks like you will be able to see it on the on its departure that evening in 2023. At least that's what
You decided this. You just decided this on your own now.
That's what my moon calendar said. So I mean, maybe it's wrong, but it looks like it won't be a new moon phase.
So this is going to be the first time ever in history that during an eclipse we've seen the moon. You're saying, so this is going to be a huge event.
No, he's talking about what he's trying to say is, I think,
hours later. It's
yeah,
not during the event.
hours later, exactly. Not when
hours. Oh well,
he said at night.
Yeah, hours later, I'm going to be having lunch somewhere at the Eiffel Tower. You know, who knows?
Well, here's something you can do to visualize.
Hours later, that's history. Yeah, but the point is that the whole point with this is that if it was the moon intersecting the sun to cause the eclipse, I would think, and many of us think, if you disagree, fair enough. What I would think is that you have a ball, you have a sun that's a ball, and then you're on a ball, and it's 3 billiard balls lining up. And if you have 3 billiard balls lining up, the huge sun that's already emitting all of those quote unquote parallel light rays through outer space to hit this globe Earth, all of that has to
Yeah. Did you cut out?
Did you cut out?
He muted. Oh, he didn't mute.
I'm still here. Sorry. Okay. So all those light rays, as they're coming parallel, they'd be hitting the moon, and you would see the side of it because the light is hitting the side of it. Because remember, those light rays are all coming out from the sun, and as the light you would see it approaching. You would see a ball approaching, and yes, maybe it would cause it to go black during it if it was actually the moon. It would have to be the exact perfect size. Actually, all of it's impossible because the inverse square law doesn't even work with a 93 million mile sun. The whole thing is jacked up. But I guess theoretically, if you want to just imagine it, it might work that way. But the point is that we don't see the moon approaching or leaving. All we see is a very deep black circle. So there's no indication that the moon's involved at all. Not on that.
That's the paradox right there. Exactly, brother.
Well, I just said you can't see it approaching until some hours ago.
I just said that you would be able to see it departing. It would appear.
Okay, so why don't we see it then?
Do you mean like in the day, like if immediately after, like right
Early,
after?
Yeah. Well, you know how it works, right? Like, okay, when a solar eclipse happens, basically everything's normal. All of a sudden, there's a black circle that just out of the blue, literally out of the blue. It's like out of the blue sky. It literally out of the blue takes over the sun, and then causes that effect. And then there's the corona, and then it leaves. That whole thing happens, and we never have any indication that of any visual effect. Yes, later the cycle will continue and there's going to be a new moon way later, but during that, that's what we're saying.
Well, I guess so. It won't be a perfectly new moon. You'll be able to see on that same transit path the sliver of a not quite new moon on the departure. I'm unsure if you might be able to see the correlated thing during the day. Sometimes the moon is out during the day. I don't have a model in front of me to know if it will be there. It's possible it could be.
Have you ever witnessed an eclipse?
Yeah, I saw the last one.
So you know what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the moon is not visible. It just comes out of the.
So I gave a reason why that totally corresponds to like a round Earth model. I'm not saying you have to accept it, but
I must have missed it.
Okay, would you like me to repeat it?
I don't think it works. I don't think it works at all on a globe Earth model, honestly. Another issue with it. Here's another. I'll lay down another one. Okay, so During a lunar eclipse, you know how there's like a black thing that kind of overtakes the moon and then it turns red and then the black thing leaves the moon?
Sorry, say that again.
During a lunar eclipse in general, I'm just giving a very basic explanation. During a lunar eclipse, there's a black circle that overtakes the moon and then the moon turns red for a while in different colors and then the black circle leaves the moon. Meaning it fades away. So it comes in, it does its thing, and then it fades away. Well, that circle comes in at different angles and leaves at different angles for different unique eclipses. So sometimes it comes from the upper left of the moon and then it leaves to the upper right. Sometimes it comes from the bottom and it leaves to the top. Sometimes it comes from the side and it leaves to the bottom. So if these are three balls lining up, the Earth, the sun, and the moon, you would get a equal, I'm going to call it a phasing, meaning you might get a circle from the globe Earth or whatever. Like it might look something like that. There's actually another issue with that, but that's a separate topic. But so you might have that effect, but if you have three balls lining up, the shadow would always come from one side and leave on the other because it's three balls. But instead, what we actually see is this black thing, like I said, comes in from the top, down from the bottom. It comes from all angles, which indicates that it's a geometric impossibility that could be three billiard balls lining up. What it indicates is that whatever is eclipsing the moon seems to be on its own cycle that causes that particular form of the way it comes onto the moon and then leaves the moon, because each one is unique. So it seems to indicate that there's some other body involved on its own kind of cycle and not three billiard balls lining up. Like
I guess without a model in front of me, I don't quite. I guess I can't really comment on that.
Well, have you ever seen the lunar eclipses where the shadow's coming from the top? I'm calling it a shadow. The black thing.
I've never seen that. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but
it definitely happens. So if you're on the
just
ball
posted
and the
it.
sun is over there, it would be impossible for it to come from the top down. Yeah.
I guess I would have
I just posted one, Gio. I caught this. This was the last one, the Ring of Fire, but I only got the horns.
Nice. Is this yours?
Yeah.
Sweet. I'm going to check this out.
And the one on top, I caught with the solar filter.
So why? Someone said something that I didn't know about flat Earth just now, which is that there's no consistent model. There's competing
models are reification fallacies, bro.
Reification? What is that?
If why reify a model that you can't verify? We don't know what the sun is. We don't know where it is, what it consists of. Same with the moon. We don't know where these things are. We've got an apparent position that we see. They seem to be doing shit in the sky that we can watch. We're unable to manipulate them, so it's not scientific. You can't manipulate your cause and isolate it. You're not doing science. Why claim a model that you can't verify?
Yeah, reification is when you basically make an assumed or non-physical, concrete model, and then treat it as reality.
Okay, so is it like the flat Earth position to remain sort of agnostic on how exactly all this is physically occurring?
Well, you keep saying the term flat Earth. I mean, that's a term that really was programmed into us along with the globe deception, because they always told us like, oh, the Earth's a globe. Oh, and then there's the old ancient people used to be quote unquote flat earthers. And then we're supposed to laugh at them because they were just, sort of desert wandering fools. But so
I'm sorry, do you have a preferred? I only say that because that's who I've heard them refer to themselves. Do you have a preferred term?
Well, I mean, that is a term that's been used for people that realize the Earth is a stationary plane, doesn't have any movement or curvature. But I guess what I'm saying is that there isn't really any there is like the Flat Earth Society, which is a scam thing. Like that's not even real. But no, there isn't like any one concept. But there is, I would say, quite universal that people would say the Earth is stationary, doesn't seem to have any measurable curvature, water is level, XYZ axis, up is up, down is down. Those basics. From there would probably be a lot of viewpoints about what might be beyond or more land or at the North Pole or what the stars are, or the sun and the moon. So
isn't it remarkable that I've never met one person from the Flat Earth Society in 6 years?
Well, we've got Mark Sargent who says he's a card-carrying member of the Flat Earth Society, Mr. Mark Sargent.
Yeah, well, we all know that he's part of this society.
Fucking right. Mark Agent.
Yeah, I've never talked to anyone from the Flat Earth Society. That's not. I come from the Flat Earth Discord, so I didn't know that it wasn't.
I don't think there is any.
Yo,
I
Iram,
don't
are you
think there is
Frost
any
Knight?
actual members.
Am I what?
Frost Knight.
No. Who's Frost Knight?
Some guy that sounds like you.
Hey, bro. Do we gotta listen to you munch on chips and shit?
Panto, your mic's hot.
Yeah, bro.
Sorry,
It's
man.
annoying as fuck, bro.
Sorry. Okay.
So,
Yeah, chips are vegan friendly.
I guess I'm a little.
Yeah.
Oh, it's chocolate.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So Iron, yeah, I don't think there's any like one group that you're going to get some solo model from. This is more of a decentralized process of humanity realizing the Earth isn't a globe, and it really is very likely what our ancient ancestors knew it to be, which is more of a plane of existence. The floor of the universe, the sky is the heavens, the
realm.
well, perhaps we're in a realm. But with that being said, I would say that there's a lot of people that would think the Earth is like. Have you ever seen the Gleason's map or the AE map?
Is that like the UN logo? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Kind of. Well, they use it in their logo. They use
There's
like
many
a,
depictions. That's one of them.
Okay.
It's just another globe projection, man.
Yeah, I know what that is. Sure.
People think there's a flat Earth map, but how can we verify the dimensions, the land masses? Like, it's impossible.
Yeah. Well, I just posted that one. That's the Gleason's. So if the Earth is something like that, with the continents spreading out, kind of like the spokes of a wheel, and then the Polaris would be in the center, the North Star doesn't move, and then all of the fixed stars would be moving around that. The sun and the moon would be moving around that, and then you have the from above, everything would be moving clockwise, and then there's the Tropic of Cancer, the Equator, and the Tropic of Capricorn, which are three lines, that go out. And the sun and the moon seem to cycle between those, which is what causes our seasons. And actually, all of the quote unquote planets and the wandering stars, they all move throughout the year between the tropics. The sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, etc. They all make in their cycles. So I would say that general model is one that perhaps a lot of people would think that it's something like that, or within that general outline, which is also what all the
more of a conceptualization.
So why?
Geo, I wouldn't call it a model, more a concept.
So why can't people in the Southern Hemisphere, or what would be erroneously called the Southern Hemisphere, see Polaris if it's a fixed pole star?
It's too far away, man.
It's too far away.
Think about it. If you draw a mark on a ceiling and you walk further and further away from it, as your angle decreases, eventually it's going to become invisible. You get further away, light spreads out in the medium, as well as the angle decreasing the further you get away from it. So if you're far away from something, you can't see it.
It's this is where I don't think that there's a good understanding of perspective, because, like, say you're in the North Pole.
But do you still think that the stars are millions of light years away, man?
Say we're in the North Pole, we look straight up, not straight up exactly, but we see Polaris up there, and we walk towards the equator. Polaris would appear to dip below the equator. It wouldn't appear to dim, right?
And it does in a constant rate, right?
Yeah, so basically, here, I'm going to post one image here. That's actually just a really basic kind of outline. But so you would only see in your personal little area. So you're only going to see that section of the sky within which of that local area of where you are. And so you can only see the stars that are in your local area. And that includes Polaris if you're too far away from it.
Why are you limited to seeing stars in your local area?
Well, are you aware here? I'm going to post. Do you know what a
That's how
planisphere
your
is?
eyesight works.
A what? A planisphere?
I just posted it. A planisphere.
What is a planisphere?
So the first one I posted shows the actual planisphere, and then the second one shows it without the covering on it. So basically, the one at the top, you spin that wheel within it, and then it'll show you what section of the sky you can see. And then the wheel, like I said, the second one I posted, that just shows it with no covering. So that's what the whole sky is. So that's because you can only see a local section of the sky. And depending on your location, that planisphere can show you where
but that doesn't...
what small little section of the sky you can see. So if it's too far from Polaris, you won't be able to see it, just like you won't be able to see other stars that are too far away.
Of course. So this is... What is the flat Earth explanation for this localized restriction?
It's perspective.
Perspective.
Yeah, it's just
there's a way worse problem with this model.
Field of view. It's your field of view. I mean, as you're standing on the Earth, you have a particular field of view based upon the power of the human eye, and also how much the environment, the atmosphere, the ether will allow you to see. In terms of all of those factors. But yeah, you have your field of view, and you have the limits of your human eye. So if you're on a massive plane, it's going to look like just an extended plane, and then there's going to be a sky that's passing overhead, which perhaps if it's part of a much larger system, you're only seeing that little section of it.
Wait, what is the ether?
Yo, bro, explain to me how you can see Polaris at like 23 degrees south latitude. How does that work with a globe?
You can see Polaris because Polaris isn't actually true north. Apparently you can see Polaris slightly below the equator, but you cannot see Polaris. I think what is it? I forget the actual latitude mark, but you can't see it from like Australia, say.
Well, what latitude's Australia? And then what latitude did I say?
Did you say 23rd?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know what latitude Australia is.
Well, you think we can see Polaris at 23 south?
No, so why would he mention Australia?
Well, no, what's the latitude? You said we can see.
That's a southerly point that would be impossible to see Polaris from.
Yeah, but if it was a globe, it should be impossible to see right after the equator, right?
No, I already said no because the North Star is not 100% true north.
So if it was perfectly true north, you shouldn't see it at all, even a degree past the equator.
Depends on how high you are.
That's my understanding. I could be wrong about that, but that's the explanation that I'm familiar with. Is that the reason?
And how much off true north is Polaris?
I would have to Google it. I don't have that in front of me.
0.7 degrees. So that 0.7 degrees lets you see 23.5 degrees south of the equator. That's a crazy.
These are all your. I don't know.
That's not true.
I
live in 23 south. I can't see Polaris.
Well, maybe you just need to look more.
No. I know the constellations that I can see here. There's even an observatory here in my city. We can't see Polaris here.
So you're saying it's absolutely impossible, given refraction, to see Polaris at 23 degrees south?
Yep.
Okay, well, I mean,
that's interesting.
I'll tell you, you're absolutely wrong about that.
Wait, why do you think he's wrong?
He's wrong about what he can see.
What's that?
Percentage, dude. I just love how you laid it down.
There's an even
That's awesome.
There's an even worse problem with my observations here because I can see.
Do you guys want to?
You can see it very far south. It shouldn't be possible on the geometry of a globe Earth. Like the point at which we can see Polaris south of the equator and does not fit with the geometry of a globe Earth. Percentage is totally correct on that.
No, you're talking to a man that observes it. He's there. He's saying you can't. So you're going to take some other piece of information over an eyewitness?
No, it depends on it depends on your area. Yeah, you have to have the right conditions for it because you can be able to see very far. So yeah, it's not that it's going to be seen that way everywhere, but it can be regularly observed from location, especially in like. I know of some areas in particular that the atmospheric conditions are very conducive to seeing it from those types of latitudes south of the equator.
It's just hilarious to me, like everything they know about refraction, and they're saying it's impossible. It's not even possible.
Because we're talking about 23 degrees of Earth's surface. That's 23 times 69 miles.
All right, so if I find a citation that says it's happening, are you going to change your mind?
I'd love to see that.
Sure.
That's all it takes? Just it written somewhere? God damn, you guys
Oh,
are
well,
gullible.
depends on the citation, of course, but
You guys are
most
gullible
likely, yeah.
depending on the source, aren't you? Give me
Sorry?
a second.
Of course, I mean, anyone can say anything.
We got your source. I'm just kidding. Who cares about sources, dude? I mean, truth is truth. Whether you get your source from your own mind or observation or someone else, it just depends on, in my viewpoint, whether it's true or not at the end of the day, no matter where you get it.
But everything the reason it would be interesting to me to see a source on this is because everything I'm Googling and what I'm hearing from Bacon as well, everything I'm Googling below a degree below the equator, you're pretty much not able to see it.
There's another issue with southern observation of the sky, which is we don't only see the sky making a rotation of the celestial bodies around the Polaris. We also see it doing an opposite rotation in this southern south, the celestial south, which doesn't actually match the picture you sent from the sky over a flat surface before.
Yeah,
and we also have someone in Australia here, I guess, so we both can see stars orbiting that same point.
Yeah, this is astronomystackexchange.com. Currently, Polaris is at a declination of a bit over 89 degrees, which means that no one south of 1 degree south of the latitude can see Polaris. So,
yeah, based off the geometry, we shouldn't be seeing the geometric horizon at 3 miles. I mean, at 9 miles, like we do with the Black Swan, right? Or at 13 miles, or what have you. So don't forget to factor in refraction.
Well, and with this one, Howard, they will say that because that's what has to comport with the geometry of a globe Earth. But in reality, it can be seen. That's what this is. They will just bald face lie about it.
Well, where's the evidence for that, Gio?
Yeah.
What, observing it yourself or seeing someone else's observation of it?
You're claiming it's seen at 23 degrees below the equator. Where's your evidence for that?
I could point you to the people who have documented it and who have observed it, and the areas at which it's most commonly seen at as well in terms of the atmospheric conditions. Yeah, there's many different. I haven't done it myself, so I can't say that that's one that I've done myself. I have been south of the equator, but I have never done that particular observation because when I went south of the equator, I was so far south of it that was not going to be possible.
So, then I would be happy to look over any sources for this claim. Like for your
Well, while you're waiting for a source, how about you think about it logically? You know, refraction exists. How far south can Polaris be refracted?
I think refraction typically only works about like a degree or so, doesn't it? Plus, it's less.
Is it just me or Eggshells is very low?
No, it's very low for me.
Yeah, you're coming in really low, Harry.
Okay, I'm a
What would so Gio, what would you accept as proof of a globe Earth? Have you thought about what would convince you?
Sure, validation of any curvature of Earth's surface in addition to validation of any movement of Earth.
Are you familiar with any experiments that prove that Earth is moving?
I would say I'm thoroughly well versed on all of them. Yep.
Or claim to prove. I guess I should say.
Yeah.
What's the one with the big pendulum? Are you familiar with that one?
Foucault.
Okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't start itself. It doesn't keep going itself. It needs energy continually put into the system, magnets and electric. And then
You think that's a good counter argument?
You've got the Elias effect that during eclipses supposedly they stop and go the opposite way.
What?
The Elias effect. ALLIAS. I'm sure you spell it.
There's your source, guys.
Awesome. What altitude, what latitude is Polaris directly overhead?
Yeah, read under the heading, can you see Polaris from the Tropic of Cancer?
While parts of Ursa Minor can indeed be seen from the northern portions of Australia, Polaris cannot. At a bit
Continue.
over 12 degrees latitude, all you can see is
Too
Ursa
far
Minor
away.
are the bright stars, Kochab and Perkard, but not Polaris. Polaris can be seen, however, up to 23.5 degrees south latitude. Interesting. Who's this?
That's Esther Frumling from Sid Martin Bio.
Cool. Let's find out more about it. According to Flat Earth Conspiracy, I immediately Googled that quote exactly. And I've come up with some Flat Earth stuff.
What's the claim here exactly?
Well, I mean, the thing is
can be
that
seen from 23 south.
Yeah, but the thing is that there's also a lot of this is an ancient thing as well. Like it's even in a lot of the ancient cosmological maps and systems because they mapped out using moon dials and sundials, in addition to using sextants and other measurements with the stars. So what I'm saying is that this isn't just something that somebody just figured out modern day. Like this is something that's been known within humanity for a very long time. They've tried to cover it up in a lot of ways because of the globe. This is one of the gaping holes in the globe model.
Wait, it is? What's the hole exactly? That because it seems like the inability to observe Polaris from the southern hemisphere would suggest a round Earth.
What I'm saying is that the distance by which Polaris has been observed south of the equator would be impossible with the curvature of a globe Earth. The angle wouldn't be possible to occur. So if, I think this one will have to be verified. Ultimately ourselves would be the best. But I already know what it's going to be. But I think we should definitely verify it. And
to your point of that they've been navigating for a long time, I just posted a 4,000-year-old navigation tool.
What is the relevance of this tool?
It was used by the ancient Minoans for navigation. They used Polaris and the sun and the moon, and that's the significance. The significance is that the sky is like a gear system. It's been known for thousands and thousands of years.
Right.
Are you saying that
and for thousands and thousands of years, this seems to be the only person that's claimed you can see it from 23 south? The only other, when I put in that quote, the only other thing I can find of somebody saying you can see Polaris from 23 degrees south is somebody quoting exactly that page who says, quote, "This was a lie 160 years ago when first issued by Samuel Rowbotham. It remains a lie to this day." It would have been 160 years. It would have been hard 160 years ago to find someone who had been to Australia and come back to tell the tale. That's not the case nowadays. So
Why would you have to be to Australia?
Who can see, because 23 degrees south is Australia.
Is it really?
Yeah, man. It's a long way south. I posted a screen grab of it. It is like not quite as south as Sydney, but where is it? It's at 59 minutes, 1 minute before the hour, I guess. But it is
another one,
almost halfway through Sydney.
Another one is that you can see the Southern Crux from specifically islands off of Portugal and Spain, which are roughly 40 to 42 degrees north. You can actually see the Southern Crux. And that's actually been done by people I have spoken with in this community. They've verified that one.
I'll get onto that one in a second. So I'm still just trying to find out who this person is.
But that also shouldn't be possible.
Yeah, what do you got to say about that, Harry? Hey.
I'll catch back up in a moment. I'm still just finding it now.
So somebody actually told me about that, and there are a few fake Southern Crosses that you could get confused with. I don't know if that's the case, but I saw.
Yeah,
I saw some argument about it.
There is a false cross. I mean, you can still see the Southern Cross from occasionally you can see it from well north of the equator, simply because, unlike Polaris, it circles the point in the sky. So at its highest point, it would be visible from further back, right?
Well, we should find that clip.
There is also a false cross, which is what I was wondering about, that one. That
well, there's a couple, but we just need the footage, because the footage was on Globebusters. So I didn't actually get a chance to compare the footage with to see if it was the false one or not. That's why I wanted to bring it up, to see if we could maybe go over that.
Well, I think what we're going to have to do is like get a crew together to basically travel the whole Earth and do really, really detailed, like highly detailed sextant measurements, because essentially what we're talking right now is what it would be derived from proper sextant measurements. Like if you were able to have a crew, people that were going around the world, maybe even on each crew, you would have like as many people as you could, like maybe 30 different people that are doing the sextant measurements, so that you could cross-validate all of them, because there could be some human error. And basically, if you can map all of those positions and all of the stars on all of the positions of the physical Earth, then you would have the true map of the Earth, and you would have the true shape of the Earth.
The weirdest part about that, yeah, I'm excited for that. I think that's a good idea.
And if it is this circle of equal altitude with GPs and right angles, the way sextants over a planar surface, then that can't fit on a ball. It could in small areas. That's why when they give you these nautical charts for all these sailors, they chop them all up, and you got to get a particular one, a particular revision and all that. And it's based on their GPS coordinates and their WGS 84, but they don't give you the whole one. They're not just going to give you. So we would have to do that ourselves. And all of the ancient stuff, I think, has been hijacked and stolen, and who knows, probably buried in the basements of the Vatican. So we have to do it ourselves. And if we can do it ourselves, if it is all right angles and GPs and circle of equal altitudes, that would only fit on a planar surface.
How come this hasn't been done yet? You seem like a motivated group of fellows.
Well,
slowly but surely, man.
Has anyone ever set out to do research like this only to be globified?
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
What are you talking about, Ranty?
No.
Ranty. For fuck's sake.
No.
That's plenty.
Let's be clear on that. He took his own photos.
They are almost always painted as shills or.
Hold on. The question was: has anyone? Hang on. He asked: has anyone gone out? And he was saying, doing observations of the Earth, come back and been globified. That answer with Ranty is absolutely no, because he went out and took his own observations and concluded the Earth was a stationary plane for years and years, and then somebody apparently sent him a photo from Facebook. And then he somehow changed his mind. So he did not. He did not do that through actually observing the Earth. He did that through someone else's photo and a manipulative argument.
I call him plenty. Because he's definitely a setup.
Read the last post I just posted, gentlemen. NASA says it itself.
What does NASA say?
Flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
All right.
They've been it so many times.
One of the interesting things about that.
Howard, you love it. You love it.
Yeah, I know it.
One of the interesting things about that thing that says that percentage is the paragraph is kind of self-contradictory. So I've posted it at 13 minutes. It says, while parts of Ursa Minor can indeed be seen from the northern portions of Australia, Polaris cannot. Then she says it's visible from 23.5 degrees south, which, as I've already shown, is halfway through Australia. So the first sentence in the paragraph totally disagrees with the last sentence in the paragraph.
Yeah, that's why when you said Australia's at 23 degrees, I was a little confused because it didn't jive. But is it?
What's the northern? Cape York, that's it. What is the thing of Cape York?
I mean, we could. I was in a flat Earth room one time, and they were claiming that you can see Polaris from Australia. So I'm getting a different. I'm getting a different answer with this perspective.
I've heard that.
I would imagine
heard
it's
someone say
possible,
that
and with
before.
extreme refraction and depending on your observer height, that it's possible. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's impossible. It seems short-sighted.
By the way, the Southern Cross claim came from basically at the top of some mountain, so it wasn't like just a regular position.
I would think that would be a fairly minimal difference, but yeah, Cape York is 10 degrees south, so 23 degrees south. I think we'd all agree is further south.
All right, so let me ask you. Well, so like, here's the thing, though. Any of you guys who think the Earth is a globe, if you were to go verify one of these, and indeed you were seeing star positions that wouldn't work on the geometry of a globe Earth, would you start to question the shape of the Earth, or would you just write it off as refraction?
No. If everywhere I looked online said that due to the geometry of the Earth, Polaris cannot be seen below a degree south, and I went and I confirmed that with star charts and looking through a telescope, hey, that is Polaris, 100% I would start to question the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Howard too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
challenge accepted.
We'll have to we'll just have to do some retreats and some traveling.
I got myself a nice telescope. Finally, I was saying for a while, my mum got given it by somebody, and then she just left it out to rust. So I've got some very fancy telescope that I need to figure out what I want to point it at.
Wait, I don't get it. Why wouldn't you guys think that refraction would potentially move it?
Because the 1 degree south already in everything I find in the Astronomy Stack Exchange one that I posted before, and Left Lane also talked about, it talks about refraction. Refraction only works for like a degree. When you're talking 23 degrees south, you're talking 23 degrees. That's extraordinary refraction. I've never even heard of anybody suggesting that. With
hey, let me make a point. Let me make a point.
Maybe you misheard what Geo said, or maybe I misheard him. But I thought he said like, any kind of where beneath the equator.
Hey,
at what point would you say that it's you can start questioning the globe?
Gio, listen.
Brian, go ahead.
All right, sorry.
Well,
all right.
Polaris isn't directly above the. Sorry, I'm not trying to.
No worries. I was just asking Ratting. He said he'd start questioning the globe, I guess, under the understanding that it was 23 degrees, 23.5 degrees or whatever that he saw it. At what latitude would it take for you to start questioning the globe if it was less than 23.5 degrees?
The questions would start at 2 degrees, but they'd get pretty severe at 23 degrees.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on, listen to this though. Listen to this, man.
Let me go back to this refraction business.
Wait a second, man. Let me talk about this. So if you're directly under Polaris, you're straight overhead, and it's infinitely far away. So it's basically going to follow you. Basically, if you keep that same angle, it's going to follow you and stay directly overhead. So let's say we're on the equator, okay, and we lay down flat. So we're looking parallel with the North Pole. How come Polaris is not directly overhead? How come it's off at an angle? Like if you go south,
because you're traversing over the surface of a globe. That's why.
But if you're keeping that same angle, so in other words, at 45 degrees, you shouldn't be seeing the rotation. If you turn 45 degrees, it should be directly overhead. Instead, I mean, when you get past the equator, like 3 degrees.
Hold on. If you assume that the Earth is a globe, and I'm not saying you have to believe that right now, but if you assume that the world is a globe and you start at the North Pole, looking straight up at Polaris, and start walking backwards towards the equator, it would appear to dip towards the horizon, just like the sun appears to dip towards.
That ain't what he said, bro. He said you ain't fucking parallel, man. You got to respect his analogy.
Yeah, parallel.
Okay, so for EROM and for Left Lane, at what latitudes would you guys not chalk it up to refraction? 2 degrees? 10?
We said it would be. We both agreed that it would be impossible to attribute to refraction at like 23 degrees.
But look at the Selenian eclipse. The sun's claimed to be refracted above you. That's what the globe.
No, there's no Polaris.
The Selenian is.
Sorry.
What if it was 10?
There's no way that the sun can be refracted from under your feet to above the horizon. I mean, that's ludicrous.
That's
right. And also, you get your appearance just by plastering a sticker, like a yellow sticker to represent the sun to the ceiling of a hallway. You go further down the hallway and it'll appear to dip down toward the horizon at a rate of, say, 1 degree per foot or whatever, how far you travel over the flat surface. So the globe doesn't even appear to even be necessary to explain why something at a constant elevation, like a sticker plastered to the ceiling of a hallway, would appear to dip down, toward the horizon. It doesn't appear to be necessary at all to have a ball at all.
Okay, but yeah, Iram, can I get a straight answer from you?
Sorry,
like how much leeway would you give to refraction?
A degree or two.
At sea level of
I don't know.
what
I don't
degree?
know anything. I don't know anything firsthand about refraction, but I'll just go with a couple degrees.
So 3 degrees south, and you start questioning the globe.
Wait, I thought it's visible. I thought it's reported to be visible, not because of refraction, but because the Polaris isn't actually directly north. Isn't it like 11? No, what is it? 8 degrees? I don't know what it is.
I mean,
That's where they got the 23-degree tilt from, because you're seeing it up to 23 degrees south in some reports. So they cobbled together the 23-degree tilt.
No, it's one report. It's one report.
That I cannot find anybody else supporting, and I can immediately find people saying it's bullshit.
And it dates back to
Well, technically, it's more than one, because also Dr. Samuel Robotham and the report that I gave, and
No,
that's
that's right.
I stopped looking after.
I really think they're missing my point, though, man. If you're at the equator and you're laying down looking 0 degrees, if you're looking the same direction as the North Pole, and let's say you're 2 degrees, like if you're just barely under the equator, and you can't quite see Polaris, right? Or you can barely see it. But if you go up higher, okay, and the horizon gets out of the way, then you can see the whole Polaris, But you're looking down. You're not looking straight up, man. And at that distance and that angle, you should have to travel like outside of the solar system to for it to change angles, man. So you shouldn't have to look down toward the horizon near the equator.
I'd love to piggyback this, man. Brian, this is a great point. It's another cake and eat it too situation, where one situation, the angle be so minute in one situation, it can't be measured. But then on the other hand, it's like, oh, look, what's this angle change right here? Right? Like, why is it not far away to where he can make these pseudo parallel lines? Right?
I agree. Yep.
So,
boom.
Well, technically, you'd be seeing over a huge hump of Earth curve anyway, which is another contradiction. It just doesn't make any sense. If some sort of geometric ball in the way of you and Polaris, you would expect a huge hump of.
Exactly, and that's why I'm saying we could combine these kinds of observations with sextant
the
measurements.
Going from your feet straight to Polaris to be in the way, right? Sense.
Lemon your leg in a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would, like, as I've said, and IROM seems to agree, we'd start questioning it from like 2 or 3 degrees. What would it take to convince you guys that this seemingly fairly rare quotes that you can see it from 23 degrees south versus a large numbers saying you are not able to see it from far below 1 degree south of the equator? What would bring you all around?
Well, first I would.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure you can see it from 23 degrees. I would have to see that with my own 2 eyes. I'm not accepting that.
Right.
I would say, Riding, speak for yourself, because Iram was trying to say that he would, expect to see it past 10 degrees because of the 0.7 degree, off-center nature of Polaris. So.
Did he say 10 degrees? Okay.
Yeah.
Like, forget what Iram said. What would it take for you to go, maybe this quote about 23.5 degrees is bullshit?
But I will say this, though, man. It lingers on the horizon sometimes for a long ways. So you never know if you had enough elevation, But I don't accept it, without seeing it. But I'm not going to just totally throw it out. Somebody claims to have seen it, so it's worth a look.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think it's not worth a look, but I'm just trying to gauge this because both are positive claims, right?
Yeah, I personally don't believe it's regularly visible at 20 degrees or what have you. I think maybe it's possible with extreme refraction or something, and I'm willing to see a bunch of different observations and time lapses or something like that where to like, it's impossible to prove a negative, right? But to show that, you know, you could see it at like 15 degrees or 10 degrees or something like that at the most, and then
Yeah, that
go
was-
by that. I was just presenting it as like, you know, devil's advocate, because the guy was saying it's literally impossible.
Yeah, the calculations I've looked into, is more like in the 10 to 15 degree range, which wouldn't be possible with the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, I'm not 23.5. I mean, there are like legends of that, but perhaps that would be a very like a rare occurrence, like only in a particular type of location. Because yeah, that would not be every day. But the 10 to 15 is much easier to get.
10 to 15.
Stars are funny, man. Look at the Southern Cross,
my
man. If you look at the star trails, the Southern Cross looks like it's doing some tight little circle around around this gap. But if you look at it in regular motion, like if you're up close looking at it, like if you're in Australia, it crosses the whole damn sky. So when they show these time lapses, it looks like it's just barely going anywhere around this rotation. But you know, I've seen the observation in regular motion where you see all the stars together moving, and it goes from one horizon to the other, almost all the way across, man.
Does a pretty small circle in the sky where I'm at. Like, I mean, I guess it's sort of a stick measuring competition where we don't know what a lot or a little is, but for me, it's doing a fairly tight circle. It's 4.5.
But if you're looking, like, say for example, if you're looking 6,000 miles away, for example, you know, 1,000 miles would only, I mean, perspective could take account. But I think the only way to explain that, the best explanation I've seen for the southern star rotation is the dome. If you take and you draw the stars on a piece of paper, and I actually have one of these little dome things, and you take and put the little magnifying glass dome over it, and you spin it, you get 2 star rotations, man. And so if you look at the personal atmospheric dome,
have you tried that with dots other than lines?
I mean, I actually drew constellations and shit and did it.
Sure. I mean,
but
if you want,
they don't mirror each other though.
Yeah, they don't look right. In
Yeah,
my
but
opinion, through a dome, the whole constellation would sort of warp and bend and get squidgy and then elongated. And
No, it works. It works. My understanding, it works the way Brian's describing. However, the one thing, Brian, is that the one thing that would be the next part is that the position of the quote unquote South Pole is stationary, meaning it doesn't move. So how could it, I hear what you're saying with the dome, and I agree with you that you can get those kinds of shapes, but how would you get that point to be in the same position? You know what I'm saying? Like, it seems like if it was only the stars in the dome, then you would just have like an even movement of the stars across the sky. But instead there is actually that point.
The best way to describe this is with anti-corpuscular rays. Like if you see corpuscular rays coming at you, they're spreading out and they're covering like the whole sky above your head.
Yeah.
But sometimes they keep going off in the distance, and they go to a point all the way off in the distance. So that one point is representing that whole spread of sun rays across your entire sky above you, as far as you could see from horizon to horizon. That one point that whole spread is represented by one point at the end of anti-corpuscular rays. So it would take a little bit of that kind of perspective that we do see in real life, you know, but that's hard to explain. I'd almost have to demonstrate that better than I can explain it, but it's an explanation. It's the best one I've found yet.
There's a fundamental flaw in that the northern hemisphere, the constellations there, are not a mirror reflection of the constellation in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah,
and
5,000% as many stars.
This was an issue in the 24/7 when an Australian flat Earth lady I know went in there with her own time lapse footage and was challenging, you know, the whole idea that there was a dome and a reflection. They just kicked her out. So,
she was a flat earther, but
yeah.
Wow.
Well, there might be. I like to keep an open mind, man. I can't believe they kicked her out. I like to keep open mind, but I mean, I almost think there's got to be some type of reflective. It doesn't necessarily have to be. I don't know. I think there's some type of firmament.
There's some sort of surface interaction.
You look at Sprite and shit like that, man.
Well, we have some sort of surface interaction because when you pass light over a curved surface, it gives a warped, curved aspect to the light. In that Spanish video that's been making the flat Earth circles, you see concentric circles, and you don't necessarily see reflected constellations like mirror images, but you appear to see concentric circles that are warped and distorted into a northern pole star, rotation, and a southern pole star rotation that appears to be a counter whirl. And so you could have stars that are rotating overhead that are just deformed by the atmosphere, the firmament dome, or something else, of that nature.
One thing about the star rotations is that the southern star rotation looks like a fucking tunnel. I've looked at it 1,000 times. I was just looking at it last night, man, and it looks like a tunnel. The lights get and consistently get brighter from the outside and dimmer to the middle. And that's not what the North Pole does. The North Pole looks like they're pretty close and equal and overhead. The South Pole looks like a tunnel. But there's a lot of ways. I'll tell you, most of the star trails you see on YouTube are from the program. It's all over the tutorial on how to fake the star trails. I ain't seen any real ones south of about 46 degrees. But still,
looking down, Yeah, you're looking out over a flat surface under a curved dome of sky. So that's going to lend a curved, warp to what you're seeing, potentially leading to a star trail to the north and a star trail to the south that look like counter whirls, potentially, based off of the video I just put in the chat. So
you've got to have south everywhere.
Geo had mentioned planisphere, and if you look at the planispheres, you look at a southern hemisphere planisphere, and it's bigger. It's not shaped the same. It's not the same, and you would absolutely expect it to be identical. If the Earth were a globe, it would be identical to the northern hemisphere, right?
That's a great point, because the planisphere charts are literally, like a dartboard, like that kind of a shape, meaning the inner circle is smaller and the outer is larger. Yep, all of these star charts are based on geocentric, flat planar models where, like, the sundial is a flat plane, the zodiac is a flat. It's all.
So basically, it looks like it's a combination of things. It's a combination of you being under that specific dome right there that Spanish guy is holding. The stars are rotating overhead, and as they're rotating overhead, they're curved and warped and distorted by the glass, by the firmament, by the atmosphere. And so that gives you your local
wait. If you mirror, like, if they're antipodal, okay, which they would have to be on a globe, because if it's the rotation, they would have to be antipodal. So you would 100% expect to be able to mirror the planisphere from southern to northern hemisphere. There's no reason in the world that they shouldn't be the same shape. If they're antipodal, then they would have to be exactly.
They should mirror each other, and they don't mirror each other because there's less land to the north, and you're looking at a much more confined star trail toward the northern center, and you're looking out over a broader sweep of rotating stars toward the south that are warped and distorted as they pass over you in your local area by the atmosphere, the firmament, whatever.
Yeah, the point is it doesn't
planisphere, Brian, you're right. Like, the planisphere is basically like an AE map. It's the same concept, meaning, like, the stars in the southern region are sort of covering a larger section of sky.
But they have AE mapped with the southern hemisphere, or the Antarctica on the top. It's no secret. It's been out as long as the AE map projections have been out on and these planispheres. Even the newer ones, they can't mirror them.
They invert it and put it on a globe, and then they have to basically hack up the land in the south in order to account for it. So the whole globe model is trying to accommodate for that southern area, which is partly what they had to work with when they made it.
Yeah. And also keep in mind that, this stuff appears to mirror what we see when we look down a hallway. You'd expect the ceiling to merge with the floor, no globe needed. And you could have a still motionless Earth with everything rotating over and around it and get more or less exactly the same observations that you see, especially if you combine the warp and distortion of a firmament dome or the atmosphere.
Yep, the celestial sphere.
Except, to me, the crucial thing is that, sound like you were saying before, there's less in the south. There's orders of magnitude more stars in the south.
Right.
Like
Yep.
we get
Before-
a whole smear of the Milky Way where it's like on a good night it's like a cloud. You're not able to, you struggle to even pick out individual pinpricks of stars because they're so densely packed together.
I got another globe debunk about the Milky Way. I just took a million pictures of the Milky Way, and I was about to make a video. I haven't done it yet, but the Milky Way, you know, it's showing it straight and all that. But then if you at its lowest point, it starts arcing. If you see it on the horizon in the southern hemisphere, you can see it arcing around the entire horizon, right? But then it comes up, right? It comes up and it looks like an arc, like a rainbow shape. Not quite that arc, but like a rainbow. And if that's the case, on the other side of the globe, we should see it opposite of that. Like the way we see a moon with a six on one side and a 9 on the other, we should see it arcing like a bowl in the Indian Ocean. If we're seeing that from the Pacific Ocean, and we don't see that anywhere on Earth, so there are inconsistencies with
I'm
the
not understanding that at all.
Can we just able to get to the other side of that
for Lemon and Brian,
you can see it arch the other way, but you can't get to the other side of the arch probably because you're going to get to a firmament dome, which keeps your passage from going any further beyond that arch to see it reverse in the other direction.
I'll post a picture real quick of what I'm talking about. And the same thing is when you see the constellations, when you get on the other side of them, around the ball, you know, like northern of the equator or around the North Pole, you see the constellations upside down. What would be different with the Milky Way? But I'm gonna post a picture so you can see what I'm talking about.
So when it just for everyone's understanding, like when it comes to the celestial sphere, have we dug into whether it's actual or conceptual?
That's a good
So
question.
is there actually a celestial sphere?
I
Like a
think there
physical-
is. Yeah, I think there is. I think there's a plasma layer in which the stars, sun, and moon. Well, they're in slightly different layers, but yeah, there is like there's a band at which is the full band, and then within the band, I think there's different layers, like layers within the main layer. But yeah, I do think my viewpoint is that we're on a plane, the plane of existence, and there is a celestial sphere that surrounds us, which essentially is like a plasma, partly non-physical medium which interfaces between this world and the rest of consciousness.
Do you like, without being, I won't push it any further, but like, do you think it would be possible to prove that from Earth?
I think it is, in the sense that there is a limit to how far humans can survive. So that would be one component, but I think being able to fully verify it or prove it would have to be probably done more on the spiritual level. Cause yeah, that's an incredibly expanded state in terms of just being in a physical body. I mean, I wonder what the military, I'm sure they found the limit in terms of the altitude up, that's for sure. So I think that they've probably mapped that pretty well.
Well, ideally, we'd be able to get a sample of it, but we can appear to infer it, that it exists indirectly based off of gas pressure needing a container. We can see elves, sprites, and jets, which appear to cascade off of what appears to be a curved structure. And we also see, the explosions where there's like lenticular clouds that take a dome shape, kind of harkening back to what appears to be this dome-like structure that may be overhead. It might just be a coincidence, but it does look like a lot of things are leading back to some sort of structure that's there that's possibly curved.
Amazing. Because that would blow my mind completely. Because that would prove that the Earth is a construct.
Yep,
and then if we could do that,
and then it's being constructed and created every moment that we experience it, like, as well. Because every day we're alive, something is being constructed. Like whatever our lives are, the physical world. I see it that way. I like the idea that everything was just created at one point, and now it's playing out. I could see that perspective, but I also think that it's being created at every moment. Like right now, creation is occurring just as it was yesterday or any other part on the time level, the time scale.
The main, just to give it context, and then I'll zip it. I promise, Zero. The main reason I'm asking is because the main reason I'm asking is because Dell said it to me years ago. But he was ahead of me. You know, he was up there and up front and center. But so he just had a few years ahead of me. So when he said it to me, he's already 2 years in, and he said, "Eventually, you won't be able to escape that it's a construct." And I was like, "What?" And it's taken me this long to come back to that and ask those questions. And because he, you know, a lot of people have arrived at this, that you can't escape a construct. And I think that's where it's definitely leading. And that has way more to do with, you know, what, because the Earth then extends into the sky, doesn't it? And they seem to be, I don't know, coexisting anyway. They seem to be separate systems to me.
Well, yeah,
Like
I mean,
there's the Earth system and the sky system.
I mean, the most default ancient default model of the cosmos has always been one where there's like the upper world, the heavens, whatever that may be. There's usually the spiritual concepts with that, and then the stars and the sun, the moon, like the heavens above, and then we're on a plane of existence, like we're on the plane, which is like often referred to as the middle world. And then you have the underworld, whatever's underneath that, and then usually that's all seen as being encompassed somehow in some kind of a field, perhaps like the womb of the mother, like Mother Earth, like or the cosmic egg, like those kinds of ideas as well. So like having those three layers, like the upper, and we're in the physical world. Like if we're in the middle world, we're in the corporeal, physical material world. Perhaps our spirits are from above. There's that idea. Our souls, come from above. But when we're on this plane, we're here in the body. So there's like the constraints and the components of that. But perhaps that can be transcended as well. I'm watching Rig's game as I'm saying this, and he's in like this world where there's like all these circles and spheres and levels, and there's like a center thing, and he's going down into the underworld, and he's coming back up to the upper world.
And one thing the Globers don't like to talk about, like where you're going with that, they don't like to talk about all the, just the abundance of reality that we can't explain. There's so much we can't explain, and it's something we never talk about. So, man, to me, there's way more than what meets the eye going on around me. In my opinion, it's got to be created. I don't think I got here just by some accident. I'm not the super deep religious type. I have my beliefs. I keep it to myself. But yeah, there's so much that we can and will never be able to explain. Some of the things, the more we look into it, the more questions we get. I don't know.
For sure.
No,
I appreciate it. It's a deep mystery. Life is a profound, deep mystery, especially thinking about like what could be beyond, or like what's the potentials. Yeah, it is huge. Like I don't think any one human could even contain it all. So
yeah.
Perhaps our
just the thought of infinity. Like even if you don't want to think of the flat Earth edge, if you're even in the heliocentric model, think of the universe edge. Like it's crazy to concede like what's beyond that, that border. I mean, you say like nothing. If you picture it as nothing, it's still empty space. That's still something. It can't really stop. It can't. But it can't go on forever. It's just, something that simple that's right in everybody's face, no matter what model you're on. It's just so, it could be the most simplest answer ever. And we have no way of even comprehending infinity. And it's in our everyday lives, man, and math and fucking in our cosmology. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Well, I think that this realm is created to have these types of experiences. Yeah, it seems to me like this realm is here for, I really think humans are central to this Earth realm, especially during this current time.
Right. And that's why
one other. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I can wait.
I want to say one more thing about that, man. Like they want to say like, you know, you could get like infinitely big, but they like to put a zero on things. And if you're going to use the math of of infinite upwards, you know, then you have to use infinite downwards. You can't go infinite upwards and then to zero at the bottom. It's got to be both ways. So what they like to do is with like the vacuum, they like to say that that like point, you know, 10 to the negative 17 torr is almost as low as it gets. So if you can stand that, then you can withstand anything. But if you think about it, that's crazy. Because if you're going to have infinitely bigger, you're going to have infinitely smaller. And here's the picture: a syringe, and you're pulling a vacuum. Picture a syringe the size of a car or a big truck, right? And we're all like, say, I'm pulling it by myself. It's got a bunch of handles, and I'm pulling a vacuum. And the harder I pull, the harder it's going to suck, right? So picture 10 of us start pulling on that syringe, and then picture we hook a truck up to that syringe to pull on it, and then picture 10 rockets pulling on it. There's no limit to how hard we can pull on that syringe, creating more and more suction. So they like to look at a vacuum as the absence of air particles, just because it fits the model, the theory that they have going as particles. But I think it stretches. I don't believe that there's one or two fucking atoms bouncing around even in deep space every cubic meter or something. That's ridiculous. If you're gonna have infinite upwards, you got to have infinite downwards. You can't have zero to freaking infinity. There's no way. That's why we can't reach absolute zero. That's why we can't reach absolute vacuum, because there's no such thing. It can keep getting more and more powerful the more energy you put into it.
I got you. Merle, do you remember what you were going to say?
Yeah. See, this Earth Awakening, that does something to just those two word combinations. It does something to my brain, it does something to my heart too. So it has an effect on me, and I think why it does is because, like, Becky was in here before. She had a really good cathartic share, and she was talking about hope and things. It takes me out of all the human goings on, especially the political and the control system. And when you go into the Earth Awakening, that's where the hope is for me. Because if we can get a bigger perspective, we can move outside their framework. And I think that it's like there's something about framework, structures, thinking. I don't know. It's just something. Like there's an architecture to it. That's basically what I keep realizing. And we're becoming like draftsmen and architects. We're learning the blueprints. We're doing our best to understand how this place works, right? This realm we're in. We're part of it. But we're trying to understand it too, right? Because it's a mystery to us.
Yeah, and the true potentials that we have and others and other technologies, like things like free energy. Yeah, there is so much. Well, it seems like we've been deceived on such a core level. Like whoever currently is in this kind of control position has really done a number. And I think that they've really like usurped the world basically and have taken a lot of these technologies. So we've all been sort of brainwashed basically and deceived into something that wasn't real. So at this point, I think we're right on the cusp of basically just an entire new cycle, like the way that the Mayan calendar ended at 2012, like December 21st, 2012. There's something to that because it was pretty much only about a year after that the shape of the earth question really started roaring and a lot of these other truths coming out. I think that was the shifting point. So we're in a new cycle now, whatever that means. And we're just at the baby stages of it, the beginning stages. And obviously what's going on in the world right now, I mean, we can see what's, going on, but yeah, we're at the early stages of actually in my viewpoint, kind of rediscovering the truth of our origins and our potentials and basically everything that was taken from us when this current group kind of took over.
Yeehaw.
There might be a connection.
It's a good time to be alive, man. we're at the cusp of history being like open to everyone.
Well, you should have seen Brazil. You ain't never seen. There was for anti-green pass or some shit. I ain't gonna elaborate on it, but you ain't never seen a freaking crowd like you seen there, dude. I mean, you can't. I never even. Looks like everybody on Earth is fucking there for the protest, man, or the gathering. It's fucking insane, dude.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of big ones going on in Australia too. Yeah, this perhaps it even like I said, we might only be at the beginning stages of it. I mean, that's the thing. So many people are complying. We know that, and there's a whole thing with that going on. But I guess there's the bigger question of like what seeds are really planted in people's minds, and how's this all going to unravel? Because the people in control, they are definitely upping their system or whatever. You know, they're really implementing a lot of new things that are just clearly invasive. So it's like, who can really ignore it at this point?
Yeah. Oh, I wanted before I forget. Does everybody understand the Master Gunner is his thing? That the lines of parallel. Does everybody got a grasp on that now?
No, I haven't seen that video. Can you link it to me? Link it in the text, in the live stream chat. Text.
It's yeah, I can link it. I can. Well, he did a presentation, but he didn't elaborate. It's so fucking simple that you won't understand it for a minute until you really, really look at it, and then you'll be like, "Oh my god, it's so obvious." But it's solid, dude. It's solid. But I wanted to talk about it with people who understood it. I'll link it. I'll link his presentation at South Carolina, and then I'll link the Globebusters episode because that's what they were talking about Sunday. But I wanted to see if I wanted to talk to somebody about it, man.
What your guy? The one guy is Whitesword. I don't think he's in the chat right now, but he is actually he wants to recreate it. He wants to actually do it himself.
Yeah, think about it. It's exactly how I was explaining 0 degrees looking at Polaris. Like if you're just barely under the equator, and you hook the same degrees as the North Pole, like Polaris you shouldn't be looking down toward the equator at it. No matter even if it's a half a degree, you should not be looking down at the damn equator at all. It should be parallel if it's that big and that far away. Period. So if the sun was small, it could work going past 45 degrees on the globe model. But the fact that they have it at 864,000 miles diameter, if it passes 45 degrees, it's game over, man. I mean, just to be safe, 46, but it almost certainly will. I haven't even done the test yet, but it almost has to, man. If you draw it on paper, if you draw the flat and the globe right next to each other with the angles, it has to cross 46. In my mind, it does anyway, but I want to see it in real life.
It's funny sometimes that simplicity can be like better than a kick in the balls. I really learnt that last night over at Gems with Rumpus. Now Rumpus tried to sort of make out to me that I didn't understand physics, and I brought him to such a simple thing, which was water in a fish tank. And they always mock that. But as we dug into it, they all conceded that the surface, the plane of the surface of that still body of water in the fish tank would be horizontal, even, flat. They conceded it. And it's like, and then they'll say, oh, that comports with the globe model and everything. But regardless, sort of that thing of that flat earthers don't understand scale. They're not the real scientists. They don't have the data. They don't have a map. They don't have a model. And then it's just so easy to try to put us down. But if you can just come with simplicity, facts, objectivity, empiricism, just keep kicking them in the balls. and always
have
attack
models,
the globe.
man.
I
Why do
know,
they
but
say we don't?
it's just really. I had that realization last night because that's what I ended up. He said you have a childlike understanding, and I said, well, that proves that even a child could defeat you and your arguments.
Oh my God, dude! Did you see Mitchell from Australia doing the globe debunking the globe? Like it shows them stepping on their just contradicting themselves in 2 sentences and then double contradicting. But I'm sitting here talking to Rumpus to back you up on that. I'm sitting here talking to Rumpus, and Rumpus defines the force as something that can put something in motion. Is something that moves something. And then I ask him the next sentence, I'm like, well, can you move something with heat, Rumpus? And he says, yeah. And I'm like, well, it's a force. The way you just define it, it's a force. If a force is something that moves something else, energy that moves something, then heat's a force. He's like, no, it's not a force. I'm like, he's just stepping on his tongue, man, contradicting himself, depending on the argument, man. It's insane.
Yeah, well, I think all truth is revealed in time. So, yeah, I mean, everything that is not true will continue to fall away and be revealed. And I think,
hope so.
Well, I think it's the nature of lies is that they always will crumble. So, yeah, like
at some point, yeah. Hopefully sooner or that rather than later.
When they ask for a model, what are they asking for, man? I mean,
like Jeremy says, when Jeremy says to people, he's like, "You're not going to get away with this."
They need a way to visualize it. People have no imagination or any ability to see this, so they're like, "Okay, give me some way to see this because I'm having trouble here." And so when they think of matter anything, they think of a plate that's hovering in space, kind of like a flattened ball, really. But I'd go with
to see a model. I automatically think of the planets, the sun, the moon, and all that. And so you just send them to Steve Torrance's channel. He's got terabytes of data and has it mapped out in a model, of what Mars does for 50 years, what Jupiter does, how they go overhead, and how, and you could see how it's a clock when you look at these things, and it looks good too. It ain't all. If you look at the globe model, if you imagine the way that shit works, it's a jumbled up fucking, mess, man. Flat Earth, it's geometric, it's gorgeous, man. And what the hell on the globe model has 18-year cycles, like the solar cycle with the eclipses, 18 years they repeat.
I thought
what happens on a globe that could repeat? There's no 18-year orbits or I mean, what the hell is their explanation for that?
I thought there was no single flat Earth model.
The solar cycle's been working for over 5,000 years, man, and nothing's changed. An astrolabe dictates where everything was, and will be. How can we be paralleling in multiple different manners?
Amen, brother. But I'm wondering how they're explaining an 18-year cycle. They explain everything with orbits and angles and shit.
Well, that's that the nodes, the lunar nodes, they're actually in a 19-year retrograde cycle. So they're always moving retrograde, and they take 19 years to make one complete cycle. Is that the one you're talking about, the nodes?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the solar cycle on a level plane, the way he had just described it, and I just don't understand how they can have a cycle like that.
I thought they were competing models for flat Earth. There's no one.
There are
claiming a
there
model.
are competing models.
Well, Brian just invoked a model, single.
You're thinking of models or an actual, just a concept? Like, there's a difference, man. People seem to think that the AE map with the sun going around it, like, that's a scientific model. Like, it's just conceptual, man. It's just a way of describing what we see. It might be incorrect.
Yeah, well, if you take that model, if you take the model from Steve Torrance and you line it up with with almanacs, it's perfect. I mean, it's flawless. There's nothing wrong with it, dude. It's a different explanation, but there's nothing. It's a perfect model, man. It's observing real life and plotting it as we see it. You know, it's got a couple of its own explanations. The way the globe has some of their explanations of anomalies. So it has a couple explanations, but it works. It contorts. I mean, it works with reality.
Yeah.
Well, when you model something, you can model the way that it looks to the eye, the way that it behaves, the way that you think it looks. Like when we model perspective, we basically show something that appears to be ramping up, like the train tracks. But conceptually, we know that it's a flat level surface. We don't actually say that it's ramping up. So that's modeling something the way that it looks or the way it appears to be presented to the observer in the eye. So there's different ways to model something. But if you're modeling the general layout, the North Pole would be in the center with the continents radiating out, surrounded by a wall of Antarctic ice, and the flat models that I've seen, like AE Map or Gleason.
These are just concepts as well, man. You can't call that a model.
Yeah, well, that would cover the fact that that would basically cover how the compasses appear to point to what appears to be one location, an otherwise central location. Otherwise, how would they all point to the same, area? And if all continents have a northern and or southern section, from those two principles, you would derive a model where the North Pole would be in the center and the continents would radiate out from that point like a clock.
So he mapped it like that because that's the map he has offered. And but yeah, I agree with what he just said. It doesn't prove anything. And that's what they asked me, what y'all don't have a model. Where's your model? And I tell them this and I post it for them and all that. And then like 2 weeks later, or maybe a little longer than that, but the same people will be like, in the debate channels, where's your model? Where's your model? Like they just totally forgot all about the model. I shut them down.
Invoking perspective is kind of, I don't think it really works for you guys. Like the way you say that, like the illusion of the sun setting is created by the perspective of it traveling further away. I think that's a little.
I wouldn't say it's an illusion. It's the effect of the sun. Like if you have a local sun, let's just say for a minute the sun is 4,000 miles up. They claim the radius of the globe Earth is 4,039.59. Let's just say that's the distance of the sun. Well, and whatever the sun is, it clearly is a circle that emits light. So no matter what. And my understanding of it is, yes, that's precisely what it would do. As it moves away from you, it's going to set due to perspective, the convergence line. It will cut off from the bottom up due to the limited angle at that distance. It also will be magnified. It can be magnified through the atmosphere layers, because when you have that happening, the angle between you, the ground, and the sun is getting smaller and smaller as it moves away from you over the plane. So that angle is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and it literally keeps reducing all the way to the point to which that sun can appear to cut off from the bottom up. But as that's happening, it's also getting further away, and it's getting so much further away that it's going through more layers of the atmosphere, the heat, the weather, the air, all of those layers. So that's why sunsets can have those incredibly, rich colors, and the sun can be magnified because it's going through more and more layers as it's moving away.
There was a couple of awesome sun fade outs this year. This year, one of them was from Afghanistan, an awesome sun fade out. So, no two sunsets are the same, man. They're like a fingerprint, man. You only get to see the sunset clean over the horizon about once a month, man. There's always a cloud deck there, but every once a month, maybe twice a month, you'll see a clean sunset. But the sun appears bigger on the horizon optically. It's just it's an I mean, they deny. Are you denying an atmospheric dome? Like I asked them to do trigonometry on the clouds that are about 12 miles away or right above the trees and shit. That doesn't work. Okay, with orthographic.
So I was just about to talk about
view the way they describe perspective. We have a dome around us that we view. Yeah, go ahead.
So I've watched sunset. So I recently watched the sunset in front of a lake, and so the sunset fell beyond the lake, and as it did so, there was a consistent cloud cover. So there was a like when you look at clouds and it's like it's sitting on a glass table, like they all are. Like a cloud system will appear to hover at the same altitude. You know what I'm talking about? Guys, you with me?
Yeah,
It seems to hover at the horizon. It does seem to.
Right. So if we sat there and watched, because we were on vacation and we had a hotel with a view, and we just watched the entire sunset. It was nice, and so the sun started above the clouds, then dipped below the clouds. And the thing about the clouds was, it lit the clouds from the bottom, so that at the beginning when we started watching, the clouds had gray bottoms, and then when the sun passed closer to the horizon, started to dip below, it lit the bottoms of the clouds, and the bottoms of the clouds turned pink. So it appeared to be illuminated from a light source that was physically lower than the clouds. So if you think that the sun is a light source that traverses in a circular motion above a flat Earth, I'm wondering how the light could get up and under the clouds in a sunset.
Well,
that's the same thing that makes it set. It's upward light refraction. Like my model, it's upward light refraction that over long, very, very long distances that makes the sunset period. Just perspective gets it to about 15, 20 degrees. But a little bit of upward light refraction it will gets it to set. But that same upward light refraction reflects off the bottom of clouds.
But the light source would have never actually been under the clouds.
My understanding.
Well, think about this.
Like as the way I was describing before, as that angle, like over a flat plane, like the sun above, that angle is getting lower and lower. It's also getting so far away that you're going to have local clouds that you can see, and then you're going to have the sun so far beyond that. And just like when you see a sunset, the light is coming. It looks like it's coming right at you from the ground, because the angle is so low and it's so far away. So it's basically that concept. So if you have I would say if you have the clouds that are local to you, like you're close in your little area, and then the sun is thousands of miles away, setting really far away, it is going to light up those clouds just in that fashion. It's not that the sun is under the clouds. It's simply that the angle is so reduced and the clouds are local. Therefore, you're going to get the light hitting the clouds just in that fashion.
But I don't think the angle can be reduced in that way. Like, I don't think it's possible for...
Yeah, let me make a point.
Oh, hold on. I don't think it's possible for a light source to be above something like a consistent cloud cover and illuminate it and actually like cast rays of light from a totally perpendicular direction. I've never seen that.
People have already demonstrated that you can light the underside of objects by having a light source above. Rob Skiba and other people have already demonstrated that. And also keep in mind that light spreads from the source. So you could have a higher light source that has light rays that spread from it like a V in all directions and hit the underside of the cloud. And as we know, light also diffracts around obstacles and kind of bends around the obstacle. It's not just one straight ray that goes in one direction without bending. So it looks like it's
easier than that, though.
On a flat surface anyway.
Easier than that. Think of the top of the trees off in the distance on the horizon. Okay, they're low to the horizon. You're looking dead straight out at them. Now, not even a cloud. Just think of the top of Just think of flying a kite, 10 foot high. Does the kite, the bottom of that kite, have an angle to the top of them trees? Yeah, and that's only 10 foot high. You're talking about clouds a couple miles in the sky. Now the point is if you can look up sun in the clouds, and they'll show pilots looking down at the sun, and that goes to that gunner's video. That shouldn't be, because it's daylight and it's dusk underneath the plane. Okay, he should not be looking down at a sun just from going a mile in the sky. It should be straight out, because he's 0 degrees to it. He should never be looking down to it until he goes like 10,000 miles or something.
Do you have one of your looks like you're a fan of these drawings. Do you have a drawing of how a consistent cloud cover could be illuminated from the bottom from a light source that is
You've never seen any of the demonstrations, dude? It's been demonstrated on several channels. You got the capability of pulling it up?
P-Brain has a good video about is it Mount Rainier or some shit, and he shows you the clouds lit from the anti-crepuscular rays.
yeah, how Mount Rainier debunks a globe. They thought it debunked a flat Earth, but upon closer look, it debunks a globe.
No, it don't.
So I'm just asking. I'm asking. So obviously I haven't seen.
Yeah, I'll post something for you, man.
I gotta say, this room is much more pleasant than the 24/7 Flat Earth 2.0.
In the chat, I put a drawing that shows what could be happening. It's a little hard to see. I apologize, but it says, "How can there be shadows under the clouds?" Yeah, got the sun over there to the left just to guide you through the photo or the drawing that was made. Then you have the ground underneath with the mountain poking out a little over to the right there. Notice how the sunlight is. We're in live stream too. What's your name? I'll at you so you can go to the chat. What's your name?
We're in one right now, Lemon. We're in live stream 1. Lemon, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear.
Gotcha.
I don't. How can there be shadows under the clouds? So I'm not asking how could there be shadows under the clouds. I'm asking the opposite. How could clouds appear to be illuminated from the bottom when the light source is coming from the opposite direction?
The medium itself refracts the light back up.
The medium itself?
Hold on, I'm about to post it, man. But I'm about to post one way. There's a few different ways, but I'm about to post one. It's just I'm having to dig through a lot of shit to get to it.
Did you not? Did you guys post the Skiba video?
What's the medium?
Atmosphere.
The
air.
The air.
Yeah, I'll post that. That's a good one. I'll post that one.
So in the drawing that I just posted on live stream 1, it says, "How can there be shadows under the clouds?" You're asking how the clouds could appear to be underlit?
Yeah, illuminated from the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, the way I describe this, I mean, I was trying to.
The air. So the air illuminates.
Hold on, real quick. I'll just say if Lemon wants to describe his, he can. But I'm posting this one. This is one that obviously it's just ridiculously simple. I think I actually made this in Paint. But the sun, as it passes over you, like due to perspective, just like, for example, in this one, like the lights in the hallway. So even though the sun would be at the same altitude in this idea, as it's moving away in your visual field, it will appear to be setting. And so as it's setting at your angle, the light is literally coming from that altitude to your region, meaning the sun is literally lighting up. Like when you're looking at a sunset, it's lighting up your face, meaning the light is coming right from that sun to you. Therefore, like I was saying before, if you have local clouds, the sun being at that angle to your position, to your local area, can literally light clouds from underneath.
But Geo, that's what I'm saying. So in your diagram, the sun is literally setting. I'm asking for a model of why why in your view it appears to be setting, but in this MS Paint, the sun is actually getting lower.
Have you seen this one? It has to do with the perspective matrix. See, it has to do with that one shows.
Yeah, I've seen
the GIF, and then this one shows how things that are actually parallel, meaning the ground and the sun, will from a third person perspective will look like straight parallel lines of the sun over a flat earth type of thing. But from your perspective, they will converge. Therefore, something that's going flat over the plane in your visual field will actually set and will converge.
Gio, you know it's just optical, right? There needs to be a physical reason why the light is moving a certain place.
So, as we know,
hold on.
Objects. So you're making it sound like the cloud cover would be this table that would totally cover the layer of light coming from the sun. That's not quite accurate. As we know, light diffracts and effectively wraps around objects, including these clouds. It passes through these objects. Some rays of light will be filtered through, some will be blocked. This thing that you're implying that the underside of clouds would have effectively no light is a little off. We would be suffused in the airy medium that we're in by light from all quarters as the sun passes over us. And the cloud layer is not this table that gives full covering from the sun overhead totally. That's just ridiculous. So there would be some light that would hit the underside of the clouds anyway, unless you can show that the cloud layer is totally covering like a table overhead. That's a little off.
So that's, I'm posting something. Can you take this drawing and show me exactly what's happening when the clouds appear to be underlit? Oh, can I not post? I can't post images.
While he's doing that, I saw about.
Can I not post? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Just quickly, I saw about a month ago. I wish I'd taken a photo of it. I saw a sunset over the ocean. The sun had completely disappeared. The clouds in the sky were illuminated on the top, but not the bottom. So there's an anomaly for you guys to explain.
Can I be given a role to post images, or is that too much to ask?
Yep. Yeah, I'll give it to you. Just 1 second. All right. I think, yeah, you should be good now.
So that's
I posted Rob's Kiva, and in the one video, it shows how the sun stays the same size. It shows how it sets, and it backs up the proof of how with weathermen, with real, with mainstream ideas of what the atmosphere does. He does uses the same setup they do, and shows the lensing, and so he uses an explanation from mainstream, not completely in line with mainstream, but an explanation from mainstream that explains their globe, applies it to a flat plane, and shows how the sun sets. Okay, it shows how the light hits the bottom of clouds. He demonstrates it, and it's plain as day. It's not shady shit.
Can you explain that to me, or can someone?
I just posted the video. It's real simple, man. It's a good video to watch, man. It's pretty common sense. Once you see it, you're like, damn, I can't believe I didn't fucking understand that. You're gonna wish you had your B8. You're gonna hit yourself in the forehead when you see it. He applies a lot of common sense and a lot of shit that we see day-to-day basis for an explanation. Doesn't prove it. It shows that it's possible. It's a very possible explanation. It's nothing crazy. It's not going out on a limb. You could even say it's a probable explanation, but
okay. Well, I can't.
Yeah, I don't want to repeat myself too many times, so I'll just say this last time on this topic, and then I won't say anything further. But just because I'm just describing it the way that I understand it. So in that same idea before of the angle, like I was saying, getting lower and lower as the sun's setting due to perspective. But this just kind of shows the idea of having like over that little kind of hemispherical circle on this map. That would be the idea of like your kind of personal atmospheric dome kind of thing, like your own person, the field of view. So again, like if you had clouds, like let's say you're over here in Africa and you've got some clouds right in your sky, like above your town or above your city, or even just 10, 20 miles offshore or whatever, that's pretty close to your local area. However, the sun is, like I said, a couple thousand miles away. It might be up over, South America. So the angle of it is going to be really reduced, and it's going to be going through a lot of layers, and the sun might be setting. So that the angle of that light coming to you due to perspective, will be coming at you and therefore can light the local cloud region in that same fashion.
No, but the underside, specifically the underside of the clouds, which
Did
wouldn't
you
be possible
watch
in
the
your
Rob
description.
Skiba video?
No, I just said I can't watch a video right now.
Okay.
Just what he's saying. Think about the tree line in the distance.
Does
and
he
me flying a
describe?
kite
Does he
10 foot
describe
high.
it
Do you
as
have an angle? Does the bottom
So-
of the kite have an angle to the tree line? Yeah, it does. So if the sun is down on the horizon for whatever reason it got there, that's where it's at, and it's got an angle to stuff above our eye line. It's
What is
hard
he
to explain
saying?
on
Is
the
this
Zoom.
the one Brian posted? You mean, Riggs?
No, the one I posted, or any of them. Like, you guys have been talking about this for a while, and I heard Skiba before, and we're still talking about it, and he hasn't even watched the video, so I posted it again and asked if he's watched it.
Gotcha.
So,
It's funny. I was just looking for that video, and I've seen some of
Is
Rob
that-
Stevens' video. They got on the lake when the weathermen and the experts called the Chicago skyline a mirage. They literally got out on a boat and drove across Lake Michigan and filmed it the whole way to show that it wasn't a mirage. I'm like, dude, that's dedication right there. But I mean, you could look at it, and any idiot who thinks it's a mirage is not thinking clearly. Like if you're on a globe, you could have another explanation, but you wouldn't call it a mirage because you're looking at it plain as damn day.
So, Gio, are you? I don't want to press the point if you think you're not. If you think you're repeating yourself.
No, I'm fine. I just don't want to keep repeating it, but I just wanted to share that last image because I think it just has to do with the angle of the sun. Like when you have a sundial, the sundial is a flat disc. It's a little planar surface, and then it has what's called a gnomon, which is the little rod, and the rod essentially reflects the sunlight. So you're going to get a shadow. Depending on what season it is, what time of year it is, you're going to get a different angle and a different position of that shadow. So that's basically showing the angle of the light that's coming from the sun is going to create that shadow.
Okay,
And
Gio,
so if you combine that angle with on a planar surface, like I said, with different cloud arrangements, you're going to get these different lighting effects, and they're all local lighting effects ultimately.
So Gio, I guess I just don't understand. Like, I understand that from a first-person perspective, things can appear to reduce in altitude when they don't actually do so. But the light source coming up and under and illuminating something in the opposite direction from its actual position has still not yet been explained.
So you buy that a laser beam is curving around a ball, but you can't buy that perspective can shine light on the bottom of the sun. I mean, don't you got to go 69 miles on a globe to get 1 degree? Wouldn't the clouds have to be 69 miles in the air?
Hold on, this
Riggs already put the drawing in the chat that shows the sun overhead. The light rays spread out and appear to escape the underside of the cloud. And as we know, since light diffracts with a D, it wraps around an obstacle, effectively bending around the cloud and potentially under it, skating the underside of the cloud. So we don't have a problem either way.
I mean, I don't know exactly about that.
Just to be clear, this is how you think light works? Here?
Yeah, man, it's
How light
just refraction of light, dude. That's all it is.
Refraction.
The
diffraction.
Well-
Diffraction with the D means that the light wraps around an obstacle.
Okay.
When
well,
light bends around an
I don't
obstacle,
deny
that's called
diffraction, but refraction is the reason that it is specifically under the clouds.
So this if light worked this way, when light shines down through, like, you get like the God rays when storm clouds are going by.
I'll post the video again, man.
Light rays appear to come to emanate directly from the source in all other circumstances. And like if you shine a flashlight into the middle of the night, it comes directly out of the direction the flashlight is pointing. Like, I don't see light bending and doing all this weird stuff, bending up, down, and upside down like
Look
this.
up the definition of diffraction, and one of them is light bending around an obstacle, which means that by logical extension, it can skate under the underside of a cloud and kind of bend under it and skate the underside. So you can look at the
So I
definition
understand
of
I understand that light can bend, but I don't think that it can bend in this case. That's what I'm sort of asking the room.
Well, if
There's
you want
three
an
other
answer,
explanations
you
for
got
it.
an answer. But
There's
if
three
you're
other
just not gonna
explanations, man.
believe it, then that's on you.
So if you look at the light at the bottom of clouds, there's different ways it happens. Not only one or two, there's a few different ways it happens. And that's why we see different lightings at the bottom of clouds.
Yeah.
How can it work on a globe? How can it work on a globe when you only got 1 degree of curvature over 69 miles? How are you getting upward light, at just a mile
that's
high?
a good argument, but
Yeah, because the clouds are quite high, and even though it sets from the perspective of the observer, it's actually still beaming across the horizon to illuminate higher objects, in this case clouds. So
Well, think about this. Okay, so the sun is at 93 million miles away. If I'm standing on the ground, I'm looking 90 degrees, right? And I got to go a long way. As long as I keep that angle, it's going to be overhead. It'll follow me, right? It should
So I
follow me
actually-
for at least 20,000 miles before it
I'm not
changes
trying to
degrees.
I'm not trying to be difficult. I don't know what. Could you try to explain
what
that?
game are you playing first?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, think about if you're looking at the light straight ahead, okay, as long as you keep that angle, if
Straight-
you move up or down, it should stay straight a line of sight, right? If it's
You're talking
if it's,
about like if you took an elevator straight up, is that what you mean?
or down. And I mean, if it's 93 million miles away, it's going to follow me up or down. As long as I don't change angles, that sun is going to be straight out ahead of me if it's 93 million miles away, correct? If it's 0 degrees on the horizon. But if you go up in an airplane, you could see videos of the sun setting underneath the airplane, under the clouds. Then the airplane's above the clouds, and you see dusk down below. It's still daylight. It's almost nighttime, but it's like twilight, dusk, so that sun should be straight ahead. Okay, if I'm only up a mile or two, and it's 93 million miles away, it should not have changed angles, man.
Well, no. So this just supports my point, which is, yeah, the sun is dipping below the horizon because it actually is traveling beyond the horizon of a spherical globe, and which would illuminate for a brief time objects that are quite high.
What game are you playing?
For it to be a globe, there has to be curvature in the first place, man.
What game are you playing?
What does that mean? What game am I playing?
Are you playing a video game? I hear a lot of typing in the background when you talk.
Oh, I thought
you seem distracted, like you're playing a game.
I'm actually working.
Okay. Well, when can you watch this specific video I posted, the latest post in the live stream text?
Here, I'll just hit play.
There you go. It is 3 minutes long.
Hardcore.
But if I'm looking at the sun, on the horizon, okay, and then I'm looking up above me, and the bottom of the clouds are lit.
Hold on. I'm
the
watching
clouds should have a 0 degree angle, man. On a globe, the clouds should have a 0 degree angle, the same as I have. If you look at it, clouds out in front of me, they should have a downward angle. So it should be double impossible. Y'all are missing the point that wherever the sun's at, it's not supposed to be moving. So if you keep that angle, then it's, if you keep that same angle, as long as you don't tilt, you can go up or down all you want, man. You could go up to the clouds. It wouldn't work on a globe, man, is my point.
Not much does. Not a lot of shit works on the globe.
Now, if it's clouds behind me, you could maybe make that argument, kinda. But I mean, I don't see how, because the sun would be blocked by the horizon. But if the clouds are behind me, they'd be angling a little bit facing the sun. But the clouds out in front of me are supposed to be pointing down a little bit more. Now, no matter how little, it's supposed to be pointing down, angling the bottom of it away from the sun. But point being is, if I'm looking at the sun on the horizon, then I could go up to the clouds. The sun shouldn't change angles, man. It should stay right in front of me and follow me up there. But it doesn't in real life. I don't see why nobody understands this on the globe.
It is a lot to take in. Even on the flat side, people don't really. They just kind of know something's happening, but they don't know exactly.
Well, yeah, I think it's part of the mystery of being a human. I mean, I think since the dawn of time, the heavens have always been a source of mystery and wonder, and we're just mortal humans. So it's kind of an age-old, ancient thing in terms of what we see in the sky and trying to understand all of it. I think the Earth we can actually measure directly and observe it since we're on it, but the sky is always going to be something separate. Of course, NASA and the whole mainstream model today, you know, they claim that they've discovered, oh, you know, that there's planets out there and there's a vacuum. So they're kind of like trying to own the skies. They're trying to take the mystery out of it and say that they're probing it or whatever. So if you choose to believe them, you can. But I would say in reality, they haven't. There is no such space out there. So I think they're limited as to how high they can go. So it's just as much of a mystery to them as it is to us at the end of the day.
Them
Bro,
idiots
I
claimed.
think it
Have
might
y'all heard
be.
they claimed that they landed on an asteroid? They actually made a claim that they landed a freaking probe on a freaking asteroid, dude. What a joke,
Bro,
dude!
We
Like,
lost him.
I think it might be as extreme as all these things above us are created to back up the bullshit model that we're being fed. It might be as extreme as that. That this place is all that shit above us has been fucking generated for however long through ancient technology just to back up a bullshit story about this globe and spinning spheres and rocks in space. Like it could be as deep as that, I think.
Thoughts, questions?
I think I'd like to see that with the sun with light much higher.
With the sun much higher. Well, that's the thing. Okay, is that the sun would literally just be the same angle, you know, so it wouldn't matter. You can create the effect.
Well, no,
scale.
it would be a different angle.
Really? Why is that?
Yeah. Well, if it was higher, it would cast a different angle than if it was lower.
You can't have the same angle?
No,
At a smaller scale.
So between any 2 points in relation to a plane, the angle would be steeper if the light source was higher than if it was lower.
Can't recreate the angle is what you're saying.
No, I didn't say you can't. But what I'm saying is
Okay.
that's quite low. And
Is that what he did?
And it was
Yes
on a
or
white.
no?
Here's why I ask is because he did that on all of the surfaces were white. So the reflection, it's just as likely that the reflection off of the white table is doing that.
no, dude, he made a video right after that. He put a black piece of paper down, bro. Look,
Oh,
you're
did he?
digging for excuses, bro. It's not a reflection, man. He made a video right after that and put a black piece of construction paper down. 2 different channels did that. Rob Skiba and P-Brain. Because people said it's reflecting. Just looking for excuses, man.
Did they do it with a higher light source? Just curious, or is it the same?
Dude, it's been shown a few different ways, bro. The fact of the matter is it could reflect off water. That's one way. Another way is upward light refraction. We see it with laser beam demonstrations. Dr. John D., a PhD in optics, proved there's upward light refraction. Okay, it doesn't happen every day. What would be impossible is for it to work on a globe. If you really think about it, the devil's always in the details. It could not work on a globe. You'd have to go 20,000 miles high. If I'm looking at the sun on the horizon, there's no possible way on a globe that it could shine up toward the clouds. I mean, it's parallel rays, right? Across the entire Earth. You're thinking that they're supposed to angle up in 1 mile?
Yeah, it doesn't.
When they're parallel across the whole Earth?
Even if I'm not asking you that you accept the globe model right here, but that what you're describing actually would work if the globe model were real.
How?
Because the sun would essentially be cast shining light that from an observer would appear to be coming up, because
Right.
the sun would
and
have below the
how
horizon.
how much angle does the sun have to work with while doing so?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, just think about it. It would have to be between the clouds and the ground, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So how much angle is that in totality?
Like I said, I don't have that off the top of my head.
We'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say 1 degree.
Well, it depends on the altitude of the cloud cover.
Well, what about the thousands of miles of clouds the sun is escaping to shine underneath?
What about the thousands of miles of clouds the sun is escaping?
Yes.
What do you mean by that? Sun is escaping?
So let's just say that clouds only exist where you're at. You know, like they say the rain cloud follows you. And then everywhere else there's no clouds. I say that what you're talking about is possible. But that's not reality. Reality is there's clouds everywhere and at many different altitudes. And even if you had only clouds above you and nowhere else, your angle of incidence would be so small, less than a degree. And the phenomena of sun shining under the clouds would come and go within a moment.
Oh yeah, it definitely does.
It's nowhere near a degree, Rick. If you think about it, the radius of that circle of the sun's rays is 93 million miles. So the circumference of that circle is an unbelievably big number, and so that 5,000 feet between the Earth and the clouds, if you work that out as a degree of that circumference, you're going to be talking 0.0000000 something of a degree.
I know. I'm just, for the sake of understanding, I'm not trying to throw a huge number at him.
Yeah, it's just like your point is so magnified in all of this.
It would be more rare than any type of eclipse to see a phenomena like that, and then it would come and go instantly, or it'd be like a flash of light if you're lucky.
It does. I mean, if you've ever watched the sunset, it comes and goes very quickly.
Not here, it doesn't.
You
Sometimes it's an hour and a half.
You got to remember, it's the sun that's said to be staying still on a globe model, so the angle would never change. It's only tilting the globe, tilting the Earth on a heliocentric model. You'd have to tilt the Earth to get the angle to change.
Yeah,
you know, if I could,
in the
that's
globe
precisely
model, the
what
sun's
the globe
moving.
model is doing.
The sun's moving at 500,000 miles per hour, supposedly, on its own orbit round its path round the Milky Way.
Sure. Yeah.
No, I mean, as far as the parallel light rays is what I was talking about is what they claim, that the light's coming in parallel. You know, if the light's coming in parallel, then it just doesn't work, man. If I'm looking at the sun on the horizon, there's no way it could possibly hit the bottom of clouds. It's impossible. And I've seen it.
Well, he thinks that somehow there's a big gap in the clouds and the sun is just able to squeeze itself between there and shine underneath the clouds.
Riggs, man, the sun is a sniper. Didn't you know?
Yeah, it's a sniper with Coriolis shooting upwards.
So if you assume, like if you were to suppose a globe Earth model, what I'm describing would be possible.
It would only be possible if the sun were underneath the horizon by a degree, and it would have to be like it'd have to be going through a valley to even get a quarter of a degree of upward light refraction. Think about it.
No, it doesn't have to go through a valley.
Think about it. 69 miles for 1 degree of on a globe. 69 miles for 1 degree. Now, if that light's coming in parallel, but the point is, I've seen the light shine on bottom of clouds with the sun on the horizon. Okay, at 0 degrees, basically. 1 degree. I've seen it shine on clouds out in front of me, which are supposed to be angling more toward the sun.
So
nose down.
My point was that after the sun is set, the clouds are illuminated from underneath, which would be incommensurate with the light source above.
Bro, draw it on paper one time just for the fun of it. Like, it's good as scale as you can get on
It's
the
actually,
paper.
yeah, I already did. Yeah.
And draw the sun.
What angle is that?
Pretend the sun's
After the
down
sun
the
is
road.
set, what angle is that? That it's lighting up the clouds.
The angle depends on whatever cloud cover you're talking about. Like the
Okay,
angle.
let's say regular cloud cover. What's the clouds?
What do you mean?
What height are
regular
clouds at? Like 10,000 feet?
Clouds can be at any altitude.
Any altitude?
Going in different directions.
Really?
Sure.
So it can be 500,000 feet up?
With the game I'm playing?
Within the atmosphere.
Apex Legends.
Nice.
Why?
Within the atmosphere. They could be at any altitude. The atmosphere
Kinda
extends
cool,
past
huh?
the moon.
Yeah, it's cool.
Have you seen clouds beside the moon?
I don't think that's correct.
Local illumination.
I don't
Around the
think you're
clouds.
correct, man. You need to, speak with, mean what you say and say what you mean. No, clouds cannot be anywhere in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. Okay?
What's bullshit about that? Clouds could be in the atmosphere.
Not anywhere in the atmosphere. You're wrong.
Okay.
Do you want to run that back?
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so you're fine with being wrong. You're content in your, in your incorrectness.
When I
your
say
erroneous
atmosphere,
rhetoric.
Ignorance.
No.
Well,
All right.
Iron,
Good talk.
Iron,
What's up?
have you ever thought how planets form?
I've wondered.
Does
Yeah,
it make
bro.
sense to you?
Change your name from Irom to Irong.
Does anyone have any aloe vera? I just got burned.
Aloe vera won't
Let me-
treat it, man.
So if you picture the sun as 0 degrees, it's sitting on the horizon, and you call it 0 degrees, and you went up as high as the ISS and kept the same orientation, what would the sun's angle be to you then? If you kept the same exact orientation from the ground at 0 degrees, what would be your angle to the sun at the height of the space station?
How can I know that off the top of my head? I have no idea.
It's 0 degrees, bro. It's still 0
No
degrees.
difference.
The sun's rays are supposedly coming in parallel, and 93 million miles away, you'd have to go about 10,000 miles to get a degree. It might be a little more than that. On your globe model, the rays are coming in parallel, so the sun will follow you all the way up to the ISS. The fact of the matter is
sun will follow.
Having said that, you think that you're getting the bottom angle from the sun sitting on the horizon hitting the bottom of clouds, when the fact of the matter is you don't have the angle. It's not mathematically possible. I'm trying to just give you an example.
Well, it's mathematically possible at like 0 point whatever it is, but he's not going to admit to that. He's not even going to give you a height for a cloud, for God's sake. This guy's scared.
Oh, you want me to just name a height?
Yeah, what height are clouds at?
Give
me one height.
20,000 feet.
Alright, 20,000
Yeah.
feet. Now, what angle would you need for the sun to... It's below the horizon, right? It's set.
Mhm.
So, what angle would you need for the sun to be lighting up the clouds after it has set?
I have no
20,000
idea.
feet.
How can you expect me to have that figure off the top of my head? I would have to do the math.
Well, you're claiming it's the sun, right?
Yeah,
Have you thought about it at all?
You have to really think about this, man.
Okay.
Alright, so now you have your homework.
So, help me out. What am I missing? Are you saying that even if globe Earth did exist, that this wouldn't be possible? Is that what the case you're trying to make?
100. If the sun's on the horizon and you could see it, and at the same time you're seeing clouds over it, yeah, impossible. 100%.
I'm saying it's possible with
impossible.
refraction. That's what's causing it to be lit up for a long time. Plus, light is reflecting off of everything. You know, it's reflecting off the water. Who knows? That probably mixes in with the refraction, considering there's a shit ton of water in the air. And for you to just think it's a geometric thing, you know, the angle of the sun after it's set hitting the clouds is just bullshit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You correct. Yeah, you corrected me. I stand corrected. Geometrically, it would be impossible on the heliocentric model.
Yeah, it doesn't meet up with the geometry. That's why I was asking you about the angle from the beginning.
So I'm still a little confused. Are you saying that what I'm describing couldn't exist if the world were round? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Why do you say that?
I'm going to repeat it again. There is a very small gap between the cloud layer and the ground, because the ground is the physical obstruction from the sun.
Sure.
The Earth is spinning backwards, okay? Backwards in orientation of the sun, and it has to squeeze all the way around the globe, right? Thousands of miles at a very specific angle to hit underneath your particular cloud, while escaping all the clouds and atmosphere along the way. And whatever's happening there, like rain, dust, whatever.
Sure.
So you're saying a very, very unique phenomena over thousands of miles, more rare and more intricate than like an eclipse,
It's not
is
that rare.
happening.
You just need a clear day.
No, I'm
Clear day is
saying
not rare.
due to the angle and the common obstructions that would interfere with this angle, it's even more impossible than an eclipse. Far more.
I don't understand.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, I don't think it's impossible.
Let me put it like
I
this.
detailed why.
Because like
Let me put it
I've
like
seen sunsets and stuff, and you know the light has been shining in my eyes and going slowly as the sun's setting. So I don't think it's impossible to have, you know, a sky clear enough wherein the sun.
Well,
the
okay,
light is
over
going
thousands of miles, if you can have a regular clear day over thousands of miles,
course you
sure.
can. Yeah, absolutely you can. That's not that
Okay.
rare of a thing. A clear day. No, that's not rare.
Let me
I
put it
didn't
like
say
this.
a clear day.
Picture a laser beam, okay? Picture a laser beam sitting on a table. The laser beam sitting on a table, okay, of slightly curved, not much table, just barely fucking arced, okay? And then you have a picture, let's say, just picture a card, you know, 3 cards, you know, 2 on their side, 1 on top. So you got a little archway, okay? And you're a little tiny person. You're just a little BB underneath that little arch that you just made. So you got a laser sitting on the table, and right there next to it, you could shine up and hit the bottom of the card. Okay, now move that laser at that same angle. Move it to the end of your city. Do you think you're going to be able to shine from up underneath and hit the bottom of that card?
Right.
From
It's just like
from the
that.
next city over.
Yeah. What in principle is preventing that? Are you just saying because it would likely be obstructed? Is that what you're saying?
No, the angle would be so extreme. Even if you could do it, it could only be for a moment.
Yeah, I'm only saying it happens for about a moment. Like
No,
when you watch the sunset
when that
fly,
happens, it happens over an extended period of time, especially where I'm at.
so it's not so rare.
Absolutely, it's not rare. It's a very common occurrence.
Have you never heard of those noctilescent, I think is the way you describe it, where it's nighttime but the clouds are so high that they're picking up some light from the sun? I'm not sure
Yeah.
how many miles high they are, but it's a rare occurrence for to actually see them.
Come on, guys.
I'm sure that's how you describe it,
What's up, Silent?
noctilescent, I think.
My point is that all you're going to get is parallel rays from you know, a few miles down the road. That laser beam, that tiny little, that couple inches, that when you're right up underneath it, you had a 45-degree angle to shine the laser up and hit the bottom of the archway. But a mile down the road or 2 miles down the road, you've got absolutely no angle at all to hit the bottom of that card.
What's up, Silent?
Yeah, what's up, Silent?
Sorry, guys, I'm hot micing. Apologize.
No, but what's up? How was your ride today?
I'm at home, so
Cool,
for the
man.
next
That's
3
good.
days.
It's always good to hear you get home. It's dangerous on the roads, you know.
Yeah, good. It's good.
Iron has been asking about how the sun can, what he thinks that the sunlight is lighting the underside of clouds. So we've all given him pretty thorough explanations, but maybe he wants to hear your viewpoint as well.
Is this the author of the video?
Yo, Iram, I got a question for you.
Okay.
So Jupiter in our night sky is super bright, right? And it's, you know, far as fuck from the sun. Compared to Earth, it's way farther. On Earth, the sun is like half a degree in terms of its angular size in our field of view, right?
The
Now,
sun is a half a degree. What's that? What's that now?
half a degree in the angular size of the sun in our field of view is about half a degree, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know that. I'll take your word for it. Sure.
Okay, so given that that Jupiter is so much farther from the sun than we are, you would expect that in the field of view it's going to be like, you know, a fraction, maybe like 0.1 degree or something like that. I don't know. Not even, maybe 0.05 degrees in terms of the field of view, in terms of the angular size. How come Jupiter is so bright in our night sky when it's so far away from the sun?
Because it reflects the light from the sun.
Did you not hear what I just said?
Are you trying to say that it's too like it would appear too small no matter what? Is that what you're trying to say?
The sun is super small in terms of the angular size on Jupiter. Why is it reflecting the light so much?
You're saying if you could be an observer on Jupiter, the sun would be very small. Is that what you're saying?
The sun, yeah, it would be extremely small.
Okay.
Why is it so bright?
Well, it's still reflecting a lot of light.
Really?
Sure.
You think something that's like maybe, 0.02 degrees in terms of the angular size is going to reflect the light onto Jupiter that bright?
I don't. In principle, why do you think that is impossible?
Doesn't it sound like unlikely to you? Does that not raise a flag in your eyes?
No.
In your mind?
Not necessarily. But what are you getting at exactly? I'm not even saying.
What do you
wrong,
think I'm getting at?
No. I mean, because
Jupiter's a gas giant. It's not even solid. It's gas.
Yeah. You have this cloud of gas that's reflecting it super bright.
It would be 0.0496 in angular size. It'd be damn near to angular limit.
Thank you. 0.0496. So almost
what is angular limit?
Invisible.
That's figuring it at 1 billion miles away.
You're saying that the sun would be invisible from Jupiter?
Almost invisible.
Almost invisible. I don't think so.
Well, he just gave you the numbers. Do you doubt it?
Yeah, because I don't know what those numbers are pertaining to.
The angular resolution of the eye is approximately 0.02 degrees. So basically, if you're getting the tangent of the angle being the height of the object, how big the sun is divided by the distance to the object, that's going to give you the tangent. And then when you put that in your calculator and take the arc tangent of that, if that's lower than 0.02 degrees, you technically shouldn't be able to see the object. Now, lit objects do break angular size rules and can be seen beyond those general guidelines, but that's basically a general math thing that they use to say whether you're able to make out an object and see it or not. So basically, that's the math that they use. The height of the object divided by the distance of the object, in this case, the sun's height, divided by the distance to the sun. You take the arctangent of that in your calculator, and if it spits out a degree that is lower than 0.02 degrees, then technically you shouldn't be able to see it unless it's lit or something else is going on.
Well, so you say the height of the sun. The sun is radiating tremendous amounts of energy in every direction. So when you say, it seems like you might be conflating the height of the edge of the gas of the sun versus the edge of the cloud.
Height?
Well, you did.
The height of the object, the sun would be deceptive.
Yeah, that's angle. That's the angle we measure. He's right.
Yeah, so that's
so
when the objects break angular size rules, because the corona of light that goes beyond the object when it's lit like a candle or something else appears to break those angular size rules. Yes.
Okay.
Basically, the opposite.
It would be a good experiment to see.
So there you go,
Brian. It would be a good experiment to see. If you could apply some lenses to make the sun smaller and see at what point it actually becomes imperceptible. Like, if it breaks the minimum angular resolution Rayleigh criterion type thing.
I mean, it might be that if you had some sort of, if you were observing with shielding from Jupiter, it would be indistinguishable. But really, what's most visible is all of the energy radiating from the sun.
Yeah, but there's still the inverse square rule for light applies to light as well. So if Jupiter is so much farther than Earth, and it's so much smaller, and indicative of that is the fact that it's so much smaller in your field of view. The angular size is so much smaller. You would expect that it wouldn't reflect the light so much, considering especially that it's gas.
Well, okay, but did I not?
So why is it so
bright? Oh, you seem to be shifting to a parallel challenge now.
No, I'm not.
Was that an acceptable answer I gave earlier?
What answer did you give?
about how the height of the edge of the gas in the sun might be one value, but really the total visible value might be much greater because of the energy radiating from it.
You're talking about glare?
It's not glare. Glare is a different thing, but I'm talking about like the sun appears to be much bigger. If you look at it with shielding, it appears to like be smaller, but really you're just shielding out the aura of all of the energy coming off of the sun.
Yeah, it's
You know
the
what I mean?
glare. You apply solar filter
glare
to get
is-
rid of the glare.
Yeah, okay, that's fine if you want to use the word glare.
So you're saying that because of glare? No, I'm talking about half a degree with a solar filter.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so it might be that on Jupiter, if you had a solar filter, the sun would be indistinguishable. But if you took the filter off, the totality of the sun and all of its energy would still be visible.
So you're saying that basically the atmosphere of Jupiter is accounting for the inverse square law, the like, you know, the fact that there's going to be less light, the attenuation of light and stuff like that, and magnifying the amount of light that you have, amplifying it such that it is making it super reflective.
No, I never said anything about the atmosphere of Jupiter.
That's sounds like what you're saying. So if you can please reiterate, maybe rephrase it.
Okay, I mean, I just said that it seems like it could be possible that if you looked at the sun with shielding from the distance of Jupiter, say anywhere in Jupiter's orbit, that the sun would become indistinguishable. But if you remove the shielding, really what you're looking at is the aura or the energy radiating from the sun in the form of visible light, so it could be much bigger.
Yeah, but why would you expect that is more than what we have on Earth?
More than? I mean,
yeah.
Well, we receive more energy from the sun because we're closer.
Exactly. So Jupiter would receive less because they're farther, right?
Sure, but it might still be, I mean, it is still a tremendous amount of energy.
How much?
Tremendous.
Sure. I mean, I don't have that figure off the top of my head.
Specific.
So you can make the qualitative claim, but you have no knowledge to the quantitative amount.
Yeah, this is what I've been hearing the whole conversation, to be honest.
I mean, do you disagree that a lot of solar energy hits Jupiter?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Hey, I was
According
wrong,
to your
man.
model, I would disagree that it's a tremendous amount, given the inverse square
Jupiter's
law of
only-
light, attenuation, extinction of light. I wouldn't say it's a tremendous amount of light.
Okay.
Hey, I was wrong. Jupiter's is like just under 500 million, but it's still only just right there, right under 0.1 degree. That's still very, very small, man.
Angular size
But,
of 0.1 degrees.
Yeah, 0.1.
I appreciate you doing the math, even though the
I
first time
based
brought
it on a
up.
billion. I based it on a billion, dude. I looked it up, and it's not that far. It's 465.4 million. So I redid it just to get it right. But that's still, dude. That's puny. That's still approaching the.
Is that in
the
its
limits
apogee or its perigee?
That's based on 465,400,000.
Tremendous amount is an impressive number.
Tremendous amount.
Well,
gotta
you
be-
expect me? Hold on.
you've gotta be impressed by that.
Did you expect me to know the wattage, the total wattage that
No,
I
I
think
just wanted to
hits Jupiter
work out.
hits Jupiter at any given time? I mean, come on.
No, I
be
just
real,
wanted
man.
you because you're questioning, you know, the flat Earth kind of conception, but it seems like you haven't questioned your own. You know, you haven't asked yourself why is Jupiter so bright when it's so goddamn far. You know, especially if it's a gas. How is gas reflecting this light when it's, you know, the inverse square law? You haven't. It seems like you haven't kind of like read about
What's
much
wrong
stuff at
in
all.
theory? What's wrong in theory with gas reflecting light?
No,
I mean,
it's
that's what a cloud is. That's what a
bro,
cloud is.
are you not listening to what I'm
You
saying?
got to-
Just
you-
listen
what's
to a little bit.
what's the albedo of Jupiter? I don't know. Any idea what the albedo of Jupiter is?
The what? Sorry.
Or any gas? Or any gas for that matter?
Sorry, that guy's
The
mic is really
albedo.
bad. Albedo? I don't know.
Of any gas.
Do you know what the albedo is? Like what an albedo is?
No.
Okay, albedos reflect like the reflectivity value. So different objects, different solids, different matter has different albedo. So find me what's Jupiter allegedly made of, and what's the albedo level of those gases. That'll give us an idea just how reflective it is.
That's something you might want to research if that's what your position would be.
That's the first time I've heard that word before.
Again?
The albedo, that's the first time I've ever heard that mentioned. Learn something new every day.
Dude, through the P1000, Saturn looks like a freaking. I'd be talking about Saturn. It looks like a spotlight. I mean, it looks so artificial, man. It ain't even funny.
Do you think that these other worlds are round?
Other worlds?
The other planets, the observable.
Yeah.
Planets.
You mean the light?
I think they're plasma, man. I think they're plasma.
What do you mean by other? That would mean that we're also a reflective light.
So whatever Saturn is, do you think that it's round?
I think it's plasma,
More or less.
and any light's going to look round. But
So Mercury, and Venus and Mars, and the visible
round or
solid
spherical?
planets. Yeah, round or spherical. Yeah. Oh,
They appear to be, but who knows?
I would say because we say round Earth, so spherical. Do you think
look at a square light through a zoom camera. You can look at a square light; it's still going to look round, dude, from any kind of distance at all. Only up close you're going to see the square. So it doesn't matter what shape it is; we're going to see it as round. But it could be round. But I think it's like plasma, or maybe like ionic, freaking like star in a jar type of shit.
That was a good point.
I don't think it's terra firma. I don't think it's solid.
The truth of the matter is to see something, to distinguish whether it's round or spherical, takes depth perception, takes another angle, another viewing angle. We don't have that. Relative to these lights in the sky, we only have one angle, and so we can't say definitively that it's spherical or even three-dimensional.
Yeah, like I don't think all the gold rained down from up above. So if you're a heliocentric model, you got to think that all the gold on Earth came down from up above and crashed in Earth at one point or another. All the copper crashed from above.
This is an interesting question I've never considered. So because in your model the sun is above a flat Earth, and let's say Saturn is visible in the northern hemisphere but not the southern hemisphere because of I guess you think that the reason you can see some planets some of the time and not others is because because of the perspective thing, right? So if you can see Saturn one day and you can't see Saturn the next, it's because the perspective has pushed it too close to the horizon to view. Is that right?
Show me Saturn directly overhead. I've never seen a planet directly overhead. Ever. I mean, I guess
planets used to be known as wandering stars, so we already know that the planets have irregular orbits compared to the rest of the stars, so they would have just circled out of view or just, become less visible as they circle over the flat plane in whatever course that they're going. But the main thing is you appear to be implying that whatever is going on with the Earth must be going on with the other wandering stars that we see, and that may not be the case. They may not be terra firma that we can land on. They appear to just be blobs of undulating light until you go to NASA and see their stylized imagery. So whatever those other things are is irrelevant compared to what the Earth is, but they appear to be blobs of undulating light.
So whatever they are, do they all emit their own light, or is anything reflected?
They appear to be different colors, so yeah.
So what?
I mean, they could be reflecting the sun too. I mean, we have no idea, man. These things are way, way too far. So all you know about them is just a story and then a correlated motion.
If they're reflecting the sun, so
could be.
What I'm getting at here is because the sun is above a flat Earth, and there's some nights during some months, a planet may be visible in one hemisphere and not the next, right? And I'm not saying sphere to invoke a sphere. I'm just saying what's colloquially known as spheres, right?
Sure about that with the planets. But look, even mainstream starting to come out and say all the stars and galaxies and shit are connected through filaments. So I think they're all being lit up, by the same source.
Can I get an answer?
So I did the math. So on Earth, the average density of solar radiation or energy is 1,367 watts per square meter. All right, and that's just outside of the atmosphere. So we're not talking about
That sounds
the
like a
opacity of the
tremendous
atmosphere or
amount,
whatever.
dog.
All right, so that's Earth. Now Jupiter. So again, Earth was 1,367. Jupiter's is 51.3. 51.3 watts per square meter. Tremendous amount.
Tremendous.
I'm surprised it's not 66.6.
Tremendous.
So, could I get an answer to my?
Could you tell me what 51 divided by 1367 is?
No, off the top of my head.
You want to work it out, or do you just not care?
I'm working at the moment, so I'm fine. If you want to do it, I'm listening.
I'm interested to go back to Aaron's question because it was in the middle of getting an answer on that, or trying to get an answer on that.
Right. So
my answer to it is
planets are sometimes planets.
Brian, I was trying to get him to. He's just restating his question. Can you let him do that?
So planets are sometimes visible and sometimes not, right? But if their source of light is the sun, and the sun is suspended over a flat Earth, it seems like if a planet is visible, it should be visible to the whole planet, and if it's invisible, it should be invisible to the whole planet. Because
dude, hold on. You think you should be able to see planets in the daytime? Like, because look, planets are visible pretty much. I could go out every night and see Jupiter, Saturn.
Well, you can't do it every night.
But yeah, I can. Every night since I've been in flat Earth, it's been up there. They even cross paths, but they're right there in the same damn spot every fucking night, just about. But I mean, do you expect to be able to see them in the daytime? I don't, and that's the only time we don't.
That's obviously not what I was saying.
Well, that's the only time we don't see them is when they're on the daylight, when they're close to the sun.
I mean, we don't see planets during the daytime, like Brian Leakey said. And on top of that, the sun washes out what is what we otherwise see in the sky during nighttime. So we wouldn't see the planets at all times, even with that. Number one. Number two, just like looking down the hallway, things will eventually reach a diffraction limit. Even the planets, sun, moons, and stars, as they circle overhead, eventually they'll just appear to reach the end of the hallway and appear to merge with the floor if they get far enough away from us. So you would not see them at all times. You just would not.
Well, not just that. Have you ever been, let me say something real quick. Have you ever been in a cave before and you had a lighter and you had somebody walk further distance, like say a football field distance away? That light from that lighter will eventually be engulfed by like blackness, darkness, and you will no longer see it, even though it didn't go behind anything.
Very quickly, Jupiter is actually not visible to me at the moment. It's below the horizon.
What is?
Jupiter.
Yeah, so I was going to say Venus is not visible to me at the moment. So if a gentleman in the southern hemisphere might be able to see Venus, because it seems like the sun is suspended over a flattened level Earth, right? But someone in the northern hemisphere can't see a planet that someone in the southern hemisphere can, but they're both lit by the sun. Right?
Worse than that, Iron, is the fact that someone who is about 2,000 or 3,000 miles south of me can see Jupiter, but I can't.
Yeah, that's because you can't see forever over a flat plane. Eventually, things will merge with the floor. You're implying that just because there's a flat plane and no obstruction, that you're going to be able to see forever or resolve it with any sort of optic. That's absurd. Eventually, the floor merges with the ceiling, and that's why I keep on referring to the hallway, because it is flat, level, and parallel, with the ceiling being parallel to the floor, no obstruction, but things are appearing to merge. Namely,
but
the ceiling appears to be merging with the floor, so eventually you wouldn't be able to see it anymore anyway. So what you guys are saying doesn't even follow.
Except for a setting moon destroys that argument, but we'll carry on.
It appears to set bottom first because it's merging with the floor. That's it. And it's being cut off.
Angular resolution happens to all sides of an object equally.
No, it
Shall
does
we move
not.
on because it's a
Does
boring,
not, as you
repetitive
know,
argument
that would
that you
only
keep asserting?
follow
Okay,
foolish
you keep over
decisions.
talking me. Go on.
Well, what else do you need to say? I'm trying to address what you say before you go off into a speech. We're having
No, I'm just trying to finish my point. And anyone that talks about doing speeches, Lemon, you should check yourself, mate.
The thing is that you always hold on before I even continue foolish decisions. You always lead in with some sort of rhetorical lead in or some sort of rhetorical flourish that doesn't even address the freaking point. So, what else did you want to say?
As I said, the moon setting destroys your point. Angular resolution happens to all sides of an object, not just one. And the fact that you want to claim this repetitively, it's boring. We've all heard the argument like 100,000 times, Lemon. You don't need to restate the entire bloody thing every single time.
So, what was the nature of my objection then? If you've heard it 1,000 times and you've absorbed,
is very simply
what I
this.
said,
Oh, sorry, you asked me a question. I apologize.
Go ahead, Foolish.
So the nature of your objection is as the moon reaches the horizon, it reaches the diffraction limit and smushes into the horizon bottom up because...
So, foolish.
Yeah.
The full nature of my objection, yet again, is that you're only 6 feet off of the ground. For what you're saying to apply, you need to have equal room on all sides of the vanishing point on the object. You do not have that if you're 6 feet off the ground, Druss, as you know. If you're dealing, say, with a 100-foot object, the vanishing point on the object as it sticks 100 feet out of the ground is 6 feet out of the ground where the convergence will tend to occur. You do not have equal room on all sides of that vanishing point of that 100-foot object if you're 6 foot off the floor, Druss, with your eyes 6 feet off the ground, as you already know. So since you do not have equal room on all sides of the vanishing point on that object, you will not have equal convergence. Most of the convergence, most of the smushing will happen, guess what? Right at the 6-foot zone. And anything beyond this zone will appear to set bottom first, and you know it. That is the full nature of my objection. And if you absorb that, and if you thought about that properly, you would see that there is not equal room on all sides of the object. Therefore, you do not have equal convergence down to a pinprick, the way that you would like to say with the sun, moon, stars, or anything else. It will appear to set first and cut off bottom first because they're closer to the floor.
Or the Earth's curved. Thanks. Let's go.
Could I ask a question about this
The
hallway?
flat horizon, Russ. I'm sorry.
Could I ask a question about this hallway example that keeps being brought up? So let's say you have a 1,000-meter hallway that's flat and level, and on the roof you suspend a yellow circle, and it runs down a fishing line all the way down for 1 kilometer, all the way down to the end of the hallway. So the hallway on one side is 6 feet tall. The hallway on the opposite side, 1,000 meters away, is 1,000 feet tall. Or 1,000 feet tall, sorry. 6 feet tall. It's late. So from an observer's perspective, at one end, sees the yellow circle go all the way down, and it appears to converge with the horizon. But if you used an optic, like a sniper scope, that could easily see 1,000 meters, it wouldn't be that circle actually disappears below the horizon, right? It would be revealed to be an illusion because it didn't actually pass down. Is that?
Yeah, you could say that, man. Atmosphere, the limit of seeing through the atmosphere is about 300 miles. Maybe really, to see anything and see what it actually is. You can see stuff and color and shit, but to see anything at all like a mountain, I think the world record's 260. The atmosphere is, and that was a hell of a miracle day. I'll just say 500 miles to be so generous. But think of what you're saying now. But think of that hallway was go a few cities down, and think of what you'd see at the top of the ceiling.
But do I have this right so far? Do I have your perception?
Yeah, man. But you're thinking in geometry, man. That's the flaw of Globers. You can't think in terms of numbers. You can get an idea with numbers, but everything we see is a dome. Everybody's got a personal atmospheric dome around them.
All right. So if you agree that if you magnified what you're looking at in the circle doesn't actually pass below the horizon, It's just it's an illusion. It appears to the observer to act that way, and then you can correct this illusion with magnification.
But just for example, if the moon was 3,000 kilometers tall, like above the Earth, and you're standing on the Earth, well, if you got 1,500 miles up, like halfway, then you could start to argue the point. But since you're on the ground, you're only going to be closest to the bottom part of the plane of the perspective. So, of course, you're going to see the bottom disappearing first.
Okay, but my question would be that if you use magnification during a sunset, shouldn't that also correct the
Yeah, up to a point, yes, it will correct the problem, and you can see it. If you go too far beyond the diffraction limit off of the surface, it will just be too merged, too converged, and you cannot bring it back even with the best resolution. There's a limit even over
What you can do, wait, this is important. What you can do is you can see the sun touching the horizon, okay, and you can pull out, I can pull out my P1000, or you can pull out a telescope and zoom in, and it will be up off the horizon. Once the light's gone, no magnification is going to bring it back because the light is lost. But when it's sitting on the horizon, you can zoom in and you'll see a big gap underneath the horizon and the sun. You zoom in, and I don't think that would happen on the heliocentric model personally. But perspective's a funny thing, man.
It's blocked by the horizon, and that's why you see things like clouds being underlit and that kind of thing. And it's why if you gain altitude, you can bring the sun back into view if you do it just after it sets. You know, again, the fact that a curved surface explains this very, very well, and observations that demonstrate it does.
No, it doesn't.
That's exactly. So that's very interesting. So you said that there's a limit; the light just dies. However, why would vertical? So, and I brought up earlier how if you go to the Burj Al Arab or the whatever it is, that big building,
Burj Al Khalifa.
Yeah, Burj Al Khalifa. And if you watch the sunset from sea level, and you don't change your distance to the sun, you just go straight up 1,000 feet or so, you can watch the sun set again. So how can that be? Hold on. How can that be possible if we've agreed that the sun should have already passed so far away that the light will have died? Why does height?
How could that be possible if the sun is 0 degrees to us when it's on the horizon? How can you just go up and see it? It's 0 degrees. You should be able to go all the way up to the ISS.
No.
And it should follow you up.
Do you understand?
Well, we've answered a question with a question, but we can also answer that you got a wider angle off of the surface when you rose up in the Burj Khalifa, and now with that opened up more ample angle, you can make more of a 2D image on the object and see it pop out of the ground, whereas before you just had too compressive a viewing angle. Basically, if you raise up in elevation, you widen your viewing angles, and that makes the horizon move further out. Objects have more of a chance to disappear down to a pinprick and disappear due to angular resolution, like little houses that you see from an airplane, buildings, people, and stuff like that, because you have more ample viewing room. If you get closer to the surface, the opposite occurs. The viewing angle is compressed, the horizon is brought in, and tend to disappear early behind the horizon that has been brought further in closer to the observer.
So the reason,
Lemon, what's that word for occultation, man?
The reason the sun appears to set is because the sun transits too far above the Earth, the flat Earth, and it gets too far away, and the light basically dies because it's too far. Isn't that right?
It also appears to set bottom up because of compressed viewing angle. We've seen it disappear down to a pinprick. We've seen it appear to set bottom first, so both appear to apply.
I get that.
Sometimes. Not very often.
Here's my question. If you could be totally stationary with respect to the movement of the sun, and the sun moving away from you is what causes the light to die and appear to fade out. However, if you get in a elevator and go up 100 floors, you can see the sun again. Now, if the sun was actually if the sun was actually concealed because it traveled too far away, why is it that just a change in height can make the sun reappear?
because
Dude, you got to go back to 101. You don't even understand the basics, man, of our.
We have a wider viewing angle. And so we already answered that by saying that you getting higher up gives you a wider viewing angle. What about that? Do you not understand?
It's not about a viewing angle, though, because we agree that the sun being a certain distance away means that the light dies, and that's when it appears to set.
Yeah, but if the light's refracting upward a little bit, you go higher, and there's the sun, man.
But it's
That's
but it's
just
not refracting
that's
because
one explanation. But
hold on, but the refraction
What's the name of that word, y'all?
The refraction
Wait, real quick.
Hold on. The
Lemon,
refraction
what's the name of that word for the atmosphere
refraction
blocking it out? There's a word for it. I forgot.
Refraction cannot explain this, though, because
occultation is the word, but basically you have two phenomena.
No, not
Number
occultation.
one,
It's the thickness. It's the word for the measure of the thickness. Spurs used it. What? I'm sorry.
Turbidity.
So Riggs,
Yeah.
can you help me out here, because I'm not getting any engagement.
I mean, I don't want to be rude, man. I really don't. It sounds like, okay, you're blending together a bunch of different phenomena and asking about several different things, and then pointing to one thing and saying, "Gotcha." Like, are you asking or telling? Because we're trying to give you like full answers, and then you come back with some really basic excuse, which just tells us you don't really understand what you're talking about anyway. So why are you telling us? We already came from the globe. We know what they claim, and we can go in depth with all these arguments.
So do you have an answer for my challenge here, or
what
or
is the specific question?
What's that?
Specific question.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. So you're at sea level at the Burj Al Khalifa, and the sun is appearing to set below the horizon, but it's actually just transiting above the flat planar Earth.
Okay.
Now the reason the light dies is because the light can only travel so far.
No.
Within the atmosphere.
The light does only travel so far, but that mostly applies to when it's dark outside. When it's really far, what you're looking at when there is a sunset is refraction and distance, which complies with perspective. It's two different phenomena merging together.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. The
Yeah,
onset of night is due to the distance between an observer and the sun, correct?
The onset of night. Darkness, like black? Like, what do you mean?
Like nighttime.
Nighttime. Yes, nighttime is the sun is so far away, it's not illuminating over our surface.
Correct. Okay, great. So you, without transiting any nearer to the sun at the Burj Al Khalifa, you hop in an elevator after the sun appears to dip below the horizon.
You're talking about a sunset again, not nighttime, correct?
Well, that's the transition to nighttime.
No.
Correct.
Okay, I will tell you this much. There's a go-fast rocket that went up into the air and saw the moon when it wasn't in the sky. Saw it off into the distance. And because the air is so thin, it's not reflecting off anything. So you just see this white dot into the distance.
So, okay, before we tackle another issue, I'd just like an answer on this. So,
it's not another issue.
So
you're trying to merge two things together. It's not.
No. So the reason it starts to become darker in general at sunset is because the distance between an observer and the sun is increasing. Would you agree with that?
Can we just call it sunset? Or are you talking about past sunset?
Is there a reason you're avoiding my question?
Wow.
The reason.
No, it's because you are confusing. You're confused about how to speak about these terms.
Okay.
And so then when we answer you and you pretend like we didn't answer you, it's just clear you haven't, like, this is maybe, how long have you been in this conversation?
I don't know.
Well, I already answered by saying that it was widened viewing angle that allows you to see the shape of the sun again combined with it going too far away and taking its light and it being nighttime. So if you get higher up on the Burj Khalifa, you will see the sun again pop up out of the horizon. And when it goes too far away, at best you would see a little pinprick of solar light far away in the distance while it is nighttime where you are on the
Okay,
flat
but that's hold on, but that's so just to be clear, like I don't think I'm issuing an unfair challenge here. So
Hold on,
Riggs,
Aaron, let me jump in for a second. One way you
Okay.
could recreate this is you could go to like a flat, like a basketball court or something that you can measure with the spirit level. You make sure it's flat. You can put a little object on that surface on the basketball court. Let's say at the other end of the court, and you can put your head all the way down to the bottom of the basketball court.
So Gio, let me just stop you right there.
Hold on, you're going to see that object cutting off, or it's not going to be visible. And if you stand up or if you raise your height, you're going to see the object. It's the same type of concept. You're increasing
So
the
Gio,
angle between that
yeah,
object.
Gio, I'm not criticizing your perspective here. Sorry, I didn't mean to use that word twice. I'm not criticizing that right here. So Gio, maybe you could engage with me because you've been good faith so far. So the what creates darkness, what creates nighttime, is the distance between an observer and the sun, correct?
Not necessarily, no. Although it could be it's correlated.
Oh, it's correlated. Okay, so so what causes nightfall?
What are you talking about? This is the thing.
The
sun goes away.
Yeah, the distance that the sun goes away from you, in addition to the fact that it's not lighting up the sky and making it blue anymore. Both of those together.
Trolling, dude.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. This guy is not paying attention. Pretends he asks a question and then he pretends like he knows more and says no because this.
So Gio, this is because of the distance that increases between an observer and the position of the sun, correct?
Does it just go from dark day to dark, and is there a obvious line, or does the sun go away and hit a spot where all of a sudden it starts getting dimmer?
Gio,
and then it gets
is that
dark?
Is that a fair characterization of your position? I'm not trying to misrepresent you.
Okay,
it gets too far away.
I didn't really catch the last thing you said. Hold on, Brian. Just hold on. I didn't catch the last thing you said.
I said I'm not trying to misrepresent your position. Is this a fair characterization of your belief?
I'm not sure what you said though. That's the thing. What did you say?
Okay. So the reason the world becomes darker, or why it would appear darker to an observer, is because the distance between an observer and the sun transiting above a flat Earth is increasing.
Yes, and the blue sky that goes with the sun that is also goes. So they go. Great. Yeah, the actual sun source goes, and the blue sky goes, and it gets too far away, and and then the sun will set depending on the conditions and different things, and then the night will fall. Yeah.
Great. Okay, so we you think that the sun dipping below the horizon is a illusion. It doesn't actually do so. It just
you tell me something that goes away from us.
Hold on, Brian.
All right, go ahead. My bad.
So you're at the Burj Khalifa or whatever it is in Dubai, and at sea level, the sun moves the requisite distance away from the observer so that sunset appears to have concluded. Then you get in the elevator, you go up 1,000 feet, and the sun reappears, and you can watch the sunset again. Quote again. My question is, if nightfall in that case was created because the sun achieved a certain distance between the observer, how does going straight up make that light come back? Because the distance.
Let me take this one. Okay, at the top of the Burj Khalifa, after the sunset. Hold on, let me answer your question, bro.
I'm not done. I'm not even done.
Finished.
So the distance between the observer and the sun doesn't change. It's just the height, and the achievement in height makes the light reappear. How can that be possible?
Okay,
because it hasn't gone over any horizon. It hasn't gone over any curve. That's why.
Right, but when you get to the top of Burj Khalifa, you can see
Brian, stop! Please stop, man. I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm trying to engage with Gio. So Gio, but how can it be possible for light to reappear in this way if what's causing the light to dim in the first place is distance from the
You need
light
to go
source?
watch that video, bro.
Brian, please. Gio.
Yeah, it's because the sun is high and you're closer to the ground. It's just the angle. That's all it is.
That's what I'm telling you. It's
It's angle and refraction.
So the
It's both.
angle and refraction can't be invoked here because you've already defined like the cause of night or the cause of the sky getting darker as a distance between an observer and the light source. So going directly up doesn't change the distance between an observer and a light source, yet it still makes the light come back. How is that possible?
Listen, man, I gotta
We've
go. But let
already
me ask you one
covered
question.
this. The thing is, we have two things going on. You can be in a zone of darkness with a light far beyond in a campground. That is the sun. So phenomena one is the sun is too far away and you are in a zone of night. That light that is above the ground will appear to be cut off bottom up the more and more you get closer to the ground and the surface. So phenomena two is it being cut off bottom first simply by being too close to the flat surface, the ground. Those two things together, the sun going too far away, taking its light, and you being in darkness, along with being too close to the freaking ground with a narrow viewing angle, making it cut off bottom first, work together.
So
Yeah,
that's-
look at an eclipse, dude.
so-
look at an eclipse. It's dark. It's
So
dark for like
Gio-
70 miles all around you.
I've got to run away. I just want to make one quick point to put on the table for Iron just before we go. If that's the case, Brian, then the sunset should change on a cloudy day if turbidity is one of the things that's killing the light. I'll leave
They
you all
most-
with that thought.
They
Have
do,
a
bro.
lovely day.
They do. I want, yeah, you too. I want to say when you get to the top of the birch tree, you can see a local sun off in the distance when you get to the top. But I just wanted to say one
Hold
thing
on,
before I gotta go.
Let's give Brian. Hold on. Let's give Brian the floor. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, these are my closing statements because I really do got to go, and I've enjoyed this a lot, man. It's been very civil, and but hey, what can you name me one thing in reality? Okay, not in your mind, in reality that goes off in the distance that does not set behind the horizon, that does not drop toward the horizon, or can you name me anything in reality that doesn't drop toward the horizon?
Going around a curve, Brian.
Yes, Polaris.
It
So
doesn't go away
does
from
go-
you, bro. I
Polaris
said
does
something
go
that
on the
goes. I
horizon.
said name me something in reality that goes away from you and doesn't drop toward the horizon. Polaris doesn't go away from you, man.
But if you go away
well,
from it,
technically it
it will
does.
drop under the horizon. If you go away from it, or drop beyond it, I should say, but it will appear to.
So Gio, do you think would you be willing to try to restate my argument to steelman it, to restate it in the best possible terms?
Yeah, I think you're just trying to figure out how the source of the sun, the circle that we see, the way that is correlated with daylight and the angle at which you're viewing it, and you're trying to understand how that works when you can go up in altitude and get the sun into your vision again.
So right, but my challenge specifically, like, it sounds like you almost have it. Do you understand like the specific nature of my challenge here?
I'm not sure what your challenge is. It sounds like you're trying to understand how changing the angle between you and an object in the distance that's above a plane will allow you to change the horizon point, basically.
Not
level.
the horizon point. So I'm actually not challenging the horizon point in this instance. What I'm saying is it can be basically what physically happens is it can be nightfall on the first floor of the Burj Khalifa, but all the way at the tip top, nightfall hasn't occurred yet because the sun is still above the horizon, or appears to be. And so I'm not challenging the nature of the illusion of the sun setting in this case.
Well, in
What I'm-
both of those cases,
Hold
it's
on,
not,
hold on, Gio.
when you go up in altitude, it's not changing the nightfall. You still have the twilight ambient light that's lighting up the environment. So that's what's like at that time, you're going to have the ambient light. You're going to see the circle of the sun. At some point, the circle of the sun will go, quote unquote, beyond or beneath, if you want, whatever you want to call it, the horizon. However, the twilight is still lighting up the area. If you go up 1,000 feet, it doesn't all of a sudden make the twilight brighter. It just allows you to see the circle again.
Wait, but hold on. It does make the twilight brighter. Like there is actually a visible light line that's cast on the skyscraper as sunset proceeds. So like my question is this, Geo, specifically. I'm not challenging the illusion of the sun setting. But what I'm saying is it should be totally impossible for one to experience that illusion of the sun setting at different times in the skyscraper if what's actually causing the dimming of the light is distance between the source and the observer. So in the case of someone going up the elevator, the distance between the observer and the light source doesn't change because it's just straight up and down. The sun is still proceeding away. Yet,
So
if you hold on, I haven't finished. Yet, when you see the sunset or the sun appear to set on the first floor and immediately get in the elevator and go all the way up, you can see that sunset again. How can that be possible if we've already met the maximum distance that the light will travel and darkness is already set, and darkness is already set upon us?
Yeah, I can tell you how that works. So if you're on a long straight road in Australia, or even America has really long straight roads, and you can see that in far away in the distance, as far as you can see on the longest road in the world, you'll see a car headlights. But you can't see the car headlights coming straight to your eye. You can only see them going up into the air like a laser beam up into the sky. And the closer that car comes towards you, that angle of the light dips down, and when it gets really close, that you can see it like the lights from that car straight into your eyeballs.
But
That's just
so
the
purple.
angle of the light.
But
That's all
in your definition, once the light source achieves a certain distance away from an observer, that is nightfall. So how can you experience nightfall twice?
There's a gradient, bro. There's a gradient.
How can you experience nightfall twice if the maximum distance between the observer and the source is reached?
You don't experience nightfall twice. You're in a dark zone, and you're simply seeing the lit object from way beyond while you're in the dark zone, and the thing is too far away, but you can still see the lit object in the distance like a candle in the darkness or something at a campsite. You're still in a dark zone at night.
But you can see it until you can't, right? Like eventually the sun gets far
Bro,
enough
you can
away
see the
that-
local throw of light at the
And
top
that
of the
is covered by the compressed viewing angle part of this. So we have two parts yet again. We have the compressed angle viewing part, and we have you being in the dark part of the flat plane. So it's two parts.
He's conflating like sunset with nighttime, and then saying, "Oh, well, if I go back up, it's not nighttime anymore." Well, nighttime doesn't come for another hour. Like, this is what I'm telling you. You're trying to conflate two different things. You don't even know what you're talking about. So just listen to us, and instead of fighting us.
Look, you're not prepared to think about this. You're not prepared to think about this, and we're going back and forth. Just watch the videos and come back to it later, because there's something that's just not clicking. It may not click tonight, that's fine. But the main thing that you need to get is that you're in a dark zone while the lit sun and its zone of light is far beyond. And the compressed viewing angle is making it cut off bottom first when you're too close to the ground, and you can't see it until you get to the top of the Burj Khalifa, and you can see it for a while before it merges into the surface again by compressed viewing angle.
So I'm not, in this example, I'm not attacking your expression.
Hold on, let me just stop right there. Hold on, Iron, did you? Okay, I'm trying to be respectful when I say this, but it sounds like when somebody speaks, it doesn't sound like you're really listening or registering. It sounds like your mind is just going on some way that you can like outdo us or outdo whatever we're saying, maybe, or something like that. So it seems like you just come back, and it seems a little bit repetitive. Look, from what Lemon just said right there, or Phythus is his name in here. Did you fully recognize what he just said there? Because it sounds like you just instantly are going to something else, and that's been happening. So did you really take in what he said?
Oh, I thought he was invoking the perspective refraction thing again, and I've said multiple times that's not the nature of my critique.
No, he described perfectly exactly what you're asking. That's why I'm wondering if you registered.
Well, then, if that's true, then I missed it. But that's not what I heard. I feel like that person, I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Phythis.
Phythis has not really been engaging on my point specifically.
Well,
So
you're not really engaging with our points. Your
that could
questions,
be
but you don't really engage with our responses. You don't say, "Oh, you mean this," or "Oh, I think you mean this, but I mean this." You're listening to respond, but you're not really listening to engage. So just go look at the Flat Earth videos and come back to it later because we're going to be here all night. And
so
and
Gio,
so
my challenge was to you pretty specifically.
Challenge yourself, dude.
Do you think you could steel man the nature of my point now, or am I trying the patience of the room?
What is his point, Gio? I want to hear his point. What is it?
Sure.
That's why when you're in the bush and you're hunting and there's some
So Gio, is that are you just not?
You can see the torches, like people using torches hunting in mountains far away. You only see the torch light when it's like it's shining up into the air. It's because they're so far away. You can't see directly the light. You're in a dark zone. You're too close to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You can do it. You can, like I said before, you can do it on a basketball court, like on a flat surface. Where let's say you put a flashlight all the way down to the ground. You know, like right on the ground. Hold on, let me just say this thing. Hold on. If you put the flashlight down on the ground and you put your eyeball, you know, at the other end of the court, you put your head right down to where your eyeball is only like an inch off the court. You can get it to where you won't see that light at all. Now you're still going to see some of the ambient light up around. You know, if you have a flashlight, let's say you're in a dark, you know, what are those huge, you know, professional basketball theater things. Let's say it's all pitch black. You have the flat floor. You put the flashlight. You're going to see the light. There's still going to be some ambient light, but you can put your head all the way down to where the actual circle of the flashlight will be non-visible. And if you raise up 6 inches, 12 inches, 18 inches, at some point, you're now going to see the light. Now, there's still the same ambient lighting going on, but when your head's that far down, the angle at which you're viewing that object and the ratio of that object and your eye and so on can be at a point where you won't be able to actually see the circle.
Okay, so Gio, I'm not, again, I'll say this again. I'm not criticizing your take on the angle or the appearance of the sunset. That's not what I'm doing. Do you understand that? It's fine if you don't. I'm not trying to be an asshole.
What is your point, though? Would you mind repeating it?
Yeah, I guess repeat it if you don't think. I mean, I think we're answering the phenomenon. If you don't feel like that's adequate, what is the actual thing you're asking then?
So before I restate it again, do you think you could try to steel man it so far?
Well, if we're asking you, is because maybe we're in an
I know, but if he tries to steel man it, I could see where he's going wrong.
Yeah, no, you're thinking how can we go up higher and see a sun if the Earth is flat? How can we just go up higher and still see the sun again if the Earth is flat? That's what you're asking, right?
No, that's not. No. So Gio, do you think you could do that, or are you not willing to do that? I'm not. You don't have to do anything you don't want to.
It is what you're asking. You just worded it in a way where you're trying to say, well, if the sun is setting because it's so far away that night's falling, how can I go up and see it at the higher altitude and it's not nighttime yet? But what I'm trying to explain to you is that there's a difference between the ambient light of the sun, or the twilight as it's called, and the actual circle of the sun. That's why after the sun sets, it doesn't just go black instantly. It stays twilight for sometimes 45 minutes, sometimes an hour. You know,
I'm not disputing that, Gio. So
yeah, you should also check out some altitude balloon footage. The sun's got a local throw of light.
So Gio, do you
how about this? Why don't you repeat it one more time, and then anyone in the room can respond to it. So go, maybe silent or someone. if you want to do it again another time.
Okay, so Gio, you'd rather not engage on this point. Is that right?
Brother, just repeat the goddamn point, bro.
Okay. So, the reason that the sun appears to set over the horizon in your view is because it achieves a certain distance away from an observer, and the light can only travel so far. So the light source, the sun, gets a certain fixed distance away in any given conditions, and it appears to set because of perspective. However, it doesn't actually set. The reason the light fades is because of the distance. So the distance itself is what causes the fading of the light and there's an incidental appearance of a sun setting. Is that correct so far?
You've got it all right. You are absolutely right, except you're missing
Great.
about the angle and the refraction and the perspective.
Okay.
Yep.
So the angle.
At the end of it, when the sun is setting, the angle's very important because that is the densest layer, and it's going to be the highest controlled by refraction. That's why sometimes when the sun sets, especially over an ocean, right, you get this fat, really wide sun angle that actually stays in the air longer, right? But that's over the ocean. If just a regular ass day, just over land, right? You're going to
Sure.
see that sun, and it's going to go behind, what you consider to be the horizon, okay? And it's going to be because at that point, maybe not at every other point, but at that point, at the very least, it'll be because of refraction and perspective, and because the sun is escaping you.
So the dimming of the light in this instance has nothing to do with any real viewing angle as far as the observer is concerned. It just appears to be a viewing angle because of the perspective illusion. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, great. So the light has dimmed, and solely because of the distance that's achieved between an observer at sea level and the light source. So what my challenge here is, if it's true that all you need is distance from the source to get this darkness, how is it possible that you can go up 1,000 feet, go up 40 floors in a skyscraper, and the light reappears if the distance between the observer and the light source doesn't change? It's just a vertical shift.
Okay.
The sun
The
setting
only
is a
way to
function of
explain
distance.
that. The only way to explain it then would be the compressed viewing angle. Then.
But we already agreed that the viewing angle is incidental to the cause of the sun, the sun's light fading.
The compressed viewing angle makes the lit sun appear to disappear. You got that? And it makes it appear to disappear bottom up.
So Phthysist, once again, I'm not taking issue with your construal of the illusion of the sun setting here. That's actually not my point. My point is that if you can say that the sun's light fades and coincides with an appearance of dipping below the horizon, which is an illusion, but nonetheless the light fades, how is it possible for that light to return if an observer moves no closer to the source, just goes up an elevator?
Because you've increased your angle. I've said this a million times.
So this is what's very confusing, is because
the thing is that you're confuting the two things, because you're saying just because it gets dark that the light source should disappear. That does not follow. The light source can still be seen while you're in a dark zone. That's the part that you're not getting.
So, Gio, do you understand the nature of my challenge maybe a little bit better? Because we're not engaging with this anymore. When I get rebuttals,
do you want to keep engaging this dude, because he's going to keep us here all night?
I will too. When I get responses to this challenge, it's all about viewing angle, which would correspond.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm done.
Would correspond to the illusion.
If you guys want to mute him, that's fine. But this is just very frustrating.
Wait, don't. Why are you muting me?
We're just going around in circles.
Gio, did that make sense? Were you listening?
No, man, you're pissing everyone off.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you see it if you increased the angle? Tell me why you couldn't.
Because the reason the light dims in the first place is because the distance between the source of the light and the observer has increased to the requisite degree. So the sun reaches a point in its transit where it is now dimmed to the point where it appears in a parallel illusion to dip below the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
So how can it become brighter if you don't decrease the distance between the observer?
Do mediums change as you go up? Yes or no?
No.
Well, you're
I
wrong.
got a challenge for you, man. This might help you. I got a challenge.
Not to a significant enough degree to just go up into a skyscraper.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me how long that column of air is.
1,000. Like I'm
There
saying
you go.
You go up.
If it was even only a slightly bit thinner, right, and you've changed your angle, the refraction would be different at that angle.
But
you're looking at a different projection of the sun by the time you get to the top of the building.
Hold on, Riggs. We've agreed that the refraction is not the issue because the cause of the light dimming is the distance. It's the distance.
Yeah, and over distance you get more refraction, though.
No, at different elevations you get different types of refraction as well.
But you can change elevation
and more refraction, though.
You can change elevation all you want. You won't get closer to the source of the light.
Never said that we would be getting closer.
I
the lower that you are will absorb more of the light that will ever reach you.
Rich, if you're holding a lantern, can you see better if you hold it up higher, or if it's sitting on the ground? Hold the lantern up higher, and you can see better. You can see more. It's a simple concept, man. Oh, I got a challenge for you, man. Find me a sunset. Find me a sun disappearing bottom up from above the clouds, above the cloud layer.
Are you saying that a lantern is more visible because of the medium, the shift in medium?
No, I'm just saying the better angle, the higher angle, the better you see, the more the shit lights up. That's the only point. When it's low to the ground.
I don't know how many times I have to say that I established that we agree that the angle doesn't matter in this case.
Look,
no, it does matter, and we did not establish that.
I'd like to give you
I feel like you're backtracking that because I said that.
No, I feel you keep saying I challenge you. I challenge you. Well, I challenge you.
Okay.
I challenge you, man. It sounds like you're just denying that these. See, no one else even denies that these concepts exist. They exist on a globe. That's how they know how refraction works on a globe. The problem is you can make it happen on a flat Earth too. You just have to change the dimensions. So everything that you're denying is happening on the globe already, and nobody disagrees with this. That's why this is annoying, because both sides agreed all this shit. You're the only one who says, I don't think it does.
I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to be honest. But I'm not trying to be.
You know how they made the globe model? They took a flat model and they changed the scale. So everything you're not agreeing with is the same shit that's already happening, just at a different size and distance.
Yeah, on a flat Earth, the higher we get, the further we see. So on a flat Earth, the higher we get, the further we see everything, not just the sun. Everything. It's that simple.
That's actually not true because
it absolutely is true.
The globe Earth model doesn't say that the dimming of the sun is caused by the distance put between the Earth and the sun. It's because the spinning of the Earth. So it's fundamentally.
The globe model don't even have a response to why I could see the sun, at 20 degrees without sunglasses, where I could stare at it. It's supposed to be just the angle, but it's obviously further away. The sun, dark, when the sun goes to twilight to dark, it's a gradient. And if you go up high, you can see the local throw of the sun's light. Also, you could see it on the ground with clouds in the distance. You see the local clouds lit up, not the clouds way off to the right. Why in the world, if the sun's above the horizon, would the clouds off to the right not be lit up bright like the ones right in front of it? It's because it's a local light, bro. But on a flat Earth, the higher we get, the further we see. So that's what we expect in our model. It's it's not an argument, in my opinion.
I think I poked a hole in your model tonight, but it's okay. I had fun engaging.
Nobody's even claiming a model.
You poked a hole in the model with going up to Burj Khalifa seeing the sun again.
Yeah,
That's a good one, bro.
So you're half paying attention. You half don't understand what you're talking about, and then you half claim dominance. Good job, bro.
Yeah. Gio, you were a good faith interlocutor for most of this. Are you still here?
Yeah, and you're the judge that wants to challenge us.
I guess so.
You're the judge of good faith. Good job. Good job, bro. You did it. You came and dominated the flat earthers.
Iram, do you think you wasted anyone's time?
What
would you say?
I think it's up for each person to decide.
Did you
think the
learn
majority of
anything?
people would say you wasted our time.
I learned that.
Here's the pejorative.
I learned what. Hold on. I learned that one word about reflective. What was it? I didn't know that word. It was like a measurement of reflective quality. I didn't know that before.
Turbidity.
Maybe.
Albedo. So hopefully you'll take away from this interaction more than just an attempt to try to, make us, look like you got a gotcha moment or whatever. That basically it's the compressed viewing angle combined with the sun going too far away and being in a zone of night.
I'm afraid. I think I'm gonna remain disappointed on this point because I think I found an interesting challenge to one of your theories that has
I have a
remained
question.
Interesting challenge.
I have a
Right.
question I didn't hear anyone ask. You answer.
Okay.
How would you explain the attenuation of light?
How would I explain? You mean light dimming over time?
Because it seems to be like that's what you were asking. You thought the sun has this certain energy that doesn't allow us to see it at a certain distance. But isn't that what light attenuation
That's your. So I was adopting that from your model. Like
yeah,
the,
but
the cause of nightfall
so how
being
would you address light attenuation?
just energy, like just entropy. So any emitted energy is entropic and diminishes over time and distance.
So doesn't that sort of answer your little question?
Well, no.
Yeah, think of a mile deep, like a mile deep in the ocean. You can't see
why
the sun
wouldn't
when you
it?
get down to the mile.
Hold on, light attenuation answers what you're looking for. Plus, you have the cumulative effects of refraction that are also gonna, affect you not seeing it.
No, so this makes me think.
So there's
that,
a 2 for 1 right there.
No, this makes me think that you guys don't really understand what I'm talking about. That's why I asked for the steel manning earlier, is because I wanted
Just
to.
no.
Okay, so you don't care to address light attenuation? You don't think it happens or something?
Well, do you understand why it's not relevant to make my case? Because I'm
you
actually
just
not.
described it with.
I'm actually not making the case that this is how sunset works.
You're sneaking in the premise that just because it gets dark when the sun goes away, that you can no longer see it. The part where you can't see the sun is from the compressed viewing angle by being too low to the surface, combined with the sun taking its light too far away and it being night. Now, if you get high enough in the Burj Khalifa, you can see the lit sun far away over the flat plain, while the medium around you gets darker and darker and darker. These two things work together. If you got up high enough, you would see the lit sun in the distance while you are in a dark zone of night. These two things would work together.
So again, I don't know why.
No. We're done. We have steel manned your position, but you don't want to address our concerns and our way of looking at it because you want to gotcha, and you just want to be stubborn or whatever with your globe perspective. So we can agree to disagree so that we can move on in the conversation, learn more information, come back to this topic refreshed with a new perspective as opposed to beating this dead horse over and over again. Now, if you would like to get the last word, that's fine. But I am done with this topic.
Well said, Lemons.
Yeah. You also sound like Mr. Giggles with a different mic and not using your bedroom.
Ding, 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 ding. And we have a winner.
Wait. Are you accusing me of being someone else?
No, of course not, dude.
Gambino strikes again.
It's funny. I've been accused of being other people like 3 nights in a row.
Huh.
Oh,
But totally different people from different discords. No consistent person.
Oh, just kidding.
So Gio, are you? I'm confused. Were you just choosing not to step in there? We don't have to go back into it.
Why do you care so much about Geo? He told you he would let the room answer. He didn't want to engage anymore.
I'm just asking. He doesn't have to answer anything.
Well, see, this is the funny part, is that it seems like in even other subjects, you're just kind of hollow brained about it. Like it's
Okay.
very clear the room is telling you.
You're breaking my heart.
I don't think you have one, dude.
Well, you keep asking me about steel manning something for you, and that's not really something I'm choosing to engage in, like in terms of whatever you're asking for. But if you have some information or a question, I can answer it. That's what I've been doing the whole time, to the best of, you know.
You don't really.
I think we've explained this main topic literally every way from Sunday. So
No. I'm not saying we need to go back into the topic. That's fine. I'm just asking about steel manning itself. Like
we've exhausted your particular understanding. Everyone else here seems to figure it out.
I don't think anyone here can actually make my case in good faith. Like I don't think anyone here
You're meant to
actually
make your case yourself, bro.
is able to steel man.
Who qualified you to know what you understand?
Well, I authored my position, so.
Yeah, well, I'm a doctor, but I'm not, right?
Hey, please don't dox me in the chat, okay?
We already went over your main points, that you're saying that we're saying that the sun going too far away is what makes the light attenuate and it go to night. You snuck in the premise that the sun should totally disappear. Now, the sun doesn't totally disappear anyway. It appears to be cut off bottom first, and it's more like the visual information on the sun has been dropped. So it hasn't disappeared down to a pinprick. It has disappeared due to compressed viewing angle. What have we missed in your steel-manned point?
So this is listen, we don't have to go back into this, but since you asked, the compressed viewing angle has never been the issue for this challenge. You keep invoking the compressed viewing angle.
So what are we missing in your steel-man thing? What are we missing?
No one here has successfully explained how it can get brighter just by going up and not decreasing the distance between an observer and the light source. If what causes things to dim in the first place is the distance that is created between an observer and the light source, and in your model would be transiting away from the observer above a flat Earth. So it has nothing to do. So I'll concede that, like in your model, this happens to coincide with a viewing angle illusion of a sun setting below the horizon. But I'm actually not talking or challenging that at this time.
Well, anyway, you can explain that with a circle and a square. With the circle being the sun's, reach of light, it would be like a circular zone of coverage around the sun or something like that. But if you inscribe a circle and a square, there's going to be a slight corner, like the building going perpendicular to the ground, where the circle of the sun isn't quite going to reach. And as it circles overhead, it's going to reach the top more than it's going to reach the bottom as it curves away with its circular zone of a solar coverage. So there's ways to explain that even with the flat surface. But we just need to explore this further.
I'm sorry. That, and I'm not trying to be a dick, but could you explain that in a different way? I did not get that.
Have you ever inscribed a circle inside of a square? Have you ever drawn a circle inside of a square?
Sure.
Have you seen how the corners don't appear to have the coverage of the circle? How there's a bit of a corner, a little bit of a square corner where the circle doesn't reach your cover? Did you notice that? Because you need to notice that to get the full part of this analogy. The corner would basically be the building, the Burj Khalifa, pointing perpendicularly out of the ground. The circle would be the coverage of the sun.
Okay.
So it would reach the top more than it would reach the bottom as it moves further away. So that would explain your Burj Khalifa. It's just like a circle within a square.
But the distance would still be increasing between an observer and the sun transiting away.
But as you get higher, you would get more and more towards a circular zone of solar coverage. So that would explain why you get higher on the Burj Khalifa with a circle inscribed in a square, as the circle of the sun's light is more higher and higher and higher up on the Burj Khalifa.
So you're
Yeah, if
saying
it was
that so you're saying that as an observer travels up the Burj Khalifa, he's decreasing
if the compressed
distance.
angle is what made it set, then if you go up higher, then it's gonna
Again with the
unset,
again with the angle thing. Like this is it's not like so you're saying that the distance that is decreased, the sun coming back is because the observer has decreased the distance between himself and the sun by going up. Is that what you're saying?
If you have a circle within a square, maybe I should just draw this so you could see it. You would tend to get closer and closer to the circular zone of the sun's coverage as it circles out toward the edge of the square or toward where the top of the Burj Khalifa. Let me see if I can put it in the chat.
Well,
Yeah, I was
either
gonna
way,
say,
man,
if
it's
it's-
good
hold
you're
on.
thinking
Oh,
about
sorry,
it. No, I was just saying it's good that he's thinking either way. So he's trying to.
I was just trying to tell him that if it's the compressed angle that helped it set to begin with, by going higher, you're uncompressing that angle, so you'd be able to see it again. It fades out as it turns from day to dark. Basically, from midday on, the sun gets duller and duller. You know, the ambient light starts getting less and less and less. But at the end, at sunset, it's just so compressed and off in the distance. And there's refraction on both models. There's never sunset on a globe without refraction ever. So why would they expect there to be on a flat Earth if there's not? It's going through 6,000 miles of atmosphere.
Well, this is a rough drawing. Basically, you see the sun with its circle of coverage, and you see a mountain or the Burj Khalifa or whatever, kind of poking up and poking more and more into that circular zone of coverage. So that could explain why you go higher, and all of a sudden they're in a solar zone of coverage relative to the ground. So it could still work either way. And that's if it's hovering over a flat surface.
Yeah, so on a flat surface that wouldn't work because it doesn't
Why
actually.
not?
Well, it doesn't. The circle of light doesn't curve up like that, right? Or does it?
Yeah, it
Based
does.
off of
In my
what?
model, it does.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Based
So
off of what?
well,
Why did you say that? Based off of what?
Based off of because if this drawing was accurate, then there would only be like one single sunspot at the bottom of the sphere that you're of light as it moved over the Earth. That's not how it works. So it would look more like this, and then I gotta go.
Hey, picture the ground being the densest atmosphere at the very ground level, and then 10 feet up it gets a little thinner, 20 feet up a little thinner. So if you go up to the top of the Burj Khalifa, you're looking through way less fucking atmosphere. You're looking through.
I already
way
told
less.
him that. He says atmosphere doesn't exist in the argument.
You told him that, and he didn't get it.
No, he said, "Well, we've isolated that atmosphere wasn't part of my challenge or some bullshit."
That's not what I said. Don't misrepresent what I said.
Well, tell me what I'm misrepresenting because it's basically in faith of what I'm representing. Did you not say that I could not invoke atmosphere?
I never said that. No.
Oh, okay. Somebody roll back the tape and mute this asshole.
I would never presume just to tell you what you can and can't say. Why would I do that?
I'm done with you, man. You're just spinning our wheels. It's not funny.
Boring.
I think we've answered your concerns. Whether you accept the answers, that's up to you. Till then, keep watching those flat Earth videos. The Earth is a flat, motionless plane.
Other than these darn sailboats, I would agree with you.
Hey, why don't you tell us about that that boat proof you gave me, Kool-Aid?
Sure, which one are you talking about, Riggs?
The pool.
You want to know about the David M. Taylor Memorial Model Basin? What would you like to know about it?
I would like to know about the laser test.
The laser test is a measurement from the gantry crane to the unrestrained surface of the water to verify that it hasn't shifted and it maintains an equal distance through the entire coverage.
Yeah.
It has been repeated most recently about 2.5 weeks ago.
Okay. You have the data for that?
Yeah, I've posted it in here before.
Sweet. No, I didn't see that you posted data for it. The one I have is from 2010.
Yeah, I posted the raw data in here before.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to see that.
Okay.
No, you said
is it
yeah.
curved?
What's up?
Right away, Rick.
Is it
Right
curved?
away.
Nope, it's equal distance all the way through.
Bring the
Right,
data.
right. The structure hasn't shifted. That's what it's testing for, right?
Here's another really cool one. This one's actually going on right now. We can talk about it. Here's a really cool boat race that's actually ongoing, and the Amoka 60s are doing amazing. The Apriva, however you pronounce that boat, which is one of the boats that did very well in the Vendée Globe, is actually leading this pack. But these are the guys that, remember, don't know the shape of the area they're traveling, so wow.
Why would they need to know the shape?
Well, getting accurate distances and direction is sort of important when you're on a fiberglass boat in the middle of the ocean.
Oh,
Sorry,
you just
what's-
compare against other people. It's just who gets there first.
What's the claim exactly?
Oh, my claim is sailboats are all I need to show the shape of the Earth.
What is the shape of the Earth?
It's flat.
It's an oblate spheroid.
Oh.
It's not even a perfect circle because that doesn't work for these sailboat races.
Sailboats prove a flat Earth.
Hmm.
All
Except
of
they
those
don't.
races are some of the best examples of flat Earth evidence.
They're actually perfect examples of how
All
we
your
have
arguments are inverted.
We have perfect examples of how we have accurate distances, and like I just posted the race tracker for, we have boats out there right now verifying these information again at a 5-minute update. Last updated 3 minutes and 18 seconds ago.
Did you post the David data or no?
I have before. I didn't read.
Was it Davis or David? I forget.
David.
Okay.
It's the David M. Taylor. David is his first name.
Gotcha.
If it wasn't all calculated, mate, I would be all for your little assumption that it's some sort of proof of something.
Oh,
but given that everything you're talking about is all calculated and not measured, it's calculated. All the speeds, all the directions, everything.
No, sir. No, sir.
It's all calculated. Yes,
no,
it is.
sir. It is measured.
Okay.
I mean, do you not remember when I ripped this observation to threads?
I do, and to be honest, I've been busy and I haven't actually gone through and found the 1935 version. The last time I knew you can get a copy of that from the Library of Congress. I believe it's in their maritime wing. There's a free PDF download directly from them as well.
No, I'm specifically asking about the argument I made about this this boat pool.
Could you remind me as what the? I'm looking at your argument here. Let me see.
Okay. Well, it came down to the fact that this pool, okay, it claims to have been constructed according to the curvature inside the rails, the beams, and
Correct.
at the same time, you pointed as this laser as an example of it being verified as, curved.
So
was that right?
Let me explain this again because I think you're missing a few nuances.
Okay.
The laser sits on the crane that rolls on the rails.
It's on a tripod?
No, it's actually on a. It's like
well,
on a
the documentation says it's on a tripod.
Right, the one you're talking about, the normal verification, the one that they just did, it's on the gantry crane.
So they're not using the photo sensor that they used in the documentation I presented.
No, that was a specific one for a specific thing. That was not the normal verification that they do. That's why it has you found its own unique write-up where they also reconfirmed it.
Reconfirmed what? That the structure hadn't shifted, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And it hadn't shifted over what length?
Hey, can you explain it? Can you explain it from
Over
the
what
beginning?
length did it not shift? Yeah, we will, Brian, in a second. I'll find the document or something.
Here, Brian, let me give you a real basic. This is in Bethesda, Maryland. It's the U.S. Navy. They dug a giant hole in the ground down to bedrock, and then they put in a swimming pool. They use this swimming pool in order to test out model boat designs to make sure that they are safe to put U.S. sailors and Marines on, and then send them into bad parts of the ocean, moving at high speeds. They're basically just, think of it like a wind tunnel for your car.
It's a half-mile long wind tunnel for boats underground.
Yeah. The rails, the crane that holds these little models on, have to be the exact same distance from the gantry crane that runs on them to the surface of the water. In order to make those tolerances, the rails were actually built with a curve designed to match the curvature of the Earth. That is verified by the fact that the measurements from the gantry crane, regardless of where it's at along the track, are identical to the unrestrained surface of the water.
That's interesting.
What rigs is
those measurements?
We've been going back and forth on how to prove a flat Earth with Rumpus and all them, how to make a straight line and all that, and really coming up with some ideas at best, but still just kind of saying, being honest. The Globers are saying, yeah, that wouldn't really prove a globe or a flat Earth, and us being honest with them, saying, yeah, maybe it wouldn't, just really thinking hard to come up with an idea. And you think some damn rails on a little miniature, on a short little tunnel like that could prove it one way or another?
No, I would say this would not prove anything. This would be evidence for.
Okay. Now so the new laser is set up on the crane itself, right? And that crane moves along the expanse, right? And it rides on the rails, which comport to the curvature of the Earth, according to, I don't even. No, I haven't seen any documentation that says this was made to the curve of the Earth, other than
let me pull up more for you.
No. The ones that I saw were publications like NewYorkTimes.com kind of stuff. But the source was a book from 1957, which I couldn't get access to, which is just a claim, right? Because it was constructed 20 years prior. So
you need to look at the actual reports from the U.S. Department of Engineers and their manufacturing specifications for the rail. That's the important document. I'll see if I can find that one again for you.
Great. Well, if you can find that, cool. That would be more than what I found. But also, where are these markers being placed and how are they being sectioned?
Where are they being?
Yeah, because the photo sensor uses special reflectors. They have to be mounted, right, in a housing. Okay. How are those sectioned out and measured, right?
That's a great question. I don't have an answer for.
Because what you're essentially doing is saying, I'm pointing my apparatus at these reflectors that are mounted after the construction. So their length and verification can be, however they want to set it up, right? So if I put a sticker just a little bit further or closer than the other one, you'd find out, but you'd find out through multiple readings. You wouldn't find out just through a data sheet, right? Just by doing it once.
No, right. And they've been doing this since World War II. I mean, this thing's old, which is why it's one of the oldest on the property and the least cared for. If you look at their new ones, the new ones are badass. They can make Category 5 hurricane waves.
Wow.
Yeah, and the documentation I found showed the measurements to be not curving away at all.
No,
and not only that, but the measurements were only in 100-foot sections, going 25 feet at a time. So if there were any curving, it would just be slightly shorter, each section going further. But unfortunately, curvature over 100 feet isn't necessarily discernible, in my opinion, unless you guys are using a different laser with a different section length. With this whatever laser you're talking about, which I've never seen.
I'm looking for that.
Well, I mean, the way you presented it previously was that, they verified this 0.5 miles because it's made specifically curved to be curved with the Earth. And when they measured the distance, they measured the length. It was, it comported with the globe.
You'll find I actually don't talk about the length because I think the length is one of the things that is the weakest part of this argument because the pool we're talking about is only like 300 meters long. It's short as shit. And the actual amount of variation isn't much. It is there. It is accounted for. It is measured.
Okay.
But it's not much.
So it's only 300 meters?
Yeah, it's like the whole deviation is less than half an inch, dude. It's tiny. That's the argument against this thing. This thing is tiny.
Well, the publication I found was that it was 0.5 miles, and the sections in the pool were inside of that. It was like 3 different sizes of pools, shallow one, a deeper one,
right?
Stuff like that.
And remember, like how we talked about when you were doing that, this is where they're tricky and they actually will switch which basin they're talking about because there's like 8 basins or 8 pools within this one basin, and they're not very good about explaining which one they're talking about.
These dogs.
Okay, so what is the maximum length of this most recent measurement? And this is
less
the
than
PDF?
8 inches. Sorry, no, I'm providing documentation. I'm still looking for the PDF.
Okay.
When I get that one, with the actual measurements, I'll holla.
Okay, historical landmark. Okay, this is like a printout or just a pamphlet that you get at the location if you're lucky enough to go in there and get a copy.
I mean,
it's a closed off facility. So
hold on.
Okay.
This is an open to the public museum. It's open 4 days a week.
Yeah. Okay. So it's like a museum. Got it. So this little place where you can buy. Well, you can't go to the pool, but you can go to this little.
You can. You
can go to the pool. Okay.
You can walk down to this pool 4 days a week.
Okay.
I personally have swam in this pool. When I was in college, I participated in the Human Underwater Torpedo and project, and we had our final testing in this pool.
Okay. So the references for this one says it has 3 references. Okay. One of them is literally the office itself that you're getting the source from. The second one, it says Centerline anniversary issue. I don't know if that is a magazine.
That's the one that's available from the Library of Congress.
Okay, that's from See, it says 1987, but this could be like the 14th edition or something. So I don't know exactly when the original was.
You can get the original from the Library of Congress. It's a free PDF download. Just Google search that in the Library of Congress.
And then the other one has to do with warfare and different ways of going about it from 1957. And
Kinda
that's
like
the one I'm most interested in because it's the oldest document in that list.
Yeah, either that or if you want to actually find the real shit, go look at David Taylor's memoirs. He actually has a full detailed blueprint in his memoir.
Cool.
It's boring as shit.
That's
available
fine.
from the Library of Congress. He's got a lot of correspondence stuff in there, but he's got all of the measurements and everything laid out because he this was his baby project, and that's why it still carries his name.
Yeah, I'd still okay. So if this is very recent, I'm hoping the documentation is compelling because I was not impressed with the stuff that I found, but you know why. So if this stuff is new, hopefully it's some good shit.
No, it's not new. It's from the 1950s.
You said it was no. You said that the
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you meant Taylor's memoirs.
No.
It's like, no. He's been dead for a long time. Yeah.
The data from 2 weeks ago.
Right.
Bring it out.
Yeah. I'm still looking for it, dude. Calm down.
Yeah. Take your time. I'm excited for this new data.
I also am waiting on it. I'm also waiting on a callback from one of the midshipmen who works there. He is going to be doing a sextant measurement on camera for us. Hopefully, I've got some feelers put out for him, but once I get all that together, hopefully Gio will give me 10 minutes to present it sometime.
You can host anytime you want, dude.
Not that I have a problem taking over the room and talk about boats.
Not that we mind it.
Speak for yourself.
I mean, it's good to talk about stuff that's, lesser talked about. I appreciate it anyway.
Yeah, has anyone been talking about the master gunner and the sun calculation and anything like that from the Globebusters interview?
No, I don't watch Globe.
Yeah, actually,
Busters
Brian
Leaky.
Leakey. Yeah, it's good that you're here, Whitesworth, because Brian wanted to talk to you about it.
Oh, sweet. Okay, Brian, what's up? You gonna do it?
It's so easy. It's like, how did I not see it right off the bat? It's so easy that I was overlooking it at first. But I think I could probably do a better job. I'm about to make a video. I've did the drawing of comparing it to a flat to a globe, and I'm trying to find a hole in it, and it's kind of hard to, based on the fact that the sun and their model is 864,000 miles in diameter. So I was trying to do a comparison by saying Polaris from the equator, saying let me use this as an example. The sun's on your horizon and you're on the ground, right? You're looking off at the distance. It's dead on the horizon. Call it 0 degrees. Okay. Now, we can give examples of airplanes flying up above the clouds, looking down at the sun, in the clouds underneath the airplane, right?
No.
Now, if that's
hold on.
look down below, I'm almost done.
We've seen that though. We've never seen from an airplane the sun appear below you in the clouds.
You haven't?
No,
that
never happened.
I'll post it
You're
real quick.
talking about perspective view.
You've never seen the orange, the whole everything lit up underneath orange. Anyway,
the sun's never directly below an airplane.
I'll post a couple examples in a minute, but it's not a big angle, but it's still an angle. And you look down and it's about to be dark. But anyway, so here's the example, whether that's true or not. What it equates to is, let me get to the crux. The crux is that plane has the same angle as you do on the ground. On the ground, you're looking 0 degrees out on the horizon, and that sun should rise up with that plane. Even if you went all the way up to the ISS, if you have the same angle, it should, the sun should come right on up with you. And it should keep doing that for a long, long way. The sun rays are supposed to be parallel. So that's kind of the crux of it. But he is using a survey station. Basically, it's a simple thought that you shouldn't have to be looking down at that sun if it's sitting on the horizon. Whether it is or not, the measurement will tell. But here's the point. So 45 degrees, you draw a circle and draw 45 degrees off, pointing off to your left. The top is 90 degrees and 45 degrees off to your left. You got a mark pointing off that way. Okay, so if you draw a line from the top of your 90 degree to the 45 mark, okay, then you can draw another line going straight up, representing a line of parallel. So now you have two lines going straight up, one at your 45 degree mark, one at your 90 degree mark. Okay. Now the fact that the sun is so big, if you're standing 45 degrees, let's say at 45 latitude, or whatever, then as long as you have the same angle as the person at the top, then you should be looking straight at that sun, dead straight at it, straight up, right? The same thing as if you're at 0 at sunset. As long as you have the same angle, if you're laying down or whatever, looking straight up or whatever, your eyes are the same angle. In other words, anywhere on this globe, your eyes, if they're the same angle, they should be looking dead at the sun, because it's, would everybody agree with that?
I apologize. I was not able to follow that.
Do you have a diagram?
Yeah, likewise. I'm a little bit lost too, Brian, with that.
Okay, let me say it like this
interpreted
then.
it very differently.
Everybody, okay, they say that the only reason that angles to the sun change, or stars or whatever, we're just using the sun, is because our angle changes on the ground, basically, due to gravity, right? So if you're on a ball, the sun ain't moving, basically. I mean, it is through the galaxy, but let's say compared to the Earth, it ain't moving. It's just sitting there. So anywhere on the Earth, so if I go to 45 degrees latitude, and I ain't had my V8 yet, and I'm standing 45 degrees, I'm looking straight up at the sun, right? It's dead ahead of me, because the lines are parallel. They claim that the sun rays are coming in parallel, and it's 864,000 degrees, miles wide. So if you're on top of the ball looking straight up at the sun, then you're looking 90 degrees straight up. So draw a line. Now, go down to 45 degrees. So just picture a circle. Go down 45 degrees, like 1/8 of the way around, and draw another line going straight up. Instead of drawing it out at 45 degrees, draw it straight up at the sun. Okay? You should still be dead up under the sun at 45 degrees. As long as you haven't changed angles, as long as you keep that angle pointing straight up, you should be looking directly up at the sun, because the sun's rays are parallel. Okay, you understand that?
You're never over the GP. No, because if you're at 45 degrees north or south latitude, you will never be at the GP for the sun. I don't even care what day of the year it is. It will never happen.
He said he didn't have his V8 and he was standing at a 45 as well.
I don't care what angle you're standing at. If you're 45 degrees north, you're never going to be at the GP of the sun.
You're right. I meant to say equator, but I thought y'all were. I was just picturing a circle on a piece of paper. So just picture a circle on a piece of fucking paper, okay? And now at the top of that circle, just call that the equator. You're looking straight up. Draw a line straight up above that circle, and that's 90 degrees. And the sun, imagine a big giant sun above you, enough to cover, how many Earths can fit inside the sun? Enough to cover about 50,000 of them circles. That's be how big the sun is, but way far away. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, and
the angular size is the only thing we care about at that point.
Right. Yes, that's fine. So, but the point is no matter where you move that sun along that piece of paper, you could go past the circle to the right a long ways, and you're still gonna be looking straight up at the sun. In other words, the sun will follow you for a good distance before you change angle to it, because the lines are coming in parallel. So, but let's just keep it inside the circle. So you draw a line pointing straight up at the sun. Now you go down to 45 degrees and draw another line straight up, pointing straight up at the sun. So it's going to be 45 degrees to your circle, because if you were to draw like minutes on a clock, they're going to be pointing outwards. But we're keeping the lines the same direction, because the point is at 45. Let me try and sum it up. So at 45 degrees, the line, you're going to keep the line pointing straight up at the sun, right? And the point is when if he's marking his station, he don't even have to know the miles or anything. If he if he, I mean, he's got to have a rough distance of the miles, but it comes down to the degrees. Once it gets past like 46, just we'll say 1 degree for margin of error. But once the sun gets past 46 degrees, you've disproven them. Either you've disproven parallel light rays, or you've disproven the shape of being a ball. One or the other.
Or the fact that you're,
but I got to see it myself.
or the fact that you will never have a GP of the sun if you're at 45 degrees.
No, you got to
just
do it within the
won't.
tropics, man.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
So
You got to do it
you
within
keep going
the
up to
tropics.
45 degrees and it will never work. And that's the reason it's not working in your head, is because it wouldn't work on reality.
Bro, I meant 45 degrees as far as looking directly up straight at the sun up from the equator, and then go 45 degrees of longitude over.
Do you have a diagram of this?
Basically, he's going to time the sun. Yeah, I'm in the middle of making it. I'm almost done. And
Okay.
I'll try and do it here shortly. But so here's the point. So
Well,
in
here,
other
while
words,
you're
he
doing that,
times
can
the
I,
sun for 3 hours, and it goes more than 45 degrees from where he's at, which it almost has to, man. But I still got to see it. But in my mind, it almost has to. But
That's the basic premise, yes.
yeah, because think about it. Your 45-degree angle on Earth is pointing way the fuck out to the left. But your line going straight up has got to be 45 degrees because the lines are coming in parallel. So, I mean, it almost has to exceed the that parallel line, but it can't. I mean, it's so simple. It's fucking brilliant, dude. I mean, once you see it on paper, once it sinks in, you're gonna be like, oh, duh. It's that fucking simple. But yeah, I'll draw it out. It took me a minute to understand it, but I'll draw it out, man. Give me a few minutes and I'll finish this and I'll post it, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
okay, because if what you're saying is true, we should probably tell these boats that are on the ocean trying to navigate with sextants because they're doing it wrong.
No, but it won't change what
Is
they're
part
doing.
of being a flat earther
It doesn't affect anything.
saying that you can't navigate with sextants?
What?
No, not at all.
No, part of being a flat earther is not understanding how sextants work.
Okay, I don't want to see a map. I want to see you take a globe out in a boat. I want to see you take a globe out on a boat and chart your GPs on an actual globe.
Okay. The
When that
Garmin
guy
has
does
it.
his demonstration, don't do it on a flat map. Do it on an actual globe. I'd be tickled to death if somebody could show me that, because it don't work.
Would you like the program that does it?
No.
That's easy. Hold on. I'll get you the
No.
program
I
that
don't
does
want
it
to
in
listen. I
real
don't
life.
want to see it on a program.
Pretty sure we said no.
Okay.
I don't
great.
want to see it on a program that considers flat lines, that considers a ball a two-dimensional surface. I want to see it on an actual globe, a three-dimensional ball, not
Sure.
on paper
Would you-
that charts it
would you-
as 2D.
Would you accept a electronic version?
No.
Okay. Can't be electronic.
Hey, drink the Kool-Aid. Do you want to hear the challenge I gave before you came, or were you listening?
It was the Burj Khalifa, but I missed your premise of it. So hit me with it.
Real quick, and no one in the room is obligated to respond because I already bored everybody enough, I'm sure. But
I didn't hear it. Is it the second sunset?
Yeah, sunset is caused by attenuation in the flat Earth model, right? Right, Kool-Aid? Like, in
Mhm.
other words, the darkness is brought on by the distance between an observer and the light source, the sun. It happens to coincide with this illusion that the sun dips below the horizon, but for the flat Earth model, that's just illusory. So we're not going to address that right now.
It's not illusory. I don't think anyone ever claimed it was illusory. You're just saying that. Nobody said that.
The appearance of the sun dipping below the horizon, it doesn't actually dip below. That is an illusion caused by perspective.
It's the geometry of perspective. It's not an illusion. It's the actual geometry of how perspective works within the geometric world.
But the okay. The illusory part would be that the sun, the light source itself, doesn't actually dip below the horizon. It just appears to because of perspective. Correct?
Right, and when you're driving down the road,
Apparent?
you see a red light.
Apparent.
If you're driving down the road and you see a red light, at the first it's down on your horizon, might even be not visible. But
Right,
something
right.
becomes visible, and it rises as you keep driving towards the red light. You drive under the red light, it keeps rising up like a sunrise, and then when it's above you, and then it will set. That doesn't mean that the actual traffic light is going up or down due to your perspective.
Correct. Correct you. Yes. That's all I meant to illustrate by saying this. So, because I'm presenting the flat Earth case for the sake of argument. I'm not taking issue with it. So, for the rest of this case, I'm not actually taking issue with the perspective model that you guys are presenting. But nightfall is brought on by the distance that accumulates between an observer and the light source, the sun. So as the sun transits over the flat Earth, the farther
And the angle. Not the distance, but the angle as well.
Well, the distance between any observer and light source would have an angle, but it's not the angle itself that I'm talking about. So, Kool-Aid.
Well, but what I was getting at is the distance can stay the same and the angle can change. So, yeah.
And refraction.
I'm with you. Go ahead.
So Kool-Aid, what I was saying was, because it's possible for an observer to, at sea level, see the sunset, see the darkness brought on by sunset, and then immediately get into an elevator and go up, even 20 floors, and see that same sun again, means that the darkness isn't actually brought on by the distance between an observer and a light source. Because if it was just the distance, Kool-Aid, then any vertical motion up and down wouldn't be able to wouldn't bring the light back, because the light source is still transiting away from the observer.
Let's get back to this image that I
posted. Over the same thing for the past hour.
Let's get back to this image that I posted, dude.
Was that a good?
Just like this. Like,
was that
okay,
good?
just imagine
Did you like that?
Just imagine you're standing at the bottom of that building and the sun sets and it's dark. You're standing at the bottom. But if you look up at the top of the building, you'll see that the reflection on the windows of the building still have sunlight.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, it's the angle and distance.
Well, no, because the distance is still decreasing, yet the taller the building is, the more sunlight you have. So it's not
You don't
actually.
need to see the sunset.
It's not actually.
You don't need to see the sunset. You just look up at the top of the building, and you can see that the top of the building still got sunlight on it.
Correct. Kool-Aid, what do you think about that?
Yeah, Kool-Aid, weren't you in the middle of a discussion and then Giggles just totally hijacked it? I mean, what happened?
The giggler's on the loose.
Giggity giggity.
A nice attempt.
Guys, can I be heard for a second?
Go
if
ahead,
I may.
Lewis.
Yeah, we're just discussing here with our good friend Kool-Aid his supposed evidence of these rails. You see, there's only two paragraphs where it vaguely states his claim, which I've posted there in the live stream. And it's a self-defeating statement. The first paragraph.
Why don't you read it out?
Let me finish. The first paragraph talks about that the tracks are not straight in the usual sense, whatever the fuck that means. I don't know what that means. What does straight in the usual sense mean? Straight and straight. In the very next paragraph, it goes to ensure that the rails remain straight. To ensure that the rails remain straight and
Finish
level.
the paragraph.
That's the very next paragraph.
Finish the paragraph. It will explain what it's talking about. Finish the paragraph. Don't just read to the part you get confused at and skip.
Anyone can read the paragraph. It talks
Here, let me do it for you. To meet the requirements of uniformity, the spread of the carriages, which tow the models, the rails of the basin walls upon which these carriages run had to be far straighter and more level than the most perfect railroad track. In fact, to eliminate the effect of gravity, the motion of the towing carriage, the tracks are not straight in the usual sense, but follow the curvature of the earth.
Yes.
If you
okay.
read the whole
Okay,
sentence,
so he's
hold on,
straight.
hold on.
Okay,
Globus,
he's straight
Globus,
curved.
Globus.
He's straight
Hey,
curved though.
Globus,
Sounds like an assumption to me.
Globus.
Whoa.
When you talked, I was quiet. Please give me the same respect.
You didn't actually,
Now-
did you? I had to stop you twice.
Yeah, you talked over him the whole time.
We
actually.
assumed.
So the
curvature
part
of the Earth.
you were confused about where the tracks are not straight in the usual sense, the rest of that sentence explains it. But follow the curvature of Earth.
Yes.
So if you don't cherry
wow.
pick half a sentence,
Calculated
you're
myth.
not quite as confused by what the sentence means.
I'm not cherry picking anything because it goes on to say in the other paragraph that it's straight and level. So which
Right.
one is it? Is it curved or is it straight and level? Which one?
Straight and level is curved.
So straight lines are
Yeah.
curved.
No, level lines are curved. Straight lines are
Okay,
straight.
but
Oh.
okay, so a straight line's curved. That's my question.
No, straight lines are
So-
straight.
Okay, so what
straight
does it say? Okay, so what does it say? Straight and level then?
Because straight has to do with a left and right deviation, where level has to do with an altitude change. And the X and Y versus the Z axis is, if you would prefer a mathematical definition.
Does it mention anything about that in the article?
That's the explanation of what straight and level means. That is literally definitional to those words.
Okay, so straight and level means curved.
Correct. Definitionally.
Okay, okay, guys, that's me. That's all I need to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if
I'll
it's
put myself
going
back
on,
on mute, guys.
hang on, if it's going on two, hang
So
on, if it's
welcome
going
to
on
Flat
a
Earth,
king-
champ.
Simple as
Okay.
that. Right?
Hey,
hang on,
Globus.
what he said, he put the word in there, altitude. That you can't have altitude if it's following the same line as the curve of the Earth. You're wrong.
Right. And that's why it has to be curved, so it follows the same line.
So it
Because if it
maintains-
was fully straight, then it would not follow. It would actually have a deviation on the.
It would gain altitude over distance.
Right.
Is this just an assumption of
This is
curve?
just
I take it?
calculated and
Seeing as
assumed.
there's-
Show us
No.
the curvature. Where's the curvature? Where's that?
All right. You know
First.
what? This is all fun, but let's get back to the fact that there are sailboats in the water right now using
Oh my
maps
God.
with accurate distances on them.
All right. So you
Anybody
can
like to
discard that.
address-
You can discard your rail thing though.
If that's
don't-
well, if that's
don't
the
pedal-
case, how can we be moving in multiple vectors at millions of miles per hour if these maps have been the same for thousands of fucking years?
These maps haven't been the same for thousands of years. They've gotten better. They're now down to a sub-meter accuracy from any two
Wow.
nautical ports.
The night sky has been the same since the 88 constellations were named.
No, it hasn't. Look at the astronomical things that go on all the time because the stars move out of their constellations. Look at the star. Is it
Each
Sagittarius that is all
year
fucked
in,
up?
year out, it's the same every
no.
year, bro.
I'm Sagittarius. I am not all fucked up.
The fuck?
Or
Something
what's the horoscope one that's like
Look
completely?
at the astrolabe. The astrolabe's been accurate for thousands of years. How
Right.
can the
It's
solar
also-
system
the
be
guy, was
helical?
it
The
Globus?
astrolabe
Was it
is
Globus,
also-
the Australian who was having trouble with level and straight? Was that
Yeah.
Globus? So Globus, do you understand that if we did dwell on a sphere, that if you made something that was perfectly level in the sense that you're thinking, that over distance the opposite end would gain altitude? It would be like taking a
Mate,
ballpoint pen and placing it on top of a baseball. You know what I
You're
mean?
making this far more complicated than it needs to be. Straight and level is not curved. It's as simple as that. You're trying to, add all these little nuances. There are no nuances to add, right? Straight and level is straight and level. Curved is curved. This Kool-Aid's
It's actually-
evidence is
it's actually
self-defeating.
it's-
Let me finish, dude. Okay? One paragraph talks about, it needs to follow the curvature of the Earth. The very next one talks about straight and level. It's a contradiction. I mean, what level of geometry do you guys comprehend? I mean, straight lines are not curved lines.
See, this is what I found is that it claimed curvature, but it never presented how it did it.
Mm-hmm.
Gravity
Do I need to
style.
post an example of a straight line for you guys to understand what a straight line is, as
Okay,
opposed to a
Clovis.
curved line?
Can I ask you a
You
question?
You may have to.
Do you have a vehicle of some sort? A car, a truck, a
Yes.
motorcycle? All right. Do you have tires on it?
No.
No tires on it?
I just ride on the rims.
Okay, cool.
Marky.
You have
No, he has a sailboat.
no. You have rims. That's fine. Are the rims the same distance all around? The same diameter from the hub?
Are they the same diameter from the
Not
hub?
if he's
Depends
got
on
no
Right.
tires.
If I took a tape measure and I put it one end on the hub and I pulled the other end out to the edge of your rim because you don't have a tire, I got say a 4-inch measurement, and then I moved over the other side. Would I get the same measurement, or
Yeah,
would
it's
it be a
not
different
diameter. It's same
the-
radius.
Is the
Right.
is the circumference
So-
equidistant? Is the circumference equidistant from the hub?
So would it be fair to say that's a level line and all points on that are equal distance? And according to the definition of level equidistance?
straight and level, sir. You want to focus on one word there, which you think means curved. You think level means curved, and that's your mistake, right? But the fact is that it says
That's definitional.
straight. The fact is that it says straight and level. There's no
So-
going around that.
It is it is instructions on two different planes. Straight is your left-right axis. Don't veer off in that axis. Stay on the same path. Think about it like an airplane. They fly on a heading. That is their path. That is the straight. The level.
He's not confused. He understands what it is. He understands that in one dimension, in a curved line, it appears to be straight. He understands that, but that's where you can't mix them up. You need to
The
prove
thing
the
is-
curvature.
The thing is, the gentleman here was talking about the rails being curved. You know, the rails, right? No, nothing to do with left and right. He said that the rails were constructed curved to follow the curvature of the Earth. So I don't know where he's coming up with this left and right paradigm. Nothing to do with that. It's to do with the rails
From
that you said were
above, a top view.
following the curvature, right? That's what you said.
They were constructed to follow the
but
curvature.
in terms of straight.
Over
Exactly.
300 meters.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was a good point. You said you defined straight as no deviation from left and right or something.
Correct.
Not really talking about left and right.
Right. That's what they mean by straight.
Yeah, so just
White,
prove curvature, mate, and you're all good to go.
You said it perfectly. It's an overhead view. If you're looking at left and right, does it look straight? Yes. And then the next one is you're looking at from the side. Is it straight? No, it's level. That's what straight and level mean.
Yeah, on
And
an
that's-
assumed sphere. So you need to
Right.
prove the sphere first, right? And not calculate it, a definitive measurement. And then you're good to go. So back it up a couple of bits and do that.
All right, cool. You want definitive measurements? How about distances from, I don't know. Why don't we just take a one from the news and let's say La Home to Mardik?
Those sound super random. Wink, wink.
Yep.
Yeah, do you want to elaborate a little more?
Where'd you
Sure.
get those from?
It is the boat race that is going on right now that I've been trying desperately to talk about. Here's the
should get,
tracking
like a
map.
promoter's some sort of promotion.
Here's the official tracking site where you can watch Apria absolutely go in ham on these other boats, doing a better speed than she was able to clock during the solo around the world race known as the Vendée Globe that I've yet to hear a flirt actually try to address.
What did you
So
say?
Well, there's lots of calculated things in that. So if you want to detail that out and then base everything on an assumed globe, and then I'll just go, hey, prove the curvature, and then we'll discuss it.
right.
So, yeah.
So once again, there is no calculations. These are all actual real based on measurements numbers. You can pretend otherwise, but that just shows you don't know what you're talking about. I would love to explain how we actually
You
get these
prove
numbers if you're
otherwise.
interested. Sure. Do you know what
Yeah.
a through?
You don't need
know
to
what a-
explain. No, don't explain. Just
No,
bring
you
up some
asked me to.
documentation so a few of us can
You
go
a-
over it.
you asked me to prove that you don't know what you're talking about. Do you know what a through-hole tachometer measures?
No, I didn't. No, I
Yes,
didn't
you did.
ask you to do
Hey,
that. I
Kool-Aid,
asked you to
how
prove your claim.
when they measure all this
Can you
these
do that?
distances, how do they plot the information?
It's all calculated based on a
How
globe.
does navigation work?
So say you have this boat race that proves the 3D geometry of a globe somehow. How do they plot these distances? Like, I'm sure it
In
goes into some
three-dimensional
software
space?
program that
Right.
maybe has some function built in to maybe presuppose a sphere.
No,
Unless you're saying that it can derive a 3-dimensional coordinate system in, space with all these different, like, I don't know how you would say
Yeah.
you could do that.
You can do that. For that you would actually need a GPS because you need a more accurate time data, and that's also where you need to have the fifth point of reference for most modern GPS systems to actually be accurate. It's because they're not pre-assuming that you're on the surface of a sphere. They can put you anywhere within their sphere of influence. Sphere of conductivity. I don't remember what the exact word is. Druss will pop in here in a second and yell at me for not remembering. But basically, the little area that they can see and broadcast to.
So can satellites work over a plane, like a flat plane?
Sure. I mean, orbits would be fucked.
Well, let's not, presuppose orbits. Let's just say, can we put balloons up in the sky and have them move around and then use GPS that way?
Theoretically, yes.
Okay.
You would need enough balloons that they
where
would
does
darken
GPS
the
prove
sky.
a globe, and how does these boats using GPS prove a globe?
Well, GPS is just one of the measurements they take. The real proof of, or again, strong evidence for the globe, because you can't convince me we're not in a simulation, is the fact that these are known distances they're traveling, and the distances match what they've been measured to and predicted to for thousands of years. Whoever brought up the astrolabe was really,
software development or programming to really decide how this evidence was,
no, you don't even need software, dude.
Yeah, but if
you
you're
can
going
do
to be
it with a
using
sextant.
software, you're going to have some sort of system that plots all these measurements on something or in something.
Cool. You don't like software? Do it the old way.
No, I'm saying the software itself is going to have some presuppositions built in.
So go away from the software.
You can't go away from the software if you're using GPS.
Right. So don't use GPS. Use a sextant. Oh, you don't like the math in that? Okay. Use a Sailor's square.
Well, I've heard you say you sailed around the world using a sextant, and then, in the next argument, say you've never used one.
No, I've never said I've never used a sextant. I've used a sextant on my around the world journey. It was not our primary means of location. Obviously, that was GPS because I'm not a savage. But for backups and because I was learning how to do it, I had to learn how to use a sextant and take navigational readings with it.
Kool-Aid, just so you know, you are in the running in the top 5 to be the head ship captain when we put together the crew to get the full map of the Earth and all the sextant readings, independent from any government source. You are in the running.
You're taking us to the wall, man.
I'll do it.
Taking us all the way to the ice wall.
I won't tell you how I actually use the sextant to figure out where we are on the surface.
What we have to do is we're not going to use any nautical maps at all. Nothing WGS 84, GPS, none of that. We're going to go out. What we'd have to do is go out on the land and the water and take rigorous sextant readings all around the Earth, measure every GP and every circle of equal altitude. We're going to put the whole thing together, and we're going to get the map of the Earth and the shape of the Earth.
There you go.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
we
better give
never
me-
said that you were going willingly.
You better give me something in the middle of the ocean because I ain't going anywhere near islands or especially ice without a map. Fuck off. No offense.
Wait, so why don't flat earthers go to the edge again?
Armed
We don't know how to
penguins.
use sextants, man.
You got to use your
I need-
sextant
No, we
to
need global
navigate. That's the
support.
whole point of it, right? You're going to use your
Otherwise, we get
sextant.
lost.
Right. Cool.
Yeah, we're going to do it independently. Right?
I
We'll
didn't
race your
get the.
boat. You can use
I
the
didn't get
sextant
the
and we'll
position
use
on
the
the. I didn't get the position I applied for, so I'm free.
Okay.
We can
They
only
make
guess
you
why.
test on something like a
Well,
certain-
good, because we're not paying.
Okay.
We got to get to the magnetic mountain. There's your pot of gold.
Magnetic mountain. What's that?
See, that used to be enough for people, Kool-Aid. You know, the promise of great treasures.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows
Yeah,
what
but you're
awaits
not.
beyond the ice wall, man.
You're not promising great treasures. You're promising who knows, and who knows in sailing terms means death.
Dude, we're gonna sail to Narnia.
Really?
Yeah,
Where's
usually.
your spirit of adventure, mate? You would have just sat there like a hobbit, wouldn't you? Oh no, I don't have a map. I can't go anywhere.
Yep.
Weird.
Actually, if you look at it, I'm really glad I didn't. You read some of the old accounts and how many people got screwed up because their navigator got drunk and fell overboard. And on a lot of those ships, there were only like 2 or 3 people who could actually run the sextant and knew how to do math. And
Hey, you mentioned earlier the Banded Globe, and one of the contestants went on Globebusters, man, a flat earther.
No, stop. They were never a skipper in the Vendée Globe. That is an outright lie. I will fight that.
I said Gilligan, man. I said Gilligan, not skipper.
He was not there. There is the Vendée Globe. The Vendée Globe is run by one skipper per boat. There is no crew. He was a full-face liar. There is no crew on a Vendée Globe ship.
Crazy. He never once mentioned a crew. So that's interesting. So I wonder
he
why
is
you're
not
mentioning a crew and he
Because
never
he wasn't a
mentioned crew.
skipper. He wasn't a skipper, and there is no crew. He never did the race.
So he wasn't a skipper.
Yep.
And he was okay. Interesting. Well, I mean, shit. If you've got some sort of evidence to back that up, that'd
Sure,
be
I have the
fantastic.
I have the entire
The pictures he
I have
showed.
the entire
pictures he
I have
showed
the
on his
entire
vessel.
I have the entire list of every skipper from the Vendée Globe for the last 60 years. His name is not on there. Would you like that list? I
The pictures he showed.
Well,
He didn't
no,
give
but
his
that doesn't
name.
prove anything.
I don't believe you. I don't know why, but I could make a list, and how would I verify any of it?
Roadbuster participants often make up fake jobs and fake hobbies.
He also said
Anyway, he didn't have. Listen, the guy didn't have no solid proof. But what they did is they took the rate according to the miles on a globe, and then took the time it takes to complete that thing, and figured that they were going about 6 miles an hour if they were going the distance on a globe. And we all come to the conclusion that that's horseshit. That a race like that, and racing 24 hours a day, moving 24 hours a day, that they would have to go faster than 6 freaking miles an hour for it to be a record.
Well, here. Let's go ahead and why don't we pull up the exact speed of what the boats did?
Just that
The exact speed calculated based on a globe. Oh my god! Why?
The
Why do you do this
exact
to yourself?
speed, the exact speed calculated
back.
based on the water going past the boat.
Just that
Oh, wow.
VMG, right?
Shit. And water doesn't move, does it, based on wind or anything like that? Does it?
The
Like,
total
seriously, it's
station, the total
calculated
weather
based
station
on a
on
number
board.
of parameters. It's a calculation based on a number of parameters to generate an average, assumed.
Right.
And then the distance. Oh, a distance. Where do we get the distance
You
from?
don't have enough
Oh, we know the
information.
distances.
You won't
They're
be able
known
to debug a
distances.
race.
How do you fucking know them? Do you assume they're on a curved sphere when you assume that you know these distances? Like, fuck. Prove curve first.
This boat race sounds very suspicious.
You're
I'm
debunking
beginning
a
to
race
doubt
that
that it
you
even
know nothing
exists.
about.
Like, how do you even join this race?
I'm not debunking a race. I'm
You
debunking
actually,
that this is any sort of proof.
the Vendée Globe
So-
you must be invited for. You must be
so
one
it's
of.
a secret society where a bunch
No.
of rich people hang out and only
No.
let Globers.
You said boats
You know
can't
it.
There you
measure
go.
distance
Yep.
anymore. Boats can't measure distance because wind. That's what you said. That's ridiculous.
Don, he just admitted it's a secret society for rich people that flat earthers can't join.
No,
He
I didn't
just-
say
he
that
just
at all.
said it.
I said it
I didn't
is
hear
a.
him say that.
What I said is it is a invite only race because it is such a deadly race. They've so many skippers have died. They only accept the best of the best.
You have to have your certified. You have to have your certified Illuminati papers in order to do it.
I didn't get
No.
my ring in the mail.
Usually,
I've been invited.
usually you have to do about 2 or 3 around the world other races before you get the invitation.
Kool-Aid, have you got any footage of
Alright.
these guys on the boats in the race? Just to show that someone was
sure.
on a boat.
Here.
I just auto hoax your whole race, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It's that easy.
Auto hoax.
Yeah.
If he's got the tracking and he's got photos and footage of someone on a boat in a hard
How-
situation, come on. What I mean,
You're gonna
what have you
believe that
got?
shit,
You haven't
don't
got
you?
anything left
How
to
about
deny.
a video from Pip Hare while she was in the middle of the ocean with no rudder?
Nice story.
Yes.
I could have done that on a lake,
Proof.
bro.
Definitive.
See, this is what flat
On
earthers
par.
need: the real footage from the real boat doing the real race. Now, what can you deny? There's nothing left to deny.
It doesn't exist.
I bet they're doing
read
it from the
about
space
this
station.
online, and
All
you
we
saw
have is one video of someone in the ocean. We don't have footage of them doing this whole trip at all. That's
Yeah,
just-
ocean racing.
Where's our
It's
4K
all in the
cameras?
title and the channel name.
Yeah, sub to her channel, Pip Hare Ocean Racing.
No,
she
you're
has
shilling now.
a couple hundred.
He's literally changing her rudder here, live.
Wow, that's proof of globe. I know it.
Don,
I just,
could they have faked
I
this
just
entire
can't
race?
see it.
They could have, but I don't think
Okay,
they did.
so what would it look like if they did fake it? It would look exactly like this.
Yeah, but basically now you're stuck in agnosticism and you can say anything's fake, and that's not a logical adult way to think.
But I'm not believing a story. I'm rejecting.
What's
the
wrong with a
story.
race? What's wrong
It's
with
a
a
cool
race?
story, but come on, man.
Don, if
Make
I
it
showed
happen.
you some pictures, and video of me out in the ocean fiddling with a rudder, and then also pumped you out some data, are you going to believe me that I sailed, to some land beyond Antarctica?
It depends.
I would.
How many times you've lied before?
No, I would.
But also, I'd like to
Yeah,
say
yeah.
next you guys are going to be debunking and denying the Olympics,
Oh,
even when
that
it's
one
on
is
for 6 hours.
Her ship was overflown by at least 5 different countries' medias in order to get B-roll footage of the yacht race, and they were able to verify her exact location from multiple sources. So
Are these people rich?
Wow.
the guys
I
who
love a
fly for
shame.
medias, no.
They couldn't have been bought off by a rich
All
person.
there, guys. All the scientific proof.
Well,
for this
hey,
race is
and they
there.
couldn't be flying on a flat Earth because you can't fly on a flat Earth, can you?
Yeah. I think you're up the river without a paddle, so to speak.
All you
This
guys
is
have
another
got
story.
is claiming boats can't measure distance. That's all you've got. It's
You got
rubbish.
a crack in the hull, mate. You got no paddle and the crack in the hull.
What was that one sailor that used to go around the world lying? Marco Polo? He's a sailor. So being suspicious of sailors is kind of it's imperative.
Well, at the end of the day, Don, we have a fancy website, a small group of these 30 skippers who, apparently have to be highly vetted and all that. Bunch of propaganda, a bunch of tracking data that who knows if that's real, and a little bit of footage of them bopping around in the ocean somewhere. That's enough to convince you that they did this trip?
That's
Actually,
enough for any
there's-
honest man.
You said 30 skippers? I haven't even looked at it, but I'd be willing to bet it may be 30 plus, if you know what I mean.
So you're telling me, Gio, what they did was they hired 15 different people to go in the ocean with cameras and pretend they were doing a race just to fake the globe.
That's how they launder
So
money.
madness is this?
I'm not really claiming what anyone did or didn't do. What I'm saying is that the validation or proof for this existing is non-existent.
There's a woman there struggling in the ocean on a boat. What more evidence can you get for a boat race being real?
Here,
Oh,
and
that's
it's not
very poor
just her.
evidence, though. It's very. This is like the lowest of evidence. This is like, come on.
This is someone in the race. This is me showing you the Olympics. Someone running along between lines and saying,
Yeah, but
look, this race existed.
I know, but I just said that. That would be the same as if I had a picture of me bopping around the ocean, I gave you some tracking data, and I had a fancy website. Is that enough for you to believe it? If it is, then maybe that's just where you're at. I'm not trying to attack you. If that's it, that's it.
You're
I'm
in
just,
denial of
I'm just
races.
wondering if your level of like discernment when it comes to something is that loose.
You're in denial of races. It's a sorry state to be in.
No, we're not denying it. We're just
Sounds kosher to me.
seeing what your standards of this is real to me. We're looking at people's standards here, and if that's
Yeah, I'm
the
looking at your
standard of
standards,
evidence, you would
and they're all out the
consider proof.
window.
Here,
As long as you see it on TV, Don, then you're happy.
There you go.
If someone claims that boats had a race, and then I see footage of a boat racing, that's enough for me because I don't deny boat races. Obviously, people with boats enjoy racing. That's the thing.
So
There's
that
another.
proves there.
There's another YouTube channel full of videos of the guy doing the race.
Don, let me give you another example.
Hours of footage.
If you were, we have airplane pilots that come in here, and if one of them said, I've circumnavigated the globe from north to south in my airplane, here's a picture of me flying around in my airplane, you would then say, okay, that makes sense, and then you'd believe it.
No, not if he's in here. I don't believe people in here.
Neither do I. That's a pretty good standard.
He said, I fly an airplane, and then he showed me a footage of him flying an airplane on a YouTube. I wouldn't have any reason to disbelieve him. If he claimed I've flown to the edge and seen the edge and didn't show the edge, and then said, "Oh, now I know Earth's flat," obviously that would be a big claim that I would believe.
But this little secret boating community is the they we always talk about. Who's behind all this? The rich secret societies, man.
If you want to tell me, Sin, you don't believe it's globe proof because you're not quite sure about the distances, that's fair enough. If you say boat races don't happen, I mean,
I'm saying we should be suspicious of all secret societies of rich people.
But they're not secret. They literally broadcast what they're doing. They hold press conferences and try to get press to every event. Thousands of people follow this race live. The companies use this as a marketing opportunity, dude.
Isn't that exactly what they do with space travel or space exploration?
Same thing.
On TV, bro.
Rich people, you know,
rocket
showing
races.
off, right?
We're not having rocket races to Mars, are we? That's not really.
I would
the
say
same.
that even the space travel is more tangible than this evidence because we have decades of it.
Yikes, guys!
As far as footage
Don,
goes,
you've really lowered your standards.
it's okay. He'll be on our side in a few hours.
These are Don, these are the guy we're telling you are the demonic influences on the world.
The race isn't hard to believe. It's not a big claim.
Dude, Don loves black magic. He's all about this shit.
I know, but he doesn't see it in this, man. This reeks.
Oh, well, I don't know about this one, but
I told you they might have faked it to fake the globe, but that's absurd and far out. So silly if you believe that.
Why? That a massive cabal with tons of money and resources would not create a propaganda scheme to support the globe model while suppressing real people that are sailing?
Yeah, that might happen, but I'm saying that's
That might
far
happen.
out. It's far out.
You got to buy that book, Psychopaths for Dummies. Start
the
reading.
people who run society, they own 99% of the money, and they can print it if they want it. So you tell me.
Rich people think that you're entertained by their activities. And a lot of their activities are there to, to keep